Be me. I work as a warehouse supervisor for a logistics company. Not a bad job, all things considered, and has been pretty stable for me. We get tons of large shipments from various suppliers located in countries around the globe. My job is to oversee everything to do with the unloading process in the warehouse. Have to ensure that everything is checked, sorted, and ready to be distributed, and also make sure that no corners are being cut by the lazy bums that we have hired. I can't count the amount of times I have to reprimand people for slacking off, but the higher-ups just refuse to fire them because they work for peanuts. Anyway, that's a whole other topic. It's a lot of hard work, but I am used to it by now. The warehouse itself is a pretty old building by all accounts. I think it was built sometime in the 60s or maybe the 70s. It's nothing special, just your standard industrial type of warehouse. Concrete floors, steel beams, and long rows of metal shelves as far as the eye can see, piled high with boxes and crates. It has a certain smell to it too. If you've ever worked in a place like this, then you know what I am talking about. Off topic again, let me continue. We have a night shift crew that comes in when the deliveries are scheduled for late in the evening. This one particular night, everything was going smoothly by all accounts. Did not have to scold a worker even once, so that is the mark of a good day. The night crew was scheduled to unload a large truck that had pulled in at around 10 p.m. Tonight, I had the absolute misfortune of not having any of my regular crew. Not all of it anyway. I had only one guy on the night crew who was a regular, and the rest were all subcontractors. Basically, when I can't get enough staff for the night, I have this company I can contact who will send people from their company to work for me on their behalf. I just pay a fee or whatever, and they handle all the wages and all of the paperwork and everything else. I promise, it's a lot less complicated than it sounds. What this means is, I have to do a lot more teaching, and my regular guy has to do a lot more commanding, which is a pain in the ass for the both of us. Anyways, I'm sitting in my office right around the time the truck is supposed to pull in. I start to hear the sounds of the unloading starting. The truck was backed up against the loading bay. You could hear the hiss of the hydraulic lift echoing throughout the whole place. It was impossible to miss. I took a glance at the clock. Right on time. I left them to it for a good while. I had paperwork and other stuff like that to finish up, and just wanted to get it done while I had some downtime. I think it must have been around midnight when I looked over at the clock again and decided to go and check on them. I walked down through the aisles all the way to the back loading dock. There is a large bay door there that is usually open when we are in the process of unloading something. Weirdly enough, it was shut when I went down. Didn't immediately strike me as odd though. They could have finished quickly for the first time in their lives, but sometimes they close it to block out the cold too. When I reached the loading dock, I noticed the truck door was slightly open. I guess the guys were still inside unloading the boxes, but there was something very wrong. I could not see anyone moving at all. No voices or any talking. No sounds of any crates being shifted or rolled. Just complete and utter silence. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The truck was completely pitch black on the inside. The only light at all was coming from the overhead lamps located in the warehouse. I thought it was just too dark to make anything out at first. As I stepped in further though, I realized that the entire truck was completely empty. Not as in the truck had been unloaded quickly, and that was the reason it was empty. It was barren, like nothing had been there in the first place. No boxes, no crates. There was not even a single pallet jack remaining. The truck was just completely hollow, and there was a bit of a mess inside. Like someone had spilled some kind of liquid and dropped pieces of packing peanuts, or something like that on the floor. Just a complete mess. I just stood there for a minute because I was really confused. I tried to piece things together. Where the fuck were my workers? And where is my fucking cargo? Why aren't they here? And where is the stuff? I can't lie to you. I was pissed almost immediately. After such a good day, we were going to end up way behind schedule because of some moron's idea of a funny prank. Fuck that. Someone's ass was about to be beaten. I turned to walk back to the warehouse when I heard something really strange. It was faint at first, just a small sound. It sounded like someone was breathing, but it was really slow and deliberate. It came from the far corner of the truck, tucked way back and hidden in the darkness. I stepped forward again. My heart was racing now. I was really nervous. I could barely see anything at all. When I reached the far end where it was dark, I noticed a shape in the darkness. There was something curled up right in the corner. At first, I thought it was maybe just a pile of equipment or tools or just something left out by one of the workers, but I realized very quickly that it was actually a person laying there. There was a guy just slumped over. His head was resting on his knees. His clothes were dirty and messed up, and he was wearing a faded company uniform. He was one of the night crew workers that I was looking for, my regular guy. I reached out for him and started to call out to him. I just said a quick hey and asked if he was okay. I was still a little pissed off, but I put it to one side, just in case he was seriously hurt and something had happened. He did not respond to me though. I stepped closer. I felt really uneasy for some reason. I almost choked on my own breath when I saw the blood. His hands were absolutely caked in blood, just covering them completely. There was a dark stain on his shirt too. Thank Christ he was still alive and that I had gotten to him in time. Just barely alive though. He was really messed up. His eyes were open, but his pupils were dilated and he could not focus them in any one direction. He looked in total shock and like he could not really comprehend what was going on around him. His skin was pale and his breathing was incredibly shallow. All I could mutter out was a Jesus Christ, and then I backed up and ran to the door of the truck to call for help. A few minutes later, some of the other guys from a different part of the warehouse came running down to the truck, shouting for an ambulance. They immediately started helping the man down. He was barely conscious by this point though. His hands were trembling, and when we tried to ask him what had happened, he did not really make much sense. Just kept mumbling to us that they were gone, everyone is all gone. We helped the guy into the office to try and get him to be as comfortable as possible as we waited for the ambulance to arrive. He did not say much more after his mumbling. I don't think he really had the strength to. When the paramedics arrived, they rushed him straight to the hospital at first sight of him. The whole scene seemed like it was over, but something really did not sit right with me. The other workers and I went back to the truck to try and figure out what happened, but the situation only seemed to get worse and worse. We opened the doors again, and this time, I saw it very clearly now that we had light. There were huge bloodstains all over the floor. Big, dark patches in the corners. It looked like someone or something had been dragged along the floor. Even stranger than that though, there were footprints on the floor in the blood. The really strange thing about the footprints, they did not belong to just one person at all. There were multiple sets of them. Not a single set looked like they belonged to any of the subcontractors that we had working for us that night. The prints were all muddy and wet, but there was no sign of any recent rain or snow that could have caused that. The footprints seemed to just lead into / from the truck, and then they abruptly disappeared, as if whoever had been walking in the truck had just up and vanished into thin air. I felt the hairs stand up on the back of my neck. What the fuck had happened in this truck? Who did these footprints belong to? And how did they end up in the truck in the first place? Where had the subcontractors gone? And where the fuck was our shipment? I could understand lazy workers thinking they could leave quietly and still get paid by their company, but for everything to just up and vanish. I did not get any answers that night at all. The police showed up and took a statement from me. They started asking all sorts of questions, but no one could find any trace of the guys. I called up the company I subcontracted the workers from, and they could not find any record of the names and details that I gave. The police think that they either had fakes or were assuming another company worker's identity to get work for them. The truck, the crew, the blood, none of it made any sense at all. A freak accident would maybe make sense, but the guy who was hospitalized, we could not get anything out of. I don't know if it was the stress or the shock or because of an injury, but he basically had a blank of the whole events. Too dark to see anything is basically all he could remember. I don't think anyone will go so far as to play a sick joke like this either. I took the cops with me into the warehouse to check on things and to pull up some security footage from my cameras for them to work with. I was hoping they picked up anything at all. Yeah, fuck no. The security footage was just gone, wiped clean. Or maybe not wiped, I'm not sure. Maybe the cameras were turned off. Either way, there was nothing. Every camera angle, every recording, all that day, nothing at all. There was no trace of the truck being unloaded, no record of anyone entering or leaving. Basically as if the whole night never happened, aside from the injuries. I have no idea what those workers would have to gain. There was nothing special in our regular shipments they could have wanted. At least, not that I think. And the footprints. Did we get a shipment meant for someone else? Were there, I don't know, people waiting in that truck? It sounds silly, but I'm honestly just throwing out anything I can think of. Help me out, X. What was the goal here? Hey, I hope you've enjoyed the story so far. If you do and you want to hear more, please leave a like and subscribe to my channel, and leave a comment down below, as it lets the algorithm know that you like my content and it promotes it to more people. My goal for the channel is to hit 50,000 subscribers, and we're closing in fast, so thank you, and back to the stories. Be me, many years ago, several hunters and family, go to hunting cabin. Place has huge forests with fields in between. Drive in fields for fun during day. One of the hunters tells me to take the ATV, tells me to check on the corn dispenser. Driving in fields during the day is fun. Now it's night, that is not fun. Don't want to be a pussy, so say yes. Drive out in the woods with the ATV. Lights on. Around the halfway mark to the dispenser. Stop ATV. I can hear something walking in the field. Sounds like a really big rat eating. The lights on the ATV are shit, so I can only see maybe 7 feet in front of me. It is pitch black, except for the 7 feet of light in front of the ATV. Can't see shit. Turn off engine to hear better. No noise. Fucking none. It got so quiet, my ears started ringing. Out of nowhere, I regain my hearing. Something is close to me. In the corner of my eye, I see something walking into the light of the ATV. It looks like a naked mole rat, only the size of a fucking dog. Its face was the worst part. I freeze and stare at this abomination that stands in front of me. It looks at me. The fucking eyes suck my soul out of me. Looks at me for 1 second or two, then walks out of the light. Start the ATV. Keep telling myself I was just hallucinating. I don't want to drive back and look like a pussy. Decide to keep driving to the dispenser. Keep telling myself I was just hallucinating. Drive really fucking fast. Get really close. Drive up on hill near dispenser. Turn off engine. Hear a similar sound as previously again. Sounds larger. Start thinking that the creature I saw previously was just a baby one. The sound gets closer. No longer one sound, but several now. The sounds are all around me. Start engine in panic mode. Speed the fuck away from there. Sounds of screeching behind me. Thank fucking Christ, it's a fast ATV. Never tell anyone what happened to me. Still hear the echoing sound of a rat eating in my head. This memory came back to say hi recently, and I thought some of you might enjoy reading it. Obligatory, I'm a mobile, so sorry if the formatting is weird blah blah blah, you know yourself. A bit of context. This one happened to me a bit over 2 years ago. I think about it every so often, and realize how bad this could really have gone. Pre-everything, I worked in a late night bar in the city, usually finishing up at about 3 or 4 AM depending on the night. Maybe a little later if the staff stopped up for drinks and chats afterwards. My house was across the river and up a steep hill on the north side, and was about a 10 to 15 minute walk in a little cul-de-sac at the very top of the monster hill. At the time, I also had a housemate that people confused me for all the time because we had similar looks. Both shaven heads, wore a lot of black, etc. Around this time, she'd been saying that she felt like she'd been followed by a guy who came into her work. She had like 3 different jobs at the time, so her schedule was all over the place. This is important later. Now, I know some of you will probably say I'm an idiot, and you will probably be right. But like many bartenders, I used to walk home all the time, usually by myself at these hours. The rent I was paying for my shitty room at the time was extortionate. It did not have storage or even a fucking door, as well as bills piling up, and I was trying to save whatever I could because I had been hemorrhaging money on taxis, and I'd walked home so many times without major incident that I figured I would be fine. I am not a very large or particularly fit person, so to say that the odds would not be in my favor in a physical fight would be an understatement. For work, I had this bottle opener / utility tool thing with a small blade on it for cutting the foil on top of bottles. Sometimes, on my walk home, I would hold it in my hand in my pocket to feel a bit safer. Anyway, this particular night, I locked up and set out home. The place was deserted. I crossed the river and started the trek up the hill. Walking alone at night kind of freaks me out a little, so I always used to power walk up the hill really fast. I would be exhausted and a ball of sweat afterwards, but I would be home. I got to the last stretch of the hill, which was a straight shot up to my place. It was a pretty poorly lit area, but I could still see the cars parked at the top. As I was walking up the hill, I saw what I thought was an animal on 4 legs scurry across the road, really low down to the ground and into my turnoff. I thought maybe it was a neighbor's dog and just kept walking. It scurried back out into the driveway across the road, then back into my cul-de-sac. At this point I'm like, oh hell nah, that was some weird looking dog, and I'm pretty sure it was wearing shoes. It was now in the turnoff I had to take to get home, and at this stage, I'm obviously like, that's not a fucking dog. So it was either wait around out on the street at 4 AM by myself and hope it went away, or try to make a run past this dude who'd been running around on all 4s in the dark. Being full of too much beer and not enough sense, I decided I would make a run for it. I would slap me too, but I can't take my own good advice. Remember the little utility knife I usually carried? Yeah, me neither. Scrambling around desperately in my pocket, I realized I'd forgotten it. Also, I have not broken pace at all, so I am literally just around the corner from the turnoff. I am already sweaty and shaky from the long climb, and just pretty fucking done. All I could find in my jacket was a bottle of perfume. One of those made out of chunky glass in the shape of a torso. I fish it out and hold it in my fist in case things take a turn for the worst. Use it as mace, you say? Nah, I'm going to break a fucking nose with this. I round the corner and there's nothing there. Empty path, not a peep, nothing. I figure maybe he was just on drugs or something and went for a run around in the field that led onto my lane. The gate was right by the corner. I walk on, my house 3 doors away, thinking I'm in the clear, when this dude literally just strides out of the shadows, straight towards me. I don't know how the fuck he managed to conceal himself so well, but it scared the shit out of me. I actually surprised myself, because I lunged at him, shouting, Jesus fucking Christ, swinging the thick bit of the bottle down in my fist towards his nose. It did not connect, because I think I scared the shit out of him too, because he saw a glint of something in my hand. He staggered just backwards and stared at me, goggle-eyed, just saying, over and over, looking like a deer in the headlights. I looked him in the face and said, "What the fuck, man?" and walked to my house, keeping an eye on him, but he just wandered off. I got inside and told my housemate what happened. She went white when I described him, as it matched very closely the description of the guy who had been stalking and making unwanted, romantic gestures toward her while she was at work. We reckoned that this was the same guy, and he must have been watching her from afar, but confused me for her, like everyone else, and thought it would be her coming home at that time. It makes my skin crawl to think we were being watched and tracked without either of us realizing. His reaction must have been when he realized he had the wrong mark, and I for one would happily smash his creepy face in with a perfume bottle. I was 7 and my brother was 5 when we spent the summer in the village with our grandmother. Technically, she was our great-grandmother, but she was lively and cheerful. She kept pigs and other animals and did not keep a close eye on us. We were free to entertain ourselves, with the only rule being that we could not leave the yard, but we had plenty of fun in the yard. There was a large dog that had a kennel, and its chain allowed it to roam the yard. At first, we amused ourselves by teasing it, running just out of reach. The dog would bark, but eventually, it grew used to us and became calm. We could hug it, pet it, and even feed it. Grandma was fine with that. One of the best parts of the day was the evening gatherings outside the yard. There was a bench just beyond the fence where, after finishing their chores, Grandma's friends would sit. They would chat, gossip, and enjoy the last rays of the setting sun. My brother and I were allowed to wander along the road at this time, running after street dogs or poking sticks through puddles. These evening walks were our favorite because the street offered more entertainment than the yard. So, as soon as it started to get dark, we would beg Grandma, "Let's go for a walk." One evening, we wandered a little further down the road. After 3 houses, the road turned right, becoming a dirt path that led out of the village. Before the bend, we saw a house. It looked just like any other, except its windows were boarded up and the garden was overrun with weeds. We did not get too close, but Grandma called us back, and we returned to the yard. Later that night, we lay in bed, discussing the mysterious house. It seemed strange, and we decided we would find out more about it. The next morning, we decided to explore the house, ignoring Grandma's rule. We sneaked out the gate, sure Grandma would not notice. We made our way to the house and climbed over its low fence. During the day, the house seemed normal. The windows were boarded up, and the door was locked. There was nothing particularly frightening. We walked around, the overgrown grass swaying in the warm breeze. The air smelled of dust, birds chirped nearby, and the voices of people could be heard from the road. Everything seemed peaceful. After walking around for a bit, we were about to leave, when my brother said, "I need to go to the toilet." "Just go here," I suggested. "No, I can't." "What's the difference?" I asked. There was a toilet behind the house, so my brother went there. I thought he was foolish for not just going in the grass, but I waited for him. After a few minutes, I decided to make another loop around the house. I tried to peer through a boarded-up window, but it was dark inside, and I could not see anything. Getting impatient, I went to the toilet. I opened the door, but my brother was not there. Annoyed, I started walking home, thinking he'd left without me. An old woman was feeding the dog in the yard, so I asked her where my brother was. She replied, "He was just here." That confused me, since I had just been there too. I checked our room, but he was not there. I walked around the yard again, asking the old lady about my brother. She snapped at me, saying that she was not playing hide and seek. Then, a horrible thought struck me. What if my brother had fallen into the toilet pit? I had not checked properly. I ran back to the house, imagining him drowning in the muck. I opened the door to the toilet and peered inside. There was nothing, just dry earth. No muck, no puddles, just hard, dry dirt. I prodded it with a stick. There was no way anyone could fall through. Confused, I did not know what to do. Telling Grandma seemed pointless. Where could my brother have gone? There was no way he could have slipped past me. There was nowhere else for him to turn. I climbed over the fence and headed home. As I approached the gate, I saw people running toward me, one man carrying something big. As I got closer, I realized it was my brother, his shirt torn, blood on his shoulder. Grandma ran out, crying, and they took him inside. The man explained that he had found my brother near his house. My brother grabbed my hand and whispered, "Am I alive?" I assured him he was, but he kept asking, "Are you sure?" Everyone heard him, and I answered, "Yes, I am sure." The crowd dispersed. My brother had a scraped shoulder, and his clothes were torn, but other than that, he seemed fine. Grandma, not noticing his strange behavior, told me to wash up and left. We were left alone. My brother looked at me, and after a long silence, asked again, "Am I alive?" I was irritated. "Yes, you're alive. What is wrong with you?" He repeated the question. "Oh, you sure I'm alive?" I could not handle it. I gave him a new shirt and collapsed on my bed. We did not talk about it again, but I decided to leave everything for later. The next morning, my mother surprised me by waking me up. I was happy to see her, even though she was not supposed to be here yet. But something was off. She was distant and told me to get dressed and get into the car. When I went outside, my father and others were in the yard. I said hello to my father, and he patted me on the head, telling me to get in the car. Everything felt strange, and I could tell something had happened, but I did not understand what. That's when I saw Grandma. She was crying. Later, I realized, through bits of conversation, that no one had brought my brother back. He had simply vanished. I never saw him again, and I never returned to the village. But lately, I found myself thinking about that house more and more, and I want to go back there. Be me, an 8-year-old kid in the 90s, at a friend's house after school. Friend's family has an extensive VHS collection. We are going through them, trying to find a movie to watch. Friend gets called upstairs by his dad. Dad was a bit of a hard ass. I think he was in trouble for something. Continue going through VHS tapes. Finally find one I want to watch. I think it was one of the Ernest movies, lol. Except the tape inside does not match the cover. It's missing the label with the movie title. Put it in the VCR. It's a home movie. Looks like they must have set up a tripod in the doorway of the living room because you can see the whole room in a wide shot. Dad and Mom are sitting on the couch, spaced apart. Friend and his sister are each in a chair, opposite them. Wait 30 seconds to happen. Nothing does. Press fast forward. They are literally just sitting there, not even talking or moving. Get the feeling there is something weird and fucked up about this. Hear my friend coming downstairs. Quickly eject the tape and put it back. Never ask him about it. He moves away. Still think about this sometimes. Not that creepy, but just unsettling. 6 years old. Parents at work. At home with babysitter. We live in a really remote area of rural Ohio. Live right near a park. Why don't we go for a walk in the park and on? Okay. We go out for a walk in the park. Really misty out on this particular day. She decides to bring some food. We have a small picnic. Pack the stuff up and go for a walk in the woods nearby the park. It's all public property, so there is a path and whatnot. See a small offshoot of the path. Decide to take it because why not? On the path. It goes right by a large pipe. Maybe for sewage or something. I'm not really sure. The pipe has a grate over it. We see this old, Raggedy Ann doll inside. We run past it because babysitter is a pussy. Not really that creepy, but it's always made me uncomfortable remembering it, since there were crisscrossed iron bars on the pipe. So it's not like someone walking on the path just put it in there. Someone must have crawled through the pipe from its actual opening and placed it there, and then crawled back. be me. I work as a night security guard. I work at a mostly empty industrial park. It's honestly kind of a shitty job. Really boring, but it gets the bills paid. I spend most of my shifts walking around the perimeter, just checking for break-ins and looters or anything out of the ordinary, anything that does not look right. Luckily for me, not much really happens out here. The money is good at least, and it's usually dead quiet. Perfect for getting in some extra sleep in between rounds patrolling. There is this one specific building in this complex. It's an old, abandoned warehouse style type of thing that is located at the far end of the complex. It has been here the entire time I've worked the job. Weirdly, it is not even a part of my patrol route. I have never been briefed on it, but also never been told specifically to avoid it either. It just kinda goes unmentioned, I guess. I have always given it a wide berth on my rounds. Figured if they wanted it checking, they would have told me so directly. Plus, it saves me putting in extra effort, so I've never been inside. Call me lazy if you want to. To tell the truth, it has always given me a weird feeling when walking anywhere near it. Does not help that I've heard lots of rumors from other guards about what used to be stored in that place. People who used to work the same job, other guards around town. You get to know people in the industry and make friends with them. That's what I've always found anyway. The general tale, I am told, is that the place was used as a front for some seriously shady stuff quite a few years ago. They say that one day, they just randomly stopped using it, and that was it. I genuinely could not tell whether it was meant to be like a spooky campfire tale or whatever. Either way, I avoided it for reasons I previously mentioned. This particular night, around a week ago. It was a Wednesday, around 11 p.m.-ish, I want to say. I'm over at the back end of the complex, walking the usual route, checking doors, scanning cameras. My flashlight flickers off for a second or two. No big deal, it happens sometimes. I always figured it was electrical interference or something of the like. Anyway, I stop for a second and it comes back on. But, as I am waiting, I happen to see something up above me. Through the half-lit windows of the warehouse that my flashlight just came back on and hit. It looked like something moving. Looked like just a shadow at first, but there was very clearly something there. A figure of some sort. I saw it move again. I'm not a rookie or new to the job. I've been working in security more than long enough to know when something major is up. I know how to keep to myself and keep myself safe and when not to do things. This was one of those times. Play it safe, report it, and just fulfill my regular duties. I felt like I needed to check though. I had a nagging feeling that would not go away. I walked over to it. As I was approaching, I could see my still flicked on flashlight beam reflecting off of something inside the place. Something metallic. The door was half open, just cracked ever so slightly. Just wide enough for the average built person to slip through. I had never really gotten close enough to check before, but I could have sworn this door was supposed to be sealed shut. I just stood, staring for a moment, thinking about what to do. Why was it not locked? Hell, why was it not even shut all the way? I kind of went back and forth with myself in my head, over and over. I should just report it and leave it. But then again, this is exactly what I am paid for. There could easily be someone who had broken in and doing who knows what in there. Besides, it's not like I had anything to do aside from walk around the same route again and again and then go and sit on my ass and fall asleep. I relented and decided to at least peer inside. I pushed the door open and immediately I was hit by a horrible smell. It's like a mix of damp concrete, rust, and something else. Something rotten almost. Sour. It made me want to vomit right then and there. I took a step in and tried to scope the place out with my flashlight. There were abandoned shelves, barely holding together. Lots of broken glass littering the floor and bits of furniture tossed everywhere. It did not immediately look like anyone had been here. Nothing initially struck me as out of place. Then I heard a noise. A soft one, only just audible. Sounded like it was coming from further into the building. Like footsteps, but more like shuffling or something. Not full steps. Like someone was trying to be silent intentionally. Fuck's sake. Someone was definitely hiding out in here. Whether a homeless dude, a druggie, or some idiot kid, it just made my job way harder. I was gonna have to go in and kick them out, and then file a report to my boss. I kept going forward into the building. I tried to almost creep through. Not the best idea, but if it turned out to be some crazy fucker with a knife, yeah, I would rather get the jump on them and risk scaring the life out of some teenage kid. Would serve them right anyway. I did have a weird gut feeling though, the kind you develop after working this job for a long time. I did not really want to go any further. Then I caught something with my flashlight. It caught something tucked away in the corner of the room. Some weird piece of equipment. Not something that I really recognized. It was like an old, rusty barrel with tubes and wires hanging off of it. Did not look like something that really belonged here. At least, I've never seen anything like it in a warehouse before. Like, I cannot stress enough how odd this shit looked. Made me think that maybe all the rumors I was told were true. But if so, what the fuck was this for? There's also this weird, low hum coming from it. I thought I was imagining it, but I definitely heard it. I moved closer to press my ear closer to it. But then I spotted something else lying on the floor. What looked like a man, I think. He is slumped over in front of a barrel. His back is facing me. I can't hear any breathing. He is only just visible in the darkness. I called out to him. No response. I kind of expected it. I have a really horrible feeling now. I am thinking this is the guy I saw in the window and that he had hurt himself or something like that. I took another step closer and my boots end up crunching something on the floor. A glass shard or a metal shard. That alone would have made me shit my pants with how tense the moment was. But the man, he jerks at the sound. His head snaps around to face me in an instant. But that was not all. This guy, he was fucking dead, very clearly. What gave it away? The fact that he is fucking decaying. The skin on his face is falling off in patches and it looked like someone or something had gnawed at the flesh on his cheek. Bone was starting to show. His clothes are tatters, but his eyes are wide open, bloodshot. The veins are bulging in them. His mouth is just hanging open, like he was gasping for air or something, but there is no breathing or noise. I am wondering, how the fuck did he snap around? Did I knock him when I stepped forward? Did I do it when I panicked at the crunching noise and the fright made me not remember? That's not all. There was something attached to his back. A weird mess of wires and tubes snaking into his body. There was some kind of metal contraption that dug in down his back and into his spine too. The tubes were empty when I saw them, but what the fuck? Like some kind of medical experiment gone wrong. I checked the wires. He was hooked up to something. That weird piece of equipment, the humming one. That is where the wires led to. At this point, I had no idea what to think or what I was even looking at. I noticed his body kind of twitching ever so slightly as the equipment hummed. I said fuck this and decided it was time to let someone with more authority sort this shit out. I left just as quickly as I entered. Went straight out and finish my shift without moving. I did not even do the rest of my rounds. I tried to call up my boss, but he did not answer, so I assumed he was asleep. When I managed to get in contact with him the next day, he told me that the company would ensure that there was a thorough investigation and to leave it to them. They gave me a few days off. Nah, I am not stupid. I called the police straight after. Whatever the fuck was going on in there, none of it is being pinned on me. That shit was nothing to do with my shift. The officer on the phone, I could tell by his tone, he was a little sketched out. They still said they'd send an officer over to check it out and speak with my boss. I went back into work after maybe 3 days off. My boss called me in and told me I was being let go. Did not give an explanation. Just told me I wasn't living up to the high standards of the company. Bull fucking shit. It did not matter to me. Like I say, I've worked in this industry a long time, so it did not take long for a friend of mine to offer me another gig. They probably just wanted to sweep whatever I found under the rug to protect their reputation. Assholes probably decided to blame it all on me for someone breaking in and dying. One of the scary instances that happened to me. Apologize for being pre-funds, so no funds in this one. B20-something. Metalhead, with metalhead friends. NorCal East Bay area, before everything went to complete shit in that state. We all liked to party, and being in the Tri-Valley area, there was fuck all to do. We made things interesting now and then, and would find weird spots to get fucked up. One night, bored of getting fucked up at bro's house, decided to go somewhere and get shit-faced. One metalhead bro says he knows of an abandoned mine out on Tesla Road. We all agree, gather up bros and broettes, about 8 of us, grab beers, weed, flashlights, and head out. Drive up in the hills. Area around the Altamont Pass is always windy. Always. That's why there's so many windmills. Fucking wind howling that night. Brush and scraggly trees being bent this way and that. Blasting Slayer, Megadeth, Metallica as we drive. Takes a good half hour to get to the destination. Pick related. Park cars here. Pile out. Metal bro says no flashlights, as it is private property, and the light will be seen. Hop the gate, and start walking between the hills. Shit is creepy out here. Wind howling between the brown grassy mounds. Clouds making flickering shadows. Light alternating between bright to dark as they rip across the sky. Exit between 2 hills, and a rolling valley opens up. Way off in the distance is the only man-made light from a distant building. Walk along a dirt path that rounds to the right, about half a mile of walking. What the fuck, metal bro? You didn't say we'd have to walk this fucking far. Lazy asses. Distinct feeling of isolation, and can literally feel the distance between where we're at and where the cars are parked. Fuck. Hope nothing happens. As we round a bend, a pit opens up down the path, with old mine trailings piled up. Face of a large hill is scarred from early 1900s mining operations. Old abandoned equipment stands alone in the pit where the trailing are. Metal bro says nope. Entrance we need is up the face of it. Walk up a narrow path above the pit. When we get up to the top of the trail, Metal bro points. That's our entrance. What the fuck? Tiny opening we have to crawl for to get inside the mine. Everyone including bitches crawling in. I follow. Flashlights on. Big cave with tons of graffiti inside. Empty beers everywhere. Towards the back, 2 paths lead out of the main chamber. One to the left and one to the right. Right side is a vertical descent straight down. Old wooden ladder with broken rungs. Left side is another large opening with a narrow trail around the circumference. Middle is filled with debris that slopes down into a pit on one side, like an antlion pit. Proceeded to get shit-faced. Beers drank, weed smoked. Maybe 45 minutes pass. Having good time. Hear noise. Not from entrance. from deeper inside the cave. Fuck, what was that? Everyone looking at each other nervously. Silence descends. Mood goes from party central to stone cold sober. Hear another noise. Two brave or stupid bros decide they were going to look. Okay, have fun with that. Can't go down ladder. No fucking way to. Would be suicide for sure. They go the left path. Watch as the two idiots walk the narrow path around the antlion pit. Their flashlights disappear. As they reach the far side and continue on into another part of the mine, rest of us are silent, looking at each other. Moaning noise. Not even remotely human. It came from the vertical shaft. Almost positive. Cave with previously still air suddenly has movement. Can feel a very slight, very cold breeze. Can hear bros coming back, fast. More noises heard. Not just the noise of bros' shoes as they were coming back, but other noises. Like something moving, following after them. Oh, fuck this shit. Bros say, get the fuck out. Cramming through tiny opening to get back outside. Wind screaming, clouds covering most of the sky, hardly any light. All of us are out. We're running back down the road. Look behind. Something shadowy emerges from the mine entrance. Jesus fuck. We are all running as fast as we can. The lights in the building, way in the distance, are off now. Car can be seen on the road where the building is, headed towards us, moving slowly but with purpose. We round the hill, hop the gate, and get in the cars, firing up the engines. Something is there, between the hills, away back from the gate. Holy shit, drive. Can see soft glow as the headlights from the vehicle that was driving up the path start to illuminate the side of the hill. Dark thing. Looks like it turns its head towards the direction the vehicle is coming, then darts up the right side of the hill into the darkness. Fucking haul ass out of there. No music on the way back. We are all silent. Bitches are shaking and almost in tears. Get back to bro's house. We all just look at each other for a few minutes, then call it a night. To this day, we don't know what it was, why it was chasing us. We never went back to that place again. I still think of that night, whenever the clouds are tearing across the sky in front of the moon. This is the second time I'm sharing this experience with anyone besides my partner. First time was a couple years back on this very board. Although the thread was moving so fast, I doubt anyone read it. I know the premise reads like a bad creepypasta, and doesn't hold up to the slightest amount of scrutiny. Nevertheless, I am fully convinced I did not dream or hallucinate this after corroborating the event with my uncle after the fact. If you are capable of suspending your disbelief, I hope you all find this story interesting. It mystifies me to this day. Be me, around 10 or 11 years old, on a vacation to Oak Island, North Carolina with my parents, siblings, grandparents, and uncle. One of the days we were there, we pile into our cars to catch a ride on the ferry off the island. If I recall, the destination was some adjacent island that had an aquarium. My parents and siblings are riding together. Chose to ride with grandparents and uncle, cause my uncle is one cool hombre. We're just riding along, early-ish in the day, summer sun shining bright. I believe we were trailing close behind my parents for the duration of the drive. Everything is normal. We're nearing the ferry checkpoint, just one less town we gotta drive through. I remember the town looking almost stereotypical, like a piece of preserved Americana, an antique of a town. Been over a decade now, so the imagery is spotty, but I distinctly remember a blue frilly decoration tied up near the entrance of the town. Cars line both sides of what could be considered Main Street. Cafes, various random businesses, nice houses every so often. The first weird thing I noticed was one such cafe. Catch a glimpse through the window of people, except they weren't moving. Weird. Then a lady walking her dog, both completely frozen like mannequins. Next, a man working on his truck with a hose in one of his hands, completely frozen except for the hose which was still running water. Eventually, we reached the checkpoint. The day resumes as normal. For the entire duration of the ride, and the rest of the day after that, nobody mentioned anything about the town that we just rode through. Even as I was witnessing it, I felt a strange sense and did not attempt to speak, to ask if anybody else was seeing this and what was happening. Oddly, didn't think about it much after. If I did, I chalked it up to a dream or imagination, since nobody mentioned it to me at the time or after. Many years later, hanging out with my uncle like usual, he's dicking around on the computer. Out of nowhere, he asked me, "Hey, Josh, do you remember the mannequin town?" Shit breaks, and feel like a weight has been lifted off me. We start discussing it with each other. One of us will bring up some random detail that was buried in our minds, and it instantly clicks like, oh shit, I do remember that. How could I have forgotten? We both recount that strange sensation of not wanting to talk about it as it was happening, and how weird it was that we just sat there and witnessed it like it was normal. It was pretty clear. He was pretty happy to finally talk about it, just like I was, just to know we're not crazy. Now every couple of years, one of us will bring it up again, like, you still remember Mannequin Town? That was wild. I think to make sure it really did happen, Lamau. So yeah, weird dealia. Dunno if we drove through some pocket dimension, or if we had a simultaneous, impromptu acid trip. Either way, that's really the only super strange thing I've ever experienced in my life. Did some cursory digging over the years, and never found any explanation, or even similar stories about Mannequin Town. Hey X, I have some OC I can contribute. It's not the craziest shit here, nor am I a gifted storyteller, but it is a true story of something that happened to me almost 10 years ago, and this will be my first time posting it anywhere. Summer 2010, I'm 18 and a prick about it. Rural Ontario, Canada. Fuck all to do. Hanging with GF at the time and her friend. For simplicity, we'll refer to GF as GF, and her friend as AC. It's nearly 1 in the morning. GF and AC are looking up spooky places. Hey Anon, this one's actually not far. We should go there right now. My face when, it's an hour-and-a-half drive from here. Be impulsive and agree to drive there. Me and GF in front, AC in back. For context, the place we were going is a small stretch of road that runs up the Niagara encampment on the outskirts of Burlington, known as the Magnetic Hill. Story is, if you put your car in neutral at the bottom of a certain hill on that road, it will slowly roll uphill from a dead stop, and if you spread a powder on your rear bumper, you will see finger impressions as though the car was pushed. I guess that due to the sharp corners and steep drop-offs, several people have died on this road, and there are many accounts of everything from paranormal activity to UFO sightings. I looked more into this after the fact. The night we went there, I only knew it was supposed to be haunted, and a spooky ghost might strong-arm my heavy old car up a hill. Get stuck listening to 2000s pop music, and autistic screeching from backseat the entire drive. Arrive pissed. Get to hill. Do the thing. Car barely moves an inch. No fingerprints. No happenings. Nothing at all. Waste of a night and half a tank of gas. What a joke. Light cig, and loudly proclaim this. Continue driving up the narrow winding road. Start saying shit to egg ghosts on out the window. Literally daring any presence to make a move. Throw a cigarette butt out window like a dick. In hindsight, I think that's what did it. A little about this car. I paid $250 for it. One of the many features that come with a $250 car, aside from having to start it with a screwdriver because a crackhead stole it, was that it didn't have a headliner. Turns out, they're not just there to look pretty, but also act as a sound deadener, so whenever anything touched that roof, you'd hear it loud and clear inside. Throw butt out window. Don't make it another 50 feet down the road when something knocks on the roof of the car. I mean a very loud, very distinct, and evenly spaced anybody home type of knock knock knock. This wasn't something that could be explained away by an acorn bouncing off or some shit. AC fucking loses it. lets loose the squeal of 1,000 hogs. GF white with fear, wide-eyed, trying to look in all directions at once. I step on the gas, desperately checking my mirrors for something bouncing off the road that might explain it. Nothing there. Suddenly hear rubbing and grinding loudly, as if someone is wedged up in the back of the passenger wheel well. Had to be the farthest one. Stop car and get out. Check everything. Look under the car, behind the tire. Nothing there. Notice that other than the engine idling, it was dead quiet. Same as other anons have described. No wind, and not a single living thing making noise, like the woods cats when there's a predator nearby. Start driving and noise is now gone. All occupants of the vehicle agree it's time to turn around. Make it around a couple of bends and the noise is back, but now I can feel it, so stop to check again. Fuck me, it's flat. Pick related, we brought a camera. Last thing I needed. GF and AC are losing their shit in the least helpful way possible. Not staying on this fucking road, I drive on the flat anyway. Close to the end of the road was a park, with a small parking area and couple streetlights. Decide I'll change the tire here. Get to the park. Every lug nut is seized to the hub. Shitty car jack handle can't get the leverage I need to crack them loose. See the first of a car all night. Try to wave them down, but they floor it. Literally peel their tires to get away from us. All of us start hearing things across the park or in the trees. Feel like we are being watched. Decide fuck the tire and the rim. We are leaving now. Drive and don't stop until we are well off that road. Be current year. Reading greentext stories on X and remember this. Check these pictures for the first time in years. Realize they were taken at 3:36 a.m. My face when, the witching hour. My face when, the knock and flat likely occurred at right around 3:22 a.m. That's pretty much it for the paranormal part. I will say, the lug nuts being seized was strange to me. I know my way around cars, and I use a torque wrench when I do my tires. The rest of the night and morning was pretty stupid too, and involved catching the night security at a Mercedes dealer, playing COD 4 online at the main display in the showroom, but nothing paranormal. Pick related is what I took of the park, but I couldn't see anything too odd about it. I don't know if I've posted this before, but this is my first true spook story. I've had shit like sleep paralysis, but I always knew it was a hallucination, sort of this. I don't know about this though. I'm Canadian. It is about 2014, and I live in Scarborough. Best friend lives on a really old forested street. I am at his house. There were 2 girls over. We had been double dating these 2 girls, but I soon realized it was not my thing. Told my friend that I had no intention of making out with this girl, and that bruh, please do not leave me alone with her. Ends up making out with her friend in his washroom. Shit, I'm left alone. The Island was playing. I try to make small talk about the movie and keep things PG. Soon I realize I have to escape. It's about 3 o'clock. Text my friend and he's like, shit, sorry, and he manages to escape washroom. To be fair, while I cock-blocked him, he wasn't into that girl either. Make up BS about how I have to be at work, and that I'm fairly conservative and take my time. Friend backs this up. I leave. I've only had a few glasses of whiskey and I'm fine. Walking down the street. It's dark as fuck. I've been out here many times, so I am okay. I hear faint giggles in the distance, though the street seems dead empty. At the end of the road, there is a house with a row of densely packed trees and a long, gated fence. I see a large, white orb / sphere floating in a pattern between the trees. Spooked the fuck out, I call out. Is someone fucking with me? I pick up a piece of sharp wood lying in a ditch and continue down the road. There is nothing in front of this house, and I couldn't fathom how anything could have gotten that high up near the trees and fence. Have no idea what I saw. Street seemed dead silent, other than that giggle, and no one was around. Creeped me out. I have a few paranormal stories, mainly campfire story kind of stuff. Spooky, but probably has an explanation. and while I'm a bit of a skeptic, I did live in a house I would call haunted because of a few unexplainable things. The house was built in the 20s. No known deaths or anything crazy in its history, but I would definitely say it was haunted. Quite a few weird bumps and doors open that were left closed, but I'll post the notable things. Be me, watching house while family on vacation. Go upstairs. There is a circular wooden staircase in the corner of the house, leading to a central hallway. The upstairs rooms are around. The master bed and 2 bedrooms, connected by a bathroom. I'm staying in one. As I go upstairs, switch the stair light off and the hall light on. Halfway down hallway, hear the switches physically click behind me. Now the stairs light is on, and I'm halfway down the hallway in the dark. Nope. Head back to switches, and turn them back to the position they were in. Hear running water in wall, and faucet turn on in master bedroom. Nope too, nope harder. Grab pistol from car and search house, all closets, etc. Attic access in furnished 3rd floor is open. Small space. Nothing in there or out of place. Move furniture in front of access door. Arm alarm. Sleep in car that night, because fuck that. Another time. Living in garage apartment in college. Get on Skype on Xbox One Connect to connect with some buddies who've moved away before playing Vidya. Testing Skype on Connect. Has a cool function where the camera zoom will follow your upper body/face if you get up and walk around. It's cool, so I enable it. In call with buddies. Camera keeps switching from me and tracking nothing, zooming into random places, and sometimes slowly panning the room behind me. This happened a few times. This shouldn't have happened, because when it did, I was seated in front of the camera, so it should be tracking me. Buddies know about the house and make haunted house jokes. We only lived in the house for a few years. The next owners demolished it. Nothing spooky. Rich people next door bought it slowly to add its plot of land to theirs. They also bought one other house while we were living there, whose property touched theirs, that they demolished and built an addition on. Plenty of other things happened, but were more explainable, like opening doors or creaky floor in the attic. Only one other story is a dream I had, but that is pretty subjective. I greentext it for giggles. Be in garage apartment. Be dreaming, but not knowing I'm dreaming. Get out of bed. The room is dark. Not just dark, but like high contrast dark. Like moonlight indoors in a black and white film. I didn't really process this in the dream, but did when I woke up. Hit light switch. Light doesn't come on. Must be the breaker. I don't know where it is, but it's somewhere around the garage. Walk downstairs and into backyard. Backyard is different. Where some patio furniture we had put with stones and a pergola instead had a bit of shed there, mostly enclosed on 3 sides, more of a lean-to, with some miscellaneous tables and stuff. Walk inside, looking for Beaker. Hear the sound of the heater kicking on. Wait, doesn't that mean the power is on? Wake up in bed at like 2 a.m. It was a dream. Incredibly lucid, and I woke up with a photographic memory of it. Weird dream, but I wouldn't really include it in the haunted house story, but it stuck with me. I have something to share with you, X. Something that I'm not even fully sure what the fuck was going on myself, if I'm being completely honest. I have some ideas, but I need you to help me out. Be me. I work security at a storage facility just on the outskirts of my town. Just your standard place that you would expect, nothing too fancy. Rows and rows of orange roll-up doors, chain link fences, keypads for entry to each unit. We have probably around 300 or so units in total for us to rent out and manage. We had anything ranging from tiny 5x5s to full garage-sized spaces for people needing that kind of space. The rental price obviously varied depending on the size too. Thankfully, it was not my job to worry about all of that shit. Most of the time, it was just a quiet job. I would walk the perimeter, check the gate logs from time to time, check security cameras. Had to make sure people came back out again, because by law, people are not allowed to sleep in their storage units, and we can accrue massive fines from the state, and even get shut down if it happens multiple times. Now, because of privacy laws and whatnot, we only have exterior security cameras installed, so we can't watch the inside of the units, but they cover absolutely everywhere. Nothing can get in or out without us knowing. Renters are allowed to install their own personal security cameras if they want to for personal use, just for peace of mind. Nothing high-tech though, they can't install wires and shit, usually just cheap, wireless pieces of shit. Anyway, it wasn't anything glamorous, or even high-paying really, but I really like the quiet. I like being in my own thoughts, and just getting shit done alone. I usually worked the overnight shift, as the pay was ever so slightly better, and I could get more work because a lot of people did not want to do that shit, because they had families or whatever. I was single at the time, so it worked out well for me. Most nights, I would not see another soul. You would occasionally have people stopping by to grab things from their units, but it was quite rare, if I'm being honest. It was usually just me, a flashlight, and the occasional raccoon or something like that. Anyway, so this was maybe 4 weeks ago or so now that this happened. I can't recall exactly. We got a brand new tenant. Some middle-aged guy. Clean cut. Just your average guy. Nothing unique about his appearance. He drove a grey Honda Civic. He said his name was Greg, I think. Paid 3 months' rent in cash up front. Seems we had a high roller on our hands. He rented out one of the larger units that we had on offer. Unit C14, I think, was the one, which doesn't really mean much to you. It just relates to the layout of the place. Basically, it was just tucked in a corner of the far row. Nothing struck me as unusual about him. People rented for all kinds of reasons, so you end up seeing it all really. Some are for business, people storing things in between moves. You sometimes even get these crazy hoarders. I mean, hey, as long as they are paying and causing no trouble, right? What did end up becoming especially strange to me about this guy was just how often he would stop by to check on his unit. I mean, it was bordering on obsession. He would just keep coming by and checking and checking. He would check for the day, but he would also come by at night too. I first noticed it when I checked the keypad logs one night. Just a routine check. Every night, between around 2 AM and 3 AM, his code was registered as being input to enter the gate. I saw him once or twice, but a lot of times, I would just straight up miss him. The logs were always clear. He was there at that time almost every night for a week straight. It was always at that same time in the dead of the night, and he would always stay around for around an hour at a time. But then, one night, I managed to catch him as he was going in, or while he was already in his unit, rather. It was around 2:30 AM, I think. I was just doing my usual rounds, when I saw something strange. I saw a light. We don't allow lights to be set up inside units. It's a fire hazard issue, and we have it in our policy because we would just rather not take the chance. But yeah, this was not a flashlight. That would of course be fine. I could see a dim, flickering glow spilling out from underneath the door of his fucking unit. I did not really want to waste my energy interacting with this dude, but he left me with no choice. I walked over and did a light knock on the door. I did not want to make him jump out of his skin. Silence. No answer. Then, the light that I could see from under the door went out. I knocked again, way harder this time. I called out to him to get his attention. I told him it was security checking up on him. I shouted and reminded him that any kind of lighting or electrical wiring like that set up was not allowed. I still did not get any answer from the guy inside. I stood there for a moment with my hand on the lock, debating whether I should knock again or say fuck it and use the master key to let myself in. Technically, I was not allowed to let myself into these units unless there was an emergency, or I was authorized by my boss to do some kind of inspection. I don't know though, something just did not sit right with me. I suppose technically it was an emergency because policy was being broken and this guy could be hurt. Yeah, Very flimsy reasoning that I'm sure would have bitten me in the ass, but I was not thinking too deeply about it at that moment. I decided to give in to my brain and left him for the night. Decided to just make a log of the incident in the system, and that way, my ass would be covered, and if he did it again, I would have actual cause to let myself in. So, I came back the next day for my shift. I was doing my routine checks and just checking footage from the previous night. I found something pretty weird. The camera showed Greg arriving at around 2:06 a.m. He parked his Civic outside the gate and then walked in on foot. He walked straight to his unit. But here is the thing. This motherfucker never left last night. At least, there was nothing on cameras showing him leaving. No footage of him exiting the unit. No footage of his car pulling away. Nothing like that at all. I thought surely this must be a glitch. I checked different angles and footage from different cameras. Nope. He walks in, disappears into his unit, and then nothing at all. Just nothing. If this fucker was sleeping in there, I was not going to be happy. Well, I suppose I had actual cause to check his unit now. I was going to give Greg the surprise of his life. So, that night was when I decided to open up the unit. Around the same time Greg would usually arrive actually. I had the master keys. I gave another knock to see if he was in there, and I logged it in the system as potential suspicious activity / breaking a policy. I opened the door and immediately smelled something strange. Not rot. Not at first anyway. It was more chemical, like antiseptic mixed with metal. A coppery tang that made the back of my throat tighten. The air inside felt heavier somehow. I had to raise my flashlight because I could barely see shit. That is when I saw it. The entire interior was completely transformed from what it used to be. Nothing like a storage unit anymore. All 4 walls were lined top to bottom with reflective silver mylar sheets, the kind used in insulation or survival blankets. The floor was covered in thick, heavy-duty plastic tarp. It was laid out perfectly smooth, not a wrinkle in sight, like someone had taken their time with it. No dust, no debris, just pristine plastic underfoot, like a clean room or a kill room. And at the very back, the entire wall was concealed behind a large blue tarp, industrial grade, duct taped into place in a rough square, a makeshift wall. It bulged slightly at the bottom, like something was pressing against it from the other side. Scattered around the unit were strange pieces of equipment. None of it really made sense to me. A small gas generator sat near the entrance. It was switched off, but reeked of old fuel. Wires ran from it across the floor in looping, tangled veins. Some led to a bank of car batteries lashed together with jumper cables. Others disappeared beneath the blue tarp. There was a short metal table off to the left. On it sat a device I did not recognize, like something between a pressure cooker and an autoclave. It was old and scorched, like it had been modified by someone. Tubes ran from it into jars filled with murky liquid. One had something floating inside it, something small, fleshy. I did not get close enough to see what it was. On the floor in the center of the unit was a spiral-bound notebook. It was open. Pages were curled and stained. I crouched down. I tried my best not to knock or disturb anything. The pages were filled with line after line of numbers, timestamps maybe. Some were followed by dates, others by symbols. The symbols were like circles with lines through them, triangles nested inside squares, things I did not recognize, meant nothing to me at all. But the last entry was different. The writing was jagged, scrawled, like it had been written in a hurry. It just said, "If this works, I will see her again." That is when I heard it, a sound from behind the blue tarp, like something twitching or scraping, like metal on concrete. It happened once every so often, it was not constant. I nearly dropped nuclear-grade bricks inside my pants. I called out a hello, thinking that maybe Greg was actually still in there, sleeping maybe. No answer. The tarp just twitched a little, a slight movement near the bottom, as if someone had brushed against it. And that is when I saw it. A foot, pale and bare, just visible under the edge of the tarp, motionless, toes curled slightly inward, like whoever it belonged to had been standing still for a long time. Something was wrong with it. The skin did not look right. Too smooth, almost waxy. No hair, no dirt, just white, veined and wet looking. Then I heard something else. It sounded like maybe a breath. It came from behind the tarp, and it was followed by a low, electrical click. A sound like an old hard drive spinning up, then followed by a tone, like a shortwave frequency blip. I had enough. I was not paid enough for whatever the fuck this was. We obviously had an obsessive loony who decided a storage unit was the best place for a high school science project, and that he bought some creepy doll or whatever to do testing on. I was just gonna call up my boss and let him sort the shit out. I walked straight out and closed the unit and locked it behind me. I called it in and told my boss everything, every single detail I could remember. Made sure to show him the logs so it did not look like I broke in on a hunch. Fucking police showed up an hour later. I thought his stuff would just get thrown out. I did not realize it was that serious. It was 3 cruisers and an unmarked sedan. They questioned me, grilled me really fucking hard. I told them every single detail I've written down for you here, X. Whatever was going on, I was not getting myself into shit. I was detained for a couple of hours on scene while they sorted everything out. Wasn't even on the clock, so no pay for me either, for fuck's sake. Some guys showed up in fucking hazmat suits. What the fuck? They took every last thing out of there. Brought out and hauled off the generator, the batteries, the notebook. Some stuff wrapped up in bags and tarp. Every last item they took for evidence, and then sealed the unit off until further notice. I thought my boss would have been pissed at the income loss, but he just seemed stunned more than anything, rattled even. One of the guys in the hazmat gear, I swear, had a fucking Geiger counter, and I swear I heard it ticking. I was furious, thinking I might get sick and miss work. I needed the damn money. Police really did not tell me much, apart from the fact that they were still looking for Greg, and for me to call them if I had any more information, or if I remembered anything else. I asked about the doll or whatever I saw, and they just told me not to worry. Told me it was probably just a prosthetic or something like that. Probably. Please, 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 fucking help me out here, X. Please tell me I did not walk in on some mad scientist doing weird experiments. If I die from radiation instead of getting superpowers, I'm gonna be pissed. I am and have been a paramedic for about 10 years. My entire career has been spent in emergency medicine, responding to 911 calls and providing advanced life support for life-threatening illnesses and injuries. The calls we respond to range from inappropriate use of an ambulance to minutes away from death, and oftentimes it is already too late. In 2014, I moved to another city, a couple hours away from home to work. The city was smallish, less than 100,000 people, but the ambulance serviced the entire county where the city resides. At that time, there was a significant oil boom in the area, so thousands of people flooded the city and county to work in the oil fields nearby. This caused the city to get a little rougher, as you have people from all over the country moving there to work, and that many people in a small place increased the cost of living, and we saw a large increase in violent crimes as well as traumatic injuries. We worked 24-hour shifts, which weren't too bad. The days were usually somewhat busy, and at night, the ambulance station had rooms with twin beds that allowed you to get some fairly decent sleep at night. Most of the calls that would classify as crazy, creepy, or scary always tend to come at night. The day that this story takes place was a little different than normal. Normally, I get an EMT basic partner, which means, since I am the advanced provider on the truck, I get all of the patients. But today, I had another paramedic partner, because we were training a new hire paramedic. It was her first day in FTO, Field Training Orientation. This means we generally let her take the calls and sit back and evaluate her performance to ensure she is capable and does not kill anyone. This was her first job after graduation, so she was still pretty green. I could see that she was very nervous and trying very hard to do her best. So, as per usual, the day was pretty busy, but as it began to wind down, I was getting ready to attempt to take a nap. I kick off my boots and lay down on the bed on top of the covers. Easier to get up and going that way if a call comes in. I put my radio up by my head, full volume like always, so I can be sure to wake up if we get a call. Sure enough, midnight starts to roll around and I hear a call go out. Dispatch says, man who has been stabbed is not breathing. Luckily, it's not my call and another ambulance responds, so I go back to bed, or try to. About 30 minutes later, another call goes out, and this time it is for me. Dispatch information. Man with a knife wound on his hands. Police are on the scene. I get my boots on, wake up the new girl and my partner, and walk out to the ambulance. The area of the call was right smack dab in the middle of downtown. We responded non-emergent, as it was not a life-threatening injury. As we arrive on the scene, there is probably around 6 police cars on scene, all with their lights on. The area itself was through an alleyway and behind a building just off the main street. As we pull up, there are a number of officers, a couple sheriff deputies, and a detective, all standing around this man with a rag on his hand. As I got closer, I could see the man was bald, middle-aged, and had an almost homeless look to him. He also had a big dark spot in the middle of his forehead. One of the officers approached me to fill me in on what's going on before I talk to the guy and start to treat him. The officer tells me the man has a large laceration on the back of his hand that he received from a knife. At this point, I was still a bit groggy and did not put 2 and 2 together. The officer says the man said he was attacked by another man and that he is probably going to need stitches. So, as it is not serious, I have my FDO approach first to begin for assessment and give me her treatment plan. I stay close behind her and we both walk up to the man who is in handcuffs. As we approach, the dark spot on the guy's forehead is now clear. On the center of his forehead, stretching from his eyebrows and what would have been his hairline, is the biggest swastika tattoo I have ever seen. My FTO begins to talk to the man as I stand back and observe. Something about that man's general composure and responses chilled me. When we first walked up, the man was muttering something underneath his breath. I could not tell what he was saying, but he was repeating it over and over. My FTO asked police to uncuff him to see the cut on his hand more clearly. At this point, one of the other officers produced the knife he believes to be the weapon that caused the injury. The knife was in an evidence baggie, and it was covered in blood. It was nothing special. It just looked like a cheap plastic pocket knife, like you would buy at some cheesy gift shop. It was a folding knife with a black plastic handle, and a blade that was maybe 3 inches long, with a bit of a serration towards the handle. The man showed us his hand. On the back, cutting right through another large swastika tattoo, was a laceration that went from the base of his pinky finger to the lower fleshy part of the thumb. It was quite wide also, approximately 3 centimeters, exposing the bones of his metacarpals as well as his tendons. The bleeding had mostly just stopped with pressure from the towel he was holding onto. When my partner asked the man what had happened, the man then repeated to us what he had been repeatedly muttering to himself. I killed that man. He's dead, man. I had to have killed him. He's gotta be dead. At this point, I am starting to put it together and understanding the larger picture. We get the man into the ambulance so we can assess for any other injuries that may not be visible under his clothing. After a thorough search, we realize that there are no other injuries, so we begin to transport him to the hospital. My FTO bandaged the man's hands, and as we are driving, I start to ask questions to try and figure out the details. The man told me everything I wanted to know, and never lost that chilling vibe, staring distantly as he recounted what happened. The man told me that he is homeless and was wandering around when a friend offered him a ride. He says that he was leery of the man, but decided to get in anyway and accept the offer. The man said the friend began asking him if he hated black people. The man said he didn't, and that he wasn't racist. He tells me this is when his friend became upset with him and tried to stab him with a pocket knife. The man said he attempted to defend himself, managed to wrestle the knife away from his friend, and stabbed him back before jumping out of the car and running. So with this shocking telling of the tale, we continue to transport the men in silence. Also, as a side note, an officer rode in the ambulance with us the whole way. After we dropped the man off at the ER, we all kind of sat there shocked, leaving the hospital. We returned to the station and tried to get some sleep. However, we were not destined for sleep this night. An hour later, we get another call for a body removal from downtown, less than 3 blocks away from our last call. We pull up to the area, which is in the middle of the street. The street itself is blocked off 100 feet on both sides by a fire truck and police cars. The fire truck was equipped with a double stack of 4 halogen lights, risen up on the ladder, shining down to illuminate the area. Walking up with the stretcher and body bag, the detective on scene tells us they are done with the investigation, and that they are ready for us to take the body to the medical examiner's office. At this point, we are still about 50 feet away from where the body lay. From where we are, I can see the person lying in the middle of the street. We get closer and take a few minutes to examine the body. What I say, and putting together what I was told, is astonishing to say the least. The man, another middle-aged man, appears white, possibly Mexican, lays in the middle of the street on his back with his arms spread eagle and his legs straight. There is a vehicle parked on the side of the road with its driver door still open. I figured that must be the guy's vehicle. It was parked neatly, not haphazardly or incorrectly. The deceased man has streaks of blood coming from his nose and mouth, with several small puncture wounds on his face and cheeks. Looking at his torso, there were about a dozen more knife-shaped puncture wounds in his chest and abdomen. Most of the wounds were so jagged and barbaric looking, you could see adipose tissue, fat, pushing out of them. There wasn't much of a blood puddle under the man, but a very large trail of blood ran from the man to the side of the street where the curb is. The blood then continues its flow another 10 feet along the curb before spilling into a storm drain. With that much blood, the man was exsanguinated and bled out there in the middle of the street. We packaged the man into the body bag and transported him to the ME's office. When we got back to the station, my charge medic told me that the officer that rode with the first patient requested that we fill out a report on what we heard the men say. Thankfully, the rest of the shift was uneventful. Fast forward to a couple years ago, I received a call from the state's attorney. He asked if I remembered the call, to which I informed him I do. He told me that this person is going to trial for murder, is pleading not guilty, and he would like to go over my statement along with me, as I would be a key witness and require my testimony in court. We went over my statement and we talked about it a bit. Then, he told me that he would be in touch and wished me a good day. A few days later, he calls me up again and informs me that the man had changed his plea to self-defense and that I was needed in court in a week. Literally one day before the trial, he calls me up again. He tells me this time the man changed his plea to guilty and that I was no longer needed. I don't know what happened after that. I never really looked into it. It's just another brick in the wall, so to speak. A story filed away in my brain, probably never to be forgotten. Okay, this is not a forest story, but a forest is near. I live in the Baltics, by the way. Be May, year ago, summer, August. Me and my friend biking to the river through the fields. River is 6 kilometers away, some through the fields, some through Forest Road, some down the forest lane. Arrive on our bikes at approximately 6 p.m. It's still lighty and stuff, so no need for flashlight. Swim a bit, eat some sandwiches, drink a bottle of wine, 1 on 2 people. It's a miserably low amount of alcohol, so we just chill and discuss our lives and stuff. The river is visited by fishermen sometimes. They tend to leave old stuff here. I found a towel next to me with what seems bloodstains. My friend found a broken butter knife, supposedly sharpened, 'cause it cuts paper good. We checked while he rolled his tobacco. Damn, murderers here. We decide to chill about that shit. 8 p.m. already, darkens. We still chill and hear some snoring from the bushes. If it was a shit creep, we would be dead. The riverbank is down the hill, and our bike's tied to a tray up the hill. Search the bushes, nothing. But it's a ghost, or a half-dead bloke, being left in the bushes. After another search, realized that was an otter swimming near the shore. Fuck these freaks. 9 p.m. Decide to chill again, and watch some shit on a tablet, just for fun. 10:30 p.m. "'Kay, go home bro," I said. Unchain our bike and go through the river forest. Feel someone's presence here, like someone is watching. Friend feels the same. The road is dirt, and he has the dirt bike. I have a Soviet city bike, which is semi-fit for such shit. I'm a bit slower. We drive down the forest road. The feeling disappeared. Take a rest at the gravel road, on concrete plates left by the side. Again, this freaking feeling. Shit beating in the bushes. I throw a stone and hear a gargling like yelling. No big furries in the area. Wolves died ages ago. Foxes might be, or beavers, but definitely not them. Too spooky for us. Drive our bike to the fields. Fields are dark, and you can only see the forest around. Creepy stuff altogether. Drive on the field roads, and the shit begins. Friend sees something running in the fields by his right side. I see the same. I thought it could maybe be a stray dog or something like that. The thing leaped from one field side to another, across the road, right in front of us. It is dark. There is no light equipped on us. The only thing we saw, an almost human face, chupacabra-like, crippled, anorexic body. I always carry a knife with me. We parked near the fields, and I hold the knife and tell my friend the guess that I have about all this shit. One of my other friends told me a story. He is a paranormal junkie with a serious insight into the stuff. Knows Slavic folklore. Told about Irka, a lower forest demon who shapeshifts. If he follows you, he recreates familiar voices or yells. Never look back at him or stop if he leaps near you. Friend, with whom I drove, had a feeling our common friend V was yelling and scaring us, but I did not hear it. Now we are both scared shitless. Hide my knife, and we drive home. We'll investigate this year again, with the paranormal junkie and friend. End of story. I am a fucking 21-year-old uni student, and I am scared shitless. Slavic Skinwalker. Hunting was never more than a hobby for me. Something I did on long weekends, when the air turned crisp, and the woods went quiet underneath the weight of winter. I was not a trophy hunter. I bagged squirrels, rabbits, birds, small game. Nothing really too ambitious. But that year, something in me itched for a new challenge. I bought a deer tag, plotted a trip, and drove out to a unit that I'd never hunted before. The area was beautiful, sprawling wilderness, edged with thick pines and winding ridges. A place that felt untouched, isolated. I found a good spot, a few miles off the main road, far enough from any hunters, and set up my camp. I spent the afternoon gathering wood, making a fire pit, and readying my gear. The quiet of that place just settled over me, almost like I was inside a library. Not long before sunset, a pickup truck rattled down the dirt road nearby. 2 guys inside, both dressed in camo, slowed to a crawl when they first spotted me. One leaned out the passenger side. "First day?" he asked. I nodded. "First time, I guess. Figured I'd try my luck." The driver grinned, adjusting his grip on the wheel. "Pretty good spot. Lots of deer up in these ridges, especially near the old fire break. You camping out?" "Yeah. In for the long weekend." They glanced at one another. The passenger scratched his cheek, hesitating. "Just so you know, man, there's been somebody messing around out here. Some guy with a drone. Flies it low and chases off all the animals. It's kind of a real pain in the ass." I frowned. Yeah? Pretty big one too. Not some cheap Walmart thing. This one's got a serious light on it. Damn near blinded us the first night we were out here. Been out here 2 days now, and we've seen it twice. No idea what the hell he's doing." The driver just then shook his head. "Just be careful. If you see anybody that ain't hunting, maybe get a plate number. Let the rangers know. Anyways, good luck to you, buddy." Then they pulled off, tires kicking up a fine layer of dust. I stood there for a moment, listening to the wind moving through the trees, the distant call of some bird I could not name. A drone. The idea of it just rubbed me the wrong way. Felt completely out of place out here, but I was not about to let some jackass with a remote control ruin this trip for me. I finished setting up, got a fire going, and let the night just settle in around me. Stars came out, sharp and clear. I sipped on my beer, feeling the cold bleed into my fingers. The fire cracked, sending embers spiraling up into the black. For the first time in quite a while, I felt at ease, but I had no idea what was waiting for me inside those woods. I woke up a little before my alarm, heart racing for some reason, like my body knew something was coming long before my brain could even catch up. The cold bit at my exposed skin as I peeled the sleeping bag down, my breath fogging in the air. The tent walls barely rustled, no wind, no movement outside. The stillness pressed down on me, heavy and inviting. I hesitated briefly before unzipping the tent flap and continued to listen, but I did not hear anything. I slid into my gear, fingers clumsy from the cold. Each of my movements felt really sluggish, like I was underwater. My mind kept circling back to what those men said yesterday. The drone. Somebody flying low, scaring off the animals or something. I shook it off though, and shouldered my rifle. No point in working myself up before I got into position. This was just another hunt. I stepped out into that pre-dawn dusk. My headlamp flicked on, its beam barely even cutting through the trees. My breath was coming out in ragged puffs as I started moving. The only sound was the crunch of frost underneath my boots. It was beyond quiet, like really quiet, uncomfortably quiet. I kept my pace steady and followed the sloping ground. My plan was pretty simple. Get into position before sunrise, set up near the ridgeline and wait. Darkness pressed in around me, thick and absolute. Honestly, my headlamp felt kind of useless. Its glow was being swallowed up by the night completely. Every snap of a branch beneath my feet seemed to make me flinch. Out of nowhere, I heard this whooshing sound. I stopped. That was not the wind, and that was not an animal. It had this mechanical edge to it, rhythmic, like something massive moving through the air. The hair on the back of my neck rose up. I flicked off my headlamp. The darkness had now swallowed me whole. The noise grew, a steady droning hum layered beneath it, deep and vibrating through the trees. My stomach twisted. It was not natural. I dropped into a crouch, pressing myself against the base of this thick tree. My hands were ice cold around my rifle stock, slick with sweat despite the freezing air around me. I held my breath and listened. Then the noise just passed overhead. A massive rush of displaced air swept through the trees, rattling dead branches, sending a frozen shiver through the ground itself. It felt big, bigger than anything I could see. A shadow against the stars. It then banged hard and circled back. I pressed myself lower, pulse hammering. It was looking for something, looking for me. Then a light came on, a beam of white so intense It burned into my vision, stabbing straight down in a perfect, unmoving pillar. It did not flicker. It did not waver. It cut through the forest like a scalpel, dissecting the darkness itself. I did not move. I couldn't. The light passed over a stretch of ground 20 feet away, and my skin crawled as I watched it. This was not just some normal illumination. It felt solid, invasive, like it was peeling back the world itself. Then I had a horrible thought. What happens if that light touches me? I realized we were both hunters, and whatever this was now hunting me. At least, it felt that way. The light started moving again, slowly sweeping side to side, searching. I held my breath, chest locked up, muscles screaming at me to run, but my mind would not let me. If I moved too soon, if I made a sound, another noise clicked through the trees, and not from the drone. It was something else, a sharp, chittering vibration, like cicada wings, rattling at an unnatural frequency. My blood went cold. Whatever it was close. It had to be, maybe 15 yards away. This forest was not empty. Something was out there, something with me. The beam inched towards my hiding spot. 10 feet, 8, 5. My hands locked around my rifle. I was running out of time. I could not let that light touch me. The clicking sound was getting louder. I shifted and brought my rifle up. The second my finger found the trigger, I made a decision. I fired. The shot exploded through the trees, a deafening crack that echoed off the ridgeline. The recoil slammed into my shoulder, but I did not stop to think about it. My eyes were locked onto that craft, watching for any reaction. It hit. I did not hear metal. I did not hear the sharp clang of a bullet against machinery. The impact was dull, like striking something soft, something that should not be soft. The light snapped off, and the darkness crashed back in. The humming turned erratic, shifting in pitch, cycling through strange, mechanical tones. The craft wobbled, tilting wildly from side to side, like whatever was controlling it was struggling to regain balance. Then, without another warning, it blasted off, vanishing in the trees in a blur of movement. It did not make sense. Nothing about this made any sense. But the worst part, the clicking sound did not stop. It was still out there and getting closer. I still could not see it, and I don't know if I wanted to see it. My gut screamed at me to move, to get the hell out of there before it got any closer to me. But the forest was now dead silent. Whatever was out there was waiting, watching. I turned and ran. Every step sent jolts of pain up my legs. My breath came fast and ragged. I did not care though. I needed to get back to camp, and I did not look back. I did not want to see what was behind me. I did not stop running until my boots hit that familiar crunch of leaves near my campsite. I was exhausted, chest burning. The fire was still smoldering, a thin ribbon of smoke curling up into the night sky. My tent stood there, undisturbed, my gear untouched. For a long while, I just stood there, rifle still clutched tightly, ears straining for any more sign of movement in the trees around me. The only sound was the whistle of the wind through the branches. No clicking, no humming, no nothing. I exhaled, forcing my shoulders to relax. I was on edge, paranoid, but I told myself it was just my nerves playing tricks on me. The mind does a lot of funny things when you are in the dark. I moved toward my fire pit, crouching to stir the embers back to life. The warmth helped. The glow felt safe. It anchored me back to reality. By the time I crawled into my sleeping bag, exhaustion had hit me like a freight train. My body was aching, every muscle tight from sprinting through these woods. I lay still, listening to the morning. The familiar sounds of the forest returned, birds hooting in the distance, the rustling of small animals in the underbrush. I was fine. Everything was okay. I told myself that over and over until sleep finally took me. I awoke in the afternoon, stiff and sore, but the morning's terror felt like a half-remembered dream. The woods around me were still. The sun was breaking through the branches in these golden patches. Birds chirped overhead. Normalcy had returned. I spent the rest of the day just hanging around the camp, prepping dinner and getting back to normal. By evening, I was 6 beers deep and as content as I could be, right ready to try to hunt again the next day. I turned in and woke up before the alarm once more. I packed light, shouldered my rifle, and headed out for the second time the next morning. The air was now cold and crisp, refreshing. My nerves had settled. I even felt a little foolish about how I acted last night. Still, I found myself glancing at the treetops every few seconds. The morning passed in silence. Hours slipped by, and just as I was beginning to consider calling it quits, I caught movement in the brush. A buck, big, with a thick winter coat and an impressive rack of antlers. It stepped into view, cautiously sniffing at the air. I held my breath and steadied my rifle. The shot rang out, echoed through the trees. The buck stumbled, then collapsed. A clean kill. Relief washed over me. That was it. That's why I came out here, to hunt, to be alone in nature, to experience the quiet simplicity of the woods. And yet, as I climbed down and approached it, this prickle crawled up my spine. The forest had gone silent again. No birds, no wind, just stillness. Then, far off in the distance, that same low hum vibrated through the tree breeze. It was faint, almost indistinguishable. I did not even look. I did not want to. Instead, I hauled the buck onto my sled, my movements now quicker. I told myself again, you were just being paranoid. It was probably a distant plane, maybe even a generator from some cabin miles away. Still, I found myself wasting no time packing up camp. By midday, I was back in my truck, buck secure, gear stowed. The sky was bright and clear, without a cloud in sight. And yet, just as I slid behind the wheel, gripping that cold steering wheel once more, I swore I heard that sound again. A single sharp click somewhere behind me. I did not turn around, but I did keep hearing it, and I could not place the sound. I started the truck and just drove. I don't think I ever told anybody about that night. The book was processed, and the meat was stocked in my freezer. I told buddies about the hunt, about the shot, and about the peacefulness of the woods, but I left out everything else. What the hell was I supposed to say? E.T. came to mess with me on my solo hunting trip. I think the trippiest part, at least to me, was those other hunters. They were the ones who told me about it. Had clearly seen it. They called it a drone, but as I explained, this thing was huge. There was no way somebody was flying it with a remote, and if they were, it was the government. These guys just passed it off like it was nothing. Maybe they were drinking a lot that night. Whatever the case, I skipped the unit for the rest of my hunting career and stuck to places that I knew. So, true story. I had this GF 3 years ago. She was hugely into paranormal shit, believed in all of it. I didn't, but I always found it interesting. We saw this scary movie at some point that involved demon summoning, and she got really into it. Asked me if I wanted to try it with her. She was scared to try it alone. I figured why not. She did a bunch of research and read a bunch of methods. I don't know exactly what it was. I just said I would go along with it. In the end, the things I knew she settled on was a moonless night in a blacked out room. She did this kind of weird looking almost pentagram with salt. She had 5 candles on each point of the star. It was the only light in the room. She was adamant on that. They were not particularly bright either, so she read from a printed out piece of paper. We both pricked our fingers for a drop of blood, and then we blew out the candles and waited in the dark, though she was firm on the fact neither of us put any part of our bodies inside the circle. We waited in the darkness for a few more minutes, holding each other, not making any noise. Honestly, I don't believe in this stuff, but it was kinda intense. Fun, but intense. Eventually, she lights a candle, 'cause we had to leave all our electronics outside. Nothing happens, surprise surprise, we go to bed. She is really freaked out though. She was all about doing it, but after the fact, she was worried she made a mistake. After a lot of cuddling and calming, we went to bed. Continued in part 2, where things get weird. So, this is the weird part. That night, she woke me up by twisting and turning in her sleep. She was clearly having a bad dream, so I turned on the light and gently shook her awake. She woke up screaming, not super loud, but loud enough. She was crying and told me a demon came to her in her dreams and told her that it was going to eat her soul and take her body. She was crying and shaking and just a total wreck. Needless to say, I did not sleep that night. This shit went on for a week. She kept having the same nightmare, and it got worse and worse because she was so sleep deprived. I started talking to her about if she should go back on her anti-anxiety meds or something. I did my best to convince her it was not real, but the more I went on, the more she believed it. I was really worried. She was clearly becoming undone by this whole experience. She started reading more and more stuff online, put up all kinds of wards to protect herself. She even tried to do a reverse ritual that she looked up. I went along with it, hoping that would calm her down and be the end of it. Nothing seemed to work. She was not having the dreams every night at this point, but often enough. She even got a little protective tattoo on her wrist. I mean, it was getting crazy. So I eventually came up with the idea of having her try to put the curse or whatever on me, since I helped her summon the demon too. She was really against it at first, but her resolve crumbled, and she hoped I would have a strong enough mind or aura to deal with it. So we did this of a ritual or whatever, where we sat in a pentagram and did a blood mixing thing. We were committed and only had sex with each other, so I was not worried about either of us being clean. That seemed to calm her down, though she promised she would take it back if I had issues. So, not long after this, maybe a week, I had a similar dream. Not surprising really, as she told me all about them in detail enough. I did not wake up screaming or anything, but it was unsettling. I never told her about it, but she always looked at me strangely after we did this, like she really didn't trust me or was worried I would be possessed. I think part of it got her hot sexually, to be totally honest, when I went a little rough on her, but she always started to keep her distance, and I found her just staring at me for periods of time when she thought I was not looking. The breaking point came when I was changing the bed, something she usually did, and I found out that she hid a little fucking knife on the side of the bed, in between the mattress and box spring. At that point I was like, okay, I'm out. I don't need to be stabbed in my sleep. I never told her I found it. I just kind of said we needed some time apart, and she did not even fight it. It was for the best, really. I was getting sick of all this crap with her, but it made me think back on some of the things we did in bed before our breakup. Thinking back now, I distinctly remember times when I was above her, and she was looking straight at me with a kind of nervous but excited look. I did not think of it then, but her hand was usually draped over the side of the bed where she was keeping the knife, just in case, I suppose. It was odd as fuck thinking about it now. If I said or did the wrong thing, would she have pulled it out and stabbed me? Why did she even want to do it in the first place? It made no sense, as she was at the same time distant, but oddly aggressive to do it during those weeks. Needless to say, I never brought this up with her, and have not spoken or contacted her in years. To preface this, I was a nerdy little kid in 6th to 8th grade. Being in 6th grade, was not really exposed to anime, so loved the shit out of Inuyasha when I first saw it. Yes, I acknowledge that I should have taken my own life. Decide to play pretend that there is a demon world in the woods outside of our school. Yes, I acknowledge that I should have died from sheer autism. Pitched the idea as truth to my two best friends, E and J. J was a military kind of kid, and E was a fat Mexican. E just looked at me weird when I told him about Demon World. J went with it. We play this game up until 8th grade when he moves. Very few spooky, in a woods type occurrences, despite us being in the woods quite a bit. Creepy part comes after he moves. See, he moved away at the start of the 8th grade, and when I re-established contact with him, it was near the end of the year. Get to my friend's house and play fight / do kid stuff. Through play fighting and such, we bring up our old game that we had never admitted to each other as fake. He tells me about how he goes to Demon World with some new friends he has made here. Huh, alright, I'm game. Go meet his new friends. They are alright from what I can remember. One had a bowl haircut that made me want to punch him. He turned out to be the coolest one in the group, personality-wise. Somehow started listening to me more than Jay about rules and such in Demon World. I made the game, so I guess this made sense in retrospect, but whatever. This dipshit gets the idea to do real demon stuff and whatever. Go home and consider it. And then the next weekend, I come back to Jay's house. Bowl Boy has a full-up, candle, pseudo-magic diagram looking shit set up in Jay's room. Well then, we commenced doing what we set out to do. Attempted to summon a shadow demon. We named all of our demons like that. Dog demon, cat demon, hair demon, etc, etc. I knew this was a game and whatever, though I was not overly worried about anything. Until Bowl Boy starts murmuring stuff under his breath. Both Jay and I look at each other, and then to BB, who stays murmuring for another couple dozen seconds. When he's done, he finishes with a clear and loud "come," and the candles go out. Door downstairs bangs open. Every picture/fixture gets knocked down along the way upstairs. We all hear this and flip the fuck out. Climb out of Jay's bedroom window and down his house. I am the last one to leave. Mind you, this all took place in the time span of like 10 seconds anyhow. Loud bang on the door that almost causes me to fall from being so startled. Could literally see the door shake with the force of it. We run away from his house and go to BB's house until Jay's parents get there. We get in so much trouble for the pictures. Don't even try to explain what happened. Hang out with Jay a few times after that, but don't really do much of the Demon World stuff. The last couple of times we played, I forced everyone in the group to acknowledge it as a game. Was understandably shaken by what had happened. Then I stopped talking to Jay for a while, until, randomly, one day in 10th grade, doorbell. Jay is at my front door. Whoa, what's up, dude? Not much, just thought I'd drop by. Okay. He has dark circles around his eyes, but doesn't look much different from how I remember him. Clearly stronger than me now. Is much more intense in character. Brings up Shadow Demon incident. We spend like 2 hours theorizing about how that could have been fake/set up by BB, especially since he practically shouted, "Come." He seems really engaged in the conversation, wanting to prove it fake. I had not thought about it much. We agree that BB had a friend come in and ruin everything in the house and bang on our door as part of a joke. He pretty much stays at my house for 3 days. That is the last I ever saw of him. I mean, his stay was not really that interesting either. We just played random Xbox games and stayed in my neighborhood for most of his stay. I had become much more sedentary by then. And that's it. I pretty much believe the explanation Jay and I came up with as to how that could have occurred, but I figured I would contribute to the thread by sharing my one instance in life where I truly wondered if, perhaps, there was something supernatural in this world. B6-ish. Live near Mexico City. Live in a little village/city with a river through it. She was not clear. Summertime. Can't play until it gets dark. She and her best friend at the time are playing near the river, getting kinda dark. Having a good time with her friend, along with all the sentimental stuff. Let's be best friends forever. Yuck. Sit down near a river to relax, talking. Hear a woman from the little reedy area in front of them across river. Can't make out what she's saying. Not worried, because it's a small place, where people know each other, and there are little kids. Call out to her. "We can't hear you, missus. What's up?" The voice creepily asks, "Are you my children?" Finally start worrying. "No. Who are you?" "You must be my children. You have to be." She says she and her friend, frozen horror as a nasty, rotten-looking hand with a white, dirty sleeve, started reaching out of the reed/plants. Run to her home. Both crying hysterically and trying to tell Mom what happened. When she does understand, Mom gets dead serious, locks the door and shuts the windows, tells them all to keep quiet, starts praying and using salt near openings, keeps them in over the night. They hear scratches and a woman crying. Wake up shaky in the morning. Her friend goes to her own house. When she tells her parents, news spreads, and the whole area is too afraid to let their kids out, even in the evening. She used to tell me stories when I would come over as a kid. This is a scary one she saved for Halloween. I got a little story to share with y'all. Me and my buddy are riding around some back roads in rural Tennessee at like 3 in the morning. Neither of us have really ever had any paranormal experiences. Driving down a road we are familiar with as we rode down it almost every day. Something appears out of nowhere in front of his car. It's a fucking dogman. Fear immediately overwhelms my entire body. Now, I don't mean like a werewolf or some stupid Halloween shit. Honest to God, half domesticated dog, half man. It looks sickly and disgusting and is mostly bald, except for small patches of yellowish white hair. Hair color looks almost as if it was rolling around in piss or something. Stood upright on 2 legs, at around 5 to 6 feet tall. I honestly cannot believe my eyes. Convinced that I've gone batshit crazy. My buddy starts swerving. I look over and see a look of fear on his face. Realize he saw the same thing. Well, guess my insane theory was not too accurate. We get a good bit down the road when we start asking each other if we both saw the same thing. He describes it exactly how I saw it. Even called it a dogman. Now, there are no urban legends or cryptid sightings in my area, and I can assure you, neither of us had ever even thought the word dogman until that night. Obviously, we are both very concerned, but we just go back to his house and try to get some sleep. Never saw the dogman again, nor have we ever really even talked about it. Okay, I have time for one more. Go back to 6-year-old May, maybe 7-year-old May, playing out in a brush, woods basically, with some friends. Same friend with crazy grandma is also present. Live in a shitty border town also, just by the way. Be building a treehouse. Start picking stuff up to make it. Wood, pieces of metal, etc. Find bloody clothes in a ditch. Illegal aliens go through all the time. We just toss some dirt on them and carry on. God damn, looking back that was fucked up. All of us, 6 kids total, are up in a tree, trying to figure out how to do 6 to 7-year-old made architecture. Naked dude walks up to the tree. Donde está mi ropa? Chingo tu madre pendejo. Where are my clothes, you fucking dumbasses / motherfuckers? Point to the ditch. He walks over. Donde? Where? Tell him we buried them because they were bloody. Guy digs them up and walks off. 5 minutes later, Border Patrol truck rolls up. Asks us if we saw a guy. Yeah, over there. You kids really need to go inside. Asked my dad, who was a BP agent at the time, what happened. Dude tried to kill his ex-wife, who lived there, then go back to Mexico. An almost murderer was yelling at me about 3 hours before that. Not necessarily a job, but it was something I did that made me some money, so I'm going to say it counts. Well, I live in Montreal for starters. I live on the West Island, in Pierrefonds, with my girlfriend. The past 2 years, I've been attending college and working at some shitty cafe. Dealing with the shitty customers finally got to me, so I quit my job at the cafe and started looking for a different job. Preferably one where I would not have to deal with assholes constantly. It got to the point where nobody was hiring, and I desperately needed money for rent and for school and doing shit socially. I was talking to my best friend about me having a hard time financially, and he told me that if I helped him do this thing, he would split the profit with me. Well, I am not sure what, but my friend's father had something to do with property, mostly commercial, stores, factories and shit, no homes or anything. What my friend would do, is look through his dad's work shit and find out the addresses of these closed down places, what their purpose was, how long ago they closed down, etc. He had some sort of personal evaluation process where he would consider whether or not a place was worth looting and if it was a good time to do so. I went with him to a couple places to salvage what we could and sell it to anyone willing to buy it. There were some pretty valuable finds. It is shocking what people will leave behind. Anyway, things were going well. I was making a decent amount of money doing the occasional job with him. One day, he finds out about this place between Montreal and Toronto. He drives us over there, and the place looks really fucking scummy. He said it had only been abandoned a year before, but the paint was peeling, there was trash everywhere, smelled like piss. We had arrived at around 6 PM, I guess. Not too early, not too late. To this day, I am not sure what the place was. Might have been some sort of refinery or a waste management center or something, because the main reason we were there was to strip the piping. Lots of copper in places like that, and if you get enough, it can lead to a decent sum of cash. Well, we take shifts, waiting outside near my friend's 4x4 pickup and going inside to strip shit that looks valuable. We had been there around 2 hours, and we were almost done looking through the place. It was my turn to wait on lookout while my friend cleared out the last of the shithole. It has been about 2 hours at this point, and it was getting dark. My friend sends me a text saying something along the lines of, "This shit is weird. Park the truck behind the bushes and get over here. Bring something, just in case." I assumed he meant bring something in a weapon capacity, so I brought along 2 of the smaller, cleaner pipes and headed to the back of the building. My friend gestures for me to come over, and he looks visibly freaked the fuck out, which is rare because he is normally very level-headed. The last room had around 3 tents set up in it. It smelled like ass, and there were stains fucking everywhere. From the looks of it, might have been piss, shit, vomit. Some even looked like aged bloodstains. There were what looked like family photos everywhere, but of different families, not just different photos of the same one. Needless to say, we were pretty on edge at that point, but nobody was there, and we were armed, so we thought we'd just look through the tents and get the fuck out of there. 2 of the tents were repulsive on the inside, but nothing was too bad. The one to the far left, on the other hand, was fucking full of dead animals. The majority of them were cats, mostly strays, but a few of them had collars. There were at least 10 in there, minimum. At that point, it became too much, and we just went to leave. But Dennis saw one more spot he wanted to check out. There was an office near the entrance that was boarded up, and there was a bunch of office shit in there that looked mostly intact. Supplies, a small filing cabinet, a computer monitor. Wishful thinking, because it didn't fucking work anyway. I was really anxious to leave because I was pretty spooked, so I told my friend to go and start up the car. I would just search the office and bring the stuff around back. Seeing as I could not use the door, I figured I would just break the window. The place was already busted up anyway, so I did not feel too bad about it. I head into the office, and I shit you guys not, there was a fucking dead guy slumped up in the corner of the room. I could not see him because he was right behind the door that was blocked up. I am not big into forensics or any of that shit, but he looked like he had been killed a couple of months back. What really freaked me out was that the door was boarded shut from the outside. I am the one that just broke the window then, and there was a fucking dead guy in there. That must have meant that someone killed him in there, left him, and nailed the door shut with a bunch of scrap wood, or maybe he did it to himself, I don't fucking know. The point is, he did not lock himself in there. I could not take any more. I sprinted to the car like a little bitch, threw open the bushes. Didn't want to do it near the body. I don't know if they can get DNA from that shit or whatever. Worst part is, neither of us ever called it in, because our fingerprints are all over that place. I know it sounds like horseshit, but it actually happened. It's probably the only too spooky for me thing that will ever happen in my life though. Be me. Start frequenting a local pub in a very old building. One Sunday afternoon, I'm having a pint with a friend by the fireplace on a wooden dance floor. We both hear someone walk briskly past us and feel the wood give way to steps behind us. Turn around, even look down the corridor and see nobody is there. We are the only people in the building besides the barman. Hear this several times in the same area. Time goes on, and I start working at said pub when I lose my job. Continue hearing footsteps on the wood floor at quiet times. At the end of the night, we sometimes hear glasses being placed or moved around by themselves on the bar during cleanup. Sometimes it's right next to you. You would look, and there will be no one else in the pub. Sometimes, after closing, see a humanoid shadow move through the smoking area, which is parallel to the bar and visible through some bar windows. We always go check in case it's someone who's climbed the front gate, trying to break into the apartment upstairs. There is never anyone outside or in the apartment corridor. Learned from oldest co-worker who lives in apartment upstairs that the building is definitely haunted. He tells me that in the 1920s to the 1970s, the bar was a gambling joint, and a man supposedly hung himself in the back of the smoking area after losing his life savings in a card game. The same spot that the shadow figure and the footsteps and doors move towards. He tells me it's fine and that the ghost is not malicious, just wants company and to be around others. Eventually become assistant manager alongside another coworker. Other assistant manager is really into egg shit. He likes to hang out at night after hours and chat. We talk about the ghost frequently. Tells me that if he dies, he would do the same thing and hang around a pub with living souls for company if he were trapped on Earth. We sometimes hear shit together. Neither of us are freaked out, but we definitely believe that the place is haunted. On nights that I close up alone, I send the staff away to count cash and settle accounts, and feel a somber oppressiveness, but only when alone. Sensation goes away after I pour a glass of whiskey and leave it out on the bar for the ghost. Assistant manager friend suddenly dies of a brain hemorrhage in his sleep. We close for a week, and I am made temporary general manager. More and more paranormal activity is reported by staff, including shadow figures outside, glasses and furniture moving alone, etc. One night, me and two co-workers stay back to have a pizza and some pints. Hear the front gate shake violently, and the outside door slam louder than ever before. I run behind the bar with my phone in hand, ready to call the cops if I see a burglar walk through the smoking area. There is nobody. I go back, and we are a bit rattled. Figure it's the wind. 3 minutes later, we hear the same violent shaking, door slamming, and a huge knock. This time I run outside, ready to yell at some drunk fuck trying to get inside. There is nobody there. I open the front gate and look up and down the street. There is only a girl from a bar next door walking home. Ask if she just saw anyone running from the gate. She says no. I am freaking out. Tell my co-workers, who decide it's the dead assistant manager who's fucking with us, just like he said he would if he died. We leave immediately. Leave the job maybe 2 weeks later to move abroad. True story. I don't remember when exactly this was. My guess is that I was about 10 or 11 years old. Back then, I shared a bedroom with my older brother. One morning, he was in the shower, and I was laying awake in bed waiting for my turn in the bathroom. The bathroom shared a wall with our bedroom. I was sort of half asleep, but I kept hearing him knock on the wall again and again. Finally, this woke me up, and I started yelling for him to stop knocking on the wall. It did not stop. I figured he could not hear me since he was in the shower. I thought he was just doing it to annoy me. He did stuff like that sometimes. In our room, the wall of the bathroom on the other side had a big dresser with a big mirror on top against it. So, I stood next to the dresser and started knocking back, hoping to get his attention and get him to quit it. The knocking from his side got really loud. This is when the weird shit happened. The upper left corner of the big mirror bulged out suddenly, like someone had struck it from behind. This was impossible, of course, since it was parked flat against a solid wall. I heard the water shut off. and my brother put on a towel, came out, and said, "How the fuck did you do that?" It had not occurred to me at that moment since I was half asleep, but the shower was on the side of the bathroom that we did not share a wall with. There was no way he could have been knocking on the wall while he was in the shower. He said that he had gotten out of the shower when he heard me knocking on the wall, and started knocking back to get me to shut up. Suddenly, the medicine cabinet flew open, and that is when he got out of the bathroom. I still have no fucking idea what happened that morning. The year was 1970. I worked for Caltrans as a right-of-way agent for the state of California. I was taking some legal documents over to Bakersfield to have a county judge sign. I was traveling on Route 58, west of Mojave, towards Bakersfield, and east of Tehachapi in my 1957 Chevrolet State car. A state highway maintenance crew was repairing the westbound lanes. Traffic was stopped in these two lanes for up to 15 minutes. I pulled right, off of the highway to a dirt and gravel turnout, and backed up to a low-level brush and rock area with no dirt roads behind me. I sat in the car for a few minutes and decided to take a look at the documents I was taking to Bakersfield for the judge. Before I got the documents out, I noticed something in my rearview mirror and turned to see what it was. I was amazed to see a vehicle directly behind my car with two individuals wearing gray-white suits. Mine was the only car on the turnout. No car could have possibly gone around the front or back without me seeing or hearing it. There was no sound at all. I continued to look directly at the car and the individuals through the back window. The car was maroon with a dark top. The grille looked similar to an older Buick. The license plate was light in color with no discernible markings. The two individuals in the car, as stated, wore jump-type suits with no buttons. They were slender, with no visible hat or hair, and their bodies appeared to be smaller than the average-sized man. Their eyes were very dark and semi-oval, little larger than a normal human. They stared at me and never blinked. They both had two small holes in their nose, very small mouths, no lips, and I could not see any ears. Nor could I see their arms due to their car hood hiding over half of their bodies. After a few minutes of staring at each other, I noticed light traffic starting to move slowly again on the highway to the west. So, I drove from my parking area to the paved highway, heading towards Bakersfield again. The highway's westbound lanes were now open to the public. I was driving at about normal speed in the right-hand lane, just west of where the state construction was. Looking to my left, I saw a maroon car driving at my speed, parallel to me with the same individuals I had seen at the turnout. The driver looked continuously to the front. I immediately noticed that he had no nose and he was bald. The passenger in the car was again staring directly at me. We drove parallel to each other for about 15 seconds. I did not know what to do, so I waved my hand at them as if to say goodbye. They immediately sped down the highway and disappeared around a moderate curve to the right. I sped up to try and see the maroon car again, but it had disappeared. There were rather steep rock cliffs on the right side and no place to turn off the highway. The next day, driving from Bakersfield to Bishop, I stopped at the same turnout of my first encounter and went to the same spot. I saw my tire tracks from the previous day, but saw no other tracks behind mine. As you might deduce, I have never breathed a word of these happenings for decades to anyone for fear of being ridiculed. I have mulled over this experience many times over the years. This is my true story of a very strange, mysterious, and profound event. I've had a few ghost encounters, posted a few on here. Drove through a ghost town no one remembers as a kid, on the way to a hunting trip, and the old guy driving the RV behind us asked where we went, / why did we drive off. Never got talked about again. I remember getting more and more scared about the loneliness and wanting to pull out guns for protection, until Dad / grandfather U-turned us and we got back on track. Saw a ghost in a house we lived in for a while. Mom and I were coming in the side door and could see clearly through the long rectangular-shaped house, and a guy in a brown suit walked into the hallway, looked at us, and turned and walked up the stairs. Raises my skin just thinking about it. Actually, a lot of these stories give me that goosebump, shaky feeling. I wonder if that has something to do with energy or whatever from there. Same house. Woke up to a girl looking down at me in a nightgown. She was really pale and kinda glowed. I could not even scream and just went cold. And started crying and praying with the covers over me and somehow went back to bed. Ran downstairs when I woke up crying. This was like 8th grade, so my dad was a tad put off. Saw a big ass human-sized owl up in the Black Hills of Dakota around midnight. Lost as hell on the back roads in the forest. Definitely think it was a shapeshifter or something. Was visiting a friend on a college campus who lived in a building converted into apartments where they put up walls where there used to be open space. Well, that pissed off some ghosts. Combine that with the creepy, externally locked bedroom upstairs, like they locked a kid in there. It felt really weird. We got drunk, and I started telling ghosts to do something, / make a sign, and we went to the bars. And when we came back, a hanging plant had been knocked down, and the hook securing it to the ceiling was like broken in half. Not ripped from the ceiling, but like torn, as if someone hit it with a fucking hammer. Dirt was in a straight line, and the plant was still like perfectly fine. Totally fucked up. Have a ton about my aunt and uncle's place too. Was an old ranch house they bought from 1800s, and multiple spirits and events occurred with physical manifestations and even violent physical interactions. One or some were playful, and others were angry, scary, and violent. Like, one ghost would be hiding items, and they would be finding them in weird places. Another would push my aunt sometimes, and once grabbed her ankles and pulled hard while she had just laid down to bed with my uncle out of town. Uncle was in the living room and overheard what he thought was my cousin coming down the stairs and standing behind him, and was talking to her for a few minutes till my aunt came in and asked him about it, and the girls were outside. I will try and remember others. My great aunt also wrote a compilation of historic ghost stories and encounters from our region. Shit is crazy. I bet ghosts scare the hell out of certain intel agencies. Like, there is crazy records of them existing for all of human history, and no one has a real clue on them. Probably as guarded as like aliens if they know anything at all. Dad says drowning men. Internal feeling to keep exploring. This story is not of my own, but of my dad's. We were at a lake in Nevada for a family reunion. We basically rode jet skis and grilled, and my dad decided to take his jet ski out by himself for some alone time. He told me that he went way out into the lake, past where anyone was. The lake is huge and has many channels splitting off, and he decides to take one. He said he went really far into the channel and began to think, what the hell am I doing out this far? I could get lost and nobody would ever find me. He said he was about to turn around, but something internally kept telling him to keep going just a little bit further. He kept going, and each time he thought about turning around, that same feeling came over him, so he continued on like this for a while. Then, oddly enough, he sees a lone jet ski with no one on it, floating off in the distance, being dragged by the current. He approaches the jet ski a little closer, when suddenly, he sees a man shoot out to the surface, gasping for air. Holy shit, he is drowning, my dad thought. Guy takes what appears to be his last breath and fight for life before sinking beneath the waves. My dad speeds up to where he saw the guy and reaches down into the water as far as he can, and sure enough, he can feel the guy grab onto his hand. Dad pulls him onto the jet ski, and the guy is just gasping for air. Dad reassures him he is okay and to catch his breath. Guy tells my dad after calming down that he can't believe it, he saved his life. He said he was on his last leg, and when he was drowning, he just kept praying to God to save him, pleading for some kind of help, and that he was so tired that at that moment, he took his final breath of air before giving out to exhaustion. He saw my dad approaching him from a distance. My dad said he never had any weird or spiritual experiences in his life until that day. So, my dad saved a man's life that day. Pretty wild. Home invasion story. Of course, I will start. Be me last year, visiting my parents in the family house. Have a nice lunch with them and chat for a bit, sitting at the table. Gotta pee, guys, BRB. Go upstairs, 'cause the bathroom is just better up there. There is this hallway with my old room on the left, then the bathroom and my parents' bedroom right at the end of it. Just when I'm in front of my room, I see a leg in my parents' bedroom disappearing behind the door. Grey trousers and black sneakers, clear as day. You motherfucker, just wait a sec. Go in my room. Wear cheap, range earmuffs. Get my good old 500. Storm my parents' room. Where the fuck are you? Check the closet. Check under the bed. Window is open. He found his exit. Tell Pa and check the house with him in his boomer 1911. House is safe. That face when I did not get to shoot a home intruder because I wasted time protecting my ears. So, I have this story saved for a long time now, and actually posting it for a first time in an OP thread. 2007 or 2008, forget the exact time, but late 2007, early 2008. Friends go exploring way in bumfuck nowhere around eastern Oregon. Get lost in woods for hours. GPS is not working right after about the first 2 hours of hiking. Getting dark. Hearing animals in the woods, coyotes, and other larger game. Pull out SIG 9mm. Walk out into a clearing, hoping it's the road. No road. Just a large clearing with a small, slightly beat up ranch house and a light on in the front room. Run up to the door. Start knocking. One friend points out this could be a couple of old rednecks with a moonshine operation running. Holster gun and pull jacket over it. Keep knocking. Nothing. Door is slightly ajar. Push it open slowly. Call out. Hello? Anyone home? We have been lost in the woods all day and were wondering if you could point us to the road. Hear nothing. Hello? We're coming in. Push door open. 3 of us are in your doorway. Anyone here? We walk in. The air just feels thin and creepy. I pull out my gun and start clearing the room with the light on. Really nothing in the room. A little stool and lamp sitting on it. It's an oil burning lamp. An old rotten couch. Go back into the hallway and enter next room. Now, where it gets dirty. Hear my friend just scream bloody murder. Run back into the hallway and into the room he's now standing in, with gun drawn and ready to go. See a very dry, very old corpse hanging in the center of the room. It is nearly completely bone at this point, no clothes, and can't tell if it's a man or a woman. Put gun away, looking around room. See a pantry that is just slightly open, and hear a light noise like breathing. Pull gun, round chambered. Motion to friend to open up the pantry. He slowly walks up and flings the door open. A man's body, covered in flies and bugs, shotgun in hand, his head just covering the wall. Not nearly as decomposed. Nope the fuck out and run away as fast as we can. Look back. See figure in front of the light before it goes dead. Nope, nope, nope. Whip out GPS and check where we are. Shit is all kinda fucked. Screen keeps flashing on and off where we are, but the lat and long are both 00. Shit, fuck shit. We are ripping through the woods. Stop and catch breath. Look at GPS again. See our location, but it is still blinking back to another one, marked 00. We start walking back to our car we had saved in the GPS. All the while, it is blinking back to our previous location. Still have the heebie-jeebies. Finally back to car. GPS is still flipping shit. Get in car. Friend is holding GPS and say it's blinking to around the car, but like 16 feet off. See light in the woods suddenly. Light flies towards us. Oil lamp smashes on the front of our car. Nope, nope, nope. Rip that shit into reverse and drive like a bat out of hell out of there. GPS still blinking to behind us. After we get about 30 miles away, the GPS goes back to normal. Never told anyone about that time. Never talked about it again. This happened to me last night at my father's house. Be me. Hanging out with my dad because why not? He is cool and always watches sci-fi movies with me. Have uneasy feeling since I've arrived. Realize I've felt this way the past couple of times I was there. Watching Prometheus when we hear a loud bang outside. Before this next part, I should explain that my father lives in a very small house. The front doors go straight into the living room, connected to a kitchen with no walls separating it. One door goes into a bedroom from the kitchen. Another door goes into a middle room with one wall that has a single window, and two doors at the back of the room. One to the bathroom and one to the laundry room. The laundry room has a door that opens into the backyard. Dad freaks out, turns TV and Blu-ray player off immediately. Tells me to get into middle room and huddle between a dresser and a wall. He turns off every light in the house and hands me a thick piece of wood. I suggest we see what's going on outside, and he tells me no. Stay out of the light, son. What the fuck? Uneasy feeling from when I arrived intensifies tenfold. Ask Dad what he means. He does not answer. Sitting in silence in the middle of the room for about 5 minutes. Start hearing voices coming from the window in the bathroom. Do you hear that, son? Nod my head and focus on the direction of the bathroom. Pitch black, so I can't see anything past the stick in my hands. Talking disappears. Start looking for my dad's machete. Every time I get close to a window, my dad tells me to get away from it. Every time I step into a patch of light, my dad tells me to get out of the light. We both get back into position between the wall and the dresser. Begin hearing taps and scrapes against the back door. Ask Dad what that is. He shushes me. Sit like this for what seems like hours. After a period of time I could not keep up with, my dad begins telling me about weird things happening to him. He says he's been seeing things in the woods behind his house, and when he takes pictures, he sees faces. Says the voices outside is a regular occurrence and he is used to it. Says his spoons disappeared for about a week, then reappeared in the exact same place he had seen them last. Tells me about times where it sounds like something is on the roof, and when he goes to check, nothing is there. Talks about experiences where when him and his girlfriend leave, they come back with their dresser drawers open and their clothes all over the ground, soaking wet. The last thing he tells me is this, word for word. There are entities here, son. I have seen them. I noped the fuck out, told him I wanted to leave, packed my things, and got the fuck out of there. I still think that there are things he has not told me, because while I was leaving, he kept saying, "Please hurry up, son. Please hurry." I noped out so fast, I forgot to grab both of my movies and my favorite hat. Sorry for the anticlimactic ending, but that is what happened. It was terrifying, to say the least. My town is run by a tribe of homeless people. I am not kidding. There is a feral family that has been homeless here since the Civil War. Them and their offspring all choose to be homeless, and they have hundreds of offspring who collectively managed to get each other jobs at the municipal bureaucracy, and apparently 20% of the taxpayer money here is being funneled directly towards their elder, a 108-year-old, blind, illiterate man who lives in the sewers. If you complain about this in public, they will find out and make you disappear, so most people go on about their lives. What city? Apparently, in the 1950s, there was a really bad strain of pneumonia which wiped out half of the clan, and from 1950 to 1965, there were 40 plus child disappearances in the region, which is extremely high for a remote, rural part of the country. Apparently, it is suspected that they were trafficked into the family to rebuild their population, but you can't mention this in public. Just say the city did, like this. I live in Destin, Florida, except replace the city that I live in, Destin, Florida, with the city that you live in. If this thread blows up, I'm kind of afraid of them harassing and possibly murdering or kidnapping people in town if they found out their story got out. I'm thinking about telling the town and state, but I don't want undercover reporters coming here or something. It would be like whacking a hornet's nest. Do you really think people here wouldn't start calling people in my town up, telling them about this threat, until they found one of the tribesmen? I am scared for the safety of my family. Fine, it's Montrose, Iowa. Bro cracked under no pressure. Seriously though, there are some things you would be better off not talking about. I live in a small rural area as well, and it's an open secret that people just disappear sometimes. Every small town is going to have dark secrets. I've known people who've been threatened by mysterious strangers who will know everything about the person. Stuff like this happens. There are very small towns in Australia that become organized crime groups, trafficking guns, porn, children. Every so often, they get caught, and it comes out the ringleader once one person of the year in that town, and weird shit like that. It is easy to vanish in small towns. Town is barely 1 square mile. Less than 800 people live there. Ripperoni and on. I hope you're not a no guns guy. My family used to own the sheriff's department, and run drugs off the docks, and rent a few people out of my town. Before that, revenuers did not want nothing to do with fucking with my great-grandpa's moonshine business. I won't say what town, but I'll tell you the state, South Carolina. This ain't the first time I've seen the story, but there wasn't jack shit for details last time either. This is a bullshit LARP, and OP is a moron. That being said, this shit does actually happen. Hell, just look at the people living in McMansions around in Y&J while living off welfare scams and Zerg rushing school boards to siphon funds to their own indoctrination centers, or the Scientologists that took over Clearwater FL and park all of their wealth into tax-free property. Most homeless people are knee-deep in crime, or have been that led to it, or will become criminals. It is the only way to survive on the streets. Not rocket science. I prefer to be on very good terms with the homeless and don't treat them like scum. Even take some time out of my day for an hour or two and have conversations with them to let them know they are still human to me if I enjoy their company and have funny tales to tell. OP, I need answers to this place. Lee County looks pretty small and not very influential. Not trying to offend, just saying what the data says, but on the county's website, it says it is home to multiple Fortune 500 companies and international companies. Why would international companies set up shop where 95% of them go to big, coastal cities for obvious reasons? That is fishy as fuck. Montrose sounds insane. When this neighbor discovered he could not get the illegal redevelopment recorded on the county plat map, he determined the remedy was to eliminate me. He began unlawfully applying chemicals onto my property. It took very little time before the chemicals caused me a severe skin condition. Could see this shit happening in some hick fucking town in the Blue Ridge Mountains or some shit. I remember the fucking dumbass hillbillies that lived outside of Charlottesville. Seriously, 95% of the fucking local cemetery was one of 2 last names. The other 10% was a 3rd last name. That is how inbred these people were, and the 2 families fucking hated each other. You heard all kinds of crazy stories going on around there. Not saying this shit is true, but there is some weird shit that goes on in some places in America. There was a family of 4th generation inbreds found living a completely self-sufficient life in the hills just 17 kilometers away from my town only a decade ago. No one had seen them. They were expert bushmen, and this tiny ass town has the highest rate of missing backpackers in the entire country. It is easy to vanish in small towns. They were a religious cult that wanted to keep the bloodlines pure. It was several families that mixed into one 5 to 6 generations ago before the inbreeding started. 4 generations of inbreeding. This shit inspires movies, but to the people who don't believe this shit happens, you are extremely sheltered. It is still happening right now. A few are incorporated into society, live in shacks and apartments in parts of the county near the woods. The rest live in either the sewers, the woods, or the streets. I already said the town name. There was a case where 4 of them stormed a convenience store and just completely lit the place up, shooting at everyone and just stealing all the snacks and money they could grab. An off-duty cop was out getting his car filled when they come running out. he shoots one of them dead. There was no investigation. Cop was immediately discharged. Nothing ever published in the paper. Only know it happened because I know the guy who works at the gas station it happened at. They are not allowed to talk to the press about it. For the average person, you don't have a lot of direct contact. You will see groups of them, occasionally drinking, next to an abandoned mill or on the side of the highway. But I was taught, since I was a kid, not to look at them for too long. One notable person is this really small guy who was responsible for a string of 30 robberies over a single summer. He would always target the same 3 places: Chinese restaurant, laundromat, and antique shop, over and over again, and always make it away. Despite being extremely identifiable, never was caught or arrested, and it never happened again after that one summer. More. OP, please go exploring in the sewers. Take some friends, and I am suggesting heavily armed, and body armor if it's legal in your state. Live stream it. Stay safe, OP. Also, if you do encounter them and they give you trouble, immediately call in SWAT on the location. Maybe have multiple cameras going too. If you do call in SWAT, make sure to tell them you are live streaming so they don't just come in and kill everything on sight. Also, you will probably get killed by SWAT friendly fire or outnumbered by the homeless caveman. Stay safe, OP. No. Obviously you have to challenge the Elder to ritualistic hand-to-hand combat so that you can usurp his position and become Sewer King. Don't think this will be easy though, as he will probably pick someone to fight in his stead. My city had a chief financial officer who gamed the system to only work 6 months every year, and then winter on disability for 6 months in Florida. He claimed that he had a medical condition which prevented him working longer than 6 months every year, and thus he demanded and received an accommodation where he could work 6 months and then take 6 months off. Because his accommodation was allegedly based on a medical condition, the public was not allowed to know exactly what this mysterious medical condition was. Moreover, the public was not allowed to know why the only accommodation was allow the guy to go on disability for 6 months every year. The guy was a hysteric sociopath, and so the media was afraid of questioning his disability, lest he attack them as being against the disabled. It sounds like they might be police, or at least own them, from the sewers. My brother knew this guy, who inherited a house in West Virginia. He went out to check it out, and there was a literal band of hillbillies who told them it was theirs, and to get the fuck out, or they would kill him. He went to the local police, and they said there was nothing they could do. Many such cases. My suite mate in college was a turn from NJ who thought he was the Antichrist, and he used to have stories like that. He claimed there was a town in NJ populated by these mechanically inclined, really short people who were really good mechanics, and they were in all kinds of shops and fixed literally everything. But they are very suspicious of strangers, and people disappear there all the time. Don't talk about your job. Don't talk about your friends. Don't talk about your family, which side of town, how old you are. Consider all the ways you describe things in such a way that you give nothing to anyone as to who you are. Don't post at the same time of day. Don't type in ways that match your speech patterns, and shut the fuck up about anything you like to do, eat, or people you prefer. On another note, and totally not a distraction to get you all off of my alleged cleanse scent, who remembers the fact that Scientology has been slowly sinking all of their funds into property in Clearwater, Florida? They've been using their tax-exempt status to park money in land and have been taking over the entire town, including the local government bureaucracies. So where do they go after work? Just sleep in the woods? Like I said, in woods, underground. Occasionally, if they have been drinking, they will just sleep wherever they passed out. Okay, it sounds like this old family, who have been involved in this town forever, and just literally getting a free pass at anything they do. So you need to instigate a situation where only they are affected, and the rest of you normal folks are fine. I would say corona, but that sounds kind of risky. Same with some health crisis, like trying to give them fleas or the plague. That will most likely affect them and not you, but I don't know if this is enough. Unironically, I think you need to go public with this. Opie's town is a small community on the banks of the Mississippi River. We're gonna save you, brother. If you have balls of steel, check out Hilldale in Colorado City on the Utah-AZ border. Polygamous cult runs these remote desert towns as breeding farms. They own all the local government and of course the cops. They will lock up and abuse anyone who passes through, even lost hikers just looking for water. They think it is their religious duty to scam for gibs because the US government is a tool of Satan. Can't really disagree with them at this point. Every house is huge and in partial stages of construction because of tax or something. They live in each other's houses and use each other as tripwires in case the feds show up. Dancing across state lines helps foil state cops, or at least it did when the towns were established. Women dress like Amish, men drive around in white trucks. Boys get kicked out for minor infractions so as to maintain high sex ratio and also select for more cultish future generations. The leader got busted by the feds for pedophilia about 5 to 10 years ago. Don't know what happened to the townspeople. I actually drove through the towns in spring of 2006 just to see what the fuss was about. Creepiest thing was how they were set back from the main road as a clear message to outsiders. Back then, I was a fedora-tipping, lolbitarian edgelord. Those cult motherfuckers would have eaten me alive. Did the loop through the towns and noped out of there, PDQ, without catching a tail. My brother was with me. He is a 6'4" martial arts freak who was into some Batman tier shit like cage fighting and having bad acid trips on purpose with help from his crazy friend. There is not much that spooks him. He was very spooked by that town, more so than me. He picked up a real evil vibe. Wonder what he is up to now. Have not talked to him for years. He is some kind of hermit now. Montrose NJ. I think I remember reading about this in Weird NJ. Did not mention anything about their monopoly on local government jobs, but it mentioned that they all had weird eyes and chose to live as homeless out in the woods, and that if you tried to fuck with them, then you would disappear. I suppose that's because of their stranglehold on the local government. I would get the fuck out of there if I were you. The church will keep their prisoners/slaves in tunnels like this, and they were only allowed topside 1 day a week to be fed with the weekly sacrifices on Sunday. The rest of the days were spent underground, surviving off of rats, human waste, whatever they could get a hold of, but they realized that their prisoners would actually live for a long time. Was like 8 or 7 years old, running a really bad fever. Parents don't know what to do. Call 999. They say put him in the bathtub full of cold water. So they do. Remember just being super cold, and then all of a sudden, I was burning hot. Instantly go unconscious. There is this pop somewhere in the middle of my brain. I open my eyes. I am floating about 2 feet above my body, looking up at the ceiling. Not a ceiling anymore. Hard to describe. I'm looking at some kind of desert. Looks almost like pictures of Mars. Really bleak. Seems to go on forever. Then there's a click, and an explosion a little ways away. Watch the smoke and fire for what feels like hours. Then I feel another pop, and I'm back in my body. Parents rush me to A&E. End up having a super bad case of the flu. Years later, in Afghanistan, we are out in the middle of nowhere. Humvee is keeping to a pre-designated path to try and avoid IEDs. We are just in a random spot in the desert, and all of a sudden, I get this terrible feeling. Tell driver to stop. He does. Ask what's wrong. I tell him there is a bomb up ahead. They check it out. Sure enough, there is fucking signs of a fresh dig. It's enough that it would have fucking vaporized us. Remember the night in the bathtub. Have absolutely no explanation for it. Okay, this is a long story. This place is my aunt's house. She has lived in this desert for her whole life, in the middle of nowhere. She has a restaurant in there, but the story is about his son. His son is one of 33 miners that were trapped in a mine in the Chilean desert. When that happened, I barely knew him, but I was close, so I went with my aunt to wait until they got them out. They were trapped inside the mine for 69 days. When he got out, they made them stars, so I did not see him in a long while. But one summer, we meet again, in that house in the desert. We drank some beers, and he told me that they were not alone down there, that there was someone else in there, living underground. We called them by many names, but we are never really sure about them. Normally, you only see a shadow or something going very fast, but he seemed quite sure. All miners say the same. They were not alone down there, but they brush it off with the typical response. We knew our families were waiting for us, but he told me that something lives down there, and they don't want to be disturbed. Inside the mine, they could hear them at first. They obviously thought that they were going crazy, but they felt that something was watching them from the dark. The days passed underground, and despair got to them. Some wandered in the dark. There is when they started to notice them. Talking about it kept them sane. Somehow, they managed to remain calm and rational. Miners are used to the dark and the confinement, but nothing could prepare you for this. I will never be sure if this happened. I was not down there, but he talked about them like they were very real, and they are still there. He told me that they were afraid at first. With time, they got used to the presence of those little people of the underground. Have not seen my uncle since. Then I found out about the Atacama humanoid, and it made perfect sense to me. I rarely talk about this event, but since we are all anonymous here goes. Be me, around 15 years old. One of my friend's dad died. Friend and his mom can't pay for the house anymore. Have to move out. Me and another friend help with moving. There were more people helping that day. Aunts and uncles, friends of my friend's parents. Nothing out of the ordinary happening all day. Friend and his mom are pretty sad though. Dad dying and losing your home sucks. Anyway, things go smoothly. Loading up the truck, did the living room and all that. Last stop, the master bedroom. The room my friend's parents used to sleep in. Just a regular bedroom. Big bed, a closet, and this old wooden cabinet with glass doors. Pick related. Not the actual closet, but close enough. At this point, it's just me and my two friends in the room. Room is on the second floor. We decide to take the cabinet first. The top half was detachable, so we wanted to take that off first. Right at the moment we step towards the cabinet, I swear to God, I get goosebumps just fucking writing this. We step towards the thing, and the ghost of my friend's father, rushing/gliding towards us. This smoky figure, rushing towards us, face like he was angry and screaming, sticking his hands out like he wants to fucking strangle us. All three of us just fucking bolted out of that room. I think I didn't even touch the stairs to get down, just fucking jumped down. Ran out of the house screaming. So, everyone is just looking like, what the actual fuck is going on? My friend that lost his dad just sat there, pale, staring into nothing, like he just totally lost his fucking mind. We told the people there what we just saw. The mother goes totally nuts. Some guys go up there to check, but see or find nothing. The rest finishes the moving the next day, because my friend had to go to the hospital. He was never the same again after that, like, always blank inside on medication. Saw someone wrote similar to this. Got creeped again, cause something similar happened to me. Be me, 8 years old at the time. Wake up in the morning, go to watch some morning kid shows. Go there, watch something in TV. Suddenly get sleepy. So sleepy I lay on sofa and decide to sleep. Wake up in the fucking hospital. Parents asking me, how did I break my fucking leg? They tell me that I woke up. They found me watching TV. Then we had some breakfast and I went out to play. Somehow, I broke my leg and crawled back home. Dad found me and took me to the hospital. Do not remember any of that. Mindfucked. Still after years, my right leg is hurting before rain, or sometimes don't feel it, and my walking changed. My right leg leans to the left when I walk now. Be me. Be small. Hanging out with friend from school. Her dad is a cool, rad single parent, so he lets her do pretty much whatever. Trying to beat the desert optional boss in Kingdom Hearts, the one with the bubble shield and the scimitars. That one, yes. Phone rings. Anon, go take it, I can't pause. Yes you can, you fucker. Take the phone. Hey, I'm friend's mom. Tell her I'll be dropping by today. Still in name of neighborhood, right? Yeah. Sweet. Don't stay up late. Huh. They must be divorced, and she just wanted to pop by to say hi and stuff. Friend asked, who was phone? Your mom. Haha, fuck off, not funny. Who was it? Literally your mother. She's coming by later today. Her mother was a mentally ill, violent alcoholic. Presumed dead years ago, when they found her clothes, wallet, and a suicide note, plastified, inside a duffel bag in a fishing net in the middle of the sea. Call her father. Call the cops. Call her ID from a gas station on the other side of the country. Police deliver a sketch of the woman who used the phone based on bartender and security cams. It's the fucking mother. No car. She walked through the actual fields surrounding the station and left the same way. No one knows where she is. It's been over a decade and nothing happened, but my friend still has nightmares with this. When I was a teenager, had a cell phone, never used number. A few months after having number, start to get a call at midnight a few times a week from a blocked number. Half of the time I'd answer, only to be greeted with what sounded like somebody running through the woods with their phone either beside them or in their pocket. This would last as long as I would stay on the phone. After a month, I get sick of it and start talking shit. As soon as I do, I hear raspy breathing. At first I was happy it was something new, then realized something was up. I keep talking shit, telling whoever it was on the line that they were going to regret disturbing my 12 AM bubble baths with their stupid shit. Few seconds later, breathing stops and hear water running. What? Start to think whoever this is wants me to be afraid. Fuck that, I ain't scared of nobody. Water sound stops and begin to hear a strange sound, can't place it. Sound gets louder. Problem is, I'm not only hearing it from the phone now, but from the back part of the house. Realize it's the back door being fucked with. Get the idea to start laughing on the phone while I grab my dad's 12 gauge. Sound stop, they start laughing. Wasn't quite so bothered until they started laughing. Then I felt doom and wanted to panic. Decide fuck it, not going to be a pussy. Go upstairs and open the studio's window. That is the only way on the roof. Get up there quietly and walk towards the backyard. See a tall guy in all black standing in the middle of the backyard with cell phone to his ear, laughing. Shortly contemplate shooting him. He hangs up, looks, and does nothing but stare. Tell him to fuck off before I kill his silly ass. He points up and yells out run. He turns around and bolts for the woods behind my house. I stand confused and a few moments later see two more people in all black run into the woods. That terrified me. Told my dad who was out of town. He flew back that night and set up booby traps everywhere. Call stop. Nothing has happened since. Literally bumped into a man in the middle of the night who looks similar to Charlie No Face. No nose, half a tongue, cauterized hole where an eye used to be, unnatural looking hair. Whatever happened, you can see the outline of one of his hands over his mouth and a scar on his face, exactly where 1.5 of his fingers should still be. It wasn't fire, but something about electricity and something caustic. He looked like a ghoul and could hardly speak straight as he was not used to his half tongue yet. Now, I bumped into this guy, not the other way around. His reaction was terror. The way he was acting made me instantly think I bumped into someone mentally handicapped, as he could not speak straight and seemed to be overreacting, but also shaking. First I asked if he was lost, and he shook his head no, so I apologized because all of his recent trauma made me wonder if he had brain damage. He kinda staggered right, so I asked him if he needed water. He actually did, so I took him to my porch, which was 20 feet away. What I found out though, as this guy regains his wits, was I was the 8th person he bumped into that day. Someone even decked him because he looked like a monster, and that was only person number 2. He remembers he had to figure out how to sound 7. He couldn't say it, as he kept trying to use his 2 missing fingers. Why was this man out so late? He said it was because it was time to learn how to be who he is now, and he's been out since 6 AM. It was 3:30 AM, and he just left a party. He'd only been able to go outside less than a week ago, but it was always with others until now. The man was just trying to do his errands and visit his friend on his birthday because he might not have someone to depend on. He knew it was going to be bad, but not scaring the shit out of 7 people bad. If it wasn't for the guy who punched him, making up by taking him to and from a store, the whole day probably would have been ruined on an emotional level. And frankly, saved him so much time. He got to do a lot more things, which unfortunately included more scares. Most interesting person I've ever bumped into. Guy doesn't even look like a ghoul now. Somehow his hair growing back out fixed all of those problems. As you can tell, he's just a damaged human now. This happened to me while I was living in Czechia around January 1995, a northern coastal city in Peru. My family and I used to live in this big fancy building that was for exclusive use by Air Force officers. My dad is a retired pilot. This building included a big-ass swimming pool, several football, soccer fields, tennis courts, a restaurant, gym, pool, and table games hall, a reception, a small park with games for the kids, and even another small building for the maids and security of the compound. But the coolest thing in that building was the disco. This building was constructed during the 1940s, time that Peru was holding a war against Ecuador that did not see an end until 1996. That's why they built up this site, so army officers could stay in town with their families during the conflict. I'm putting some links with pictures of the building. You can notice it's quite old. As I was saying, this building, besides being very old, once had war pilots living in there. Many of them died during combat and never returned home. When I moved out to this building, people in there would tell my parents about the ghosts and poltergeist activity in the site. At first I was kind of frightened by this, but since I didn't notice anything weird in the first few months that I lived there, soon these worries vanished. One day, me and my friends decided to sneak up to the disco, which remained forbidden for kids except Friday nights. They would do this shit called chicoteca, or, translated into English, kids disco. Other days, it would remain closed to everybody. The disco had some windows that faced the tennis court of the building. Me and my friends would jam the windows locks and enter the disco to mess around and to drink all the sodas and snacks. One day, after lunch, around 1 or 2 p.m., we decided to go to the disco and chill a little. We jammed the window lock so we all can enter. Once there, we were all in the dance floor, sitting in a circle, just hanging around and having a laugh. But that day, everyone was feeling a little bit uncomfortable, like something bad was going to happen. The worst thing that could happen was being caught, but everyone, as I said, was very nervous. There was this kid named Javier, who was a sneaky little bastard, always playing pranks on us. At some point during this, he just went missing. Nobody saw where he went. As time passes by, we decided to go, but at the moment we were heading towards the window, we saw a guy standing right behind us. He was wearing an old grey pilot suit, but what was strange about him was that he didn't have legs. He was half of a body floating in the air. After this, we all started screaming like a bunch of bitches. I started to cry. This pilot disappeared in a second, and we hauled ass out of there. We told our parents what happened, but they did not believe us. A few months later, my parents and other adults would see this guy in the disco. To this day, we don't know who he was. I only know that he still wanders around the disco and is frequently seen. I remained in contact with most of the kids that saw the spirit that day, and every time we meet, we discuss what happened in there. As for this kid, Javier, he just went to his house because he was nervous. We thought it was him messing around with us, but this pilot disappeared right in front of us, just to clarify. A story from Vietnam. Today, I was given word that I have a terminal illness. I no longer have any fucks to give, and so I told my grandson a story I never told anyone about my time in Vietnam. He told me I should tell the same story here, and showed me how to do it on my iPad. He also said that none of you are going to believe me, and that is okay. He does, which is all that matters, and I like the thought of getting this down somewhere before I go. In 1968, I was part of the 509th Radio Research Group. My unit and others were tasked with intercepting communications from the NVA. About 6 days before we got word that the enemy planned to attack the two hills and base at the same time to kick off the Battle of Quezon, we got some radio chatter about a recon detachment that failed to respond after reporting a strange structure in the jungle. The structure was reported to be in an area about 25 clicks or so north of Langvay in the DMZ, very close to the border with Laos. Since it was in the DMZ, and we were the only ones in the air, my commanding officer, some ring knocker fresh out of school, did not have an issue sending a couple of us up in a Huey to get eyes on whatever structure they could have been talking about. There was not any structure on any of the land survey images that we had of the area. He must have been thinking Russia, and so was I, so I volunteered, having had enough of enemy comms to last a fucking lifetime. Armed with a Nikon F with a 105mm lens and my charisma, I went up with the orders to report from the site and get any pictures I could of whatever the structure was. We came in through Laos and got within about half a click from the site, and the Huey started to malfunction. Tail rotor, a common problem, and we did not think much of it at the time. In an attempt to correct for the failure, the pilot climbed a bit higher above the tree line to give us some more room in case it got worse, and, just like that, the rotor was good to go. What we saw next, I have never ever been able to forget. It was black, first of all, black like you would not believe. It looked like solid-state motor oil, if that makes any kind of sense. It was shiny, like if you could freeze liquid mercury without showing any physical signs of it being frozen. It could look like polished glass, and yet the material it was made out of seemed to move at times, like a lightly disturbed body of water. The motion seemed to produce random iridescence across the surface. As we closed in on the clearing, it had either created, or chose, it was difficult to say which, the rotor began to malfunction again. I was with an ace fucking pilot though, and he got control again, but not until we were a certain distance from this thing did the damn chopper begin to function normally. I call it a thing, because I don't rightly know what we were looking at. Some kind of super secret black project we may have been testing. The Russians? There was no way to know, but just looking at it made me uneasy. It didn't look, well, it did not look like something we could have built, and I'm using the all-encompassing way here, as in human beings. If there was a screw used to build the thing I saw that day, there were no signs at all on the outside. Anyway, once we got to a certain distance, I was able to radio back and give a sitrep. I was ordered to get my photos and get back to base. I damn near sprained my finger clicking that shutter button. Once I had a few rolls worth, I swapped film again and took a final few photos just for me, and it was a good thing I did too. Stowed that roll away in the lining of an unused pilot's helmet on the floor of the Huey and put in a fresh roll. As soon as we were skids down back at Quezon, a security detail escorted us immediately to a room on base where we were aggressively debriefed, searched thoroughly, and made to sign NDAs stating we would never talk about what we saw out there or the debrief itself. Needless to say, all rolls of film were confiscated. The strangest thing they asked me throughout the experience was, how did the craft make me feel? It was the only time they ever referred to the thing as a craft, and I am almost positive it was a mistake. How did it make me feel? What the fuck kind of question is that? I don't even remember how I answered. I think I said sick or something to that effect, but my response to that question was the only thing I remember them writing down. I should mention that these were not normal officers either. Black fatigues, no name badge or rank, no intros. It was the only time I ever experienced anything like it in all of my years of service. The next morning, I went to recover the roll of film from the Huey, and it was gone. Not the helmet and roll of film, the fucking helicopter. The entire helicopter had been decommissioned and put on a C-130. Someone said they'd heard the spooks in the black had come from EFA before. What the hell were they already doing in Vietnam? I know what you're thinking. How in the hell are we supposed to believe all of this if you don't have the photo? But I did not say I didn't have the photo. I said the helicopter was gone. The pilot's helmets were sitting on a pile of rocks I did not notice until I was done throwing a fit about the chopper being gone. The roll of film was just as I left it. I spent another 9 months in theater before I returned stateside and had an opportunity to develop the photos, or at least try to. All of the photos I took came back with the most bizarre anomaly I'd ever seen. In every photo but one, the clearing where the thing was sitting was centered perfectly, but the entire area was nothing but a big green blur. Makes me wonder what the confiscated rolls looked like. I think this one was the only one that came out because it was the last. We were on the way out, and I was just getting what I could before I lost the angle. I was able to scan the photo and get it on my computer, and my grandson showed me how to crop out some of the useless jungle and use an image hosting website to share it with you. In the end, I don't care if you believe me or not, but that is what I saw, and if I'm honest with you, I'm glad I never saw anything like it again. Some will notice I've been vague or misleading about some details that could be used to figure out who I am and open up the door for abuse of my family members, and I understand if that contributes to your disbelief. I am not interested in being famous for this, and I am not really sure if someone might not hurt my family anyway, but my grandson thought I should share it, so I hope you all get something from it. I'm off to bed. This took much longer than I thought it would. Tell your grandpa you love him if he's earned it. This isn't my story, but I will post it here because it is rather interesting. I think there's a part 2, but if there is, I don't have it. I had a friend who I worked with once who went missing. Some seriously weird shit went down beforehand. He was a grad student, an electrical engineer working with radio, a real goddamn genius. One day, he came to me all excited, saying he'd found a new way to propagate energy through space, something better than radio. He explained some of it to me, but it went far over my head. He told me to see his lab once, sometime later, after he'd been working at his theories for a while. He had all this equipment set up, huge transmitting amplifiers, complicated antennas made of shiny copper. He gave a demonstration, sent some Morse code from one side of the lab to the other. This was all good. Nothing much out of the ordinary, other than the fact that he was claiming to be able to transmit information without using EM waves, which I didn't think was plausible. After that, it was a while before I saw him again, but when I did, he looked like death incarnate. He told me he had not been getting much sleep lately. He had been plagued with nightmares and night terrors. He said, even in waking life, he felt like he was being watched, like something was keeping an eye on him. I laughed it off, told him to get some sleep, and jokingly said that those rays he was working with were probably frying his nuts. He did not laugh. The next time I saw him, he was like a completely different person. He had lost his girlfriend. He was pale as hell. Told me he had not slept in a week. Nobody can go that long without sleep. I thought he was bullshitting. I confronted him, asked him what the fuck was going on, what was happening to him. He took me into his apartment, which was a complete wreck, bolted the door, and whispered to me, "When you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss also gazes into you." I didn't think he was making sense, quoting Nietzsche in a way that did not fit into context. I seriously suggested to him that he needed to seek mental help, but he said to me that he was beyond saving. They're coming for me. They know where I am. They are coming for me. Who they were or what they wanted, he would not answer. I did not know what to say to him, so I bid him good night. I contacted University Health Services and told them I was worried about him, asked them to check on him, but by the next day, he was gone. Just gone, without a trace. People had seen him enter his lab in the morning, but nobody saw him leave. All his equipment was shut down, and everything cleaned up nice, as if he'd left on his own accord. No signs of struggle. People knew about his decline of mental health. Some assumed he'd gone off to take his own life. Some thought his work had taken it out of him. I just could not stop thinking about the comment he said to me, that Nietzsche quote, out of context, about the abyss, sending those rays off into space. Perhaps he'd attracted something's attention. They found the burned remains of his lab notebooks in his fireplace, and the hard drives of the lab computers had been neatly wiped. Whatever he'd discovered about this new type of radio had died with him. His equipment was ported out, some sold for scrap. Nobody seemed to put much stock in his claims about his technology after he had gone mad. Nobody cared to continue his research. I grabbed some of his stuff out of the dumpster. One of his strange antennas, and a custom-made vacuum tube. I still have no idea what happened to him. It always bothered me that nobody even seemed to care. Sure, I'll bite. Live in a somewhat small town. Went to high school with all the same kids. There was this one dude who just was cool with everyone. Could strike up a conversation about anything. Had common interests with everyone. Overall cool guy. Become friends with him somewhat in our 8th grade year of school. Talked to him many times before, but never really hung out with him. As I become this guy's friends, I found out a lot more about him. He is kind of like a mobster mixed with Charles Manson. If he has a problem with someone, he won't bat an eyelash at beating them. If he wanted something to be done, he could talk people into doing it. Very fucking strange for an 8th grader. Fast forward to 11th grade. Chilling with guy outside in the parking lot at the local hangout spot. People are acting idiots and drinking. Someone hits Buddy's car. Buddy just gets out of the car, walks over to where the one guy parked, and gets his tag number. You get that to call the cops in case he runs. Nah, I'm gonna deal with it. Okay. Guy that hit his car comes to the school in his father's truck. Say someone slashed his tires, cut all the wires under his hood, smashed all the windows, and beat up the body pretty badly. Okay. Anon, did you do this? Nah man, don't worry about it. Now in college with said dude. Still charming, but doesn't really get others to do his stuff. Gave me a ride one day. Parks his car, we go inside. Come out X amount of hours later. Big long green mark on the car. He said to get in and look for a car with a white mark. We drive around for about an hour trying to find this car. Finally find it. Guy grabs baseball bat and goes to town. I'm freaking out because we are going to get caught. Gets back in car and drives to the river with me, thinking I am going to die. He says, "Now, what you saw today did not happen, alright?" I agree. He says to follow him. Foolishly, I do. Walking for a bit and says, "Ah, here we are." I ask where we are. Dude says that it's the place where the assholes go. Wonder what the fuck he means by that. He starts to give me a trust talk. I know we have been friends for such and such years, and I have never shown anybody this, and I hope that you are faithful enough to me that you won't rat me out for what I've done, blah blah blah. Guy starts to kick up dirt and shit. Bones start to show through the ground. Mostly animal bones, so I think this guy just killed a bunch of helpless animals. One thing did catch my eye though. A jawbone and some vertebrae. I posted pics of them on here in like August of last year to get verification as to whether they were human or not. Never got an answer. After seeing the jaw, I ask if we can leave. He agrees, so we leave. After that day, he stopped coming around so much. Stopped coming to class like he used to. Pretty much has disappeared from campus. Someone said he got arrested for making threats, but I doubt that, as he would not just up and tell someone he is going to hurt them. That's my weird friend story. Still have no clue if that was a human jawbone. Looked human though. I served on the border back in 1988 at the 18th Border Outpost, Garden, part of the Back Hardin detachment. I was an instructor at the dog service school in Central Asia. That year, when I received my German Shepherd puppy, all dogs had to be given names starting with P. I named mine Piosa, which simply meant dog. Piosa grew into a smart and fearless partner. For a while, everything was quiet, but then, strange things started happening along our border. 2 patrols went missing near some ancient ruins, right by the plowed strip marking the USSR border. Fresh bear tracks were found in the area, so the disappearances were blamed on them. Desertion was also considered, but the facts did not support it. Then, one evening, an alarm sounded. Our border had been breached. We had to act fast. A GAZ-69 rushed our small group to the forest's edge. I was the senior instructor, joined by Piosa and a couple of rookies for backup. We assumed it was just bears again, but we had to investigate. Fresh bear tracks marked the strip once more. We split up. I headed downriver toward the ruins, while the rookies went upstream. After about a kilometer, Piosa picked up a scent leading directly toward the ruins. We followed it nearly 3 kilometers when I spotted a figure looking at the forest's edge. A man, tall, athletic, dressed in dark clothing with a small backpack. Something about his legs or shoes seemed off, but I could not tell what. He stepped out of the trees and moved toward the ruins. Nothing left but an old brick foundation. He walked carefully, but never looked back, completely unaware he was being watched. I pressed myself against a tree, keeping still. Piosa lay at my feet, panting. I worried the man might notice us, but he didn't. He sat down on the ruined foundation and started changing his shoes. On his feet were bear paws. Either boots made from them, or actual severed paws worn like shoes. He pulled a pair of standard military boots from his pack, laced them up, and carefully stored the paws away. That confirmed it. He was an intruder. I flicked the safety off my rifle, stepped out from behind the tree, and shouted, "Down," weapons on the ground. I never even saw how he got his gun out, just heard the shots. He fired from the hip. What saved my life was not luck or reflexes, it was Piosa. The dog launched forward, faster than I'd ever seen, even in training. 3 shots rang out. One tore through my arm, a painful but minor wound. The other 2 hit Piosa, but even wounded, he brought the saboteur down, teeth clamped around his throat. I ran up and struck the man hard across the face with my rifle butt. He went limp. I tore my shirt to bandage my arm and did my best for Piosa. He was in bad shape. One bullet had grazed his head, but the other had punctured his lung. According to protocol, I should have shot him then and there, taken the prisoner back, and moved on. They would give me another dog. But this was not just a dog, this was my friend. I tied up the saboteur with my belt and revived him with a few sharp slaps. He blinked at me, his expression dark but alert. "American?" I asked. "Yeah, Mexican. Fuck you," he spat. His Russian was flawless. Then, suddenly, his face drained of color. "Time," he blurted. "What? You knocked me out. How long was I out? What time is it?" He wasn't just shouting, he was nearly hysterical. Playing games? Suffering a concussion? "Midnight, I guess. Why?" "Midnight. Damn it. I should have been in the city by now, you idiot. We have to go. Now." I frowned. "Relax. I'm not leaving without my dog. I will figure out how to carry him, then we'll move. There is no rush. We are only 4 kilometers away from the outpost." He stared at me like I was insane. "You really don't get it, do you? Even the shamans won't come here at night. Do you even know where we are?" "Some old ruins, so what?" "Ruins? Just ruins. You don't understand. If we don't leave now, we won't be leaving at all. Not me, not you, not your damn dog. Just like your missing patrols. They tracked me and camped here overnight. Now they've gone. They took them. We have to go." His terror was real. Spies are trained to lie, but you can't fake the raw fear of a hunted animal. He was terrified, not of me, not of capture, but of whatever was out here. I tried to lift Piosa onto my shoulders, but I was too weak from blood loss. I could not carry both him and my prisoner. Cut the belt, the man said. And hand you a gun while I'm at it? Cut the belt, he repeated, spitting out each word. I will carry the dog. I had no choice. Pyosa needed urgent care. I cut the belt with my bayonet. The man carefully lifted Pyosa onto his shoulders and started toward the forest. If you try anything, I will shoot you, I warned. Yeah, I got that, he muttered. You're already breaking every damn rule. You should be watching me, not hauling around a dog. You know how many regulations you're violating. Mind your own business. The air grew colder as we walked. The night felt wrong. Pyosa whined, almost howling, and I assumed it was the pain. Then I heard it. Singing. A mournful chorus of voices, wordless but hypnotic. It made me want to stop, to listen, to stay forever. I shook my head violently and snapped out of it. John was already running. I did not call out. I just ran too. We made it back. Pyosa got his surgery. The higher-ups even praised us, before quietly discharging both me and the dog. At 45, I was out, with a pension barely worth mentioning. Years passed. I moved to Moscow, married, worked security. Pyosa, now old, stayed with me. And John? He cooperated, worked with counterintelligence, and later retired to run a veterinary clinic. Yeah, really. We met once, grabbed a beer, reminisced. I wanted to ask him about the ruins. Instead, I blurted, "Hot day today." "Yeah, about 45 degrees," he said. "Maybe global warming isn't so bad." We laughed, as if something stopped us from talking about it. For years, I've thought about that night, and now, I've finally decided. I'm going back. I'll pitch a tent in those ruins and stay there all night. I have to know, otherwise I will never have peace. I have a semi-story. Don't think it's that scary, just weird. Be 18. Be on school break. Mom goes to a conference for a week, so I'm home alone in my unit, playing Vidya. Power goes on and off intermittently. This isn't an unusual thing. The electrical infrastructure in my area has not been updated since the 60s, so a bat hitting the power lines is enough to cause a 1-minute blackout. During one of these blackouts, go for a smoke and notice I'm the only house affected. Check fuse box. Mains have been manually switched off. Unit is tiny, doors locked, and no place for a killer to hide, so I shrug it off and assume my fuse box is broken. Continue on with night. 10 p.m. rolls around. Get phone call from mates, asking if they can come around and chill. 10:30 rolls around, and just as they arrive, power goes out. We go and smoke in backyard until power comes back on. My room has a window facing backyard. Friend checks to see if light is still on. Is black, so not sure if he goes pale, but is visibly frightened. Apparently saw a face in the corner of the window. 2 of my other friends call bullshit, but we investigate. Black guy stays outside while we go in and use our phone torches. Light comes back on as we enter house. Sit in room and drink and play Vidya. Next smoke break comes, so we all shuffle outside. Power out again. Go back in, and our empty cans are now stacked into a pyramid. Ended up throwing salt around the house while yelling lines from my mom's pocket Bible. This is the start of a couple of weird events, so I shall continue. After salt throwing, we assume Ghost is gone. Stay up until 1 a.m. Power still goes out, but our cans don't get moved around while we smoke, so that's a plus. Go to bed and don't die or have weird dreams, so double plus. 2 days later, same mates and some girls decide to do some skinny dipping at the local beach. Wait till night so we don't get caught. Goes well. Halfway back home, realize my wallet has fallen out of my pocket while stripping. I head back, tide is in, so no hope of ever finding it again. Get home, have shower, towel off, and throw myself in bed. Feel a hard weight object under sheets. It's my fucking wallet. Say thank you to my roof. Power browns out for 5 seconds. Go to sleep. Final story of me and Brownout Ghost. Day before Mom gets back. Brownout Ghost has gone more or less quiet since the wallet incident. Playing Vidya and drinking by myself when I hear a crash at my screen door. Go and check it out. Originally thought it was nothing due to it being night and dark. Hear rustling on doorstep. Shine light at rustling and it's a fucking crow staring back at me. Starts tapping on door like it's a goddamn woman wanting to tell me about Jesus. Worried my dog might hear it and eat it, so I let it in. Doesn't fly in, just hops up the steps and wanders around my house for 15 minutes before making itself at home on my kitchen bench. Read somewhere that they like bread soaked in milk, so I get a plate and make some. Leave the crow and bread on the kitchen bench and go back to my room and play Vidya. After a while, bird comes into my room and watches. It's about 2 a.m. Tell the bird that I'm tired and going to go to bed, so I will let it out. Open the door for the bird and watch it hop along and then take off into the darkness. Never had a brownout as weird as that week since. That crow was a bro. Okay, so I will post on X. I used to be a 911 dispatcher in a small rural county in northern West Virginia. It involves sitting in a room locked by a magnet, which is in a little building connected to the county courthouse. By law, I was not allowed to leave without being charged with abandonment of my post or whatever. I sat in a chair, answered 911 calls / sheriff's department calls, talked on a radio, worked a computer, etc. etc. The surveillance cameras for the entire courthouse, as well as cameras that looked outside in the parking lot, main street, etc. were in the office. Midnights were from 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. and at that time on a weekday in a small town, the downtown area is empty except for me sitting in my little room. There was nobody there, really, except maybe some cleaning staff who stayed late, but all were gone by around 1 a.m. So, I'm sitting there one slow night, messing around on my laptop, and I get bored and decide to play with the cameras, which were the 360-degree black ball cameras you would normally see. There is an old maintenance / steam tunnel that runs under the building, but it is not used anymore, but due to some break-ins from the outside, had a camera in it. It was the beginning of shit. There was a janitor in the courthouse, so I followed him with the camera and shit, messing around. The cameras were in night vision, so everything had a green tint, but in the steam tunnel, I saw the camera shake, like it had been hit with wind or something, and I saw the door to the front of the courthouse, on my camera, bounce like a gust of wind had blown against it. I thought this was weird, but blew it off, and went back to looking for the janitor working in the courthouse, but he was gone. The lights were still on in the office he was working in, but he was gone. It was at this time that the elevator that leads up to the second floor, where I worked, kicked on. These aren't ordinary elevators. You need a key code to get into the elevator, and then you need a key to get to the floor that you want to go to. There are no buttons, so I thought it was the janitor coming up to see me about something. As it reached my floor from the basement floor where you get on, the doors opened and it was empty. This scared me. That elevator does not move on its own. It never has, and it's impossible for anyone to move it, because all the main controls for it were in my office, and I definitely had not hit any buttons for it. I hear a knock on the door of the office, and I pop the lock and open it. The janitor is standing there, white as a ghost, and he walks into the dispatch room, a crime, and closes the door behind him. He knows he is not supposed to do this, but he really did not look like he gave a fuck. I asked him basically, what the fuck are you doing, man? And he looks at me and asks me, did you see that? I of course ask what. He replies, the doors down there, in the courthouse, they moved, and I felt something go past me, like someone running really fast, headed toward the elevator. When I heard the elevator move, I knew something was up, so I booked it. Paraphrasing. He was very upset, and I told him about the elevator moving up to my floor by itself, and he about died on the spot. He resigned the next day after working there for 20-some years. When I told my boss about this, he said, yeah, this used to be the county jail. You know, some guy hung himself in that storage room right beside your office when it was a cell. I thought, holy fucking shit, I have to sit in this haunted courthouse to do my job, and I hated it. I spent the rest of my time there, looking over my shoulder, and trying to never look at the cameras unless I had to. Lots of scary stories came from there, including a lot of ghost calls, which are calls that originate and end immediately, but in a 911 center, the phone never stops ringing until you pick it up. If you call 911 and hang up, the phones on their end will just ring and ring and ring until they answer. The year was 1987. Deep in the frostbitten territory of Ukraine, then still under Soviet control, an elite Soviet military unit was conducting routine field training exercises. The sky was grey, and the wind carried the distant hum of armored vehicles. These soldiers were hardened, disciplined, and focused on their maneuvers. But on this day, something else was watching them. Just before dusk, the radio operator at the mobile command post detected an unidentified object, moving low, erratic, fast. The other officers dismissed it at first, thinking it was just a glitch or a bird swarm. But then, the soldiers looked up, and they saw it with their own two eyes. A disc-shaped craft, metallic, pulsing with a faint glow, hovered silently over the treetops. No Soviet aircraft flew like this. It made no sound, but it moved like nothing any of them had ever seen before in their entire lives. The squad was ordered to lock on. One of the operators launched a portable, surface-to-air missile. The projectile streaked skyward, trailing white vapor, and connected. The object exploded in a controlled burst of light and energy and fell from the sky in a deliberate spiral. The wreckage came to rest in a clearing, smoking but intact. A 5-man recon team approached it first. Behind them, others followed cautiously, weapons raised, eyes scanning every corner of the smoldering craft. Then they stopped. From the side of the vessel, a panel opened, without noise, without mechanical movement. A light spilled out, and then they emerged. 5 figures, humanoid in shape, but clearly not human. They stood shorter than average men, with elongated skulls, black featureless eyes, grayish skin that glistened in the light. No weapons in hand, no suits, just the calm, silent presence of beings not of Earth. The soldiers shouted orders frantically. Some raised their rifles, a few hesitated. The air was suddenly dense with something unseen. The beings walked forward, then halted, as if silently communicating. And then, without warning, they moved toward one another and fused. It defied all understanding of physics. The 5 individual forms shimmered, blurred at the edges, then coalesced into a singular sphere of radiant white light. It hovered above the ground, humming at a frequency that vibrated deep in the chest. One of the soldiers screamed for orders, but before anything could be done, the light intensified. In an instant, the sphere discharged a blast of pure energy, blinding, focused, unrelenting. It struck the ground in a wide cone, engulfing the forward unit. A flash, and then silence. Where once stood 20 free-trained soldiers, only stone figures remained. Not statues crafted by hand, but petrified remains. Their faces were frozen in final expressions of confusion, fear, or awe. Their bodies were locked in place, mid-movement, mid-breath, turned to a chalky, limestone-like substance. Only 2 men survived, shielded behind a transport vehicle at the rear of the formation. They crawled out, gasping, clutching their rifles, and staring in horror at what lay before them. The light sphere slowly dimmed, and where it had been, nothing remained. The alarm was triggered. Within the hour, a KGB recovery team arrived. The site was cordoned off. All remaining personnel were detained and interrogated. The statues were carefully removed, crated, and flown to a secure research facility outside of Moscow. So was the wreckage, now cold, inert, and largely intact. What happened in the lab remains known only to a select few, but the CIA summary, later declassified and released online, refers to a 250-page KGB investigative dossier. In it, Soviet scientists are said to have examined the petrified remains and concluded that they were once living tissue, now transformed into a stone-like material at the molecular level. Instantaneous, irreversible, inexplicable. They concluded that the energy used could not be understood with current human science. One Soviet scientist, quoted in the file, remarked, "If this file reflects reality, this is an extremely menacing case." The CIA, which obtained the document through unknown means, produced a translation memo summarizing the report. It is only a single page, but it contains enough to chill the bones. It describes the entire incident in cold, intelligence language, noting the UFO, the hostile engagement, the transformation of the soldiers, and the subsequent cover-up. A CIA officer, name redacted, allegedly remarked that it was a horrific picture of revenge on the part of extraterrestrial creatures, a picture that makes one's blood freeze. This one-page memo is real. It sits in the CIA's online reading room, declassified in 2000, filed under the code document 00055517761. It cites its sources, including a Ukrainian newspaper and, controversially, Weekly World News, a tabloid often dismissed. But the document is not satire. It was officially translated, reviewed, and filed by US intelligence. It references real Soviet entities, real locations, real events. To this day, the 250-page KGB report has never surfaced. If it exists, it remains under lock and key. If it ever saw the light of day, it could confirm or debunk one of the most extraordinary military encounters ever claimed. No further documentation, no additional photographs, no witness testimony has been released. The two surviving soldiers disappeared from public record. No further information about them has surfaced in any official capacity. Were they silenced, relocated, or perhaps they never spoke again, too traumatized to recount what they saw? The petrified remains, allegedly transported to a secure underground lab, have never been displayed, never admitted to, never denied. The UFO wreckage, if recovered, has not been disclosed by any Russian or American authority. The blast of unknown energy, the seamless fusion of the beings, the instantaneous petrification, none of it has been explained. But the document remains, one page, real, sitting in the vaults of American intelligence. Not fiction, not a movie script, not a hoax. A genuine file processed by the Central Intelligence Agency with words that describe an event no science can currently explain. A UFO shot down, 5 beings confronted, 23 Soviet soldiers turned to stone. The question is no longer whether someone reported it. The question is, what exactly happened in that Ukrainian forest, and why is no one talking about it now? Hey Anon, I want to share a story with you. Believe it or not, that is up to you, but I will ask just one thing. Don't try this for yourself, okay? In 2015, my friends and I went to the forest for a picnic. We planned to drink, walk around, the usual stuff. We picked a forest plantation not far from our city for the trip. There were 6 of us in total, 3 guys and 3 girls. You know, to keep things even. We found a nice clearing. The girls set up the tents, and the guys and I went to gather firewood. Anon, I did not like that forest from the start. Don't think I'm a coward, but sometimes you just have to trust your gut. The moment we entered the clearing, I could tell something was off. Even though it was a bright, sunny day, the place felt weird, quiet, heavy, almost sad. I did not say anything, but I noticed my friends gradually stopped talking too. We hurriedly collected enough firewood for the night and rushed back to the tents. By evening, We had completely forgotten about that uneasy feeling. We were having a great time, ate almost all of the food we brought, drank about a case of beer, and started telling scary stories, as you do. Wild ones, about ghosts, faceless people, old men with axes. We were drunk, did not care, but we did manage to spook the girls a bit. When it got late and we ran out of stories, we started settling in for the night. I crawled into my tent with my girlfriend, and I could hear some restlessness in the other tents. I smirked. Seemed like someone was not ready to call it a night yet. I tried making a move on my girlfriend too, but she turned me down, saying she was not feeling well. I thought about pushing a little, but I did not want to come off as some kind of creep, so I just lay down, a little annoyed, and tried to tune out the noises outside. Eventually, I fell asleep, and then I had the strangest dream. I was crawling through a maze underground. Not walking, crawling, because my body was not human. I had 4 white furred legs, a long tail with a blade-like tip, and somehow, none of this seemed strange to me. It felt natural, but I was terrified, overwhelmed by a crushing sense of sadness. I was running from something, even though I knew deep down there was no escaping it. I kept searching for a way out when I suddenly came across a figure. From my low vantage point, it loomed over me, but it looked human, only dead. It was covered in blood, its face a ruined mess, with only one eye and part of its jaw intact. That one eye stared right at me. Then the corpse reached out and mumbled something. I was frozen in terror, but it kept moving closer until it was right in front of me. Kneeling down, it grabbed my shoulders, and for some reason, I knew this person. I had no idea how, but I just knew. The corpse pulled me against its blood-soaked chest, not violently, but almost tenderly. That is when I screamed, but it was not my voice. It was an inhuman shriek. I woke up, bolting upright in the tent. My ears were still ringing with that terrible screech. My girlfriend was still asleep, but she was tossing and turning, clearly having a nightmare of her own. I needed a smoke. Climbing out of the tent, I sat on a log we had been using as a bench near the fire. The embers were still faintly glowing. I lit my cigarette off one, took a drag, and looked up. And then, I nearly shit myself. There were eyes in the darkness, staring at me from between the trees. I had never seen eyes like that before. They glowed, really glowed, not just reflected light like an animal's. I knew that normal animal eyes shine in the dark because of a layer behind the retina that reflects light back through the receptors. But there was no light source, no stars in the overcast sky. The fire barely gave off a glow, and yet these eyes shone blue, like 2 tiny flashlights. I froze. My drunkenness vanished instantly. What do? Grab a stick? But if I moved, would it attack? We were only 5 meters apart. While I was debating my options, the eyes started rising. The creature was standing up. At first, I didn't understand what was wrong, and then it hit me. It was standing on its hind legs. I frantically tried to remember what animals could do that. Bears, ferrets, but it was much too small to be a bear, too big for anything else. It was about 1 meter tall now, still watching me, barely blinking. I was drowning in fear. I started backing away. It took a step forward. I began praying. I was certain now. This was not just some animal. No normal creature behaves like this. If it had been, I would have either attacked or fled when spotted. But this thing, it just watched. Then, out of nowhere, salvation came. Dan, my friend, crawled out of his tent to take a piss. He had a flashlight with him. I yelled at him to shine the light my way. He did. The beam landed on the creature for a split second, and in that moment, I nearly lost it. It looked like a small person. No, like an animal pretending to be a person. It stood on its hind legs, covered in white fur, with clawed feet and an elongated muzzle. Its glowing blue eyes locked onto me, and its ears, long, striped, bent back like a rabbit's. But the worst part, that tail, long, writhing, with a blade-like tip. The creature hissed at Den, then dropped to all fours, and, with 2 powerful leaps, vanished into the darkness. Neither of us slept that night. We sat on the log, flashlights in hand, jumping at every rustle in the trees. In the morning, we did not tell the others. We just packed up and left as fast as we could. Later, I found out I was not the only one who had nightmares. Everyone in our group had one. My girlfriend though, she said the corpse in her dream hugged her too. But in hers, it was crying. What was that thing? Were the dreams a message? And if so, what did they mean? I don't know, and I never want to find out. This happened in the north of our country, in a military town, when my friends and I were about 11 years old. Our fathers were away at sea on nuclear-powered ships. Our mothers waited for them in the kitchens, and we kids were mostly left to our own devices. The town, an isolated military garrison in the Murmansk region, sat beyond the Arctic Circle. Summers brought the polar day, when the sun never set. Winters, on the other hand, were swallowed by the polar night, no sun at all. It would grow dim around noon, then, within minutes, plunge back into darkness, a magical place. We never struggled to find things to do. Sledding, building snow forts. There was no shortage of material. Exploring the hills, skiing, skating. But more than anything, we loved playing in the yard of House 48, an old, abandoned 5-story building. House 48 loomed over us with its boarded-up entrances and dark, empty windows. A haunting sight, and an irresistible lure. Adults pretended not to notice our fascination, knowing full well that forbidding us would only make the place more enticing. So we gathered on the steps, gazing up at its hollow windows, daring each other to go closer. For the longest time, there was no way inside. The military had sealed the doors tight, some even padlocked, but kids are resourceful, and eventually, we found the entryway. The one where time and Arctic storms had loosened the wood just enough for a child to squeeze through. I remember the day we finally got inside. Our little band of explorers met after school, at the peak of the afternoon darkness, around 2 o'clock. One by one, we slipped through the gap and entered the forbidden space that had taunted us for so long. At first, it was exhilarating, but as we ventured deeper into the building, the thrill slowly gave way to unease. Inside, it was bitterly cold. The darkness was thick, pressing. We kept our flashlights off. Light could give us away. The only sounds were the echoes of our own footsteps and the wind howling through broken windows. We climbed to the 3rd floor and wandered the corridors, peering into the abandoned apartments. The building's layout was simple. A central stairwell, and from it, 2 long hallways stretching left and right, lined with empty apartments. Most of the doors were gone, the rooms stripped bare, but traces of past lives lingered. Coat hangers, forgotten dishes, twisted metal rods, broken furniture, tattered rags. After a while, we decided to settle in one of the smaller rooms on the 3rd floor. The apartment door, barely hanging on to its last hinge, was shut behind us. The girls got to work clearing the space, while the boys took up position by the window, watching the yard for signs of trouble. Was anyone being called home? Had the adults noticed us? Natasha and I swept out the scattered debris while the boys dragged in a small table and a few empty crates from the kitchen. An old, moth-eaten blanket was hung over the window. Only then did we dare turn on our flashlights. We gathered around the table, laying out a thermos of tea and a few sandwiches. After a quick snack, we turned our attention to our new headquarters. The room was small, its blue cornflower wallpaper stained with rust and covered in frost. In the corner sat an old armchair with exposed springs, completely stripped of its cushions. On the windowsill rested a plush cheburashka, and beside it a dented bucket with frozen water inside, standing where a radiator had once been. That was all there was. Nothing but the echoes of someone else's life left behind. None of us dared to touch the toy. Maybe it was some unspoken rule among children, not to disturb forgotten toys that once belonged to others. We only cast sidelong glances at the abandoned cheburashka, sighing as if silently scolding its owner for forgetting it. The toy, in turn, gazed off to the side, not even out the windows, as if it already knew no one would return for it. We searched the chair carefully, but there was nothing behind or beneath it. In the sagging springs, we found an old photo album, but its pages were empty, so we quickly lost interest. For a while, we simply sat in the center of the room, speculating about who had lived here before, who had owned the toy, why had it been left behind, how long had this enormous, lifeless building been abandoned. Almost all of us had been born after the evacuation of 48. Time had moved on. New families had arrived, with fathers stationed at the base, replacing those who had once called this place home. Outside, the wind picked up, sending flurries of snow through the open window. The blanket we'd hung to cover it flapped uneasily, no longer able to hide our presence. It was getting late. We had seen enough for today. We could always return tomorrow to continue exploring. I slung my backpack over my shoulder and moved toward the window, but in the dim light, I tripped over something. The bucket. It clattered loudly across the frozen floor before coming to a stop at Natasha's feet. She called me over, pointing at something trapped in the ice at the bottom. We aimed a flashlight at it, and after a moment, we could make it out. A black and white photograph, frozen solid in the water. It showed a young woman holding a child in her arms, standing in front of 48. The room fell silent. We stared at the image, wondering how it had ended up there. Had it been forgotten during the move? The empty album suddenly made sense. Now we could see the owner of the plush toy with our own eyes. The mood had shifted. No one felt like talking anymore. Someone suggested breaking the ice to free the photo, but we quickly realized that would destroy it. There had to be another way. We were tired, frozen, and it was getting late. If we stayed much longer, someone would notice we were missing. Reluctantly, we left the bucket where it was, placing cheburashka inside, closer to its long-lost owner. We turned off the flashlight, pulled down the blanket from the window, and quietly made our way toward the exit. The journey back was even more unnerving. Every sound seemed amplified in the stillness, and the wind howled through the empty hallways like a distant voice. We walked carefully, as if afraid to wake something sleeping. As we reached the first floor, just steps from the front door, we froze. Above us, in the dead silence of the stairwell, something was moving. A metallic object rolled across the floor with a slow, deliberate scrape. A single image flashed in our minds. The bucket, tipping over on its own, its frozen photo spinning across the empty room upstairs. Panic gripped us. Without a word, we bolted for the entrance, but the doors were wedged shut with snow. We shoved against them, but they barely budged. And then, from the stairwell above, we heard it, a heavy, metallic sound, something rolling down the steps, step by step, faster, louder, coming straight toward us. Then everything became a blur, like a dream. I remember the boys throwing themselves against the door, Natasha and me screaming for help. The noise from the stairwell grew deafening. The sound of something heavy tumbling toward us. And then, suddenly, the door to the outside swung open with a crash. A figure appeared in the doorway, a man in a military uniform, his face twisted in surprise. It was the father of one of the boys. He had been returning from work, and when he pushed the door, it practically broke off its hinges. At home, we got the scolding of our lives. Our parents lectured us for sneaking into forbidden territory, for disappearing without telling anyone. But even after we calmed down, none of us spoke about what had really happened in that stairwell. We never told our parents or teachers about the metallic sound rolling toward us or how the bucket had seemed to move on its own. Later, we learned that the entrance to 48 had been tightly boarded up. From that day on, my father's unit assigned 1 or 2 soldiers to patrol the area around the clock. I remember my father sitting me down afterward. He sighed and said, "Imagine if you had not been found that day. You could have spent that whole night trapped in that frozen, dark building, and by morning, you might not have made it out at all." A couple of weeks later, we gathered again near 48, standing at a safe distance while the assigned guard made his rounds. The boy whose father had saved us told us something strange. His dad had heard the metallic clatter from inside the stairwell before he even saw us. He had been drawn to the sound, and only when he got closer did he hear our muffled voices calling out. None of us had much to say. We just stood there in silence, staring up at the lifeless windows. And then, Natasha gasped. We followed her gaze, and at that moment, our blood ran cold. On the 3rd floor windowsill sat a plush Chebarashka, the same one we had left in the bucket, nestled beside the frozen photograph of its long-forgotten owner. This is my only green text-worthy thing that's ever happened to me, but I swear it is real. Both me and my GF still remember and talk about it. Be me, maybe 26, live with GF in an apartment near a beach town. Technically, the beach is on an island, so you have to cross a bridge to get to it. The bridge goes kind of high up, so boats can cross under it. When you go over the bridge, you can see out pretty far. Also important for the story, across from our apartment is a small airfield/airport. Not a big international airport, but one of those smaller ones people use for private planes. I'm not a plane guy, so I don't know, but you get the idea. I drew this picture so you can see how it all fits together. Anyway, on weekends, me and my GF would drive over the bridge to go to our favorite bar or restaurant. One night, we are driving back. It's a little rainy. Me and GF not really talking, just waiting to get home. It's a relatively small town, so we are the only ones out on the road. As we come to the top of the bridge, I notice out in front of us, about where the airfield is, are lights. Not just any lights. I'm talking like a fully lit football stadium. It looked like the Patriot Stadium had been transported right across from our apartment. Never seen that in this area before. GF notices too. I can't remember who spoke first, but we were both like, "What the fuck is that?" and began to point. Suddenly, all the lights disappear at once. Like, immediately. No 30-second dimming or different parts turning off. Just all off at once. GF and me are bewildered. There is no way the lights were just helicopters or planes or whatever. They would not have been flying so close to one another, and there was no building that size in the area at that time. Whatever it was saw us coming and turned everything off. Okay, I live in a secluded town with a lot of out opportunities. I love abandoned places and learn how to adapt in a lot of unfriendly spots. I've had a few nasty encounters with homeless crackheads, traps set by mental landlords, wild animal encounters, but one encounter that takes the cake happened to me a few years back. Be me, 23 years old, a stupid, adrenaline-loving dude bro who now explores alone after trying one too many times to get his friends to tag along. I used old maps from my local library to scout out abandoned mines and mills on the outskirts of my town. At that time, I went cave diving almost every weekend. I had a few favorite spots, including a few swimming holes. Eventually, I started running out of fun spots and started going further and further out. Eventually, I found a surface mine that does not have any connecting trails via satellite on Google Maps and marked it on my GPS. Getting to it was one hell of a journey as I needed to take multiple trips. Once I got to it, I noticed datura flowers absolutely everywhere, along with scraps of clothing. As gross as it sounds, some kids party a bit too hard and leave their dirty undergarments/clothing deep in the woods. After that mess, I attached a line and started climbing down the main shaft. That's when I hear a kid crying deep within the mine. I took some time to try and identify it, as shafts can easily throw back sound in odd ways. The same sound is repeated verbatim, like a recording. I instantly get bad vibes and start heading up. The sound gets higher and louder, like a train horn that is moving towards you. I kept trying to rationalize it while climbing up as fast as I could. At the mouth of the mine, I realized I might have left a lost child to die in there. So I did the obvious thing and called the cops once I got back into cell phone range. My face went. They capped every mine in a 20-mile radius with an explosion a few weeks after my exploration session, even the harmless ones. Be May, 2017, second worst year of my life. Best friend, we will call him Martin, offers to take me out hunting with him. We got to Clarke County, Alabama, to some land he pays to hunt on. It was a beautiful experience. Shot my own 8-point buck on my first night out. Relaxed the entire time. 2018. Best friend invites me out again. A month or two before we head out, a huge storm hits the area. When we arrive, the vibe is very different. Just feels off. That serene feeling I enjoyed is missing. First night, he drops me off at a place called The Patch. A bare patch of grass forms a huge donut around a series of smaller trees in the middle. Woodland for miles surrounds the hunting post. He leaves to go hunt in another area pretty far off. Tells me he will pick me up at 8 p.m. It is 4:30 when he drops me off. The post I am in is one of the shittiest things I've ever been in. Only one person can chill in there. The walls are super thin. There is 4 windows, one in the front, 2 on either side, and a small one on the back wall. The door to get in is only locked by a very shitty hook. It's barely on its hinges. Doesn't bother me at the time, because there is no predators in the area besides some big ass hogs. Decide to sit down and chill, since I am going to be there for a while, and I was only going to shoot a deer if I could tell it was a cow horn. Reed, inbred, and a genetic dead end. A few things to note. I had a hunting knife Martin gifted me, one of his rifles with a few bullets in case I needed to take a second shot, a thermal scope, and a high-powered flashlight. There was no cell phone reception. I found that out when I tried texting someone. Some of the other areas had reception, albeit with very poor service. I decided to just chill and enjoy the ambience. It was a pretty afternoon. A few clouds were out. Squirrels were jumping around. Trees were rustling, the usual. Just as the sun was beginning to set, the ambience drastically changes. All the trees stop rustling. No squirrels, no wind. It goes dead silent. Suddenly feel dread, and my body tenses up. From behind me, I can hear something walking towards me. It did not sound like a deer or some hog or anything else. Its gait reminded me of a human's walking through the woods at a pace that implied it was stalking something. I remain perfectly still, making sure my breathing is steady, and I keep my eyes fixed ahead. My hand instinctively grips my knife that is strapped to my chest. Whatever is behind me keeps moving closer, making no noise beside its footsteps that crunch the leaves. It is still fairly sunny outside, but I did not want to look at it. It moves to my right and stops by that right window. Then it starts exhaling. Not inhaling and exhaling, just exhaling. It was raspy and heavy, like someone had just run a marathon, but it was inhumanly deep. Something inside my mind is screaming at me to not look at it. If I did look at it, I felt like I was going to die. It sits there, just exhaling and looking at me, while I sit like a statue for several minutes. Then it's gone. No running away, no leaves crunching in the distance, just silence again. I stay perfectly still, not wanting to move. Gradually, the ambience returns. The wind rustles the leaves. The squirrels are moving again, and I even see a family of deer appear. I am too freaked out to leave. I don't even know where my friend is, and I can't call him. All I can do is wait. Beyond my paranoia getting to me, nothing eventful happens. My friend ends up picking me up an hour late because he took a shot at a buck and was waiting to see if it would come back. When we get back to our cabin, I spill my beans. He is scared and gets chills. Then he proceeds to tell me about what happened to his little brother years prior. Be Daniel, Martin's little brother, on a hunting trip with Martin and his dad, hunting in an area called the Meadow. It's an area with extremely tall grass and a patch that leads into the forest. The hunting stand is raised pretty far off the ground, probably 8 to 10 feet off the ground. While hunting, Daniel is chilling on his phone when the same thing happens. Wind stops, grass stops rustling, no animal ambience. Then he hears footsteps approach him from the tall grass. There is only one window on the stand, and it does not look at the surrounding fields. The footsteps slowly walk up to the stand and then stop directly underneath him. He freaks out, starts texting his family to come to get him immediately, too scared to call or make any noises. Martin and his dad drive out to get him and find nothing under the stand. Daniel never hunted in that area again. The strange thing is that Martin and I hunted there and nothing ever happened. 2019. Martin invites me to go hunting with him and Daniel. I politely refuse. While chilling in the cabin late at night, the both of them hear something knock on the side wall near the living room. 3 knocks in normal succession. Martin goes out to see what could make that noise, armed of course. Nothing. Not even 30 minutes later, the same knock occurs in the living room where they are. Once again, he goes out, but there is nothing there. No tree or branch knocking. Keep in mind, this cabin is boonfuck nowhere. There is not another house or cabin in the area for another mile. Martin is someone who absolutely would shoot someone. He has actually killed an illegal before, since they were stealing thousands of dollars from his business. Nothing happened after that, but it shook Martin and his little brother. Conveniently, they purchased their own property in Mississippi and now hunt there. I have no idea what happened, neither does he. Doesn't seem like a Bigfoot story or anything else I've heard of. Really weird. I immigrated to New Zealand in 1974 with my wife, and after bouncing around from house to house, we finally settled on this fantastic little homestead that stood about 150 feet from a cliff face that dropped at least 70 feet into the ocean. We were thrilled when we moved in. It was exactly the house we had been looking for. The kitchen sink had a nice little window on it that we could look out at the ocean through. The kitchen had a side door that went into a green little house, pretty much our dream house. So that is how we ended up in that house, and nothing at all ever happened there. We had a son who moved out when he was 19, and we enjoyed being empty nesters for a few years, until he got married, and, surprise, his wife was pregnant. One of the mornings after we learned the news, less than a week, my wife was washing dishes and yelled for me. I was in the garage, renovating a car. I was actually drinking beer. I rushed into the kitchen, expecting to see one of NZ's huge bugs climbing on her, but instead, I caught the back of her summer dress going out the back door. I followed, hearing her yell, "Wait, don't do it, get away from there." As I got out the door, I saw what she was yelling at. There was a girl, maybe around 7 years old, standing on the edge of the cliff. I can remember exactly what she looked like now, but at the time, I only got a brief glimpse of her as she tilted forward, stiff, and went over the edge. My wife screamed and fell to her knees. I ran past her and looked over the edge, seeing nothing but the crashing waves below. We called the police. They said we did everything we could. but were still a little suspicious of us from then on. No one reported any girls missing, and there were only a few Kiwis out there, so it would be obvious if someone were gone. My wife was horribly scarred by that event for a while, and we finally agreed that she needed to take a vacation with some of her friends to get out of the house. It was another morning, after she left, that I was in the greenhouse picking some herbs to dry, when I saw through the grimy glass a blurred figure of someone standing by the edge of the cliff. I yelled and ran out, but started to feel a little wrong, like something is going on that shouldn't. That feeling you got in your stomach that one time you shoplifted. It was the same girl from days before, standing in the same place, wearing the same outfit. I remember it clearly. It was a black sweater, fuzzy and homemade. She had short, blonde hair, which was blowing wildly in the ocean's updraft. She had a red skirt with dull, floral patterns on it and neat black shoes. I watched her tilt over the edge once again, and once again was met with the waves when I looked down. I did not tell my wife when she returned. Our son moved to San Antonio on a job offer after college, and our granddaughter was born there. We flew all the way over to see her, and she was beautiful. I have to hold myself back from describing the feeling of having your first grandchild, but hopefully someone out there will be able to relate. We flew home nearly a month after, and my wife was asleep in the passenger seat as we drove past the airport. "Please, Ellie, don't fall," she started murmuring to herself as we neared our house. As we drove down the highway that ran along the cliff face, I made out the figure of a girl standing on the edge by our house. I pulled to a stop and watched her from afar. I was sure by this point that we had witnessed something paranormal, because obviously the girl was not falling and climbing back up over and over. As I watched her across the cliff, I could almost feel her looking back at me, and could make out her pale white face from her black sweater. Then she fell, sliding under the water without a splash or any sign of impact, no sound over the waves. Years went by like that. I would wake up in the morning and see her there. My wife would be exceptionally frazzled some days and refuse to tell me why, but I knew she had seen her go over the cliff again. Then, one day, our son called. They were flying down next month to see us on our wedding anniversary / my wife's birthday. The month went by quick as we cleaned up the house and the yard to make it look presentable for them. The morning of their arrival, I saw the girl go over the cliff again, just as I heard the crunching of our driveway gravel under my son's car. He got out of the car first, and I could not believe how old he looked. Sales is a hard job, I always told him. It will take a toll on you. Then his wife got out of the car, and she also had aged, but in a good way. Gone was the 23-year-old who gives a crap, and here was a 30-year-old businesswoman. Then we saw a granddaughter. My wife dug her nails into my arm to keep from falling over. She wore a black sweater, a red skirt, and had a pink bow in her blonde hair. It took a lot of explaining, but my wife finally convinced them to let us put them up at a good hotel and not come anywhere close to our house. I'm not sure if they thought we had turned senile or that we were murdering people in the house, but we could not risk seeing her go over for real. After that, we never saw the ghost again. My wife said it must have been a warning. I'm not sure why, and I did not say it to her, but I thought it had a more sinister purpose. Maybe it was that white face that I saw from far away, so pale the sun reflected off of it. Maybe it was the simple, black dots it had for eyes, like a life-sized porcelain doll. We moved out of that house years after that, and moved inland a ways, but stayed in close contact with our old neighbors. A family finally bought the house, more expats, with 2 sons and a daughter. Not long after, their daughter was found, dashed against the rocks under the cliff. No one could figure out how she had gone over. We knew. You guys know about Clinton Road, here in New Jersey. In case you don't know, Clinton Road is an infamous stretch that cuts through a forest. There are no lights whatsoever, and sign maintenance has not been updated since the 50s. It is rife with clan members and was the dumping site for a professional killer. Me and my friends are standard bravado douchebags, and one night, we decided to check out if all the stories we were told hold up. They didn't. What we got was far, far worse than any story. We were coming back from a movie in the Palisades, and we figure, hey, it's right there, might as well. Only, we aren't as good with predicting distance time as we figure, so it takes an obscenely long time to finally get to the road itself. It is smack dab in the middle of winter, and there is about 4 feet of snow on the ground, easy. We joke about how we're going to see a jackalope, and oh fuck, we're going to get chased by the hellhound. As I said, we are a bunch of loudmouth pricks. Only, slowly but surely, the morale in the car is getting more and more quiet. It seems to get darker as the time passes. At one point, we pull over just to see how dark it is with the lights off, and it is pitch black. Complete and utter darkness. We start up again, and we are not having fun anymore. Now, there is a bridge about halfway through that if you throw a penny off of, it will get thrown back at you, all spooky-like. This is our goal, and by God, at this point, we just want to do this and go back home. We finally get there, and park just off the side, in this little niche, right next to the bridge. We decide it's best to leave the car on, just in case the penny comes back and we void our bowels. Better safe than sorry. There are 4 of us in this little sedan, so it takes a little longer for me and my other friend to get out. Of course, the bastards don't wait for us, and by the time we finally get out there, they are already halfway down the bridge. It is extremely cold. My winter coat does not help. The bridge is set up so that in the moonlight you can see clearly down the road. It is dark as all holy hell, but you can still make out if there was a car coming. There is no place to hide at all. It is dead silent, and I can hear every crunch of my friend's footsteps on the dry gravel 20 feet away from me. As we walk up to them, we see that they have stopped dead in their tracks. They spin on their heels and start walking back to us at a distressingly fast rate. Get the fuck back in the car, we have to leave. I was already shitting bricks, so I don't question it. We run back into the car and get ready to pull out as fast as we can. That is when I see them. In the brake lights, I see 2 figures striding towards us. They were walking extremely relaxed, but at a very fast pace. The one I saw almost clearly was tall, taller than I am, and I am 6 feet tall. I want to say it was wearing a white hoodie, only because from what I saw, it was completely white from the waist up. The other one was much darker. I could barely see it, whatever it was. As we start to spin around to go back from where we came, it stops walking relaxed and starts power walking towards us even faster. And then it stops, and then it's gone. We finally turn around and get going. The road is extremely perilous, so we take it slow, just happy to be finally out of that fucked up situation. I look out the back window to make sure they are gone, and they are fucking booking it like demons. Oh my god, drive, go, faster. We are going at least 35 miles an hour, making hairpin turns with these things keeping in tow of our car on foot. They come within 5 feet of our back fender. I remember being able to make out eyes on the dark one. They were crazed and wide. It was so terrifying that I have chills retelling it to this day. Finally, my friend guns it, and we are flying down this rural, icy road, going 50 miles an hour in a blind panic. After we are sure we get away, we start to slow down. No one says a word for about 10 minutes, when my friend driving finally breaks the horrible silence. There is something chasing us. I look back, and there is this intense light chasing us. It did not look like headlights. For one thing, there was only one, and it was about 5 feet off the ground. Whatever it was gaining on us. We managed to push it to 60 somehow without dying. This thing was keeping up with us, no matter how fast we were going. Eventually, we get close to the end of the road, and we realize that it's gone. We don't care, not anymore. We are flying down the highway for a good 45 minutes when we finally get pulled over. I was never so happy to see a fucking cop. He lets us go, tells us to slow down, and sends us on his way. Nice guy. We spent that night in my friend's basement, with the lights on, just sitting on the floor, waiting for the sun. We are grown-ass men, pissing ourselves, hiding from ghosts or whatever the fuck it is that wanted us. There is no doubt in my mind about that fact. They wanted to catch us. I am never going back there, X. Nothing anybody can say or do will ever make me go back there. Be careful if you ever find yourself driving down Clinton Road, because you never know what's waiting for you to get out of your car. It's not really one story, as much as several stories involving the same thing. A lot of these are reports from my coworkers. Be me, working at a shitty, overpriced store. Coworkers are pretty cool for the most part. I start out working stock. Shift starts at 5 AM before the sun is up. Whole store feels weird at this hour, like we aren't supposed to be there. Shrug it off as me being new to the job. My schedule was not working. Was trying to do awkwardly timed college classes and this crappy 5 AM shift at the same time. Get transferred to sales. Am now a daywalker, as the stock guys call it. Turns out, a girl I vaguely knew worked there, became friendly fast. She had to go into the stock room a lot, but always refused to go alone. There is something in there, I can feel it. Laugh it off as her being paranoid. Supervisor goes into the stock room to find whatever item. Lights go off. He is very into spiritual shit, so he says to the empty dark room, "If there is any being here, please show your presence." Fucking door to the stock room swings wide open. Nobody comes in or is near the entrance. Supervisor nopes the fuck out to the manager's office. Friendly co-worker from before and I are working closing shift one night. I am cleaning up the front of the store while she is on break. Hear her scream from the break room. She is outside the break room, staring at the door. Ask what happened, if she's okay. She said the light in the break room went off. She was startled, hence the scream, but figured it was me, since I like to mess with her, as she is easily scared. She leaves the break room, and I am nowhere in sight. She realizes it was not me, and the supervisor is in the back, counting out the register money. Open door. Light is still off. Flick the switch. It comes back on. Definitely was not an electrical problem. Get in one day. Again, for closing shift. All staff members kinda on edge, and asking if I heard what happened. Haven't even punched in yet. Of course I haven't. They tell me to ask another coworker. He is also spiritual, like my supervisor. Very dramatic, but in a tolerable way. Says he was using the restroom that morning, right before the store opened. As he's doing whatever, maggots start crawling up through the drain in the center. Make their way towards the walls, climbing them. Coworker says they move pretty fast, compared to how fast he thought maggots would be. Freaks out. Gets store manager. Maggots are still there when he shows them to her. She freaks out too. Don't remember how, but they cleaned it up, and I think they poured something down the drain. Working a closing shift again. Store just closed. Haven't really started doing shit. Store gets a phone call from security. Said someone entered our store through the back door. Put on best angry face I can and go to the back with the manager and another coworker following. I'm one of the only guys on staff, and I'm a big, intimidating guy, so that's normal. Look through the entirety of the stockroom, nothing there. Security insists it happened. One night, one of the bottles of beer flew off the shelf and shattered. This happens a good hour or so after all the employees leave. Check security camera footage in the morning. Looks like it was thrown off. It was broken before it hit the ground. Check the class pieces. There is a source of impact. Appears to have originated from inside the bottle itself. No explanation whatsoever about how it happened. So basically what I'm saying is, my store was haunted. You could kind of feel it, but there were times that it just felt foreboding. I am still mildly afraid to go into that store. Anyway, I don't even know if there is any interest in the story, but I am tired, so good night, y'all. Be me, like 12 years old, having a fever, trying to sleep it off with an open window. In middle of the night, I wake up. It's too cold. I open my eyes and see an unfamiliar figure standing by my window, looking out of it. Yay, I don't have to get up myself. Can you close the window, please? Figure is slowly turning its head towards me. I don't care. I go back to sleep before I can see their eyes. Wake up in the morning. Yeez, that was one creepy dream. Window is still opened. Wow, one asshole ghost. Fever is gone, and I assume it was a more realistic dream than I usually get, simply because I was sick. Years later, same room. I'm about 16. Late night on my computer, like a boss. My room is completely dark. Only light is coming from the PC monitor. I feel fingers on my shoulder. I assume it's my father. I will just finish the game, and then I'll go to sleep, okay? No response. The fingers are still on my shoulder. They are still there. And still there. Suddenly thinking of it, they are too big for my father's beta male hands. I look in a window. It's behind my computer, aka opposite me, so I can see behind me without turning around. There is no one in the room. Doors are still closed. My father never closes my door. I can no longer feel the fingers on myself. It's cold. I must admit, I am having visual hallucinations from time to time, but not as much as I had as a child. It could have just been my mind fucking with me. Writing this here because I just saw the figure in my window again, and I remembered the shit. I used to live in rural Flatwoods, KY, when I was little. We were like the last house on the road before it went into 100 acres plus of 60-foot tall trees of dense forest. So, it was in the early to late 1970s. We were a middle-class family. I and my sister and brother were all adopted. I was an abandoned baby left in a box, but that's another story. My sister is 8 years older than me. My brother is 16 years older than me. My brother worked at a local pizza joint about 10 miles from the house. He would work late, so the local cops would sometimes give him a ride home. Well, one night, when he came home, he was really freaked out, and he was white as a ghost. Now, mind you, he is Puerto Rican, so he is normally dark-skinned. I was peeking around the corner. My mom saw me and yelled at me to go back to bed, but my brother never seemed quite the same after that night, and not too long of the time after that night, he left home and got married. So, 30 or so years goes by. Now, due to our age difference, we didn't really talk too much ever, and I kind of forgot about that night. But, about 10 years ago or so, I flashed on that night, and decided to give my bro a call, and ask him about that night. So this is what he told me happened. On the way back from the pizza joint, something flew out of the forest and attacked the cop car that my bro was riding in. It was some type of winged creature, gargoyle, Jeepers Creepers demon or something of the like. It was man-sized, and it threw the cop car into the ditch on the side of the road and was on top of it, snarling and clawing at the roof and windshield of the car, scratching and denting it severely. It could not get at them, so it finally gave up and went away, leaving my brother and the cops terrified to the bone. I asked my bro, so what the fuck did the cops tell the station? He said they told them that they hit a deer because they did not want to lose their job, and or be put in a loony bin. And that shit happened, no BS. I was like, holy fuck, shit, piss, no shit? He said, yeah, no shit. So, I was telling my BFF the story about a year ago, and she had a story of her own. She said that her and her friend was coming home from work one night in rural Texas about 20 years ago, and something ran across the road directly in front of them, and it was in the process of changing. It was on all fours, and in between what they thought looked like a werewolf and a human. They vowed never to speak of it until I told her my story about my brother. I used to live on what I call a cursed farm. Move in a farm with mom, an abusive mom's boyfriend. Place has an extensive history of dead people. Last owner died electrocuted when he tried to fix a light on an electric pole outside. Pretty stupid, considering electric poles are not private property, but whatever. First few months, mom seriously injures herself 3 times. All 3 occurrences needing serious medical intervention. Attic is sealed shut. Constantly hear footsteps in the attic and other assorted banging noises. Get pushed by an invisible thing while doing farm work in the storage barn. We stayed there less than a year and sell the place. I wish I could also say that my mom's abusive BF from that time was possessed with some shit, but he was just that much of an asshole. Things kept happening to me, my mom, and his kids, but nothing ever happened to him. Maybe he was that fucking evil of a person that the curse thought he was a bro or something. But the real irony in all of this is that none of the paranormal shit that happened to us in there came close to the kind of violence we had to endure from him. And, as I said, it would be easy to pin it on the curse, except that we lived in many places before and after that farm, and the guy was about exactly as evil as he always was when he came into our life. Be me. I work as a county assessor. I mostly deal with things like land records and property disputes. I am not going to mention my state or city because I do not want to give away anything personal. I certainly don't want to get involved in something beyond me or lose my job. Basically, the job is pretty straightforward and it is not as draining as you might think. Every now and then, I get calls to check on properties for title disputes or land sales. Most of the time, it just involves measuring plots, confirming boundaries, verifying zoning, that kind of boring shit. Very occasionally, I have stumbled upon something that does not add up, usually to do with unsavory individuals or some kind of scheme or scam. This one time I want to tell you all about is something I have never ever gotten to the bottom of, and I want your opinion on it, X. So, there was this guy named Carl H. I am not going to give his last name for obvious reasons. That was the name he gave me anyway. I question now whether it was just an alias. Anyway, he was trying to sell his grandfather's property. It was a rural property, out in the middle of nowhere really. The land had been in his family for generations. He told me that it had been his grandfather's lifelong dream to leave it to him and keep passing it down through the family. There was a problem though. The county records showed that there were 2 different houses on the property. One was built in the 1940s, after the war had ended. I assume this was the one he was having me assess. But the records show a second one was built in around 1993. Carl swore to me that there was only one house on the land, just the one farmhouse where his grandfather lived. Because of these records, Carl could not sell his land until the discrepancies in the record were rectified. Because of this, the county sent me to verify this. I drove out there the day after I was informed of the job, a Tuesday afternoon. It was a long drive out from the city, mostly just shitty, unkempt back roads. Pretty much no cell service unless you got lucky jumping around on a hill. It's the kind of place just left to be taken by time. When I arrived, the farmhouse was exactly in the condition I expected, old and run down. Everything overgrown with ivy and moss everywhere. Nothing unusual at all. His story about his grandfather living here and passing it down seemed to check out at first glance. I marked it down as a one-house property. I checked the maps again. The record said that the second house was located northwest of the farmhouse, just up a small hill. I checked the GPS, but there was no indication of any other structure around. I had a quick chat with Carl, and he basically just said the same things I had been told by my boss and that I had written down in my notes. I asked if it was okay for me to go and walk the land, and he said that was fine. I set off toward where the records say the second house should have been. It was about a 10-minute walk in total, nothing too grueling. The trees seemed denser out at this part, the grass a little taller. Seemed like it hadn't been disturbed by anyone in years. I would be lying if I did not feel a little off. In my defense, I don't fuck with spooky stuff. Even ghost stories make me shit my pants. That's just the kind of atmosphere my family raised me in. Very religious and aware of things like spirits. Something caught my eye while I was walking along out there. It was small, something like a clearing, almost hidden just between the trees. I was thinking I'd maybe find the knocked-down foundation of the house that was on the records. Maybe his father had it demolished some years ago. That is not what I found. I found a door. Not like a random door standing up in the middle of the woods. This isn't some no-sleep story. It was a wooden basement door, flush with the ground, almost like it had been buried. The door looked old and forgotten and dusty. I knelt down and wiped some of the dirt off of it. There was a padlock on it. It wasn't an old padlock though. It looked almost brand new. Yeah, now I was really shitting it. Either this guy was yanking my chain, or he was straight up lying to me. At the same time, it was giving me the creeps, and I was hoping for some kind of logical explanation. I did a cursory look around, looking for some knocked-down building. Searched every tree and bush around. Nothing at all. I checked the padlock and the door again. Yep, definitely fresh. Gleaming metal with no rust. There was no key in sight, and the lock looked too sturdy to be broken off. The ground was rock solid, so digging down through it was a no-no. Only way in would be to cut it open. I had two options. Go and call Carl and ask him what the deal was, or go straight to my boss and tell him what I found. Like the dumbass I was, I chose a secret third option. I headed back to the farmhouse and decided to take a closer look at the land records and dig through his grandfather's paperwork. I went back and asked Carl, and he seemed confused, almost hesitant at my request, but eventually said sure. I did end up finding something in his grandfather's old files. I found a ledger, a thick one that had been tucked away in the back of a drawer. It was old, dating back to when his grandfather had originally bought the land, end of World War II. I flipped through and found some handwritten notes about land purchases and taxes and other general thoughts, an insane amount of detail. He kept notes on the house pretty much until he passed away. I found lots of mentions of the second building. Even up to his death, he had notes insisting it be kept hidden and that the original plan stays the same. Lots of things I did not understand about lodges and meetings and about sealing it away for later. There were notes on the last page, just before he passed away, saying that his will was all written out and ready. I never asked Carl how his grandfather died, but I assume he had a terminal illness or he knew something was coming. He mentioned how the will would pass on the house to Carl, but that another member will collect it once everything has been rectified. I mean, it just didn't make sense. There was the basement door, but no sign of a full house. It just didn't exist anymore. And then all this meticulous planning, and passing it on to Carl, only for it to be transferred. Was this some kind of tax or insurance fraud that I was too stupid to work out? Either way, I confronted Carl about the whole thing to see if he could make sense of it. Something had to be hidden somewhere. Carl was in the other room, just sipping coffee. When I told him though, he seemed nervous. Not surprised, not concerned, just really nervous. I asked him about the ledger, and his face went white. He did not respond. I then mentioned what I found about the second house and the basement door. He seemed really shaky now, cut me off from saying anything further. He started almost pleading with me, telling me how I didn't understand, how I couldn't go near that door or the second house no matter what. I tried to calm him down, but he just kept on rambling how he did not think anyone would find it, about how he did not want the property or to deal with it, but that they made him do it. I asked him straight up, who the fuck made you do it? And do fucking what? He just said it was the developers that were behind the whole thing, and that's why the records were all messed up. He kept going on and on how they did not want anyone to know, and that they wanted the land for themselves, and instructed his grandfather to build that house. Said his grandfather had to follow all their instructions to be inducted and keep records for them. I just looked at him like he was fucking crazy and was like, dude, what are you talking about? Told him to calm the fuck down and start making sense, that he was going to be in serious trouble if there was fraud going on. I asked him if there was someone I could get in contact with to sort everything out, and he told me no. He freaked the fuck out, started throwing things, trashing the place, saying he was done if anyone found out the truth. He started threatening me and throwing shit at me, and I left. I feared for my safety and was not paid nearly enough to deal with the shit. Whether he was having a mental breakdown from grief or if he was just in a medicated schizo, it was nothing to do with me. I got back and reported all of my findings back to my boss. Told them how he reacted, how I could not finish up because of the physical violence. I was just told not to worry and that the situation will be sorted out by him and the authorities. I never heard anything about it again. I asked for an update from my boss at one point, but he would not go into any details and just told me it was straightened out. I did some digging by myself. It was a real bitch to find anything on that land at all. Only physical records, nothing digitized, which I suppose is not too weird considering the age of the place. Anyway, there is some company that over the years has been buying up huge swaths of land around the area in rural locations. It's not a company I've ever heard of before, but could easily be a shell company, I suppose. There are some old zoning maps of the land that have restricted area labels around the property, but they are not recent. They date back around the 1970s. So, yaks, that is about all I have to go on. I did not get assassinated in my sleep. I didn't get, spooky mysteriously fired, and I did not up and just quit my job the same day and never go back or mention it again, like all these liars say in their stories. I am just genuinely baffled as to what was going on there. Great-grandfather was very young, and his grandfather was still around. Village was under some corruption of sorts. People became really ill. Cows died from day to day. Fruit trees gave bad fruit. There was some talk of a bruja, a witch. In most Mexican lore, you would hear that the witch was some person from the village who took up evil powers, much like Navajo skinwalkers. Above the village, there was some wild vulture. People called them zopilote. Everyone knew that had to be the bruja. In the weeks, the bad stuff started to happen. The vulture started appearing, flying over the villages, sometimes getting inside the houses. It had this near-human, mocking laugh like, ha ha ha, that it gave whenever something bad was found out. My great-grandfather's father caught on quick and knew that something had to be done. He would observe it fly, and whenever it came down, he would lunge at it with a machete, struck it badly, like it was nearly tattered. The vulture shredded into pieces, but still had life in it to fly away. Came back weeks later, with no signs of cuts. Meanwhile, they found dead cows in some ranch, their blood sucked out of them. The people of the village started getting mean, vicious dogs after this. Fast forward some months later, Vulture Bruja is still at his fangs, stealing small animals, chicks, kittens, piglets, and tearing them apart and eating them. Great-grandfather was warned by his dad to take the really mean dogs with him wherever he went because of the bruja. Dogs acted tame on everyone, but barked like crazy whenever the vulture came flying about, like primal fear barking, vicious, gnarly mad dog barking. Great-grandfather was walking to get some aberrates from the store when suddenly the dogs started their mad barking. No vulture above. He looked around and found that there was an old man in dirty rags watching from the ditches. Dogs getting out of hand and start chasing the old man. Great-grandfather went towards them to keep them from killing the guy. When he came closer, he saw the old man was wrong looking. Sharp talon hands, thin scaly legs. Great-grandfather caught a glimpse of his covered face. It was rat-like. The old man made his way towards him while not bothering with the dogs clinging on, biting his limbs. Great-grandfather stood there, paralyzed as it neared. Woke up at home. He blacked out for 2 whole days apparently. My father told him what happened. When he heard the barking dogs, he rushed out to find him and took his machete with him. When he found him, he was just standing there with a vacant look on his face while the old man was still fighting the mad dogs for him clinging onto him. The old man ran away high speed when my great-great-grandfather got there. Mumps with the bruja made people move away. They were escaping to other far villages. Fruit was inedible and livestock too sick. Calves died very young. My great-great-great-grandfather Archira took it to himself to hunt down and kill the bruja for good. It took a week of spotting and trailing after the bruja, watching the vulture flying miles about. Night came about. Archira and about 3 people found the forest where the thing flies to at night, and they found this bundle of twigs, small hut-sized thing. They see it because of this light emanating from it and find that it was some lit fire. So what did they do? The bravest man in the group got up and tucked his shirt out and hacked in the twigs, and in the bundle it was like a little sleeping house, and he saw a sleeping man. He hacked it up, and when the man began screaming, all other men started barging in with their machetes and hacked the old man again and again all night, and when they were sure the old man was nothing but ribbons of flesh, they burned down the bruja's forest and came back that afternoon with a holy man and buried everything under stone. The whole thing was later graphically explained to every kid in my village, even great-grandfather, because there should always be someone who knows how to kill one of those things. Well, I got a few, but this is one of them. I live in a rural area close to the forest. It was about 12 a.m. at night, full moon. I needed to take out the trash cans, but I need to take a dump first. I proceed to walk to the bathroom, but to do so, I have to go through this big room with giant windows. The moon is shining through the glass. Nice view. Reach the bathroom. Ugh, the toilet is clogged and I can't take a dump. I leave. As I'm heading back, I see some weird flickering of the moonlight, as if someone was passing their hand in front of a flashlight. Grab my gun just in case. Proceed to go out and move trash cans. While I'm moving one of the trash cans, I see the trees move. They are swaying more and more. What the fuck? I head back to get another trash can. As I'm heading back, this random car pulls over, flashing a gigantic flashlight towards the trees. I look back. The trees are almost swaying, as if someone is shaking them. I ask the driver what he is doing here. He just starts laughing maniacally, then turns off the giant flashlight. I say fuck it and shine my keychain light on him. He is smiling like a maniac, looks like trash, hair is a mess, his teeth are almost non-existent. He opens the door. He is getting out. Oh shit. I pull my gun out. He then shuts his car door and drives off at like 50 miles per hour. I'm just standing there, frozen. Get a feeling I am being watched. Don't want to turn around. I feel like I'm going to brick my pants. Trees are still swaying. There is no wind. As I turn around, I see this huge, ugly-ass Bigfoot/werewolf thing. It's like 20 feet tall. It's shaking the trees with little effort. Oh hell no. I shoot it like 5 times. Nothing happens. Proceed to mag dump. Nothing happens. It stops shaking the trees. It turns to look at me with a death stare. I break my pants, run back to the house with poop running down my legs. I'm trying not to piss myself. Get my hunting rifle. Head upstairs onto a balcony. By this time, piss is trickling down my legs. I look for it. It's gone. Go downstairs and make sure every door is locked. Lock every window. Go to bathroom and shower. Spend the rest of the night just waiting, holding on to my rifle. Eventually fall asleep. Wake up a few hours later. Look outside. Nothing unusual, except the trees look like there was a tornado or something. Spend the rest of the month weirded out. I barely went anywhere back then. I had not left my property for about a week or two. Wasn't about to let it get totaled. It was expensive and valuable to me, although I mostly didn't leave due to being scared of even stepping outside. Wasn't too bad though. I was stocked up on food, so I was good for a while. As a child, there was one house that we lived in that I will always call home. My parents lived there when I was born, and we stayed there until I was 14 years old. That was what I knew, and all I knew. You figured out all the best hiding places. You knew where each creaky floorboard was to avoid being caught. You could walk through it with your eyes closed. That is how this home was for me. But sadly, my family was not immune to the housing crash. After my dad was laid off and had to accept a lower paying job, I could no longer afford our home, and the only thing we could do, much like many others, was just to leave it. I may have been 14, so while I understood not being able to afford things, it still hurt. I did not want to leave. That was what I knew. Thankfully, we did stay close enough for me to stay in the same school, but we definitely downsized from there. We slowly moved more and more south, until we eventually moved from Ohio to Kentucky. Over time, it got easier, and I got used to the moving. Maybe it was because I never got attached to a place like I did with our first home, who knows. But then, things have a funny way of working out. My 10-year high school reunion was coming, and now that I was living in a different state, a few hours away, I was not intending on going. But then I saw a girl from my class that I had a huge crush on reached out to me, asking if I was going to be there. She wanted to get together to catch up, and it just so happened that I was single at the time, so I jumped on the opportunity. I took the time off, told my parents I was going back to Ohio. No, I did not live with them, but I still told them when I left town, and made plans to spend a few days up there. The reunion was fun. I reconnected with some old friends, and got to talk a lot with the girl I mentioned, Jessica. We made plans to meet up the next day, and I headed back to my hotel in a great state of mind, reminiscing about my childhood when I got that itch to drive by my old house. I just wanted to see what it looked like nowadays, that was all. I was not expecting what I saw. The place still looked abandoned, or, again, maybe there were no signs taped to the door, and the two big windows in the front were boarded up. It was definitely not being used. I parked in front of the house for several minutes, just looking over it and trying to imagine running around the front yard with my little brother. After sulking some, I got the stupid idea of checking it out from the inside. I did not know who all still lived in the neighborhood, and I did not want someone to call the cops, so I knew I could not just stay there and walk in. I drove over to the little gas station around the block, parked my car, and walked back. I walked along the sidewalk down the driveway, and then quickly walked around the back, opening the gate with a rock trick that I used as a kid. I don't know why, but I thought I would try the back door, not expecting it to just work, but it did. It wasn't locked, so I stepped in. There was certainly a flood of emotions as I stepped into what was the kitchen. All the hanging cabinets had been ripped from the walls, the wallpaper peeling where they once were. The cream-colored paint now looked grey in my flashlight, with streaks of yellow running down the walls, most likely nicotine stains. I will mention that my parents did not smoke. Everything had dust on it, but some had thicker layers than others, showing me what was possibly last touched or moved. I moved into the living room and saw the giant old entertainment center still in its place. The glass was broken out, but otherwise it was still standing strong. Made sense. I remember that my dad did not want to move that thing. The shiplap walls were starting to warp and splinter near the base, like they had gotten wet or damaged. But what I noticed the most in the living room was the smell. It was quite a stomach-turning stench. There was, of course, the smell of mold or mildew, which immediately made me grab my shirt to cover my face. But then there was another distinct smell. It was almost like something rotting, but I could not quite determine what it was. At first, I just chalked it up to being the house in general. It pretty clearly had been sitting empty for a while, so who knows what had been left behind and left out to spoil and decay. I told myself I needed to leave, but I could not go without first seeing my bedroom, so I walked down the right hall and slowly opened the door. To my surprise, it was the least damaged room. It was empty, as I did not leave one thing behind of mine, but there was a small pile of what I think was clothing in the corner of the room. I sat in the middle of the floor again, just taking in the moment before I finally said it was time to go, if not because of the smell alone. As I started to leave, however, I remembered my secrets in my closet. Sometimes, I would hide in there and write or draw on the inner wall. It was the one place my parents never looked, so I did not get in trouble for writing on them. I wanted to revisit my old handiwork, knowing if the house was in this condition, it probably had not been painted over. I held my phone with my light on in one hand and pulled open the closet doors with the other. I did not get to see my old artwork. Instead, crumpled up on the closet floor, I saw a body. By the state of it, they had been dead for some time, which made me realize what the smell was that still lingered in the air. I immediately ran out of the house and got sick in the yard. I had been walking through the house and sat in the same room as a corpse for at least half an hour. That's all I could smell. That is all I could say. Once I gathered myself, yes, I did call the police. I won't say I wasn't scared about getting in trouble myself, because I definitely was. My story did not sound suspicious at all. Yes, I just came to check out my old abandoned home and found the body. I swear, I would probably think they were suspicious too. I waited at the end of the driveway until police showed up, and I explained to them exactly why I was there and everything I did, everything I touched, and what I saw. They went in, and I slowly saw a few more cars and a coroner van show up. The neighbors across the street ended up watching from their porch too. After some time, one of the cops and a detective approached me and asked me when I used to live here, and I was honest. After a little small talk that seemed like the detective was just trying to keep me calm, he then informed me that looking at the state of the body, as well as the lack of disturbance of the surrounding area, he knew that I had no part in his death or moving the body. He then mentioned he assumed it was probably a squatter or someone looking for a place to sleep, and they most likely died of an overdose, as they did not immediately see anything on the body. I think he may have felt sorry for me with the way he handled me, but I did not care. I was successfully traumatized. I left my childhood home at the age of 14 unexpectedly. I returned just to reminisce, and instead, I was left worse off than what I was. He told me I was free to go, and said that they would call me again if they had any further questions. Not a paranormal story, but one where my mother nearly died. Be an 11-year-old British guy. Summer of 2014, August specifically. Driving up the coast with my mum and dad to Newquay, alongside my friend Liam and his family for a holiday. Newquay is a seaside town in Cornwall on the North English coast, and it is fucking lovely, especially the beaches. Bit of a preface to my friend's family. Liam was a childhood friend of mine, was short, blonde and fat. Was a bit of a lad, but also fucking funny. Liam's dad, Mark, was a carpenter and a free-range parent, basically letting his kids act how they wanted to. Liam's little sis, Sophie, was not actually fat and was a very lovely young girl, but still very bratty. Allison, Liam's mother, was also very fat and generally was not a good parent. My parents are reasonably healthy, also very healthy, been swimming since 8 years old and to this day. This was on a particularly stormy time of the day on the beach, which was dangerous as it was meant to be high waves, so we weren't meant to go out too far in the water because people could get trapped. Allison and Marcus just expect my parents to watch out for the kids and keep an eye on us all, generally being shit parents. My friend Sophie and my mother go out into the ocean because my mom was trying to catch up with her and keep her safe. The problem is that my mother was not a good swimmer and could get stuck in the water. The thunder of the beach gets stronger and also strengthens the waves, so they get higher and carry them both out further into the sea from the beach, only holding onto the surfing board for safety, and my mother starts yelling for help. I see her, and I start to cry out of fear for my mother's safety, along with Sophie, because I did not want to see my mother or a little girl die. I thought about swimming and dragging them back to shore, but then I realized I would be at risk too. Don't get me wrong, I've always been a big lad for my age, being 5'8" at 11 years old and 6'5" at 16, but I was not stupid, and I did not know how I'd carry a full-grown woman and a small child back to shore, so my instincts kicked in due to the adrenaline, and I rushed to a nearby guy with a surfboard, yelling and pleading for his help. He went out, saved my friend's sister and my mother. I was bawling my fucking eyes out at the fact that my mother nearly could have died and was scared. After that, my parents and I always looked out and kept tabs on each other at the beach, although for some reason, I was never permanently traumatized by the event, but I can still remember it like it was yesterday. I have one. Happened when I was a little shit. Still remember it vividly. Be me, 5 years old, sitting in the living room of the shitty trailer we lived in on my mom's lap, watching her play Super Mario Bros. Don't remember the time, but do remember it was late. Would hazard a guess of somewhere around 2 to 3 a.m. Summertime in the south, so it's hotter than Satan's taint, so we have our windows rolled open. Was those weird, horizontal bar type you had to roll to open and close. The couch we were sitting on had its back against one of the windows, which faced out towards our backyard and part of the driveway. Give or take about 200 meters back was a pine thicket, with open ground between it and the trailer. Really getting into watching my mom playing, when I get yanked hard, backwards, towards the window. Mom jumps up, yelling like a banshee, grabs a bat that we kept next to the couch, and starts beating this arm that was reaching through the window and had a hold of me. I did not get a good look at it, so I can't tell you what it looked like. A neighbor heard my mom screaming and came bolting over with a gun and a mag light. I remember the mag light because it was a police light, and little May loved the police. Arm lets go of me. Mom breaks the window while still swinging at the thing, and the neighbor shines the light over and starts screaming and pops off 3 rounds. Neighbor comes beating on the door, yelling for my mom to open up, and by now, my 3 youngest sisters are awake as well. Mom lets him in. They start talking, and I remember hearing him say the police should be on the way because his GF called them when they heard my mom screaming. Police show up, take statements from mom and the neighbor, while a police officer talks to me while they wait for EMTs to come check me out. Officer asked me if I remember seeing anything. I tell him I don't because I was too scared. He seems to like the answer I gave, then leaves me with the paramedics. The officer is talking to mom and the neighbor looks scared and talks amongst themselves for a while after they finish questioning the two. What I assume was the head officer on scene came up and talked to us, saying they were going to station a few cars in the area, as well as do some patrols for the next few days. He also told them to call the police ASAP if anything else like that happened again, and told the neighbor that they were okay to fire at the perpetrator if they need to keep us or themselves safe. The police start to slowly pull out while mom and the neighbor talk. One car pulls down the road and stops in the bend of the driveway. Neighbor offers to let us all stay with them for the night, but mom declines as she does not want her husband to get the wrong idea. Neighbor says that all she needs to do is yell and he will be over, and heads back to his place. Nothing ever comes of it, at least from what I know. Not a very good ending, but I legitimately do not know if anything came of it, nor would I even know where to begin looking into it. I work night shifts at the emergency room. I work as a nurse, male nurse. Insert insulting comment here. It was a never usual night, nothing out of the ordinary. I had been employed at this place several months by now, getting on for maybe a year. These shifts were always chaos, especially around holidays and the like. I can't say it's something that you ever get used to, maybe numb to it. I don't know how to describe it, but you learn to be able to work in the chaos anyway. I've dealt with all kinds of things in my tenure here, stabbings, shootings, overdoses, car accidents. The most brutal and horrific injuries you have ever seen. Just to give you an example, one night, a guy came in after a motorcycle crash. His face was barely recognizable. His skull was crushed on one side, blood everywhere. He could barely breathe and his chest was caved in. I remember having to manually squeeze air into his lungs because the damage was so bad. We moved fast to try and stabilize him, but we knew he could not make it. From the look in his eye, he knew too. Every single second, he was conscious of the fact that he was slipping away. It's horrifying to think about. So, when I tell you that what I'm about to tell you was the most disturbing thing I've ever dealt with, you know I am not exaggerating. It was around midnight on this particular shift, maybe slightly earlier, I can't recall correctly. Paramedics had brought in a man who looked to be approximately in his late 30s. He was messed up, clothes covered in dirt, almost not a single clean spot on his clothes. They were all torn up too, like he'd been in a struggle and someone had tried to rip or cut them all off. He was completely disoriented when he came in, shaking uncontrollably. Could barely get halfway through a sentence before trailing off or mumbling through the rest of it. At first, I thought it might be a result of some kind of overdose. Maybe he'd gotten fucked up and then gotten himself hurt or into a fight or something. I'd definitely seen drug users in worse states than his. He kept mumbling through sentences. He was trying really hard to communicate and was not giving up. "I need help, they're after me," is about the only coherent thing we got out of him in the first 30 minutes or so. Again, I just assumed he was paranoid from the drugs he was probably on. He was constantly scoping out the room, eyes darting around, looking for exits to escape through. Really jittery and could not keep still. For the next 30 minutes, he would not stop repeating some variation of, "They're after me," or "I'm being followed by someone," usually broken up by slurring of his words. Seemed like textbook paranoid delusion, and it was pretty much dismissed. It's easy to get this way when you're high, especially after an OD or a bad trip. But the way he just kept glancing over his shoulder, I can't lie, it really was beginning to freak me out. It was as if he was expecting someone to show up in that very room at any moment. It didn't just seem like anxiety or drugs, but real fear and trauma. I tried to calm him down, but he would not sit still. He just kept writhing while he was sat down and just repeating the same thing to me over and over again. "They are coming for me. Please, you have to hide me right now or they will find me. They will be here soon." Just some variation of this every few minutes. I had him admitted to a room in a ward where I or another nurse would be able to get to him very quickly. Someone who knew what was up with him, and so we could rectify the situation without some random nurse having to be caught up to speed. We have CCTV obviously, but I made sure to make a note of how he was acting and advised my colleagues to keep a close eye. It was more for the safety of the other patients in the ward rather than his own. If he thought someone was after him, who knows what he might do to another patient if he gets mistaken, or really is fried out of his mind. When I admitted him, he would not settle down. He just kept looking out of the window and pacing back and forth. He even checked under the bed 2 or 3 times in the few minutes that I watched him. He was clearly just working himself up, maybe a result of a bad trip. Around 2 a.m. that night, the night nurse came and found me. She looked really puzzled. Told me that there was someone just standing in the parking lot. What? That they had been there for a while, just standing next to the same car. It was definitely strange, but it did not immediately send me into panic mode. The hospital parking lot had a lot of night owls, people refreshing themselves or getting some air near their car if they've been sleeping here to check in on a loved one. The occasional druggie sneaking in too, or just people hiding out. I took a look outside the window and I froze. The man I had just admitted. He was not in his fucking room anymore. He was standing out there by a car. He looked almost as if he was in a trance, just staring off into the distance or at the building. He did not seem as panicked as he did earlier, just distant and dazed, like he was not really there anymore. I grabbed a security guard and went outside to retrieve the guy. He was clearly very unwell. By the time we got there though, he was gone. The security guard thought I was a moron playing tricks on him, but I assured him I was serious. We went back inside and headed immediately to the guy's room. His door was ajar when we got there. He was not in his bed, nowhere to be found in his room. I even checked under the bed in case he was hiding from someone. The room was totally empty. The only bright side was that the security guard was now taking me seriously. I was in a panic. He was my patient and he had just disappeared. My ass was on the line. How could I be so stupid as to leave someone clearly on drugs there without supervision? While his room was empty, I did find a note on his bed. Just a torn off scrap of paper that was scrawled on hastily. Barely legible really. He must have written it in a rush just before he left his room. It just said, "They found me. Don't look for me. I told you they would come." I just stared at the words with my mouth agape before snapping back to reality and showing the note to the guard. He was clearly still suffering from delusions. The worst part was, he could be anywhere by now, wandering the streets. He could easily be hit by a car or mugged and attacked. I was fearing for my job really. Selfish, I know. Later on into my shift, that same security guard from earlier called me down. His voice seemed really shaky. I think he just didn't know what to do. He told me police were already on their way, but that I needed to come down to the parking garage because there is something you need to see. My mind was racing the whole way down there. I could not stop myself from panicking. There were already other medical staff in the garage when I got there. I freaked out. Then I saw him. The man I had admitted just a few hours ago. He was lying in the middle of the garage, face down. His body was twisted in a way I did not think the human body could twist. It looked like he had dropped from a height and been splattered. That's how gruesome it was. His clothes were all torn up, and there were deep, red, crusting stains all over his clothes. His face was a mess. I could just barely recognize who he was through the bruises and the cuts. What really caught my attention was the blood, or lack thereof. There was not enough blood for how many stab wounds he had. His body looked pale and almost malnourished, when just a few hours ago, he did not look half as rough. It looked like his body had just been, I don't know, drained of blood somehow, and then just dumped here to rot. He was clearly dead. We could not move him because it was a crime scene. All we could do was just cordon it off and make sure no other poor souls had to see the sight. The guy's hands were clenched into fists. There were some odd, dark marks on his skin on his fingers. It looked almost like they had been bound too tightly. The skin around his wrists was raw and blistered. Not just that though, there were small wounds along his arms and neck. Like, really small puncture wounds. Maybe needles, maybe something else. They looked too clean, almost surgical. It wasn't just done with any regular knife. I felt sick. I had to take myself away. I had to speak to the police, gave my version of the story. I told them how he was acting, how I thought I saw him standing outside just fine, staring off into the distance. He was missing for quite a few hours, more than enough time for someone to have their way with him. They never once seemed skeptical of my story, made notes and just quietly nodded the whole way through. Told me that they would be in touch and to just forget about this whole mess. It's not your fault. They never did follow up. Never heard anything about it from them after. Would not usually be so odd. Lots of murders remain unsolved, but the security guard from before, he had given them CCTV footage as evidence. Should have been more than enough to go on. He showed it to me actually. Told me that he shouldn't, that he could get fired if anyone found out. Told me to keep my mouth shut, but that he did not want to have to deal with the secret of knowing what happened alone. The footage from the parking garage made my blood run cold. There was someone else there with the man I admitted. He looked insanely tall, maybe around 6'5" or 6'6". His face was obscured completely by some kind of white, featureless mask, like something you would see out of a cheap horror movie. The man I admitted seemed terrified. The masked man did not seem in a rush, just casually walked towards him. The patient had fallen to his knees and was crawling backwards away as the guy got closer. They seemed to talk about something for a while, but I don't know what. After the conversation, the patient reluctantly goes with him, no struggle at all. Hours after the footage shows the patient being dragged back in his current state. 3 men this time, all the same mask. The guard told me the police reacted pretty similarly to the footage as they did to my story. Took the footage and said they would handle it. They told the guy to delete it even. Said that he should not keep something so grotesque on a hospital computer, and that the police would make backup copies. Something about it rubbed the both of us the wrong way, but we've never taken it further. Never contacted the department asking for a follow-up. Something tells me they will just dismiss me. I was a security guard in a closing mental asylum. As the name implies, I'm from the great state of Tennessee. I was among a group of armed guards set to protect a closing asylum. Myself and 5 other guards, we were at first glance happy with the post. The building was old, but in decent shape. They had plans to tear down the main building and all the separate isolation lockup buildings. All in all, there were 5 buildings, all separate, by the grounds and chain link fences, but connected by the underground tunnels. The dead tombs is what we called them. Guards were paired up. Some of us have never met before, but we got along okay. Our first day, we met the day crew. Our job was basically to protect the empty building from looters and vandals. Day crew were new guards and unarmed. Only night shift were armed, and they called us all the dust crew because most of us were over 40. I was just 25, but I looked older. Each crew was designated a building. We had our own security offices in each building. Every building except the admin had CCTVs and a PA system. I signed a non-disclosure agreement about the asylum, so I won't say just where it is. If you guess its location, that's 20 points to you. First night rolls up, and we all took our posts before it got dark. My building was pediatrics. 3 stories high, 250 rooms, counting closets and washrooms. Place had limited power, so only 1 floor can be lit up at a time. Each security team was not to be alone. We go everywhere with each other. First things that started were our radios had ungodly static. Still usable, but headaches all around. I hate my building. All they did was remove the people. They left the beds, toys, and everything else undistributed. Everyone who thinks that kids' drawings and handprints are cute and fun has not been in a building that shuts down with lighting problems. Almost from the get-go, I started seeing things. On patrol, we have what's called a digi device. It's an electric logging device to prove that a guard made his rounds. Each room had a magnetic disc mounted to the wall around the windows or back walls. We had to enter each room, touch the digi to the disc, and move on. The hallways were empty, except for some scattered papers and nursing staff stations abandoned. I kept seeing shadows out of the corner of my eye. My partner did as well. We finished our rounds and headed back to the security desk, cutting the power to the floor before walking down the steps to the first floor. The elevators did not have enough power to run up and down. When we arrived back at our office, the door was wide open, and our bags and lunches were out, like someone had inspected them. The door was locked, and so was the lockers with our things in them. We radioed our boss, the major, thinking he was pranking us. He said, "Lock yourselves in. and he would be there in 10 minutes. We did as we were told, putting our food away. I was not going to eat it now. We watched the cameras, the empty rooms and hallways. "Hey Anon, notice the nursing station?" my partner asked. "No, what's up?" I said, looking at the monitor. The desk door was open and moving, shaking on its own. We had just been in there. The drawer was closed. We watched, holding our breath as the drawer vibrated out of the desk and onto the floor. Pencils and a large pair of scissors scattering across the floor. On another monitor, one of the doors on the second floor opened. We were spooked. The Major arrived, knocking loudly on the door, scaring the living shit out of us. We didn't notice him enter on camera. He was carrying his shotgun and wanted to see the video. He told us to go up to the nurse's station and gather up every sharp item or anything that could be used as a weapon. Before leaving, he told us this: "Look you guys, we only have to do this for a few months. It's a spooky old building, and we all know that stupid shit that goes bump in the night. Be careful, we are not the first security company here. They quit for a reason. I picked you all because I'm sure you can handle it. Worst case scenario, burn the sage in the office. The building is almost 140-something years old. It's going to make a noise and shake a little. Don't let it get to you," he said before leaving us. We did as told and went through all the drawers in the nursing stations. 50-something fucking scissors and countless pens and pencils. I thought I'd open an office supply store with everything left behind. We finished our night with little else happening. When we met up with the other guards, they would not talk about what happened their first night. Before going in that night, I looked up ghosts and such. I'd never really been interested in them before this. The sage the Major gave us was to drive away spirits. Thinking I had learned enough, I went into the asylum. The Major let me through the gate, checked my weapon, and gave me the usual speech of stay calm and be alert. My partner was waiting for me in the security office. He broke Rule 1, don't go in alone. The office door was open when I came in. That was odd, considering what happened last night. I was relieved to see him watching Netflix on his mobile hotspot. We locked ourselves in, set up the room for the night. We brought a small feast in order to enjoy the new post. We made our rounds as quickly as possible, checking the windows for damage and checking the dead. After rounds were completed, we settled into a Breaking Bad marathon. About 3:30 a.m., we checking into Season 2, debating who we like better, Jesse or Walt, when, "Hey, you guys finished your last set of rounds yet?" the Major called over the radio. "Shit, yeah, we're on it, sir." We opened the door, running out, Deji in hand. Then, boom. The loudest booming noise you ever heard in your entire life. Shook the whole building. Dust fell from the ceiling. I fell over in shock. My partner was trembling. "Anon, you guys, what the fuck was that? I heard it over here." The other guards were calling over the radio. The lights started flashing on and off. The elevator doors opened and closed. Then, after a few minutes, all the guards met in the hall from around the asylum. We all searched the building. Nothing. We were very shaken. I was spent. We went home early. The Major told us to get some sleep. He would watch our post. I went home as fast as my geo-tracker would fucking fly. I showed up for the third night. My partner did not. He quit. I was alone tonight. The Major told me not to make the rounds, just watch the screens and stay locked in the office. I brought my computer and hotspot, so I was trolling on 4chan, when around 12, I saw bright lights. Flashlights. Monitor 55, first floor, back of the building facing the woods. 3 or 4 people were climbing through a broken window. I called the Major. Only static on the radio. I followed them through the building with a CCTV. They were getting close to the double doors to the underground. If they went down there, they could get lost, or worse. We guards were not allowed in the tombs. I rushed out of the office, flashlight in hand. My footsteps thundered through the silent building. Round the corner, my radio began screeching like a banshee. The light suddenly blinded me. "It's the guard, help us." They screamed, seeing me. One of them had gotten locked in a closet. I could hear him screaming and beating on the door. I used a boot knife to pry open the door lock. The kids were sat there crying on the floor. The door burst open. A young girl about 13 burst out, tears streaming down her face. She had bruises around her neck and arms. She sobbed uncontrollably as I rushed the kids into the security office. I slammed the door, locking it with a board. As soon as the door was closed, something started beating on my door, slamming against it. I drew my .45, pointing it at the door. My radio began working. The major was calling my name. I told him I caught some kids, something attacked them, and that we were barricaded in my office. All the guards again came, and we all rushed out. The kids held onto my belt as we all rushed out of the building, up the stone path, to the admin building. I looked back to the building. A red shadow was looking up at us as we left. Then the lights went out. We called the kids' parents. The kids kept thanking me over and over. The parents were called. I explained what happened. Most of the parents were content that the kids saw something that scared the living shit out of them, and that was punishment enough. Everyone around town knew that this place was haunted. The girl whose name I believe was Amanda, she was the one who was pulled into the closet. Her mom asked to speak to me in private. It was the close of the shift, so I indulged her. She told me she was once a nurse in that very building, that she had been attacked in the very same room by one of the kids who was once there. She told me he took his own life with a pair of scissors in the nursing station on the second floor. He slit his throat. She warned me not to go into the elevators at night. Radios do not work in them, and they will trap me inside for the night. She had it happen to her. I thanked her, and then went home. I started losing sleep. I didn't want to eat much. I was 257 pounds. Starting by the end of the week, I was 249 pounds. I had a few nights off in which the building was empty. When I returned, I had bought my own white sage, a silver cross, and garlic. I know I was freaking out. I was so stupid. But when I got there, the sun was still out, and I felt okay. The major came to my car with a pink box. That girl's mother came by, left you a present. I opened the box to find a legit, fresh home-baked apple pie. Holy shit, I was happy about that. Look, Anon, I'm moving you buildings. I want you in the isolation ward. I'm moving Anons to your post. They already moved your stuff in, he said, patting me on the back. Cheer up, Anon. It's not that bad. Soon they'll bulldoze this place, he said, patting me on the back. There is a new girl. I want you to train her, he said, and I gave a loud fuck in response. Go on, she's waiting in the office. I took my pie and apprehension and went to meet my new partner. Isolation was one of, if not the worst of these buildings, and the fucking creepiest by far. Solid brick with razor wire and chain linking fence and wrought iron over all the windows. Fuck, tonight is going to suck. Through the security gates, first door on the left was the security check-in and the office. Anna was a brand new security guard. She just passed the armed guard test. She seemed nice enough and somewhat tough. She was black, light black, with short, well-cut dreads. She was kinda hot. We did the regular round, which were nowhere near as bad as pediatrics building. We ended up eating my apple pie and watching some DVDs she brought with her. There was not a CCTV system in this building. It seemed quite enough until 3:30. The PA system suddenly came on. A soft breathing over the PA turned into a scratchy laughing static. Anna's face. I've never seen someone look like that. The light outside the security office began flashing on and off. The door started shaking. The elevators began moving up and down at a high speed. All the doors on the upper floors opened at the same time and slammed. Anna's trembling hand had her revolver drawn. What the fuck was that? She stammered. It's alright, it's stopping. It always stopped at 3:45. The guards who took my post in pediatrics called over the radio. Hey, Anon, what's your security badge's number? I told them my number, and they asked if I could meet them in the security office. Me and Anna walked across the grounds to pediatrics. The guards locked us in the office. They had the same thing happen to them, me and my old partner, but then they pointed toward the monitors. Camera 143. The wall at the end of the hall had my badge number painted on the wall in small handprints. A can of turned over paint was on the floor. Anon, we were just down that hall. There was no one else in this building. The major took pictures and checked the whole building. We all began to shrug these things off. It was almost normal to have them happen. Shadows moving around us on rounds. the elevators moving to empty floors. We just began to accept the job. Anna was doing a great job. Me and her started to get close. It was innocent enough at first. After a few months, me and Anna ended up transferring buildings again. A guard shift was becoming normal. I was now in the intensive care wing, suicide watch and observation. This building was very nice. The security office was large and comfortable. The security office was built like a waiting room, plush chairs and a small fireplace. CCTVs with high-definition zoom. I was looking forward to spending time in this building. Same thing with this. Building low power meant only one floor lit up at a time. These rooms were like cells, clear glass and concrete beds. Nursing stations were cleaned out. All the offices were trashed, papers everywhere, and smashed furniture. Be me, about a year ago, hunting hogs in the evening, sitting in a stand on the southern bottom half of the property, swamp in front and left, fenced-in food plot to right. Behind me is the path in a stand. I have my trusty Browning A-bolt in 243 along with me that I've used since I was 10 years old. Dusk. Trucks parked about a half-mile away. Crickets, birds, normal shit in the evening air. Start hearing Mexican music way off in the distance. Now, sound travels pretty good in the woods. I just assume it's some guys blasting music by the side of the road with a flat or something. Fuck it, it's faint and far away. Who gives a shit? Starts to get closer. Check electronic sign-in for the property. No one. Fuck it. They probably forgot to sign in, and will do it when they get to the camper that we use as a lodge. Sounds like they passed the entrance to the lodge. Starts getting closer to me. Occurs to me that no one who has access to the property would listen to music like that. Fuck. Text my dad if anyone is supposed to be out tonight. Text my brother to see if it's one of his friends. Nope to both. Pick related is a different stand on the property to give you all an idea of how dense the Florida bush can be. Points to whoever finds the little deer in the photo first. I forgot to mention, the music would periodically stop and then start again, but closer. Sound starts getting closer, eventually sounds like it's by my truck. Well, they know I'm out here now. Starts going up and down the road, just the same song, now sounding like it's just pacing back and forth in the area by my truck. Starts being loud enough that I can definitely make out that it's some sort of Hispanic music. I remember thinking, fuck, I'm gonna get murdered by the cartel or some shit. Music stops again. A short break. Sounds like it's starting to come down the path towards me, slowly getting louder. At this point, I am tactically shooting bricks and hoping there's no more than 4 guys because that's how much ammo I have left in my rifle. Try recording the sound a few times, as now it's loud enough to hear quite well. Nothing on the recordings. Finally sounds like it's going to come down the path. Hear it coming towards me. I'm ready to 360 no-scope this guy. Nothing coming down the path. Sounds like it's just out of view. Stops again. This moment was so fucking tense. I have no idea why I couldn't see what it was, why I couldn't record the sound. I have no idea who was fucking with me, or why they would be even tracking me up this trail. Sound starts again. But this time, it's not fucking around. It's loud enough that it sounds like it's coming from the tree line around me, fucking circling at a pretty fast speed. Try record it one last time. I'm pretty fucking spooked at this point. If it was a guy, he'd have to run circles through a swamp and hop a fence and cross a small clearing behind me where the path is, all without making noise or being seen at a record pace. If it was a drone or something, it would have to dodge all of the Florida bush, and I did not hear any noise from motors. No car could fit back there. Just me and the fucking music, playing louder than ever. It's getting dark at this point, and this bullshit has been going on for the better part of an hour, with it being close to me for the past 15 minutes. Music finally takes another stop. Scramble out of stand. Bold action with a 3.9 shitty scope at the low ready. Tactical erection. Standard commando stuff. As I'm leaving, I fucking hear it one last time. Fucking following me back. Fuck off to truck and fuck off to camper, where I spend the rest of the night with my AK, waiting for a sombreroed skinwalker to emerge. And that was it. I mentioned to the guys who were members to the property that there could have been a poacher, and the guys who had trail cameras in the area checked, and found nothing that day. The two on the main road didn't get anything besides me coming and going. Like 2 weeks later, for shits and giggles, I checked my recordings. Every single one had nothing on it besides the sound of bugs, except for one in the middle, which in the background you can hear the music. I still get noped out every time I listen to it. I've been back plenty of times since, and never had anything else like that happen. I'd post it, but I don't know how Vocaroo works. Still no explanation, but creepy to me as fuck. I haven't seen any similar experiences, so I guess mine is unique, if a little ridiculous. Pic is a picture of the property where it opens up. Absolutely gorgeous, with open fields, interspersed with dense swamp and Florida jungle. Here is some personal OC. This is the closest thing to paranormal that's happened to me. Feel free to AMA. Chilling alone in the middle of the night, as one does. Room is in a shoot-off from a large basement. It gets pitch black at night in the basement. Not scared of the dark, at least not at my own house. Live way up in the woods, so never worry about locked doors or windows. Keep food well secure, so bears do not want to get in. Download shitty 3D room scanner on phone. Turn on the lights full blast in my room and do a 360 scan. Stop on the doorway out into the basement. Do a double take. See pic related. Scan a doorway. Look up. Doorway completely black and empty as it should be. Look back at pic related of what appears to be a large figure wearing baggy, burlap clothing and a bag over the head. Or at least that's what I see in pic related. Have a moment of not what I call dread, because I did not feel in danger. Just the feeling of your stomach dropping when you see something that you know is really off. Scan again for good measure. Doorway is correctly pitch black this time. Search basement. Find nothing and close my door. Go to sleep, slightly perturbed. Still think about the bagman to this day on occasion. Do you think it looks like an identifiable figure, or am I just being crazy and seeing something in the low-res scan? There was supposed to be nothing there, but this fucker clearly showed up. Even if the lights were on in the basement, the background from that angle would not make those patterns. Don't remember the app, because I deleted it promptly after taking the screenshot. Also, because it took up a fuckload of space on my phone. This call out still gives me nightmares, and I can still smell the fucking place too. Major and violent crimes are not, or at least weren't, that common where I was. Very rarely would things escalate beyond the average bar fight, or family reunion brawl. We did get a couple murders a year, maybe a kidnapping. Lots and lots of plain, simple disappearing. The disappearances were usually chalked up to foolishly getting lost off the walking trails, and not being able to find their way back out. We tried, every single time, we tried to find them. Many manhunts and search parties went out. Never once did we find them alive. Sometimes, we didn't even find bodies. Then, sometimes, we would find bodies, without getting to know where they came from. It was the summer of '79, and I was on duty on a Monday morning, still feeling the earth-shattering effects of my massive hangover. The Friday prior, I had pulled over a vehicle, transporting 12-quart jars of street moonshine. That was not good, as we were in a dry county, so the perpetrator and I came up with a solution. Since she was young, had a child, and no husband, she was doing whatever she could to earn some extra cash, including run moonshine for some nasty-ass people. Between the two of us, we hatched a plan. I would keep the liquor and actually pay for it. She would take the money back to the shiner, and me and 3 other cruisers would storm the place, claiming to have seen them load the shrine and know who bought it. No heat landed on the girl, and she became my house cleaner for many years after that. I made the mistake that first weekend to test the shine. Never again did I drink straight corn liquor without proofing it down. I was sitting at my desk in the courthouse, sweating through my uniform, desperate to get away to cool down. The building was not air-conditioned at the time, and the only way we had to keep cool was the tiny desk fan on our desks. They made lots of noise, but they did not move a lot of air. So, when my phone actually rang, I was a little excited and hoping I would have an excuse to take a drive. The call was a distress call from a young woman. She reported being able to smell death and rot from her neighbor's home and reported she had not seen the neighbors for several days. Caller reported the neighbors to be an elderly couple. She asked if I could do a welfare check because she could not get them to answer the door or phone. I agreed and informed dispatch I was rolling to a WC scene and asked to have EMS on standby, just in case. In my experience, the vast majority of these calls were overly cautious friends and family, and the people being checked on were usually fine. Sometimes, folks talk vacations, and not telling the neighborhood was considered security. Simpler times, huh? I jumped into my cruiser and flipped the lights on, siren too, mainly so I could actually drive fast enough to get a good strong breeze in the car. It did not take me long to reach the address I had been given. The house was old and decrepit, needing many repairs, but still habitable. As I approached the domicile and noted the smell of death, I could tell instantly that I was not smelling a dead pet or even a dead deer. I was smelling a deceased human being. I radioed to dispatch, telling them to alert the EMS and the county coroner. Also told her to send another car with a detective. I informed dispatch I was entering the home and ended the transmission. I knocked loudly, using my mag light to beat against the front door. I cupped my hands around my face, trying to peer inside, but the windows appeared to be painted, and I could not see through them. Thinking nothing of it, I proceeded to check the other windows for a line of sight into the home, and found them covered or painted like the rest. I made my way back to the back side of the house, looking for an unlocked door or window, or even the cellar being open. I was met with logs, drapes, and brown paint on every possible point of entry. By the time I came to the rotten back porch, the smell was nearly a physical being. I could almost reach out and touch it. I remembered the peppermint oil that the coroner gave us and ran to my cruiser to get it. As I applied a very generous glob to my upper lip and nostrils, I radioed dispatch to check the progress of the coroner's arrival and that of the backup I had just requested. I was assured they all should be arriving in short time. I decided to enter the house via the rear door, just in case I was badly wrong about what I expected to find inside. That way, we could try to ensure nobody burglarized the home after we left. I mule-kicked the old wooden door just under the doorknob twice before the jamb shattered. It swung open and violently hit the wall behind it. The smell rolled out of that house as a sticky wet fog of nasty. The peppermint oil was now doing fuck all to help the stench. As my eyes watered and adjusted to the dim light inside the home, I noticed a sound, a constant droning noise. I knew that I knew the sound, but at the moment, my hangover was truly kicking my ass and my brain was in a deep fog. I made my way through the door and into the small, cramped utility room. I made my way into the next room, which turned out to be the kitchen. I was using my flashlight to look around and felt something warm and wet plop on the back of my neck, followed by the intense smell of rot and human shit. I knew what it was, but my hand had a mind of its own and swept the nasty glob off my neck. I tried to fling the stuff off my finger as well as I could, as the realization of what the stuff was hit me. Putrescine and scatol, two chemicals produced when a body decomposes. Gagging and fighting back bile, I staggered into the dining room, where the noise I mentioned seemed to originate. Through teary eyes, I looked around the room and almost wept when I saw the source of the noise. What had to be millions of flies and beetles covered everything inside the dining room. The ceiling was moving and fluttering, and although it took me a second, I realized the flies and bugs was what had the windows covered. They were so dense I could not see through them. As I stepped through the doorway, the covering of bugs shifted out of my way. The few remaining in place squished audibly under my foot. As they shifted and moved, I realized why they were covering everything. The walls, ceiling, and floor of the dining room was covered in blood and viscera. I could see intestines smeared across the dining table, fecal matter oozing out in a streak of greenish brown. The walls were completely covered, as if someone took a bit of time to paint the walls with the blood and fluids from their victims. I carefully made my way through the room, impervious to the sounds emanating from under my feet. The living room was attached to the dining room and was absolutely spotless. Not a drop of blood or anything to indicate the nightmare in the other room. The stairwell, which would lead to the bedrooms, was in one corner of the living room. I carefully made my way to the front door, unlocking it from my backup and the corner. I tried to radio dispatch, but my portable would not reach out and was only receiving static. I carefully ascended the steps, making my way upstairs. At the top of the landing was 3 doors. One directly in front of me, one to the left, and one to the right. I entered the door directly in front of me first. It must have been the spare bedroom at one point. Now, however, it was macabre storage for bones, cartilage, and other hard bits. I backed out of the room and vomited in the hall. I could no longer fight the odor, sights, nor my hangover at the time. After copious amounts of vomiting, I decided to try the left-hand side door. I slowly opened the door and peeked in. This room must have been the killer's organ room, because I discovered several pairs of lungs, all different sizes. There was 4 brains that I saw before I backed out and closed that door as well. Key the second round of seemingly endless vomiting escaping my throat at Mach 3. The door on the right, I slowly opened this door, weapon drawn, more for my own comfort than any protection, and as the door opened, I got a glimpse into hell's true kitchen. Human bodies, minus the skin and bones, were stapled to the walls and floor, as well as the ceiling fan. I counted 7 bodies before I had to leave. I was sitting on the front step, again, giving control of my stomach to the hellish hangover, when my backup and the county coroner arrived. I could not speak, so I just raised a shaking finger and pointed into the house. I remember feeling lightheaded, then hearing the detective, a 20-year cop, scream like a girl before I passed out. I awoke some hours later, laying on a bed in the town's doctor office. I sat up and made my way out the front, where I found the detective, the coroner, the mayor, and several other local officials. As I walked into the lobby, the coroner, who was also the town doctor, just a note, this is a really small rural town, turned to me and asked me how I felt. Well, Doc, I really don't know, to be honest. Ah, son, you will be right as rain once you get home and take a few drinks, or wait around and you can sample my collection. He was joking, of course. I nervously laughed and nodded, having no intentions of hanging around any longer than I needed to. I walked around and mingled for a moment before I went back to the coroner and asked what he thought of the house. Well, son, I'll tell ya, I ain't never seen nothing like it. Counted 11 different corpses. No obvious cause of death to either. And the downstairs room. That place was coated in my best guess, a mixture of pureed skin, fat, and bodily fluids. I fought back another surge of bile before seeking my sergeant out of the crowd and asking to leave early that day. Of course, after what had happened, he agreed, under the condition I had my report ready by 9 in the morning and on his desk. I had horrible nightmares about it all night long. The next morning, after turning in my report, the sergeant drags me to his office where he tells me the following. Look, we have a problem. If we tell the public what happened there, or hell, even what we found, the locals would panic. We would have drunk rednecks running around all vigilante. We have to keep this covered up. The house is being condemned. The coroner managed to come up with a good enough cover for the barrels of nasty ass shit we have to take out of there, and the smell. Apparently, the owners of the home died in their sleep, and the pets died shortly after because of a gas leak, and as soon as the investigation is done, we will burn it down. Officially, it's going to be an accidental death for both of the residents. The doc is going to try to use dental records to identify the others, but he is not optimistic. Just remember the cover, and don't talk to anyone except for me, Detective Lawson, or the doc. And that is what the paper said the following day. Officially, it was an accidental death, caused by an unchecked gas leak in the kitchen. Unofficially, we discovered a total of 13 bodies. None of them showed a cause of death. There were no foreign chemicals in the blood or body parts. Using every tool available to us, we were unable to identify any of the bodies. The homeowners were put to rest in a sealed empty coffin. We had access to the database of the feds for an unrelated matter and still could not find an identity to either of the bodies. That's that. We never figured out what happened there, and it never happened again. I've kind of put this together over the years. Think my neighbor may have had a weird personal history. When I was a kid, I decided to dig a bomb shelter in my backyard. We lived in half an acre. There was plenty of space for one, and all of the other yards were either fenced out or they were blocked by huge tangles of vines. Still, I had one neighbor who kept telling us, my friends and I was weird and they kind of followed along, must have been 7 years old, to fill in the hole. We dug at kids' pace, ended up getting to about 4 feet deep, and we hit an old travel case, like guys who would sell shit back in the day would carry. We opened it, and it was full of saw blades and butcher knives wrapped up in plastic bags. We didn't really think anything of it, thought it was an interesting find, threw the saw blades around and played with the knives, but later, that neighbor went and filled in the hole without anyone asking him to. Many years later, my dad told me that that same guy had requested to bypass the line in our backyard when we first moved in, had told my dad, "You will be sorry," when my dad said no and refused. This is 100% true, and I still wonder if there's anything I should do in retrospect. Some questions for you to determine the proper course of action. How long ago was this that you found the travel case? How old are you now? Have you told your father about this? I mean, I'm guessing you did, but that seems like something that should have been addressed right around the time that it first happened. What kind of parents let their kid build a bomb shelter and then play frisbee with saw blades? Does your family still live there? Has anyone checked to see if the travel case is still there? Does the neighbor in question still live there? How much contact has your family had with said neighbor? It seems obvious what happened here, does it not? I am 27, so this was 20 years ago. My parents were crazy. I was kind of a latchkey kid. Didn't have any supervision. I talked about the briefcase several times with my parents, but they were both pretty indifferent about anything I encountered. I think the briefcase stayed in a shed, but the house was foreclosed maybe 10 years ago after Mom died. Nobody has lived there in a decade. Neighbor still lives behind the house, as far as I'm aware. Again, dead family, but his son was one of my best friends growing up. He was a bedwetter and animal torturer. We fell out of contact. My dad hated that guy. I don't know. What obviously happened? It's like, really, do serial killers actually pop up in the world and live more or less normal lives after the fact? I was born in a small, seaside resort village where I graduated from school before heading off to study at an institute in Rostov-on-Don. Of course, I did not forget about my hometown and would return for weekends and holidays. That summer, after passing my exams, I packed my bags and went home. After hugging my family, I decided to visit my friends. By the evening, we had all gathered at the house of one of my former classmates. We drank homemade wine, chatted, and laughed a lot. At some point during the conversation, the topic of mysticism came up. Now, I need to explain something important to set the stage for what happened. Our village was not rich in attractions, so the locals made do with what they had. One such attraction was the so-called tower, an unfinished building that was supposed to be a luxurious sanatorium by the sea. In the late 80s, the construction was halted due to the collapse of the Soviet Union, and it was left as an eerie shell. Over the years, many rumors grew around it. Some claimed the body of a worker who died during construction was walled up inside. Others whispered that a maniac lived there, lurking and watching children. Of course, these were just rumors, or were they? There was, however, a very real tragedy associated with the tower. A few years before, a young man from the village, Ivan, had jumped to his death from one of the upper floors. People said he could not handle the withdrawal from his addiction. After his funeral, a new rumor emerged that Ivan's ghost now haunted the tower, forever trapped inside. Whether or not this was true, I can't say, but it became a part of the local lore. Now, back to that unforgettable evening. I was ecstatic to be reunited with old friends, and especially to see Pashka. We had been thick as thieves at school, always full of wild ideas, but after graduation, we went to study in different cities, and we lost touch. That night, as we were talking and laughing, the conversation inevitably turned to the paranormal. The tower came up, and we began to scoff at the old superstitions. Pashka and I, being the city guys, tried to convince the others that the stories were just rural folklore. In the heat of the argument, one of our friends shouted, "If you two are so brave, do you dare to walk around the tower at night?" Pashka immediately latched on to the idea, urging me to go with him. At first I refused, but after some cajoling, I gave in. So, there we were, just the two of us, and a pocket flashlight one of our friends had handed us. We climbed higher and higher for the unfinished building, which thankfully had solid stairs, still mostly intact. We finally decided to stop on the 8th floor, where Pashka insisted we search for some cool graffiti painted by the local kids. As we began to look around, we suddenly heard a strange sound, a deep, almost painful sigh, followed by a faint whisper. Pashka and I turned almost in unison. I shined the flashlight toward the corner from which the noise came, and I could hardly believe my eyes. There, standing motionless in the dark, was something I still can't fully describe. It was about human height, with a head and arms that appeared a bit too short for its body. The legs were hidden, and the torso seemed to widen as it merged with the floor. I could not make out any facial features, just a dark, swirling mass. It was standing there, whispering something. Frozen in place, I gripped the flashlight tightly in my trembling hand. Pashka, perhaps overcome by some unknown force or trying to act brave, moved toward the figure. He stopped about a meter away, and that's when the thing started speaking louder. It did not say much, just a few words at a fast pace, but it was louder than before. Even though I did not understand the words, I felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and panic. The thought that screamed from my head was, "Why are we standing here? We need to run." I grabbed Pashka by the hem of his t-shirt and yanked him toward the stairs. We ran and did not stop until we reached a lit street. Out of breath, I asked Pashka, What did it say?" He looked at me, shrugging. I did not catch much either, but I did hear one word, "Will burn." A few days later, I returned to Rostov, much to the dismay of my parents. I could not stay in the village anymore, not with that ominous tower visible from my window every day. A while later, I received the devastating news. Pashka had died. He had returned to his city after that terrifying night. A week later, he went on a trip with friends to a dacha. On the way there, their car got into an accident. The gas tank exploded. Everyone managed to escape, except for Pashka. He perished in the fire. It's hard not to draw the connection between the eerie warning from the creature in the tower and Pashka's tragic fate, but whether or not it was truly a premonition, I will never know. This story happened to me one winter, and it is 100% real. I have a dacha outside the city, in a garden area where people usually come in the summer, but in winter, it is deserted. A few friends and I decided to go there for a barbecue and to have some fun. Since there was no heating at the dacha, I decided to go earlier to warm it up with electric stoves. The others were supposed to pick up the girls, then head to the store and come to me. After buying cigarettes, I got in the car, turned on the music, and drove off. The gardens were about a 30-minute drive away, and there were no traffic jams, so I arrived plenty quickly. It was only 5 o'clock, but it was already getting dark. I turned off the highway and drove down the dirt road to the dacha. Once I got there, I stepped out of the car, lit a cigarette, and looked around. The dachas were covered in snow, and the streetlights were off. Nobody needs them in the winter. The stars were starting to appear brighter in the sky. By the way, the gardens are divided into lines, with 13 intersections, and each line has 6 plots. My dacha is on the 7th line, right at the edge of the intersection. My phone rang. It was Ilya, the only one who knew where the dacha was, and he was gathering people. He called to clarify what I had bought from the store. After chatting with him, I grabbed the keys and went to open the dacha. The snow was knee-deep, so I had to shovel a small area for the barbecue. Once I opened the door, I went inside, turned on the lights, set up the heater, walked around the place, and found some old things. I decided to change clothes so I would not get dirty. I went outside, started preparing, brought firewood, a barbecue, and paper, and turned on the streetlights. It was completely dark now, and the sky was full of stars. Beyond the reach of the lights, everything was pitch black. I put a cigarette in my mouth and tried to light a match with my frozen hands. Then, I heard my car alarm go off. It was parked on the main road, which was on the other side of the dacha. I thought, what the hell, and grabbed a flashlight to head toward the car. As I approached, I could see the car alarm flashing and blaring. I turned it off and checked the car from all sides to see what triggered it. Not finding anything, I thought maybe a cat had jumped on the hood and set it off. Just as I was about to turn back, my phone rang again. It was Ilya, who told me he had been driving for 10 minutes looking for the entrance to the gardens. We agreed I would drive out onto the highway and he would spot me by the headlights. I got in the car, which was covered with light snow, and turned on the windshield wipers. When I cleared the snow, I turned on the high beams and saw something that left me in complete shock. About 5 meters away, standing on 2 legs, was a creature. Its body was wrapped in ragged clothes, its arms hung down to its knees, and its fingers were unnaturally long and thin. It had a bald head, completely black eyes, 2 holes where its nose and mouth should be, and long, sharp teeth protruding from under its upper lip. It stood and stared at me, squinting from the bright headlights. I could not move from the horror of it all. My first thought was that it was just a homeless person, maybe a fire victim or an alcoholic. I desperately tried to find any logical explanation for what I was seeing. Then, the creature blinked. That snapped me out of my stupor. I realized that it was pointless to try and make sense of this. I quickly shifted into reverse and hit the gas, speeding away without checking the mirrors, watching only the retreating figure. The car roared and skidded as I turned sharply at the intersection, heading back toward the highway. I was driving about 60 kilometers an hour, while the usual speed in the gardens is only about 10. When I reached the gates to the gardens, I nearly lost it. The gates were closed and chained. I looked in my rearview mirror and saw that the creature was not just walking, it was running toward me, like a huge dog. I could hear its breathing, or maybe it was growling. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to make a sound, tears streaming down my face from the pure terror of the situation. I sat there, not knowing what to do. I was just 7 meters away from the highway, where a passing car was a rare sight, and the gates were welded shut and chained. In that moment, the creature got closer, and I hit the door lock instinctively. I pressed myself into the seat, closed my eyes, and waited. After about 20 seconds, everything was silent. I slowly opened my eyes, expecting the worst. There was no movement. I looked out my window, and there was no one. I turned around and looked out the rearview mirror, and again, there was nothing. But when I looked to my left, only 30 centimeters away from me, I saw 2 black eyes staring straight at me. I turned slowly to face the creature. It was standing hunched over, its head level with mine. Its breath melted the ice on the window. I could not feel fear anymore, only despair. I knew it wanted to devour me. I could see its cracked skin, rows of long yellow teeth, and torn lips. At that moment, I saw the headlights of Ilya's car. He had found the turn and was heading toward me. The creature immediately jumped back from the gate, making a noise like a dog's whine, and rushed into the gardens, scratching my car as it passed. Ilya drove up, untied the chain, and pulled into the gardens. He was in a good mood, music playing from his car, and laughter from the group filled the air. Seeing me in such a state, Ilya tried to get me to open the door. Once I gathered myself, I convinced everyone to leave. The next day, I explained what had happened to them, and while they were shocked, they did not dismiss it. Later that day, Ilya went back to the dacha to turn off the heaters and lock up. He did not see anything unusual. I ended up selling the plot for nearly nothing and never returned there again. This is the absolute truth, and I was not under the influence of anything that night. I painted over the scratch on the car, but if anyone wants to see the photo, I still have it. If anyone has any idea what the creature should have been, let me know. Live on the street in the middle of friggin' nowhere. Road went on for miles longer back in the 1940s, now dead ends / turns into other street. 400 acres of woods immediately across road from driveway. Around 7 a.m. in mid-autumn, creeping mists and dawn just breaking. Can't sleep, been awake for 2 days, unpleasant. Be standing end of driveway, smoking, looking at road, pissed off it goes nowhere. Light suddenly filters through trees across road. Look up at strange glint. Full bag of fucking Cheetos. Full size bag. Not a dainty lunch sack bag. Sitting on stump in woods, not 30 paces from me, surrounded by nothing but trees. Doubts arise. Sometimes people throw shit out of moving cars. Lose shit from back of pickups, yes. That demographic area. What the hell? Free shit is free shit. Saunter on across road. Place 1 foot on either side of the ditch. Moment sole of shoe is down. Every dog in neighborhood starts howling. You know that feeling when your hackles raise, like right before or during a car accident, or right as that first punch is thrown and time stops. That right there. Look up. Suddenly realize, I don't recognize the trees outside my own fucking house. Being here for decades, seeing these trees every goddamn day, suddenly different. Mutter to myself, I'm not that fat. My face when, understand it's a trap. Flick spent butt into the woods, go inside, and destroy will to be awake with daytime infomercials. Next day rolls by, trees gone back to normal, no sign of Cheetos. Shrug it off as maybe my mind playing tricks on me, insomnia bullshit, etc. Never think of it until reading Stardust, recommended by Goff GF. Fuck you. Get to part with Sirwood, feeling creeped out. Understand I was almost eaten, and on a Tuesday. This one happened to my father. Not exactly paranormal, but 100% scary. Be my dad, back in the 1980s. Get into a car accident. Multiple broken bones. Fucked up spine. He's got scoliosis now. Skull fracture. Ruptured lung. Another organ was fucked up. I can't remember exactly which one it was. He has to go under the knife. Doctors trying to save him. Looks like he isn't gonna make it. Apparently, he was paralyzed, but he could still hear them, but not see them. Doctors start talking about organ transplant for the boss. Doctors begin to cut him open while he is conscious but paralyzed. One doctor begins to argue that this man could easily be saved, / what they are doing is wrong. Argument ensues. Second time this month. Boss needs another. You fucking do it then. Gets sewn back up. Lives. He says he was slipping in and out of consciousness through the whole thing. Vehemently states they were trying to take his organs on behalf of the boss while he was conscious. Needless to say, he is paranoid about surgery. You are right. It is 100% spooky. Speaking of organ-related memes, some children's hospital not far away from me, for children with serious illnesses and problems that they are unlikely to survive. For decades, grieving parents make accusations that the kids are basically being killed for their organs, and the ones who die naturally are having their organs taken from them. Hospital completely denies this and says the high death rate is because the children have serious issues, and that's why they are there in the first place. About 15 years ago, one set of parents brings this all up again because they requested the body to bury, but instead, the hospital cremated the body without their consent and just gave them an urn full of ashes. They explain they started the processes a few years earlier because it was too heartbreaking for their families to receive the full bodies, and it was easier if they were cremated beforehand. But the parents claim it's so that there is no proof that any of the organs were taken. Eventually, they did get in touch with other parents who did receive bodies. It wasn't like the bodies were in a body bag. They were already in sealed coffins, ready to be buried when they gave them to the parents. More than a few have the coffins exhumed and opened. Totally empty, except for some baby clothes and scrap metal to act as weight. No sign of any body at all, no bones or anything. One family empties their urn and finds unironic cigarette butts among the ash. Whole place gets raided and people start getting sentenced. One of the top doctors/surgeons, who's been there like 30 plus years, comes clean and admits they took the organs. Refuses to answer if any of the kids were murdered. Refuses to answer what they did with the organs. Turns out, they did not even have a crematorium. Dig up the grounds, and there is literally thousands of children's bodies. Doctor/surgeon agrees to explain everything that happened in return for a sentence reduction afterwards. CPS agrees. Hangs himself 2 days later. I'm so glad you reminded me of my great experiences in an intensive ward a couple years back. Saw this shit firsthand. Recovering from OD. Nighttime. 4 more people in our room, all hooked up to machines. I don't know if it's instinct, but all of a sudden, my heart started pounding like something was after me. Then could make out footsteps from the hall. Paranoid as fuck for some reason. Nurse walks in, slowly scans the room. Pretend to be asleep. Heart monitor over 9,000. Walks to the other end of the room. An elderly lady, completely senile. The whole waking day before, she would just laugh in the most horrific manner possible, almost like she was possessed. Senile people are fun in that way. Kept alive via oxygen support, which would make her giggle even more. Okay, tangent over. Back to original story. The nurse walks over to her bedside. Few seconds pass by. All of a sudden, her heart monitor stops. She unhooks her life support systems, wheels her out of the room. My heart is pounding now, harder than it ever has before. Think what the fuck. Always felt something sinister about hospitals. Realize all of my fears had a basis. Half an hour passes by. I drift back to sleep. They wake me before dawn and move me to another room because, I don't know. Fuck. I still get emotional when I think about that. Do yourself a favor and don't put these pieces together. Hospitals, willful cattle, organs, blood rituals, and well, basically, good old human sadism. You will never set foot in a hospital again. Ignorance is bliss, buddy. My family and I lived in a small town in Colorado that was founded during the cattle boom in the 1880s. We spent 5 or 6 years living in one of the oldest homes in town, and a lot of strange shit happened. Nothing overly spooky, just the usual haunted house fare with objects moving when you turned your back, etc. One thing that was a recurring trend, however, was that my brother and I would always hear footsteps coming up the stairs at night, then walking down the hallway. The sound would always stop right outside of our doorway. The thing was, we could look across the hall and see into our parents' room. They usually kept their door open and their bed was right in front of it, so you could easily see them sleeping. There was a large bathroom next to our bedroom, and we would often wake up to the shower door opening and closing by itself over and over. The door was old and shitty, made from heavy glass, and was actually pretty hard to open without really jerking on it. There is no way a draft, open window, etc. could have caused it. We brought this up to our parents more than once, who always dismissed it. Though years later, my mom told me that both she and my stepfather heard the footsteps/door thing before as well, and that my stepfather had supposedly seen an apparition of a woman standing at the foot of my brother and I's bed more than once. They never mentioned it because they did not want to frighten us. We ended up moving out as soon as we had money to do so. Come to find out later, the upstairs bathroom had originally been another bedroom. The people who owned it before us remodeled it, and a woman died in there. My parents rented the place out for another 5 years or so after we moved out, and all of the renters would eventually end up asking questions about it, some more subtly than others, but it was obvious they had seen or heard shit that weirded them out. One couple flat out asked about the woman and the shower door. We would hear footsteps in the attic a lot as well, and one time, one of my asshole friends grabbed a broom and started thumping it on the ceiling. The footsteps started to mimic the thumps. He would tap once, we would hear a tap upstairs. He would tap twice, 2 taps, etc. This went on for about 5 minutes before something stomped really hard. At the time, it seemed like it shook the entire house, but maybe that's my memory exaggerating it. It was loud enough and seemed angry enough that we both ran outside and sat on the porch for 3 hours, waiting for my parents to get home. Another thing I recalled, years later, was that when my parents first took me over there to look at the house before we bought it, I was only 8 or 9 and being pissy, so I stayed in the car. I remember seeing an old woman watching me through the window of the bathroom. Later, when I went inside and met the family, I noticed the old woman was not present, but did not think much of it. One final thing, but not really paranormal. The people who had lived there before the folks we bought it from were supposedly really fucking weird and into occult shit. Never really found any evidence of that, but the root cellar had a ton of jarred / pickled shit in it. Vegetables and meat, but some of it was, we couldn't really tell. We found a jar full of some kind of eyeballs, probably pig I guess, as well as jars with other internal organs we could not identify, and one that looked like it was full of fingers. They did not have fingernails, so they were not human, but it was fucking creepy. Most of it had been down there for so long, it had all kind of turned into mush. It was nasty. Be me, 4-ish years old. Sister is 4 years older. Frequently dissected small animals she found in front of me. Would threaten me violently if I tried to leave. Carefully remove their teeny tiny organs and lay them beside the corpses. Used to hold shrimp very close to my face and tell me if I tried harder, I could have saved them, and that they know it's all my fault they died. Then ate them cheerfully. I have not eaten meat in 9 years. Shoved silverware up my ass. Tongue-kissed me for the pure pleasure of seeing me cry. Convinced me I was born to be a man, and that it was a large conspiracy, keeping me believing I was female so they could laugh at me. Convinced me I murdered our mutual friend. Covered herself in ketchup and hid in the closet. Told me it was coming for me next. Hid under my bed for hours, so that she could freak the shit out of me once I started falling asleep. Shoved fucking pins through her fingertips because it made me cry in abject fear. Convinced me into an eating disorder at age 6. Told me I was morbidly obese. I was severely underweight for most of my life. Placed her porcelain dolls so they would be facing me when I woke up. Convinced me to put salt on a slug. Then ran to my mom and told her I was a sociopath. Was amused by my inconsolable weeping and having hurt an animal. She grew up to be your standard popular girl. I grew up in Telefomin, a highland town of Sandown province in Papua New Guinea. My father was a Christian missionary, I won't say which. In the 90s, the tradition of cannibalism was considered extinguished by the central government, but in reality, it continued in the more backward religions. I always wondered why, in the summer, there was so much activity at the local airport. Wealthy tourists, mostly Asian and Australian men, came in their private jets. It was strange, because there was nothing to see or do. All the attractions, like the Mount Hagen show and the beaches, etc., were taking place elsewhere. One night, as my father and I drove down from a quaint village in the mountains, we stopped by a neat bungalow where many costly cars were parked. We peeked through the window, and I will always remember what we saw. 30 to 50 naked men, seated around a large, round table in the center of which were placed several heads, slices of flesh, and internal organs. Each man had a plate of raw meat. We left quietly. I was beyond tears and started hyperventilating minutes later. My father refused to talk about it to me, but I did hear him argue with my mother and send angry phone calls. It's only several years after his death, 2 years ago, that my mother explained what had happened. My father had immediately contacted the local police, who arrested him and interrogated him. They called his superiors, who warned him not to say anything about what he saw. My father had tried to contact local news agencies to no avail. My father's superiors threatened my father and sent us all to the Amazonian hinterlands of Ecuador, where work and alcohol killed my father 2 years ago. Now, my mother has come to live with me and friends, and I'm trying to forget everything. My mother burnt all the information my father had gathered, all the interviews he had had with Indonesian and Filipino boat people from which the victims of the meat market were chosen, all the articles, everything. I have a story announced, not ghosts, but I still cannot explain it to this day. Work at a pizza joint with my bro Jose. We like to go to gym after we close the store, pretty late at night most of the time, around 1 to 3 a.m. Our schedule on work nights is close store, drive to my place, drive to his place, then go to the gym. One night as we're leaving my house to get to his so he can change, something about the road that we're on just feels wrong, like it was too long or time was just crawling by. No comment at that point, just decided I'd keep driving, and we'd be on our way to the gym in no time at all. Get to his house no problem, get water, get to pet his dog for a second. Hit the road in my Honda Civic, around 1:40 a.m. I want to say, not too late for us. Pull from his driveway, pretty much in a woods, and make a distinct turn right to get us on the road that will lead us to the gym. Driving no big deal, shit is casual. But we end up on the opposite side of the road, at its other entrance. This shit is not possible. Drove past the exact shit we always do on the first road to gym. Same yield sign, same shitty billboard. I throw the car into park and look over at Jose. He looks exactly how I feel, just confused into a state of fucking shock. Literally get out of my car and look around, genuinely at a loss. Hadn't ever felt adrenaline like this before. This was not being mildly lost or getting turned around. Slump back into the car and just sit there for a few, trying my fucking hardest to rationalize what had just happened. Eventually, hit an illegal U-turn and drive to the gym. No more temporal fuckery involved. Went gym with him for like another 2 weeks, and then our friendship kind of fell apart. We both left the pizza place. Just, shit felt way too weird, man. First ever post. Wanted to get this off my chest. Happened a year ago now, I want to say. Me again. Same house and turnaround, the same time of night. This one is a little different. Another night, around 2 to 3 a.m. Sat at computer, feeling tired, but really invested in whatever I was doing. One of my feet is resting against the baseboard of the wall behind my desk. Feel some heavy movement and hear a heavy thud. Wall is an exterior wall. Around where my desk is a gate between the front and backyard. Have outdoor cats that usually will jump that fence when they come home. Realized that was way too violent to be one of the cats, even the fat one. Stand up, grab pistol I keep nearby because it's not a great neighborhood. Walk to rear door, open it, and wait for eyes to adjust since it is pretty dark. See silhouette of something about 10 or so feet away. Can't make out anything more than the general shape. Humanoid, but in a strange pose, like it's down on all fours, but is holding its ass in the air. Long body with long and skinny limbs. Fucking what.gif. Back into house with my pistol still raised and staring at it. Hasn't moved at all since I noticed it. Door shuts as I get the light on. Throw the door open again, and nothing. What? Go back inside and wake my dad. Tell him what I saw. Man brings out his .45 and we investigate. Surprised he took it as seriously as he did. Check the gate I'd heard. Locked and otherwise normal. Go around to other side and check that gate. It's wide fucking open. Shut it and make sure it's locked. Go inside. No sleep for me that night. It's been nearly a decade since that happened, and I have not been able to reasonably justify what that thing was. Mostly because of how tall it would have been if it wasn't hunched over the way that it was. Its ass was damn near at my chest level. Spooky ghost out there, trying to throw ass. I've got a couple more. Appreciate screen capping my guy. The girl I used to date had weird shit happen in her house too. I was 17 when this one happened. Hanging out at home on a Friday night, early fall of 2014. Get a phone call around 8:30 to 9 p.m. It's my girlfriend. Answer. Expecting her to invite me over for drinks or smoke, but instead, she is frantically chattering that I need to get down there. Grab the essentials, cigarettes, pocket knife, etc., and start walking. Feel strange for most of the walk. Not so much like worry or anxiety about the call, but dread. I remember that very clearly. Walk takes about 10 minutes, chain smoking the whole time because of the weird feeling. Girlfriend and a friend / housemate are sitting in the kitchen. They've busted into my GF mom's vodka. She wasn't home. I ask them what's going on, and they both start chattering, almost talking over each other. GF was in a room, studying a bit with some music, nothing unusual for her, when the room got very cold suddenly. She got up to grab a jacket so she could keep up with what she was doing before checking the thermostat. As she gets up and turns around, she sees what she describes as a bright white, sort of transparent haze come into her room from the hallway and up onto her closet door super fast. It apparently hovered there for a little bit before disappearing into her closet. She was already kind of spooked by this, but then she heard what sounded like a male voice, whispering or muttering from inside her closet. She numbed out and ran to her friend's room, trying to explain what had just happened. Friend gets spooked, but is still hesitant. At this point in the retelling, her friend quiets down. She's just staring at the table. GF tells me that while they were talking about what she could have seen was, they hear a muffled laugh from the area around her room, like manic laughter. Following the laughter, the light in the friend's room explodes. Literally fucking explodes. They bolt out, go outside for a while to collect themselves and smoke. Claim to have heard some more noises from inside. Thuds here and there, but it calmed down after a while and they went in to sit and grab a drink to calm down. I'm sat there, fairly spooked myself. They explained they called me because at this point I had some experiences with spooks and that I could take my GF with me to my place. I agreed to tag along as long as they grabbed their things after a shot of vodka for courage. We stay grouped up since they do not feel safe alone. Go to friend's room first since it is closer. Walk in with flashlight apps on. See the broken bits of light bulb on the floor. The room is a lot colder than the kitchen. Hold my light while she packs her things. Feel tense, but I'm still trying to rationalize things. Hear a thud from the adjacent wall, the wall between their rooms, and everyone jumps a little. Friend picks up the pace, throwing clothes and essentials into a bag, and we scoot back out into the kitchen for another shot. Go to GF's room. It's super cold, but the lights are still on. She starts to pack. I'm helping her pack things to pick up the pace, occasionally glancing towards the closet because I feel like I'm being watched. As we're finishing up, a loud crash comes from inside the closet. I pull my phone out and shine my flashlight inside. One of the wall-mounted shelves had collapsed. Finish packing and scoot outside, lock up and hang out for a bit, waiting for friend's ride to pick her up. GF and I start walking home, smoking and talking a bit. We're still feeling pretty tense. Any noise around us made us jump. Swear that we see things in the reflections of windows. Get home. Explain the situation to my parents. They say it's fine if she stays for a while. She stayed for the weekend. Had to call her mom, who had been working late that night. We'll continue with some more details. She'll be last post for the story, then I'm going to take a break for a little while. Sunday rolls around. Spent the weekend hanging out, and just trying to take our minds off of the spooky shit. Decide it's probably for the best for her to head home, since her mom was going to be there. Walk over in the early evening, feeling a bit anxious, but otherwise enjoying the fall weather. We get there, and her mom is hanging out at the table, smoking and messing with her phone. She tells us that she had not seen or heard anything when she got home that night, but she did not doubt what GF had told her. Explains that the house was owned by a brother prior to her. That's how she ended up owning it. Brother was troubled and struggled with mental illness and drug addiction. He was always getting worse as time went on. He would roam around the house, breaking shit and throwing fits as he did so. He lived alone most of the time, except for the few times he had roommates. He hit a breaking point, and in one of his fits, he took his own life in the closet of GF's bedroom. One of the roommates said he was just laughing and then stopped. They found him a day later when someone finally opted to check in on him, since he was usually doing something when he wasn't having an episode. GF and I hung around past nightfall. Nothing spooky happened, so she opted to stay home. Besides a few small things, nothing spooky happened in that house for as long as I dated her. Sure, I don't feel like sleeping tonight anyways. Greentexting to shorten it some. Be around November of last year, Washington State. New to the area, like the woods, so a few friends of mine there that are huge in a woods fiends decide to take me out into a secluded as hell spot. What the hell, I'll do it. Need some time away from work. Get the weekend off, pack my bag, clean the rifle, and head over to friend's house. End up about 25 or 35 miles away from the Canadian border in this forest that just goes on forever. I am really digging it because my home state does not have shit like this. There's 6 of us and 2 dogs, a Labrador and a Rottweiler. Each person also has either a hunting rifle or shotgun with a handgun, except for me. Park cars on this tiny-ass game warden or border patrol dirt road and hike about 4 miles into the woods. By this time, it's already starting to get a little dark, so we decide to build a fire right off so we can set up tents. 2 of the group and 1 of the dogs go out to gather wood while the rest of us start setting up the tent. One of those huge sodding 6 to 8 person ones. November gets cold up there. Tent set up in about 15 minutes. The trio still aren't back yet. What the fuck? Must be fucking, lol. So we just say screw it and start one from some branches from around the site. Start hearing crashing noises headed our way, like someone running their asses off. The 2 guys come barreling through, wide-eyed as fuck. The dog ain't nowhere to be seen. They start yammering on about seeing one of the other guys out in the woods acting weird, so they started trying to get close. Every time they get close though, he would move away. Said at one point he disappeared, then popped up not 10 feet behind them. Also mentioned a really bad rotten meat and spoiled milk smell popping up around then. Tried asking what was up, no answer. Then apparently, he just took off, sprinting like Usain Bolt into the woods. Dog takes off after him, barking its head off. The 2 dudes take off after the dog. Lose both the guy and the dog pretty soon, and the smell starts disappearing as well. Far off, hear a weird screeching, followed by a really loud dog's yelp. Then the smell comes back with a vengeance. This time, with what they described as mad giggling. They nope the fuck out of there and back to the camp. They get really pissed at the dude. All of us that were there vouch for the guy, so pretty soon we are all weirded out, but I think it's a really fucked up joke. I say as much and I get yelled at, then have, well, where the fuck is the dog then, tossed at me. Fuck, good point. At this point though, the sun was already well on its way down, so we build the fire up and bring out some Coleman lanterns as well. All of us are huddled around the fire, eating MREs, and the guns are at hand. About 15 minutes after dark, the remaining dog, the Rottweiler, kinda perks up and starts growling, and I mean that really fucking aggressive growl. Smell pops up, and the guys were not wrong about the smell. I have smelled rotten deer carcasses that smelled fresher. Weird groanings start up, and you can hear branches and leaves crackling out around the perimeter of our camp. Noping intensifies all around. The dog is going ballistic, so one of the guys with a shotgun, let's call him Greg, stands up and fires off 3 rounds of buckshot into the woods. This hellacious scream comes out of the woods and starts moving away from us fast as hell, and the smell goes as well. We wait for about an hour, then decide to try and get some sleep with 2 people on guard at all times. First watch is me and another of the guys, Victor. The dog is chilling around the fire as well. 2 hours up, nothing. Wake up Greg and Tom for their turn. Asleep for a little, then wake up to that smell, and Greg yelling his head off. So we get up and head outside. Greg is looking around the edge of the woods with a spotlight and calling out Tom's name. Ask what happened. They'd been sitting there when they heard one of the guys from earlier calling out from the woods. The dog started growling and rushed the spot, and Tom followed after. Dog went through some bushes and he'd lost him, so Tom followed him into the woods. Greg had been yelling for him when he heard Tom begin to say something before he was cut off. Shit, can't leave him out there, so we all put on some clothes, grab a flashlight or spot for each person, and our guns, and head out. By this time the smell was everywhere, and it was making most of us rather nauseous. But we kept going because we wanted to find Tom. Find some of his tracks, but lose the trail when they just stop. Literally no other footprints after a while, and none leading back the way he'd come. One of the guys at the back is shining his light around, kinda stops and makes an oh shit noise, then starts yelling. You fucking dick. We've been worried sick about you. Rest of group walks over to look, and there is Tom, standing a good 20 feet away, but he's standing all wrong. You okay, buddy? You need some help? Just stands there deadpan, then slowly nods yes. A few of us walk over and put an arm around his shoulders to kinda support him. Notice that he reeks. What the fuck, dude? We haven't even been out here for a full day, lol. Laughs abound, except from him. Think nothing of it, except worry that maybe he fell and hit his head. Back at camp, try and lay him down, but he just refuses to, so we let him stay outside at the fire. A couple of us go to sleep, but Greg, Vic, and I decide to stay up and keep an eye on Tom. Watching him, he does a weird jerk / muscle spasm thing every now and then. Creepy shit, but think it might be something serious. He is mostly quiet, slow to respond to things, until it comes to food. We give him an MRE to eat, and he only eats the meat out of them. Shrug it off as whatever. Then he gets up and starts moving around all jerky-like, looking towards the woods. He asks us if we want to come into the woods with him for firewood. Besides the fact that it's pitch black outside, besides the fire and the huge stack of firewood we collected on the way back, not all that weird. Jerks something like a shrug before walking weirdly into the woods. At this point we are on guard and do not try to stop him. Greg gets up a few minutes later to step into the tent for something, so I'm outside with Vic when the smell hits my nose like a ton of bricks and I gag hard. Then I start hearing gibbering and giggling. I have never been more freaked out in my life, and you can tell that Vic is feeling the same way. Greg comes out in time to hear it really well, then goes inside to wake everyone up. He freezes at the tent flap, then starts cursing, which wakes everyone up. Dunno why he's cussing, but it's working. When they're all up and awake, he counts everyone, and you can see him turn white. What's up, dude? Apparently, while he was inside, he did a quick body count, and there was 4 bodies inside. Someone or something had been chilling in our motherfucking tent without us realizing it had gotten in. Shit bricks and shit them hard. Then everyone starts asking where Tom is. At this time, the gibbering gets louder, and you can hear a bunch of shit moving through the woods. We hear Tom's voice calling at us from the woods to come and help him, but it's all off key, and every now and then he would start giggling. We build the fire up and sit around it with all the lanterns on full, weapons at hand until the sun starts coming up. Soon as it's up enough to see, we put the fire out, pack our stuff, and make for the vehicles. On the path back, we find the 2 dogs, one impaled on a snapped pine, the other one with its neck snapped and twisted around. We start hearing the giggling, and then the smell returns, so we start noping hard back for the car. We get there, and there is scratches all over them. Most of the windows are smashed out, and the seats are ripped to shreds. Whatever. That shit ain't important. Just need these babies to run. Toss keys into ignition and hear the sweet glorious sound of an internal combustion engine start up. Toss shit in, get in, and we speed out of there. Don't talk about it for a few months, and most of us don't even admit it happened. One of the guys with us told me later that he'd seen Tom at the edge of the woods, staring at us as we left, with this creepy fucking grin on his face. I believe him, and I know that I'll never go camping that far away again without a lot more people than 6. That was my first run-in with skinwalkers. The second one is shorter, but I'm tired and I need sleep for work. I will share tomorrow night. Until then. I can share a story. Don't know if it's that scary or not, but what the hell. This all happened back in the mid-90s. I grew up in a small community consisting of a few small towns. In one of these small towns, there was a single abandoned building called the Crow Castle by local kids. It wasn't a weird building or anything, just uninhabited and kind of old, think late 60s. We had no idea why it was abandoned, and as kids, we made up all kinds of stories for it. One kid said there had been a lady who lived there, but who got eaten by her own cats. Another said that it had burned down, but mysteriously rebuilt itself overnight. There were all kinds of theories. At a sleepover party with a few of my friends, the Crow Castle was discussed once again, but this time, something was different. One of us said that yes, there was a lady. Another said that yes, the lady lived alone. She'd had a baby, but she did not want it, so she burned it in a ceramic stove in the back of the building, and took her own life in one of the local industry blast furnaces. This was way too specific for a bunch of kids. We had no idea about different types of ovens, and few of us had ever been inside the industry area. Still, we all agreed on the story to be the one and true story. She was alone, she had a baby, she burned the baby, she took her own life. Our curiosity got the better of us, and we decided we had to know for ourselves. As the adults thought we had gone to sleep, we sneaked out around midnight to check out the Crow Castle for ourselves. There were 5 of us in total, each with our own flashlight. The Crow Castle was this ordinary 2-story house, just a tad bit bigger than the other houses in the area. I remember the big, pale yellow drapes that covered the windows. No one dared to vandalize the Crow Castle, and I never understood why. The other kids would pretty much mess with anything, but no one ever dared to touch the Crow Castle. We finally found an entrance through the basement. The house was old and had a wood-burning stove in the kitchen, which meant a big cellar for storing logs in the winter. There was a padlock, but it was old. We managed to pick it using a small screwdriver that the youngest of us brought along for protection. We moved through the basement with little to no problems. We were scared shitless, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. There were no logs or saved wood. It was emptied out. The whole place rang hollow. We found stairs to the kitchen. The stairs were really tight, and the floor was made of some really old linoleum. Had we been just a little bit taller, we would have had to crouch to get up at all. The kitchen was nothing special, but we spent at least an hour going through it in detail. The wood-burning stove was no big deal, just this big, ugly, black metal thing in the middle of the room. We did not investigate it further. We went through the house, room by room, all empty, with just a few repairs. Someone could probably live there. It was a pretty nice place. Our first scare came when a neighbor walked by. They thought they'd heard something and were yelling at anyone in there to come out. We didn't. Instead, we hid and waited for them to leave. Eventually, they did. Finally, we got to the last room on the first floor, the study. There was a big wooden door leading to it. As we entered, the first thing we see takes us completely by surprise. In the corner is a big ceramic stove. Right next to it, an old work desk. We checked out the desk first. The drawers were locked, and we could not manage to get them open with the screwdriver, and we did not want to break it. One kid decided to check out the ceramic stove. I was standing right behind him when he opened it. As he did, we heard this odd whooshing noise, some kind of suction. It sounded like an air raid siren, but heard from far away. A few seconds later, the stove bursts with black soot. The kid in the front got most of it on him. It got in his eyes, and he started wailing. I got some on my legs, and when I tried to rub it off, it just spread it out with my hands. The noise got louder as the obstruction cleared out, so we closed the thing. I'd never been so scared. That's when we noticed that there wasn't just ash on the floor. Newspaper cutouts, at least 30 pictures from newspapers and magazines. All of the pictures depicted infants. Those scrounched up, toothless little infants, screaming, crying, sleeping. All kinds of pictures of them. Most pictures were covered in soot, but some were clear as day. The biggest kid started picking them up, but we yelled at him to drop them. He did. He dropped them and we ran. We never talked about that night again. To us, the story was real. We were done with it. We tried to ask the adults if there had been a woman who took her own life in the blast furnaces. They did not want to talk about it. They did not want to talk to kids about that kind of topic. It was too morbid. One of the town drunks did though. He did not give a fuck. He told us that indeed, there had been a woman who took her own life in a blast furnace. She'd had an affair with a man who'd been working there, and when he left her, she took her own life. They'd found her clothes by the side of a blast furnace covered in soot. There is no chilling punchline to the story. This is a true story, and the closest thing I've come to something paranormal. If you got any questions, I will do my best to answer. I guess I'll share something that happened to me, or, well, my family, in 2011. B2011. Funeral in my house, cause Grandpa passed away. Every family member is present, around 30 people. People coming and paying their respects, normal funeral stuff. Someone notices Grandpa's framed picture was wet. Everyone went to take a look. It started in his eyes, and went down the sides of his face, almost as if he was crying. Everyone was speechless. Mom inspects the picture. Glass on front completely dry. Back is also dry and sealed. No one could explain how it happened. Only explanation was, seeing his kids crying made him cry too. Pic related. I still don't know how this happened. The only way I think this could have been done is if someone took the picture, ripped the back of the frame, pour water into the photo, reseal the frame, and put it back where it was, without anyone noticing that the picture was gone. Rip Grandpa. You were a great man. Be me, 15 years old at the time. Get a part-time job in local VHS rental store that I went to. Cool, easy job. Did not bump into too many troubles. This guy comes in and asks for this one movie. Some romance movie with a supernatural twist. Can't find it anywhere. But it's listed as having had 4 rentals in our system. Tell him to wait and look everywhere. Says I don't have to look so hard, but I don't want to disappoint. Find it hidden in co-worker's shelf. Thank him for waiting, etc, etc. 3 days later, co-worker is freaked out and calls me in. Oh my fucking god, Anon. You weren't supposed to rent that. That shit is fucking haunted. Huh, that's funny. It's supernatural, right? No, it's legitimately fucking haunted. That's why we put it away. Says everyone that rented it killed themselves. They tried to throw it away, but it appeared again some days later. Said they tried to burn it, but it wouldn't catch on fire. Burn the last worker instead. Calls the guy I rented it to. No response. Calls police and tells them his address without explaining anything. Drives me there because I still don't believe him. Talked to the doorman with the cops, and he says the guy jumped out of his window in the middle of the night. Basically fights the cops for permission to check the apartment. Lying out his ass until we get there. Movie still in VCR. He started screaming at the cops to shoot it and got taken away. Spooked out. Took a bus straight home. Neither of us know what happened to the tape. Co-worker says it's the problem of whoever else gets the tape. I thought for a long time it was a depressing movie, and it convinced depressed people to do it. but I watched it some years ago, and it was just a boring movie, so it has to have been something about that particular tape. Honestly beyond me. B. Cycling in the forest. Snow is slushy and still on the ground. Spend all day carving a line. Notice a few people walking down. I speed downhill so I don't injure. Wait at the bottom for the two. Just a young couple appear out. Hike the bike back up. Hit the top and turn around to say, tall dark man, matted hair, disgusting scent, dark, almost black eyes, old huge boots, clothes worn since yesteryear, skinny with pot belly. He just stands there, back to me. Wasn't sure if I heard anyone hiking in the slushy snow behind me. I walk slowly down and have to pass him. I got within 2 feet of him to get around to bike down again. Stares at me, and I stare into his black eyes. He chuckles like, ha, ha, ha. Walk further down, and he is still looking off into the distance, towards me, but not at me. Get on my bike and ride home. The day changes from sunny to cloudy. Bike ride home was horribly windy. Dog's not home. Get inside. And my cat's outside. I left her inside. Clean my bike, 'cause clean freak. Hours pass, with me keeping it quiet. Enjoying the nice snowstorm through windows and kitten. Warm tea. The snowstorm stopped with what seemed to only stop around my house/property. See a figure walking tall. The shadow figure could not walk into my yard because of the prayers I put. I think that, and notice that that's where the storm ceased. My stereo starts changing CDs a lot, and stops on the CD, Trivium Ascendancy. I listen and watch it observe me as I do it, while petting my cat. CD stops, and then the storm passes and turns sunny. I can't stop thinking about this, because that man seemed odd. Like, I did not see boot prints on the trail I was at. Only seen mine and the 2 kids' prints in the snow. Why was he looking across the water? What made the weather change and my cat pulling a Houdini out the house? Where was my chained up dog? My neighbor's house looked empty, and everything was quiet after that encounter. Growing up as a kid, my dad liked to take me out camping a lot. Oftentimes, it would just be the 2 of us jumping into his truck, driving out into some remote area in the forest, not an actual camping ground, pitching a tent and sitting by a fire. It was a great time for us to bond, away from the chaos of normal life, just the 2 of us hanging out with nothing else to do. Plenty of creepy stuff happened, but looking back at it now, I can see that a majority of it was all my overactive imagination of being out in the woods in the middle of nowhere. Like the time we came across an area with a bunch of downed trees, and I concocted some story in my head about a monster that roamed the forest and took them all down. There was one moment though that's always stuck out. Something about it never came off as being right, and I've never been able to fully explain or understand it. We were at a new camping area, some place we'd never been before, and after pitching our tent, we decided to go walk off into the woods and wander around. After maybe about an hour in, we broke through the trees and came across a clearing of grass. It was extremely odd in that all around was forest, and here was just this area of grass. In the middle of it sat a small cabin. It looked all raggedy and decrepit, like no one had been there in a very long time. All around the house, besides the grass, were old, rusted out car parts, big huge pieces too, which is really odd, because again, you were literally surrounded by thick woods within this clearing, and it would be extremely difficult, not to mention nonsensical, to have all this junk, especially with no visible cars. Off to the side of the house was, I guess, a canyon, not really sure what to call it, like a gap in between the land, which had a straight drop down, but the gap was not that big, maybe a foot or 2, almost like someone purposely made this little gap here for some inexplicable reason. So, we walked into this area. Before we did so, it was pretty quiet, with the exception of the occasional birds chirping or something. Yet, as soon as we walked onto the grass, we both distinctly heard this woman. She was yelling, pissed as all fucking shit, but what she was yelling about, I will never know, because it was not in English. She had a typical Midwestern accent, that I remember, but whatever she was yelling was pure gibberish. Accompanied with her yelling sounded like pounding and banging of feet or a fist, and also slamming of pots around. What did not make sense about this is you could see clearly into the cabin with the window that faced us, and yet we could not really make out anyone inside, or at least I couldn't. What was even stranger was the smell, or really, the lack thereof. See, the woods have a certain scent to them, at least I feel they do. It's a refreshing, clean, woody, sometimes strong and pungent, but always a scent. There was nothing when we entered in there, nothing at all, like almost a vacuum had sucked it all up and it was gone. So, after this woman had started screaming at us, I obviously did not want to be there anymore. I was more scared that we were on someone's land as opposed to something paranormal or weird going on. I looked up at my dad to tell him we should probably go, and that is when he did something I'd never seen him do before. He picked me up and just ran straight into the woods. I'd never had my dad pick me up, and I'd never seen him run, ever. Maybe he saw something. Maybe he understood something that I did not. I don't know, but whatever it was scared the shit out of him. He ran for maybe a quarter of the way back to camp, set me down, and told me to just walk fast. The entire time, we did not say anything, and the entire time, it seemed like he was about to do another dead sprint at any given moment. He kept looking back, expecting something, I don't know what. We got back to camp safely though, packed everything up, and immediately drove off. He has never talked to me about it, and every time I try to bring it up, I just get silence. For the longest time, I assumed it was just trespassing, but as I get older, I find that harder to believe. Be me, 8 to 9 years ago, be into recreational diving. My friend Dan and I take a boat out on the ocean with our girlfriends. Plan to test out some new gear / equipment that we had purchased. On a scale of 1 to 10, on the nice day out scale, it's a fucking 30 out of 10. Nice clear skies, shining sun. Dan and I get our suits on, get tanks, and prepare to go down below into the ocean. RGF stay topside on the boat. We descend, basically start off by dicking around, and I make a joke about finding pirate treasure or something to that effect. We are exploring well below the surface, but there is still light, mostly getting a sight of the sea life. Schools upon schools of fish. Not gonna lie, shit was pretty cash. But that suddenly changes when the fish all begin dispersing frantically. They are noping right the fuck out. We start to think, oh shit, a big ass shark is nearby. Dan and I get a brief glimpse of a shadow above us. This fucking thing is no fucking shark. It is more cylindrical, fast, it swam right above us. Want to freak the fuck out, but can't, as that would be potentially dangerous. We look above us to see if we could get a better view. Don't entirely have to. This thing noticed us. Imagine your traditional Chinese dragon, now add fins / flippers in the place of arms, has reptile-esque facial features. All in all, Dan and I are at a loss. This is a real-life sea monster. It eyes us for a few seconds, then snaps its jaws at us like a kind of a warning before it swims off in another direction. Dan and I use this as an opportunity to swim back up to the surface. We get back to the boat, begin swearing and screaming and freaking the ever-living fuck out. The girls had seen some sort of dark outline sometime prior to our sighting. We nope the fuck out of that particular area, get back to the marina, and swear to never tell anyone what happened. Still dived, still do so in the ocean waters, but man, that entire day fucked me right up. Last summer, security guard job to help out around the house over summer. Get lucky. Get a decent job at a data center. Training goes well. Like the day job as it goes fast and plenty of co-workers to talk to. Get the night position because all the day/swing spots are taken. Turns out, data center is low on security, so only one guard per center at night, but some get rovers. Dedicated flex, meaning different buildings but same company. Hate the biggest one in the place. It is absolutely huge, with large rooms and no one else there but you. Takes over an hour to patrol the whole building and outside. There are these massive, empty rooms that are not rented out, still required to patrol them. No one talks about it out loud for obvious reasons, but other people who covered the night shift and went into the empty rooms said it was weird and uncomfortable. Some guy even switched spots so he could avoid the largest room. Day/swing have one guard patrol, and the others do computer work. Largest room has only a few dim lights here and there for its length. Patrol time. Been through the whole building except the future office space, which was the largest empty room. Nearly whole length of the building and maybe a quarter wide. Get the door open, start in. Little hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Feel uncomfortable, like I'm being watched. Feels like something about to happen any second. Finally get to the end of the room and start back. Start hearing whispers, like many people at once. Walk faster, and the whispers get louder, then get quiet as I get to the door. Finish patrol and get back to room. The thing is, the rented rooms have physical servers there that need cooling, so there is an air cooling system that blows air up from the floor. Could have easily been a fan or some air pipe that was leaking, and the late night tiredness made it into something else. I've never posted about my experiences before, but I was reading a greentext that reminded me of an encounter that I had recently. I figured it was enough of an excuse to open up a thread for others to share their experiences. Be me, mindlessly shambling through Walmart one afternoon. Absolutely spaced out, not in this world, lost in thought. Think about Dad. Think about his friends. Think about Father's friend Dave. Have not seen Dave in years. Run cart into another person's cart at the intersection of arts and crafts. Oh God, I'm so sorry. It's Dave, and he looks horrifying, like a dead man walking. Shit snapped me back to reality so fast. Oh, hi Dave, been a while. Didn't strike you as the kind to shop for art supplies. He just stands there, without a word, staring blankly at me the whole time, eyes wide. His skin was dry, and paler than I know it should be. His lips were cracked, and his eyes were bloodshot. It was like looking at a crackhead's mugshot, or an acid attack victim. Pick related, he was scarred similarly. Keep trying to make small talk, but to no avail. He is a fucking statue. Well, I better keep moving, Dave. It was good to see you. Yeah, it was good seeing you too, Anon. I better get going. He fucking spoke. Even flashed me a smile and a stiff wave. His teeth looked filthy. Thank God I couldn't catch his breath. Sounded like what I remember Dave sounded like, but raspier, like someone who had not had a sip of water in days. Kept moving like nothing was out of place, but internally, I had escalated to DEFCON 2. The rest of my shopping went fine. Went home, put shit up, went over to my father's home. Hey Dad, guess who I ran into today? Dave. You remember Dave? Dad puts his beer down, and his cigarettes down in the ashtray that I bought him for Father's Day a few years back. Looks at me in the eye and goes, "You are kidding me. The obituary section in the paper said that he died Tuesday evening. You must be mistaken." Inspect newspaper. Sure enough, Dave had died. I was in disbelief. I knew he had gone down a dark path in recent years, but I would never imagine he would go the way he did. Laziness claimed his work opportunities, and from what I knew then, he pretty much drank and smoked all the time. Determined to get to the bottom of this, I reactivated my dead Facebook and reached out to his kids when I got home. Each of them had more or less the same to say. He was a deadbeat. He was always degrading and undermining our confidence. He was not a good father, etc. Learned from his daughter that he had been in some sort of accident prior to his passing that left him facially damaged and scarred. My face went. I spoke to a dead man walking. Tell her that I ran into him at Walmart. She is in disbelief. Tells me that it's not funny to make up sick jokes, especially with the deceased having passed so recently. Threatens that her brother is coming for me. Plot twist, he doesn't. Tell the oldest brother about it. We will call him Bill. He believes me. He believes me. Gives me his phone number and tells me to call him that evening. Do so. Tells me about a call he apparently had the night his father passed. Received phone call from his father. Apparently, his voice sounded similar to what I described to Bill. Raspy. Off. Hey Bill. I'm awful sorry I wasn't all that accepting of you as a kid. You are a good person, regardless of the fact you like men. I love you, son. That is more or less what I was relayed. Hung up, without another word. Dave to the grave. Always gave the oldest shit for being gay and doing theater. I believe you, Anon. I know my sister is just aching right now. It is a hard loss for all of us, despite everything. Chat with Bill for a bit longer before hanging up. The next day, I go back over to my father's place and catch him up to speed. He is quiet for most of the rundown, though, as I went on, I could tell all I was doing was making him sad. Drop the topic. You know, Anon, he wasn't always an asshole. For context, my father's friends and associates have been dropping like flies since 2019. Needless to say, he does not have very many friends these days. Even though Dave had rudely cut ties with my father, he still wished the man all the best. I think even now, he longs for his friendship. He turned out some good kids though. For a dead man, maybe dead. You really saw him at the arts and crafts aisle. Yeah, Dad, why? He always said, only women and fairies shopped in the aisle. Laugh real. Wav. My face went. Dave went to make his peace with the arts and crafts aisle before passing and bumped into me. I don't know why he was pushing a shopping cart though, since he's dead and all. OC here. Twin brother and I were 3.5 years old, and we went to a daycare while my mom worked. Single mom at the time. This old lady really liked us. The only interaction I can recall, my brother and I were poking and laughing at her arms, which were veiny with translucent skin. Old lady dies. A few days later, my mom wakes up in the middle of the night, hearing my brother and I talking. Conversations were questions with no answers, followed by more questions. Mother asked us the next day who we were talking to. We replied it was the old lady, and she was living under our bed / inside our mattress. Only instance I can remember was waking up in the middle of the night and feeling something poking up from the mattress. I got up and felt it through the sheets. It felt like a finger with a fingernail. It didn't move. I was creeped out and went to wake up my mom. Tried to wake her, didn't work. Could hear walking in the hallway, so I slid to the other side of the bed, on the floor. Shadow from hallway nightlight cast shadow through the doorway of an old lady walking in the room, looking at my mom, then leaves the room. Mom finds me there next morning, confused. Couple nights later, Mom wakes up, hearing us talk to the old lady, but this time, it's my brother telling her that she is scaring him and telling her to stop touching him. Brother remembers this more vividly. Mother has had it. Walks into our room, turns on the light, says, "Where the fuck is she?" Brother points up in the corner where the walls meet the ceiling. Brother recalls her skin / clothes were all grey, except her eyes were red, and she was pointing at him with a, "You better not tell her where I am." Next morning, Mother sat us down, told us that the next time we see her, that we should tell her that our mom was going to take very good care of us, and that we don't need her to be there, and that she should leave. No more instances of the old lady haunting us after that. I was hired by the US Navy to investigate a strange wreck in the North Sea. In 2023, I was a PhD student in biology and attended an ESA conference. mostly presenting some astrobiology-related research results. Nothing fancy or controversial. During a networking event, a US Navy officer who was attending the conference struck up a conversation with me. He seemed particularly interested in my research background and, after some small talk, casually suggested I apply for a military-sponsored research project. He said they needed biologists for a study in the North Sea. I had no GF, no pets, no immediate career plans, and the pay was good. So, I applied. The selection process was a bit hysterical. Security clearances, background checks, even questions about an old high school friend I hadn't talked to in years. I learned that he is gay and living in China now. By that point, I knew this was not a regular project, but still, I had nothing to hide, so I went along with it. After a few months, I was flown to Germany, where I met the rest of the team. They were mostly young, promising, but not yet established in their respectable fields. People who could disappear for months without raising too many questions. From there, we were taken by boat to an oil rig somewhere in the North Sea. Our phones were confiscated on the way there, but we were warned about that in advance, so no biggie. The research base was either purpose-built for the project, or was an oil rig refitted for it, but from the outside, it looked like a regular drilling station, probably to avoid scrutiny. Around 30 people there were engineers, biologists, linguists, and military personnel overseeing the whole thing. We could send and receive emails to family, but they were reviewed by Navy personnel. No attachments allowed. Otherwise, no internet access, no calls home, etc. They told us that a private oil company had discovered a strange structure on the seabed. At first, they thought it was a World War II submarine wreck, but sonar imaging ruled that out. What they found instead was an elongated, spike-like object about 50 meters long, broken in half, embedded in a crater as if it had impacted at high speed. When I arrived, the engineers were debating how to bring it to the surface. Inflatable flotation devices were considered, but the risk of breaking the object was too high. Instead, they deployed remote control robots that could take pictures and retrieve samples. The depth made human diving impractical, especially since most of us were not trained for it. The exterior of the object was encrusted with barnacles, seaweed, sediment, and so on. Cleaning it took 2 more weeks. The outer layer was a carbon composite that was brittle, shattering like glass when dropped, but at the same time, it was almost impossible to bend or melt. We did not receive exact results on dating while I was still there, but based on how overgrown it was, it must have spent centuries on the seafloor at least. For the first month, only the engineers had anything to do. Then, 5 weeks in, they found a sealed, pressurized compartment. The engineers built an external pressurized seal to access the chamber. Inside, we found what was unmistakably a control room. No oxygen, dust-covered consoles, broken panels, and 3 bodies. The first 2 were small, about a meter tall, humanoid but weird. Their heads looked oversized for their bodies, but probably would be normal-sized on a regular human. Hairless, no ears or noses, though there were signs these had been removed surgically. They were also castrated. Their eyes were covered by black lenses, implanted directly into the sockets, a bit like built-in sunglasses. At first, we thought they were naked, but eventually, we figured out they were wearing skin-tight suits that had until now decayed to dust. X-rays and ultrasound scans showed their bodies were riddled with metallic implants, like tiny shards of metal. We thought they were shrapnel from the crash, but they were distributed too deliberately to be accidental. The bodies were still connected to their seats by cables plugged directly into the backs of their skulls. The third body was different. It was tall, over 2 meters, with more human proportions, with long white hair. It was probably just bleached from the passage of time though, and it was female. No surgical mutilations. She had implants too, but fewer, and in different areas. she also had an artificial kidney. Her suit, unlike the others, was mostly intact. Underneath it, we found plenty of tattoos. They resembled handwriting, but did not match any inscriptions we found, so it probably meant something else. The cause of death was obvious. All of them were killed by the impact, with the female's head nearly detaching from her neck. The linguists attempted to analyze the symbols on the control panels, but they were too faded to read. One metal plate above the consoles had a short inscription etched into it, so it didn't fade. The script consisted of vertical lines with dots and triangles written on them at different heights, a bit like musical notes, but the sample size was too small to translate, so linguists mostly ended up being useless for the whole stay. We tried to take DNA samples, but we got no results, which is unsurprising considering the age and conditions in which these bodies were kept. By the end of the 4 months, we had submitted our reports. We did not make any more significant findings, and we could not recover anything useful using remote subs we were using. Some people, including myself, wanted to continue, but the Navy did not want to talk about it. I suspect they have since recovered the wreck and moved it stateside. During my stay there, one of the Navy liaisons told me they did not care if we talk about what we saw there. No one would believe us without any proof, and the government's own disinformation psyops would bury the truth in the noise anyways. I have not told anybody about this, but I'm not worried about getting disappeared. I am just sad I will probably never get any answers or credit. Recently, I realized that since I was not allowed to take any notes with me, I should write it all down before I start to forget. Feel free to ask questions. I will try to answer. Just keep in mind, I was only a junior researcher there. Draw the craft. Fake related, just a quick sketch based off my memory. The actual wreck was not visible on cameras due to the buildup of sediment, but it stood out clearly on the sonar. Its rear end was covered by a sand dune. Red rectangle is where we found the pressurized chamber. You could also clearly see remains of the crater it made during its crash. The bodies were all shriveled up, that she might have had the biggest jugs you've ever seen, and you would not be able to tell. None of us were able to descend to the wreck in person, so best you could do is jerk off on a 1 centimeter long piece of bone sample, which to my knowledge, nobody attempted. What? There isn't much to tell, sadly. My expertise is extremophilic invertebrates, which is why I have any interest in space-related topics in the first place, so I did not have much to say about those humanoid bodies. I checked the samples we collected for mites and such and found nothing, but that is hardly surprising. My biggest contribution was assisting in lab work and being the first to notice that the small corpses were mutilated instead of just having fallen apart after death. We were not able to recover any viable DNA samples, but again, this can be chalked up to age and conditions. As far as my general knowledge of human anatomy goes, all 3 bodies were remarkably human, aside from weird proportions. There are many ways in which hair can change color, including oxidation or natural breakup of pigment over time. In our case, there was no oxygen at the time we discovered the chamber, but I can't say how conditions inside have changed over time. I mostly added that to preemptively react to replies about Nordics. Thank you for the answer. I discounted oxidation, well, due to the lack of oxygen. Are you aware of what the atmosphere inside did contain? If you can remember, what did the engraving look like? I don't remember the exact inscription, but the symbols looked something like this. There were never more than 3 objects on a single line. The overhead engraving consisted of 40 to 50 signs. Most other labels were much shorter, more like single word versus sentence. As for the conditions, it was pretty cold, 3 degrees Celsius, with atmosphere consisting overwhelmingly of nitrogen, with some other gases, including carbon monoxide. O2 was negligible. Since the bodies were so human-like, I don't think they could survive in such conditions. Most likely, they were the result of malfunction of life support systems during the crash, maybe some leak, etc. The temperature was likely just a result of the depth at which the object rested, as it was pretty close to the surrounding water. No notable radiation. We also did microbiology tests to see if there were any weird floating bacteria in there, but nothing unusual came up. Wasn't there something similar on the supposed Roswell control panels? Also, did the craft look at all like pig related? By weird proportions, I meant the female being huge and the two smaller bodies having atrophied bodies in relation to their heads. This was definitely an anatomical feature, as it could be observed in bones. I should also note that while impossible to say for certain, all bodies have broken bones that would suggest lethal injuries during the crash, so their deaths were most likely due to that and not change in pressure/atmosphere. Hard to tell. I've only ever seen sonar images and blurry underwater camera footage. I think it was more rounded. It was naturally much larger. Care to explain this picture? In our case, it's also not impossible that the craft could have had wings or some other protruding structures that have been destroyed. There was plenty of debris in the surrounding seafloor. Did the aliens have implants in their chests? They had implants throughout their whole bodies, but they were nowhere near as big and obvious. As already stated, initially, we mistook them for metal debris from the crash, which got embedded inside the corpses. Most were no bigger than 3 centimeters and looked like metal shards. The biggest implant was inside the female body. We did not take it out, but its shape and placement led us to believe it was an artificial kidney. The skeletons looked nothing like the Peruvian mummies. They were obviously human-like, with proper number of ribs, vertebrae, identical limb anatomy, etc. Why mutilated? From the crash? What was the estimated age/cache time, even if you could not get dating from samples, etc.? No. Both of the smaller bodies have had their noses and ears removed. This happened long before their deaths and the crash, as you could observe the scars and marks left by stitching. Considering their closeness to human anatomy, this likely did not affect their functioning much and was done for cultural reasons. They were also both castrated. We were unable to tell their sex from the bodies alone. As for the age, there were different numbers thrown around. Most convincing was one marine biologist who claimed that judging by the buildup of sediment and organisms growing around the wreck, it must be at least 500 years old. No idea how close or far off he was, considering many unknowns. Were there microorganisms on board of the craft? Is the ship still there on the bottom of the sea? Did the ship have a control panel? We ran some bacterial cultures using samples from the pressurized chamber. Nothing worth mentioning. Hard to tell if what we found was natively there, or if it was a result of contamination during our excavation. No killer or unusual bacteria as far as I know. The wreck might still be there, but my bet is that it was already removed by the Navy. If I were to bet, they wanted us just to confirm that it was dead and not dangerous before moving it to the US. There were plenty of control panels. Each body was seated behind one. All were busted, so all I saw was some buttons and, most likely, dead screens. 2 smaller bodies were plugged into the panels directly. When I was younger and dumber, I got involved with some of the less desirables of society. I was putting myself directly into potential deadly situations, and to this day, don't see how I didn't fuck something up and get dead. I became increasingly more confident over time, until a switch flipped, and I literally stopped experiencing fear of any sort. I would just call it a severe case of apathy, but even nightmares ceased. It was very strange. Shortly after, I began waking up, feeling a sensation of pressure against my body, not pinned to the bed, but the equivalent of having a cat on my chest. This happened on and off for a few weeks, and I would just roll to my side and fall back asleep. One evening, I returned home after 2 days of work and travel, tossed my shit on the floor and crawled into bed. It was still light out, and I noticed a shadow between the wall and ceiling, where a shadow could not have been. I was too exhausted to get up and investigate, so I just stared at it, confused, for a few minutes, until I eventually closed my eyes and passed out. The shadow became a common fixture, though not a constant, and always appeared in the same spot. It would dissipate if I approached to investigate, and would remain for maybe half a second after hit with a light. I would still feel the pressure and habitually roll over, but sometimes I would open my eyes and I began to note that the shadow was always present at the same time. However, this did not concern me. I had guessed that these occurrences were purely in my mind, assuming that perhaps no longer experiencing fear had caused the emotion to bottle itself up, and visually and physically manifest itself. That was all that made sense to me, at least. At 3:45 a.m. one weekend, I remember the day because this is when shit got odd. I woke up to the alarm on my phone going off as planned. I reached over, hit snooze, and closed my eyes again. Probably a few minutes later, I felt the familiar pressure on my chest, but heavier this time. I opened my eyes and saw the small shadowy blob over my chest. Since I had already convinced myself these things were hallucinations, I took my hand and swatted at it, as if to shoo it away, while, as usual, rolling onto my side. I got about half roll when I felt a hand grab me on my left shoulder and forcibly tried to pull me onto my back again. The instant I felt the hand, I was overcome with a feeling of extreme rage. I lunged out of my bed onto my feet and found myself face to face last with a shadowy figure of equal height. I grabbed at the figure and tried to pin it to the wall. Only nothing was there, and all I managed to do was leave a me-sized imprint in the drywall. I stood in the dark for a while longer, verbally taunting it, hoping to see it again. Nothing. The 5-minute snooze alarm went off, snapping me out of the rage. I turned on the lights, noted the dent in my wall, and went to make breakfast. The few seconds long encounter left me completely drained physically and mentally. Insomnia followed me for a couple of weeks after, mainly because I wanted to see it again, but eventually, everything went back to normal. I had more frequent hallucinations, but nothing physical besides the usual pressure. Fleeting glimpses of the shadow became more common, along with seeing it at the foot of my bed while I slept a few times, but seeing it did not enrage me like the first time. The frequency could be as much as a few times a week, to as little as a couple of times a month. After this was going on for about 7 months, I started hooking up with a girl across the hall from my apartment. She was cool as hell and became a long-term F-buddy, so she was at my place quite often. This did not stop the frequency of the events. The only thing I would do is not get annoyed. Sometimes I wanted privacy, you know? We would be sleeping in bed, and I'd wake up and see Bob. Yeah, I named it. Creative, eh? Over by the foot of the bed, or the blob in the corner of the ceiling. I would tell it to fuck off, although it never did. One night, F-Buddy was sitting in my computer chair, talking to me, while I was sitting on the floor cleaning a rifle next to the bedroom door. She stopped mid-sentence with a concerned look on her face. I asked her what was wrong, and she told me she swore she just saw someone walk through the living room. I chuckled and responded, /slipped, "Meh, it's just Bob." Shit, that couldn't be right. For one, Bob is in my head, and, second, I had never seen or felt the thing outside my bedroom. Ever. I asked her what exactly she saw, and she said she just thought she saw the shadow of someone walk by. That could only mean one of two things. Either it was a happy coincidence that she thought she saw something, or I was in fact not suffering from some sort of psychosis for the past 9 months. Also, I had to explain what "It's Just Bob" was all about. Surprisingly, it did not scare her off. In fact, it actually intrigued her. She mentioned that she would sometimes have trouble breathing if she was sleeping on her back at my place, so would usually sleep on her side. Okay, so maybe I was not crazy after all. I just had a goddamn creeper entity that had taken up residence in my home. I'm sure you can imagine just how much better I felt. I went about my affairs as normal, although my annoyance with Bob became more of a curiosity. F-Buddy stayed over more frequently, and we would wake each other up if something was happening, to see if the other was experiencing or could see the same thing. The pressure thing was always on an individual basis, and I was the only one who could look at Bob or the blob directly. If I woke her up to look, it would fade away. I would talk to it as well, acknowledging its presence with a "Hey Bob" in fleeting glances, and who, what, why whenever it was in direct view. One thing was for certain though, no longer treating it as a hallucination and as an entity caused more encounters with it. Also, while hard to explain, I used to just kind of feel like it was around and nothing much more. Now I was feeling as if I was being watched, and it would cause a higher level of alert. One morning I woke up and transitioned to a seated position on the edge of the bed. Instantly, I felt the familiar pressure. I tried to raise my head and look around, but it felt so heavy. I only moved a little before I was completely frozen in place. The rage came back. I fought with all of my strength to stand up, and I did. And that was the last thing I remember before waking up on the floor. The next few days were very fucked up. I was having losses of time in the duration of hours, finding myself waking up in the middle of conversation, monotonous daily activities, even banging the F-buddy. As soon as I would come to, I was able to recall and catch up on everything that had happened, but it was much like if I were in a drunken stupor. Fuzzy details, but I was able to play it off. After a day and a half of that, I decided I needed to stay in the house. Filled F-buddy in on what was going on, and she called out of work to monitor me. I had some short-term fades during the day playing video games, and apparently, when I cooked dinner, which she informed me tasted like shit. I'm a good cook. I had one last fade out that night. Details are from F-buddy. She walked into the living room after realizing I was no longer in bed, and found me in my chair with the TV on. No biggie, except when she walked next to me, I was digging my fingers into the material of the armrest with one hand, and my temple resting against the top of a revolver in my other hand. My face looked very calm, but I kept grabbing at the armrest pretty hard. She stepped back and called my name. Anon? What are you doing? Watching cartoons. Why do you have the gun in your hand? It's mine, but this is not good. At this point, I looked directly at her and pulled the trigger, sending a round into the ceiling. She says I did not even flinch. I think you need to leave. She said she was scared shitless, said, okay, I'll leave, walked up to me, grabbed my hand with the gun, and punched me in the face. Twice. She was then able to take it from me. This is where I woke up, face stinging, with her standing in front of me, screaming at me with a gun in her hand to get the fuck to bed. So I went the fuck to bed. She followed behind me, crying, and went directly to my closet while I got into my fucking bed and walked out with both of my gun cases and then out to the front door. The fuzzy details started coming back about the same time I noticed my ear was ringing. Then, for the first time in a long time, I felt afraid, closer to terrified, and actually cried myself to sleep. I did not see her at all the next day. She sent a text to see if I was still alive. I responded along with a question as to the whereabouts of my guns. No answer. I heard nothing from her the following day either, and honestly, was a little worried to walk across the hall and talk to her. Turned out, I did not have to. The third night, she let herself in and woke me up as she crawled into bed with me. It's in my house now. At that point I realized I had not experienced anything over the 2.5 nights since she took my gun cases, but she apparently had. All hopes for a logical reason behind things were out. I told her it could be something in my cases. We went to her place, unloaded all the guns, and brought the ammo back to my place. We stayed at my place a couple more days, and when nothing seemed to happen, we went and stayed at her place. The first night, I felt pressure on my chest again. I woke her up, and we concluded it may be attached to one of my guns. My first guess was pretty easy. Well, first two. A Lawson 25, and an unknown 32 long revolver, the one I shot the ceiling with. Both were scrubbed guns I had acquired early on through what we'll call workplace disagreements. I always kept one with me, in case it would come in handy. Both were stripped down and sledged before being tossed into the river. After that act, we went weeks without an encounter. I got the pressure thing once, but without the blob in the corner, and occasionally I get the feeling of something in my room, but it could have also just been paranoia. I eventually moved, and everything was 100% normal then. The events also caused me to stop associating and working with those I used to. For all I know, one of those weapons had some Jamaican voodoo put on it, and I opened myself up to the shit by doing things against my better judgment. I also wonder if the lack of fear was a form of empowerment to drag me in further until whatever it was could fully take hold. No way I'll ever know the intentions of something I don't understand, but what I do know is that a nympho with a hell of a punch possibly kept me from ending up dead or institutionalized. I used to be a cart pusher at Walmart, and I am convinced I saw a dead body one night. I had to work the evening shift, 3 p.m. to 11 p.m, and after 7 p.m, the other guy got off work, so I had the rest of the night alone. It was a pretty easy night, not many carts. I spent most of my time just walking around the parking lot, listening to music and wasting time. It was getting close to 11, so I went around for the final pickup, gathering any loose carts from the very back of the parking lot. There weren't many, only like 5 or 6. One of them, however, was filled with a big, black, plastic bag, and it smelled awful. I did not know what it was, but I knew I had to push the cart around the building to the big dumpsters and throw it away, because the manager always does a sweep before I leave, and if I don't have the carts in, I will get in trouble. So, I pushed it around the side of the building, practically holding my breath because of the smell, till I got to the dumpster. I picked up the bag, but it was heavier than I expected. I did not care, just wanted to get rid of the thing, so I hurled it over. Just as I did, I was fucking positive I saw an arm just inside the top of the bag. I was paralyzed at first and thought about looking back in it, but I said fuck that, and I went back to the front of the store to put the cart up. A few minutes later, just before I was ready to go home, a guy showed up, speaking with an Indian accent, asking if a cart with a big bag was here somewhere. I told him, while my heart was beating fast, that I threw it away because I thought it was trash. He asked where, and I told him around the corner. I saw him quickly walk that way and around the corner. I clocked out and went home, trying not to think about what I saw. I recently had a conversation with my neighbor, who worked in the authorities in Moscow and the surrounding region. As we spoke, the TV was on in the background, and I overheard Prokopenko talking about paranormal phenomena on REN TV. That is when my neighbor shared a strange story from his police experience. This one happened in the 90s. A group of young people, mostly students and those just starting their careers, had a peculiar hobby. They would randomly point to regions close to Moscow on a map, then go on what they called a micro-hike. They would drive to these areas, park their cars, and take short treks, looping through forests or nearby areas, sometimes spending 1 or 2 nights before heading back. This time, there were 9 of them, 5 guys and 4 girls. They made it to their camp, which was set up by a river, next to a forest. According to 2 survivors who did not lose their sanity, the others went mad. Strange things started happening at night. The trees rustled without any wind, flashes of light appeared, and there were strange movements in the woods. It lasted for about 30 minutes, and many of them were too frightened to sleep until the morning came. At daybreak, the group decided to return to their cars immediately since the girls were all panicking. They packed up and started walking back. As they continued on their route, their mood slowly improved. One of the group members speculated that there might be a military base nearby, and that what they witnessed was just a night exercise, maybe a forced march through the forest. As they walked in small groups, talking about various topics, one of the survivors recalls the next part vividly. I was walking with Max, discussing how cool it would be to get a UAZ van for the group. Suddenly, about 3 meters to my left, Colin collapsed. He simply fell face down as if he tripped. At first, we thought Colin had just tripped. Marinka, who was walking with him, tried to lift him up, but he struggled. We assumed it was a joke until Marinka screamed. We were closest, so we rushed over, and the others soon followed. That is when we saw it. Colin was dead. His face was a strange, deep burgundy, almost crimson. His eyes were bulging, and the blood was oozing from them, as well as from his ears. It looked like the pressure in his head had suddenly spiked, and instantly. None of us had any medical training, so we could not say for sure what happened. Then things got worse. The girls were crying and panicking. We tried to stay calm and figure out what to do. Someone suggested leaving his body in the forest with a few people to guard it from animals. Others wanted to carry him back to the cars on a stretcher, but it did not stop there. The forest grew unnervingly silent, with only the sound of the girl sobbing. Then, we saw birds and small animals suddenly fall from the trees. Max covered his ears with his hands and opened his mouth in a silent scream, then ran off, blindly crashing into trees and bushes. Soon, everyone started panicking. Some just sat there with their heads in their hands, sobbing. Others thrashed around on the ground, almost like they were having seizures. Only Olga and I stayed calm. We tried to help the others, but they either pushed us away or tried to hit us. Some even tried to bite us. Before long, some of them started bleeding from their eyes and ears. We could do nothing more, so we rushed to the cars. Soon after, the police arrived, and an investigation began with searches for the missing. Some were found within 2 kilometers of where we had been. 5 of them died, all showing the same symptoms and facial features as Colin. 2 survivors were found near the river, where they had set up camp. They were completely out of their minds, only able to moan and make unintelligible sounds. Experts found no drugs or other substances in the deceased or survivor systems, though a small amount of alcohol was present in their blood. The second story he told me took place along the Oka River during the Soviet era. The riverbed needed to be deepened and cleared because a barge carrying cargo to a nearby plant could not pass through. A floating dredge and excavator were brought in to do the job. While working, the crew started finding small black balls on the riverbank among the debris. They were smooth, about 15 centimeters in diameter, and had a glass-like texture. The workers found 5 of these balls in total. Curious, they tried to break one open, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't. No marks or cracks appeared on the balls. When their supervisors noticed what they were doing, the balls were taken away from them. But things got even stranger. Downstream, 2 identical black logs were discovered. They were extremely smooth, possibly polished by time or water, with a few small depressions and symbols that looked like ancient Slavic writing carved into them. The logs were brought ashore, and once the dredging work was done, the plan was to call in experts because they believed the objects might be of historical significance. But that weekend, something disturbing happened. Most of the management went home, leaving just 4 workers and a guard behind. When the rest of the crew returned after the weekend, they found the bodies of the 4 workers, and they were unrecognizable. The bodies were gruesome. Many of them were missing limbs, and parts of their flesh appeared to have been torn out. But it wasn't just torn. It looked as though they had been burned with some kind of hot object. The blood and tissue around the wounds had been seared. The skin was dry and hardened, as though it had been exposed to extreme heat. The bodies were found near the same black log in a place with drinking tools like crowbars, chisels, and hammers. It was clear that, in their drunken state, The workers had tried to pry open the log, likely through one of the depressions. What was inside of it killed them. Inside the log was a hollow space, large enough for a person of athletic build, about 2 meters tall to fit. The walls of the cavity were stained with a dark, oily liquid that resembled petroleum. Once again, the authorities arrived to investigate, but before they could do much, they received orders from higher-ups to halt the investigation and cordon off the area. The bodies, the logs, and the black balls were taken away, their whereabouts unknown. Okay, X, I want to share an experience with you guys. I'm a long-time lurker, years, and figured maybe sharing my story could get some insight for myself, or maybe just to contribute to my favorite board, whatever. Okay, so, there are 2 things I want to share, the main experience and the dreams that followed. Sorry if this is shitty or not organized. I've only shared it with a couple of close friends, and I've never actually typed it out before. The year is 2004, and I am 18 years old. I am now 28. I was living at a Job Corps center in Moses Lake, WA. For those of you that don't know, JC is like a live-in job training place for low-income kids / fuck-ups. A little background on JC. Most people there were under the age of 18, and the oldest were getting close to 25. 25 is the age cutoff where you can't participate in the program. It was a large campus with 4 dorm buildings, 03, upper and lower, the girls' dorms, 06, 07, and 08, the male dorms. 07 and 08 were 1-level buildings, and I was living in dorm 06, which was the only male dorm that has 2 stories. We lived on the top floor, and the bottom floor held the computer room for the campus and various counselors' offices. The whole campus used to be a military base, and there were old missile silos under some buildings and a network of tunnels that started under the admin building and continued all around. The staff denies their existence, but I knew they were there, because I was in them personally, thanks to some friends in the maintenance trade that had keys to everything on the center. The first time I went down there, I found a ratty old mattress and a bunch of garbage covering a wall, and farther down, underneath what I would estimate to be the cafeteria / kitchen building, there was graffiti and all sorts of shit smeared all over the walls. Side story time. There used to be a student there that everyone called Lurch. He was really fucking tall and creepy. He was into all sorts of satanic bullshit and had a small cult following. Him and some friends decided that they were going to tunnel from my dorm all the way across campus to the girls' dorm and kidnap and assault a female from there. Someone in the posse spilled the beans on his plan, and when staff opened up his locker, they found rope, shovels, tape, and all sorts of contraband. Fucking creepy. This all went down about 4 months before I got there. Anyway, continuing with my story, I would compare living there to like being in high school, but you live with everyone you went to school with. The same kinds of drama, cliques, BS, friendships, etc. My dorm was split into 2 sides, known as bays, north and south respectively. Each bay had 4 rooms, A, B, C, and D. Rooms B and C had 4 bunk beds, holding 8 people total. Room B had 2 beds, and was for leaders within the dorm, and room A was a single bed, for the leader of the bay. Okay, here is where everything begins. I am up late one night, way later than students are supposed to be. It was the weekend, I believe a Saturday night. I'm chilling in the commons room, living room of the dorm, dividing the bays, watching some TV. I could get away with a lot more than most students could, because I was much smarter, funny, and generally well liked. The weekend staff really did not care what I did, as long as I was not breaking shit or doing drugs. The weekend staff are peeps that come in and check on the dorms about once every couple of hours on the weekends and do head counts because the main staff is home. There are only 2 of them for the 4 dorms, so after they leave, you have lots of time to fuck around before they come back. Okay, so I am sitting there, watching some shitty TV, getting ready to head to bed. The show ends, and I turn off the TV. I am staring out through the window from the couch, pondering how I ended up as such a fuck up when something catches my eye. I look to my right, down South Bay, and I see someone coming out of the bathroom. It is very strange because I did not see anyone go in there, but whatever, I probably was watching TV. This person comes straight out of the bathroom and walks towards the wall and into the light. I see that it is a completely new girl, looks to be around 17 to 19 or so, with really long blonde hair that was almost to her waist. Most of it was down her back, but there were some thick strands that came down in the front, around her breast, and nearly to her waist. I smile to myself and think, someone is getting some, figuring someone snuck her in for a booty call or something. She turns toward the living room and slowly starts walking towards me. As she gets closer, I see that she's got blood all over her head and chest. She keeps coming towards me, and I call out to her, asking if she is okay, if she needs help, etc. She does not respond at all, and I think she is very hurt. Her head looks fucked up, like it was bashed in with something. About 15 to 20 feet away from me, she turns to her right and opens this door to a side room that shares a wall with a living area. It's for our dorm court where we hold paperwork and various crap for people that break rules. I walk over and open the door, and there is no one in the room. I turn on the light and she is just gone. Absolutely gone. One of the walls has a window covering half of it that you can see out into the living room from, but it does not open. It's like part of the wall, and there are no other exits to that room. I am seriously freaked the fuck out. I don't know what to think. She did not look like I would imagine a ghost or spirit to look like. She looked like a full-on, real naked girl, 100%, but she is just gone. So I go back to bed and decide to ask my bay chief about it in the morning. He had been there a really long time and was into all sorts of mumbo-jumbo related to ghosts and urban legends and whatnot. That is the main experience that I wanted to share with you. Next I will share the dream, which still scares me to this day, although I have not had it in a very long time. This is the dream I had after seeing this girl. I am chilling out at the mall with 3 very close friends of mine. We come to an open area in this mall, and for some reason decide to play a sort of roller hockey, except instead of rollerblades, we are on those little boards with 4 wheels from gym class. You know, the ones that you can slide around on. Kinda like the things mechanics lay on to roll under cars while they are working on them. Anyhow, I end up as a goalie, laying on one of these boards, scooting all around with my feet, trying to block my friend's shots with a pillow that I have tied to my stomach. We play for a little while, and I get this sinister feeling. I look to the left, and on the staircase is a man with a large rifle. He starts to shoot at my friend, and I attempt to slide my board in the way to protect him and obscure the shot until we can get away. He fires a couple of rounds that miss, and I pull the pillow up over my head to protect it. I hear a third shot and feel a brutal impact to my head, and everything goes dark. I am floating, disembodied in complete darkness. My friends are nowhere to be found. I can't see or hear anything. Suddenly, I feel very, very light and start floating upwards slowly. I hear this soft, angelic chanting that kinda reminds me of the main screen for Halo 2, if you just let it play. Everything gets brighter and brighter, and I feel like I am about to reach a destination, when suddenly, every inch that I float up, I start to get a little warmer, and warmer, and warmer. I am downright hot, very uncomfortable, and I start to sink away from the brightness and the chanting, way, way down. I black out. I come to, and I am lying in the street with my 3 friends. There is no one else around at all, and everything seems grey and devoid of life. There are no birds or cars driving or anything. I feel completely alone, even though my friends are there. We all sort of realize that we died. We also agree that we are now in hell. I remember my friend Steve saying, well, this doesn't seem too bad. We start wandering around town with no real goal. We go into this run-down looking house, and no one is home, of course. There are papers and books strewn about the floor, and most of the windows are broken out. In the living room, we hear this thumping sound. I move a bookcase, and there is a little crack in the wall. I look inside it and see a set of eyes inside, and an arm reaching out to try and pull the bookcase back. It's someone I know from campus, named Andrew. He is an older guy, for campus, about 25, kind of a loner and really soft-spoken. He tells me that it is quiet in here, and no one will ever find him. I tell my other friends about it, and then we all leave. We walk for some time, no one talking or anything, until we come to an overpass or something. We go down below, and there is a little stream, and a group of dingy-looking people. They look like bums, or people that have been homeless for a very, very long time. Tattered clothes, dirty skins, just gross in general. We approach them, and they are passing around what looks to be a loaf of homemade bread, completely brown around the outside, and they are breaking pieces off of it, eating the piece, and then passing it to the next person. They tell us that it is heroin. I want absolutely nothing to do with it, and refuse to eat it when they pass it to me. I grab it, and immediately try to pass it to the person on my left, but the next thing I know, I see my hands rip a chunk off against my will and put it in my own mouth. The whole time I'm trying not to, but it happens anyway. I black out. I come to, outside of this little bullet-looking RV in some parking lot. Very small. Everything is still grey and lonely, and I figure I am still in hell. I open the door to the RV, and inside is nothing but knives, sticking out of the walls, the ceiling, inside every drawer, on the tables. Everything is fucking knives and knife blades. I approach the table and grab a large knife. I take it and draw it slowly over my stomach. Blood starts to pour out of me, and when I see it, I go ballistic. My entire view is red now, no more grey. So much red that I can barely make out what's around me. A giant crimson fog surrounds me and my every action. I start cutting into myself like a madman, stabbing, slicing, everywhere, all over me. I feel the pain, but I cannot stop. Each cut makes my view more and more red, and makes me want to cut more, and it's a fucking hurricane of blood and crimson fog. I black out. I come to, and I am still inside the bullet trailer thing. The knives and blades are all gone, and I am completely fine. No cuts on me, but there is still blood everywhere, all over the walls, everything. I look over, and in the middle of the floor lies the brutally mangled corpse of a baby. Could not be older than 1.5 years old. At that moment, a woman walks in, screaming and crying. Behind her comes her boyfriend, another person I knew from Job Corps. We can call him Jake. It is their child I have killed, even though in real life they do not have a child. He freaks and starts hitting me, but I feel nothing. I am pinned against the wall and cannot move. I feel horrified. I know that I did this to this child, even though I don't remember doing it. I must have done it in the blood haze earlier. She grabs a knife from nowhere and stabs it into my head. I wake up in bed in dorm 08. I cannot believe or try to explain how realistic this dream was. It is beyond real. Anyway, I wake up and my mouth feels like it's full of sand. So dry. I stumble out of bed and down the hall, looking for a water fountain. I see a couple of people still awake, playing a game or something on a console. The dorm staff are standing there by his office door, and he asks if I'm okay. I tell him that I really need water. He hollers for one of the students to go and get something, but I can't remember what. I look up at the student he hollered to, and he is completely invisible. I can only make him out, because there is this 6-inch wide band of light or energy or something that travels from his feet up to his head at a medium speed, and I can see the part of his body that the band is currently on, but nothing else. Something is not right. I live in 06, not 08. I see a fountain to my right and go to drink. The more water I drink, the more sand I can feel filling my mouth and throat. I turn back to the living area, and at that exact moment I see her. The girl I talked about in my first experience, the real one. Her face is right next to me, practically touching it. Her hair is matted and grey-black now. In my face she screams. She screams so loud that her hair starts flying around her head, and I feel the wind on my face. But what she screamed was not loud at all. It came out as a very low whisper, right in my ear, clear as day. "We are watching you." And then I woke up for real, sweating bullets and cold as fuck. I had this exact same dream, down to every detail, every day, for almost 2 months. I thought I was going to go insane. Now for some creepy follow-up. The guy, Andrew, that in my dream, I found hiding in a wall in hell. He went AWOL from center about 3 weeks after the dream, and killed himself in town. He shot himself, and it wasn't in a wall or anything, but I still find it very odd. Jake, the person who held me down in hell for killing his baby with a knife, I found out 6 months later, from the time I first had the dream, that his girlfriend was pregnant at the time of the dream, and she had an abortion. They did not tell anyone they were pregnant, because they would have been kicked out of center, and they could not afford to raise a child anyway. He actually teared up when he heard me tell my dream, when I got to the part about the baby I killed. The girl that I saw before the dream, after talking to the guy that knew about the urban legends of the center, call him Matt, he said that people have seen her before, and called her Head Wound Girl. According to him, she was beaten and left for dead by some guy in this area, before it became a Job Corps. I don't really believe him though. I get the feeling that he is just feeding off from what I told him, and trying to sound in the know or something. I don't know. So, anyway X, that is my story. This all happened to me, as real as can be, in October of 2004, Moses Lake, WA. Be 7-year-old Anon. Remember having to travel to city for some kind of dental appointment. Remember waiting with my mom and dad. Remember them being awfully kind of quiet. Nurse arrives and takes me to a big room. Don't remember what the nurse tells me before the dentist comes in. He says he has to put me asleep with gas. Being the little child that I am, I find it odd, but don't question, because I think I could beat the gas and stay awake. They put a mask over my face, then they leave the room. I remember thinking, this won't work, as I look around the room. But it does, and maybe 2 minutes after they left, I am out. I wake up with a jolt, and find myself in darkness with little light. I remember finding myself tied upside down, spread-eagled with only pants on. I look ahead, at the back of many heads, sitting facing towards something. I look past the heads to the giant screen they are watching. There is a person being cut up and operated on. All I could do is scream incoherently for my mom and dad. I remember one of the heads turning at some point, and they have a doctor's mask, like Implant related, and they were wearing glasses. It's a man. He brings a finger up to his mouth and says something, but I do not remember it. He turns back around, and I am stuck in this theater. At some point, I tire myself out, screaming, and go unconscious. When I wake up again, I am back in my house with my parents, and it is night. I don't know why, but I pull my shirt up to look at something that isn't there. I don't know if what happened was a nightmare or not, and it confuses me and terrifies me to the point of not being able to sleep. In the morning, I asked Dad and Mom when we got back from the city, and they said yesterday morning. I don't know how to ask them the next question. I don't know the right questions to ask, so I just ask, did anything happen? They say, like what? Anything weird, I ask. Did you have a nightmare, Anon? I only look at Mom. Well? No, I finally say. Then why did you ask? I don't know. Never tell anyone what happened all these years, because I was not sure if it did happen or not, but the fucking sheer feeling of dread and horror still remain, and I still clearly remember flying to that city with parents and waiting with them before the nurse got me. Not really sure if this is a forest story, but I will give it a shot. There was a grove of trees near my middle school that everyone called the woods. It had a long rope swing that me and a few of my friends used to dick around on. It was pretty secluded, even being about 1/4 of a mile away from the school / the neighborhood. Once, when I was 13, I was dicking around the swing when I spotted something. Turns out, there was a dog tag, the kind that would have literally belonged to a dog, not a soldier, nailed to one of the trees, with the name Europa and a phone number on it. Curious, I called it. Someone picked up pretty quickly, but there was just heavy breathing on the other end of the line for around 30 seconds. I was about to hang up when this heavy, gravelly voice spoke up. At first, I was too shocked to say anything. I had not expected anyone to answer, or was hoping the line was dead or something. The other end was difficult to make out through the static on the line, but the sound of the voice made the hairs on my arms stand up as soon as I heard it, even though it took me a moment to make out what it was saying. Did you touch it? Now, it didn't sound much like a question, but for some reason, it felt like I had to come up with an answer. The idea of not answering did not even cross my mind, despite the fact that I had no fucking clue what the other person wanted. It wasn't until I tried to talk that I realized how terrified I was, but I managed to stutter out a quick no. I can't say what scared me so badly about the call. Maybe just the fact I was 13 and alone, easily a quarter of a mile from anyone else, or that I felt like I was violating something by calling the number. Couldn't really say what I felt like I was violating, but it felt like it nonetheless. There was a sharp inhale on the other end of the line, then terrifying, unhinged laughter. The other end started to say something, but I hung up and fucking booked it home after that. A restricted number called me later that night, which was weird, because blocked numbers usually read as unknown caller on that phone, and left a message. When I got the courage to listen to it with a friend a few days later, it was just the same laughter I'd hung up on, and a chant of, "You should not have done that," by what sounded like 5 or 6 different, hollow, unsettling voices. Unlike the phone call, the message was crystal clear. I deleted that shit with the force of a wrathful god, and refused to touch my phone for the rest of the day. I would occasionally get calls from a restricted number after that, but I would never answer them. Luckily, that phone broke before the end of the year, so I got a new one, with a new number. Since getting a new phone, it has never happened again. The dog tag was still there when I went back to the grove with my friends a few days later. I'm pretty sure it was there until they cut down the grove to make way for a huge dog park / baseball field a few years back actually. Never heard of anyone else trying to call the number though. TLDR, I found a dog tag with a number on it nailed to a tree, called the number, and was answered by heavy breathing and manic laughter. In retrospect, there is basically no way it wasn't just some older kids fucking with me / whoever else hung around in the grove, but thinking about it still kind of terrifies me. As breaking news to no one anywhere, I'm a huge fucking pussy. Dear Anon, I don't even know where to begin. The whole thing is just absolute bullshit. Total chaos. You might not believe me, and hell, I can hardly believe it myself, but I need to get this off of my chest. What happened to me this past spring was straight up madness. I really need to talk about it. You see, I am into exploring abandoned places, especially old Soviet-era infrastructure. I am basically a stalker with 5 years of experience, or just some crazy guy with no life at 24 years old. Honestly, I don't care what you want to call me anymore. All I know is that I am done with it. I am never going on another exploration, ever again. From now on, I will be a recluse, watching anime in my room. In my city, I have explored nearly everything I could. I've even been to Pripyat, with the same reckless group of friends. I have a photo of me in front of that amusement park, and yeah, I'm kind of proud of it. But the real craziness did not happen in the radioactive wasteland of Chernobyl. It came to me in the place where my obsession with exploring began. My relative's village near Kharkov. My aunt married a Ukrainian man, and he had an apartment in the city and a house in the village where his mother lived. Every summer, my sister and I went to stay there with Grandma Tanya in that sunny village. That is where I met Dennis, the guy who got me hooked on stalking abandoned places. Together, We explored bomb shelters, basements, and even once snuck a bunch of gas masks from a kindergarten basement. A month ago, Dennis messaged me about a Soviet-era pioneer camp near the city, still untouched by time. Naturally, I was both excited and terrified. I got a doctor's note, packed my stuff, and headed to Kharkov. Fast forward a bit, and Dennis and I were standing outside the entrance to this dilapidated sports complex, or whatever you want to call it. Inside, we found a gym filled with broken rowing machines, a nasty swimming pool covered in shattered tiles and black mold, classrooms with shattered boards and old portraits of Lenin still hanging, and dusty, abandoned notebooks scattered all over the hallways. I love this kind of thing though. That day, I took a ton of cool photos. Forgive me, Anon, for rambling on like this. I just need to get it all out. Even now, I am scared as hell. Anyway, here is where things really took a turn. My favorite part of exploring is when I pick a lock and go through the boxes inside, looking for anything interesting. I once found a box full of AKM-74 rifles and Mosin Nagant rifles in an old factory. I kept one Kalashnikov, some ammo, and sold the rest. The real trouble started the next day when Dennis and I were sawing through a lock on the basement door with a circular saw. I don't know what the Soviets were thinking when they left piles of army first aid kits in these camps, but these kits had some really strange stuff inside, including a Profen. Anyway, I grabbed a whole bag of drugs, then decided to take a final picture in the abandoned pool with a poster on the wall that read, "Communism is the youth of the world, and it must be built by the young." That phrase, fuck, I will remember it forever. When I opened that damn blue, decrepit door, I saw the body of a naked girl hanging above the pool, with that same poster in the background. I was scared, sure, but not that scared. Stalkers like us sometimes come across dead bodies, usually homeless people or victims of crimes. We got closer, and that is when things took a horrifying turn. There was a metal collar around her neck, attached to a chain, which led to a hook that once held a spotlight. All of this was positioned high up on the 4th floor. The day before, there had been nothing there. I just can't wrap my head around how she got there. How the hell could anyone climb to the 4th floor of a Soviet-era gym without some kind of ladder, attach a heavy black chain, and hang themselves like that? I could not even begin to imagine it. At the time, I did not fully grasp what was happening, so I thought I would take a picture of her against the poster. She could not have been older than 20 years old, with a well-built frame and dark hair. I did not get a clear look at her chest. Her hair was covering it, but still, I was focused on the shot. I pulled out my camera, ready to take the picture, when suddenly, fuck, the chain snapped. The damn iron chain, strong enough to hang a motorcycle, broke like a cheap rubber band. The corpse fell onto the white tiles below, making an awful sound that sounded like bones cracking. Anon, you cannot even imagine how shocked I was. I have never been that freaked out in my entire life. It was horrifying. The chain snapped. The fucking chain. Before this, Dennis had just stood there, staring at the hanging body like some kind of terrified idiot. But now, he started crying. He was shaking and sobbing in fear. I, on the other hand, could not help myself. I walked closer to the body. It lay there in a twisted position at the bottom of the pool, and, despite everything, her face was beautiful, peaceful. I even felt some sympathy for her, thinking how awful it must have been for her to end her life that way. I stared at her for a couple of seconds longer, and then, fuck. I swear to God, I saw her toe twitch. The corpse, her leg, it moved. Seeing that, Dennis collapsed onto the floor, crying harder than ever. But I was not scared, not yet. It was like the feeling a race car driver has when he crashes, like I knew I had to get out. I ran to the door, pulling on the handle, but the fucking thing was locked from the inside, locked tight. At that moment, the corpse started moving towards Dennis. He stopped crying. I called out to him, loudly, urging him to come to me, but the bastard just stood there. I turned around, and there they were, standing face to face, Dennis and the corpse. I called his name again, but still, he did not respond. That is when it hit me. Either this whole thing was some kind of sick joke, or I had maybe 5 minutes left to live. I approached the pair and said, "Dennis, you're such a fucking comedian. You even started crying over Stanislavski. I'm terrified, man. Maybe we should just leave and go and have a beer with your girlfriend." Dennis did not say a word. He calmly straightened the corpse's messy hair. At that moment, I thought he was going to kiss her. Then, he looked deep into her eyes and said, "You are unique." His voice was so cold, detached. It suddenly dawned on me that I probably had no more than a few minutes left to live. I had to get out of there. I bolted toward the window on the second floor, threw my bag out, and started jumping up and down, trying to fit through. I was terrified, honestly. I thought I was about to piss myself. That is when I heard the sound of approaching bare feet. I spun around. It was not a person anymore. It was something worse. The girl's face no longer held that innocent expression. It was twisted in a grimace of pure, heartless hatred. Her dead eyes stared right through me, and I felt like I was staring at a complete stranger. I started crying. I realized this thing was going to kill me. It tilted its head to the side, and anon, I swear, it did not look human anymore. And then, Dennis spoke, his voice eerily calm. "Don't be afraid of her. She is good. She wants to be friends." That was the final straw. I pissed myself like a terrified little coward. While I was still frozen in place, I suddenly realized I could climb through the windows using the bars. Fighting against the urge to piss myself more, I scrambled up the wall and tried to jump into the window. But I was so scared. My legs would not cooperate, and I felt like I was going to collapse at any second. That is when I heard the sound of approaching footsteps again. I managed to climb up, my hands grabbing onto the jagged window frame, cutting my palm badly on the broken glass. Blood started pouring out, warm and fast. Somehow, I managed to scramble through, jump down, and crash to the ground. I hit my chin hard when I landed, but I did not care. I grabbed my bag and ran like I have never run before in my entire life. My legs were on fire, but I did not stop. I kept repeating every prayer I could think of in my head. It hurt so badly, but I did not care. I just ran to my bike. When I got back to Baba Tanya's house, she freaked out when she saw me, covered in blood, shaking, crying like a fucking mess. I must have spent 20 minutes crying in her arms before I could even think straight. Then, I asked Dennis to call the cops. I changed my clothes, and as I looked around, I realized my phone and my camera were ruined. Without packing anything else, I grabbed a bag full of the drugs I'd found and asked a friend to drive me into the city for $100. From there, I took a commuter train and then a regular one. And now, here I am, Anon. You can imagine how they let me through the border. I am still terrified, still shaking, and I cannot get Dennis's last words out of my head. Before I deleted him from my friends, he texted me. I go to her every Saturday. Hey, I hope you've enjoyed the story so far. If you do and you want to hear more, please leave a like and subscribe to my channel, and leave a comment down below, as it lets the algorithm know that you like my content and it promotes it to more people. My goal for the channel is to hit 50,000 subscribers, and we're closing in fast, so thank you, and back to the stories. Used to work in an auto parts store, where a few people perished in a fire about 10 years ago. It was great. While I'm more likely to be skeptic to such cliche stories of hauntings, the regulars at this particular store embrace them entirely without a single critical thought. The managing, counting up cash drawer at the end of the day. Store closed. In upstairs office with only other staff member and cash drawer. Hear heavy footsteps coming up the stairs just by the office. Staff member hears it too. Responds to my nope.jpg reaction face with, "Don't worry about him." Fuck off. There were a few like this, with slightly more convincing happenings. Same place. Cash float kept inside one of those giant old iron safes in a locked room upstairs. Be lazy Sunday. Count up cash float half an hour early, so we can leave earlier than normal. Count everything. Place it back in safe, which gets locked, along with the door for the safe room. End of the day. Count up cash drawers and input figures. Go to deposit cash from drawers in the safe with the float. Open door to safe room. Safe door wide open. The fabric bag that the notes were in ripped open, and notes scattered everywhere. Bag of coins sitting empty in open safe, while all the coins are strewn over the floor. Had the only set of keys able to access that room and safe on me since I locked them last. The other set were with the area manager. Fuck you, ghost. I wanted to avoid staying late. The bizarre tale begins at 10:42 p.m. on April 21st as three 17-year-olds, Bill Bartlett, Mike Mazaka, and Andy Brody, are driving north on Farm Street. Bartlett, who is behind the wheel of a Volkswagen, spots something creeping along a low wall of loose stones on the left side of the road. At first, he thinks the image is a dog or a cat, until his headlights shine on it and he realizes it is nothing he's ever seen before. The figure slowly turns its head and stares into the light, its two large, round, glassy lidless eyes shining brightly, like two orange marbles. Its watermelon-shaped head, resting at the top of a thin neck, is the size of the rest of its body. Except for its oversized head, the creature is thin, with long, spindly arms and legs, and large hands and feet. The skin is hairless and peach-colored, and appears to have a rough texture, like wet sandpaper. Bartlett subsequently tells cryptozoologist Lauren Coleman, standing no more than 3.5 to 4 feet tall, the figure is shaped like a baby's body with long arms and legs. It had been making its way along the wall, its long fingers curling around the rocks, when the car lights surprised it. Unfortunately, neither of Bartlett's companions sees the creature. The sighting only lasts for a few seconds, and, before Bartlett can speak, the car leaves the scene. Then, the creature is gone. Bartlett drops his friends off and goes to his Walpole Street home. Visibly upset, he walks through the door, and his father asks him what's wrong. Bartlett relates the story, and later sketches what he has seen. I live next door to a large house that has been divided into 3 apartments. Almost 5 to 6 years ago, a single guy in his mid to late 20s that roomed in the upstairs. The stairs that led to it faced my room. He rode a motorcycle, nothing big like a hog or a rice rocket, just an average 200cc Japanese jobber. Anyway, you would never see this guy outside, only on rare occasions during the day, but 90% at night, and he never had people over, ever. When you did see him, he was dressed in black. What confounded me and my dad, as we were always the ones to always see him at night, because we always stayed up late. He would leave his apartment at odd, random hours post-midnight, sometimes multiple times at night, but at length, for only at times just a few minutes at maximum. He was never carrying anything like a drink to implicate a quickie mart run, nor backpack, nor coat, except winter, duh. This went on for about 1.5 years, and he moved out, throwing out his computer and random effects. I remember grabbing the tower from the trash pile, only to discover he had pulled the hard drive. Not really spooky or creepy, just curious. Jinn. What the fuck? Is this shit real? I was once told by a Muslim friend that they live among us and can have all kinds of religion, or be atheist and good or bad, and that they are made of the light of flames. They are also used for practicing magic. They are real spirit beings that dwell in unclean and deserted places. There are many of them in the ocean, which is what I suspect Atlantis is all about. Supposedly, there was an ancient civilization of Jinn before humanity appeared, who had quite advanced technology They probably got cocky, and God demoted them to a lower rank than humans, despite possessing greater powers. Sometimes, they appear in corporeal form. They like goats for some reason, and interact with humans to gain favors. The granting wishes thing stems from there. I am a Bosnian Muslim, first time on X. Not the most knowledgeable Muslim in the world, but I will try to answer any questions you guys have. Might open a dedicated thread later, if you guys are interested. It seems to me that a lot of the stuff paranormal believers believe in is the stuff Muslims believe in too. Shaitan and jinns are made of fire, while angels are made of light. Shaitan, demons, are exclusively evil. Jinns have free will like us, and can be evil or good. Evil jinns and shaitan live in abandoned places of filth and the woods. I don't know if the good jinns live in the same places. Jinns cannot plow or live off of land. Jinns eat animal carcasses and bones. That is why we do not disturb bones when out in the woods. Roosters can see angels, and that's why they sound off in the morning. The angels gather to hear the morning prayers of believers. Donkeys can see jinns and shaitan, and that's why they sound off. Evil spells are real. The people doing them are called sirbaz in my language. Sir is the act of making a pact with evil jinns to work for you. To summon them, you must do truly disgusting things, and, obviously, reject your faith. You should not wander far into the woods at night if you don't have to, especially during nightfall. That is when the evil spirits come out. Jinns, shaitan. People can be possessed. There is a lot more that I don't know of. I am not the best and most knowledgeable Muslim in the world, so I might be wrong about some minor details. Yeah, they are called sin in Turkish, and they are often referred to as the free-lettered, since saying their true form often brings bad luck and summons them into your life. Sin are pretty dominant in Turkish folklore and urban legends, often identified by their backwards feet. Sin are the main source of night terrors and unidentified assaults in the villages. Sometimes, they will transform into people known to victim, but their feet will still be backwards. They are territorial and love to attack anyone who had the luck of walking in a sin's path. They technically do not have a religion, and while some suggest praying from Quran helps to deflect them, sin will still attack you. Nowadays, clerics will scam people to give money and have sexual intercourse with women to remove the sin possession. Last year, a Turkish cleric slept with both a husband and wife to get rid of the sin who was terrorizing the woman and recorded the sessions. Sketchy people, Fred. I will go first. As far as background stories go, I lived in the city on the ground floor of a triplex in good neighborhood. Parents are out at some random Christmas party. Angsty 16-year-old girl decided to stay home alone all night. Chatting on MSN Messenger with classmates. Hear a knock on front door. Step into main hallway and look. Door has frosted glass. Can see the silhouette of a person. Tall, maybe 6'3", average build. Knocks again. Can I help you? Low male voice. Package delivery. 9:30 p.m. Yeah, nope. Just leave it outside, thanks. Silhouette stands there for 10 minutes. Drops a manila envelope through the mail slot. Stands there for another minute or two, then leaves. Pick up envelope. Address poorly scribbled. Misspelled street name. No postal code, zip code. Open it up. Inside is a school portrait of a young Mexican girl. See photo. Pink disposable razor blade with some short black hair and skin flakes stuck in it. What the fuck? Parents eventually get home. I show them the package. He was probably just a crazy homeless man. I still don't answer the door, years later. I used to do DoorDash on the side, just for some extra cash. Nothing too crazy. Until a few months ago, when something happened that I still cannot stop thinking about. And to be honest, I have not done a single delivery since. It was around 11 p.m, and I was finishing up my last order for the night. The delivery was in a quiet, upscale LA neighborhood, nothing out of the ordinary. I pull up, leave the car running like I always do, grab the food and drop it off. Super normal. No weird vibes from the customer or anything like that. But as I walk back to my car, something feels off. I can't explain it, but the air felt heavier, like I could sense something was wrong before I even got to the door. I get in the driver's seat, close the door, and glance in the rearview mirror. And that is when I see him. There is a guy sitting in my back seat, just sitting there, hoodie pulled low over his face, completely still. My heart stopped. I was frozen, staring at him through the mirror, trying to figure out how the hell he got in my car. I managed to stammer out, "Can I help you?" That is when he leans forward just a little, and I can finally see his eyes. They were wide and bloodshot, like he had not slept in days. He leans back again, and in the calmest voice says, "Drive." I don't know why, but I did. I started driving. My mind raced, trying to figure out what to do. He did not say anything else, just sat there, completely calm, while I drove through those dark streets, and I am freaking out inside, thinking, this is it. This is how I'm going to get robbed or worse. Then he tells me to turn down a side street. It's dark, barely any streetlights, and I am just thinking, this is where it's going to go down. But right as we approach a gas station, well lit, a few people around, I slam on my brakes, throw the car in park, and jump out, screaming for help. The gas station clerk runs out, and I am yelling. There's a guy in my back seat, but when we go back to the car, it's empty. The guy was gone. No sign of him anywhere. He just vanished. I have no idea how he got out so fast, or where he went, but I did not care. I got back in my car, locked the doors, and drove straight home. I replayed that night over and over in my head, and it still does not make sense. That was a month ago, and I have not touched the DoorDash app since. I don't know if I ever will. It's not worth risking something like that happening again. I will share one my friend told me. This one was supported by his sister when I asked her about it. She was in high school at the time. Friend and I were in 7th grade. Friend and his family used to hear doors opening and closing in the middle of the night. Parents used to blame friend and his sister for it till they realized it was not them. Normally, it is just noises, but one night, friend wakes up, total silence. Friend lies there, a bit feeling uneasy, not sure why he woke up. Suddenly, he hears a door open and close right next to his head. There is no door there, just a bare wall with a little window. Friend is spooked, shuts his eyes, forces himself back asleep. Next day, sister tells friend that she woke up last night. She was not sure why, but she felt unsettled. Her door is open. She watches as an old woman shuffles past the door. Woman does not make a sound. Walks past the doorway into friend's room. After a moment, friend's sister hears a door open and close. Friend realizes that probably happened at the same time he woke up. He never saw anybody though. He told me this shit the first time I spent the night. I was in a sleeping bag on the floor. Could not sleep a wink. Alright, I'm back. Now for my doppelganger story. Senior year of high school. I am at home with my GF. The time has come for me to bring her home. She lives just outside my neighborhood, no more than 10 minutes away. Leave my room, keeping the door open since it is very dark on the second floor of my house. My dad is asleep, and my mom is watching TV in the living room. Get in my car and bring her home. When I get back home, as soon as I walk through the door, my mom asks me in surprise, "You're leaving again?" "What are you talking about? I just got home." "No, you didn't. You came home just a few minutes ago. You walked right past me and did not even say anything. You just walked up to your room and closed the door like you were upset." I didn't know how to react to this, so I just repeated that I had just gotten home, but I was very creeped out. I slowly walked upstairs, and, sure enough, my bedroom door was closed. I burst through and checked everything. Nobody was there. Grabbed my shitty .22 rifle and started looking through the entire second floor, but I could not find anything. Lots of paranormal shit had been happening in my life at that point, and the whole situation was freaking me out. After ensuring that nobody could have been upstairs, I walked back down and asked my mom if she was messing with me. From the look on her face, I could tell she wasn't. I asked her to tell me exactly what she saw. She said that she remembers me walking in through the garage door, past her on the couch, and then walking upstairs. It was wearing the exact same outfit as me. I asked her if she was able to look at its face, but she told me no. She tried initiating a conversation, but I did not respond at all. Nothing like that ever happened again, but it fucked with me for a few days. What the hell happened that day? Doppelganger? I used to always be here on X in the past. I was deeply interested in occultism and magic since 2015 or so. Last year, I started practicing Catholicism and abandoned all the old practices and friendships that were related to the occult, etc. Recently, this happened. 1 month ago, home alone on my computer, studying the whole morning. Parents were at the supermarket. Parents come home. Mom asked me from the distance, "Hey, you didn't say you would be studying in the morning." I say, "I am studying the whole morning, why?" Mom says, "Well, so why are you in my room?" I say, "I'm not, I'm in my room," and open the door for her to see. She screams and starts running towards my dad, saying she saw someone exactly like me, standing in a room when she passed the corridor. We live in a house, only me, Mom, and Dad. I grabbed a knife and started looking for someone in the house. There wasn't anyone. It's not a big house. The person could not have escaped without notice because we have 4 dogs and electric fence. Nothing was wrong with the house. The dogs did not even bark. What happened? What was that thing, and what could it possibly want? Just to point out, I have made several magical practices and little rituals in this house, and even in that room, because it was my room in the past and not theirs. One of the things I tried to make contact with was the SAJ, to know if that has anything to do with the event. I have a few. About 4 years ago, it was approximately 12 AM. Live in a fairly quiet but dangerous area. Reading a book in my lounge room by lamplight. See something suspicious through the slightly open curtains. It's a guy in my neighbor's yard, across the street, looking in his window. The fuck? After a few seconds, this guy walks out of my view. Decide to spy on him, cause he was sus. He keeps on heading down the road, checking people's windows and cars, and sometimes their front door. He comes onto my side of the street a fair way down. I decide to check it out. Go grab my .22 Magnum lever action rifle, hiding it behind my back. Suddenly, this guy appears out from a house and looks directly at me. He is walking with a limp I did not notice before. Not knowing what to do, I go back inside and lock the door. Wake my fiancée up and tell her to ring the police. Aim at the door, chest tight, and tell her that if he tries to come in, I'm going to unload for the door. Hear crunching outside. My heart is racing. As it gets closer, I hear the men say fuck. 2 cop cars rock up from both sides of the street, cornering him. He is forced to surrender and gets taken in. Turns out, he had a double barrel down his pants, and from what I was told, he was actually found guilty of breaking and entering and murder. Supposedly, he broke into some guy's house and murdered him and his mom and his dad while they were all sleeping. This is a true story. In fact, any of you who are fans of space games may have heard about the person it happened to, but you have not heard the full story, and I am withholding his name, since he never gave me permission to tell the story, so he can always just deny it, and nobody can prove he is lying. A friend of mine is a computer programmer. A few years ago, he decides that he can do a better job designing a space game than anyone else ever has, so he got to work doing just that. He came up with an idea for a game where all of the content is generated randomly, based on code constraints written into the engine and a pseudo-random seed variable. To the non-programmers in the room, normally, to create a game, you have to build a 3D engine, or use an open source or licensed engine created by others. then create all the things that go into the game. Characters, vehicles, planets, stars, moons. Instead of all of that, he created the engine, then taught it to take random information and turn it into all of those things. It is called procedural content generation, and the idea is not new. It's used in tons of games, but normally, it's procedural content mixed with created content, or created content distributed procedurally. Not this time. Everything in this game is built by math and code. Everything. Space stations, spaceships, and even alien races, each with distinct cultural predilections and all. One might be a hostile warrior race. One might be a friendly, trade-based species. The point was, the game creates the races by randomly choosing attribute levels. The AI for the aliens was based on these attributes, such as aggression, curiosity, intelligence, etc. And they were all procedurally generated. You could discover, make contact with, do business and trade, invade, kill them all, whatever you wanted. Each was totally different from the next, but all were based on the same code. It's a very economical and cool way to create more content than any game should be able to hold. I even asked him after the first alpha release how he got so many different forms of AI at such a high level of sophistication, and he rattled off something about natural selection that was way over my head. He said that they evolve. Soon, the NPCs started acting strangely. The platform crashed one night while he was in combat with a few of them. When he started it back up, he walked back to the location and found the NPCs he had been fighting just sitting there in space. When he ran a radiometric analysis, it appeared they were running intense scans of the exact spot where he had been when the game crashed. Others had gathered to join the search. One was a new kind of vessel we'd never seen before. A tactical analysis showed it was equipped with high-quality sensors and was classified as a science vessel. He shrugged it off as a ghost in the machine and kept working. He would perform upgrades to the item manufacturing engine about once a week. When he did, it often ended up producing higher quality items from the same materials, and many of the items that were already created and being bought and sold on alien markets were suddenly obsolete. One week, he went to make the changes, and he noticed that several NPCs had sold all their assets at discount prices the day before. He again shrugged it off as a coincidence and began the upgrade. The following week, he went to do the upgrade, and the same NPCs had managed to short sell a large quantity of high-quality items that were about to be made obsolete. The NPCs had started to notice the changes he was making in the game, and anticipate them. Now, in the world of video games, AI is a misnomer. It is not really AI. If real AI was as smart as you or me, these AI were about as smart as ants. They know just enough to suck up one video game and do nothing else. The idea that they can identify and anticipate trends in human behavior is like an insect successfully guessing where you will eat dinner in a week. It is, quite simply, far beyond their capabilities, yet it seemed to be happening. It wasn't over. Soon, alien races started working together, more than just the cooperative ones. For the first time in the game, naturally hostile aliens started working in parallel with friendly ones, and almost overnight, all of them became hostile to him. They worked together to amass large fleets of sophisticated warships and track him through space, trying to kill him. He ended up having to make his ship invulnerable while testing the game, because every time he would log in, they would find him as quickly as they could and attack him. Once he made himself invulnerable, they stopped attacking him, but they continued to watch every move he made. About a month later, he'd made changes to the combat system, and to test it, he made his ship vulnerable again, with the expectation they would attack him. They didn't. He attacked them. They did not retaliate. He called me up to log in to test the changes instead. As I was playing with him, we were chasing each other through an asteroid field in fast-moving frigates. I had a good idea where he was, down to about 180-kilometer radius, so I was looking at each rock individually, as the old movie trope of a ship hiding behind an asteroid is actually a pretty good strategy in this game. While looking, I would take pot shots at asteroids here and there, and write little messages on them with my blasters, like, "I will find you," and I drew a dick on one of them for shits and giggles. Anyway, I found him and chased him out, hot on his tail, and when we got to the edge of the asteroid field, there was a massive alien fleet that had been sitting there, watching the entire time. He told me to ignore them, and that he was working on keeping them from following players around, but he could not find anything in the code that was making them do it. All I heard was, ignore them, and I said, okay, and opened fire on them. The moment I did, they all aggroed on me and killed me instantly. We were both laughing pretty hard, and I did not think anything of it at the time. 2 days later, he called me on Skype and told me to log in and warp to his location. I did. He told me to take a close look at the alien space station that had just been constructed in orbit of the planet where he was at. When I did not understand at first the significance of what I was looking at. The space station had, written on it, in my handwriting, if you can call it that, "I will find you," and a picture of the dick. I said, "Why did you put that on a space station?" And I will never forget the haunted tone in his voice when he said, "I didn't." Incidents like this continued. We both started scrawling little messages on moons and asteroids when the aliens were around, and he would see them pop up in later alien ships and structures. There is a planet in the game where the NPCs have built cities in the shape of random letters and numbers, and one with the phrase, "All praise be to," his name, which he had scrawled on the moon as a joke. But when he saw it the first time, scrawled on a massive planet with structures, a giant monument to him as the god of this universe, he suddenly did not find it funny anymore. In the process of doing research, my friend came across an article about a scientific idea called simulation theory, which states that any universe capable of giving rise to intelligent life, e.g. ours, will necessarily do so many times over. Each intelligent life form will end up making simulations, e.g. video games, and as such, as their simulations grow in complexity, they can become indistinguishable from reality, e.g. the Matrix. Now, because there is at least one universe capable of this, ours, by the mediocrity principle, there must be many, and if each has many forms of intelligent life capable of creating simulated universes, then the number of simulated universes must be infinitely higher than the number of real universes, if there even is such a thing. Therefore, the simulation theory is really the theory that it is infinitely more probable that we live in a simulated universe than it is that we live in a real one. My friend became fascinated with the idea and could not help but notice the similarities to what he was doing. All of those creatures inside were incapable of imagining their true place in the universe, but they were perfectly capable of being curious about it. He reasoned that even a simulation designed to be far more realistic would contain creatures that were completely oblivious to the fact that they were just code in a text file somewhere. But if confronted with evidence that the world is not as they see it, they either become fascinated or terrified. The idea that he could be an NPC in a video game on some computer mainframe somewhere got to him. It consumed his days and nights. He could no longer focus on his work, and he ended up having a nervous breakdown and abandoning the project, but not before he backed everything up to as many redundant servers as he could find. When I asked him why, he said, in case anything happens to them. He's still in there. He spends all his time there now. I guess if I were the god of an entire universe, I would probably spend all of my time there too. Be May in summer 2019. Some friends of mine want to go camping in the Uintas. Friend of mine, who I will call Ethan, says he knows a good spot pretty close to parking, something like a quarter mile from the parking to the camping spot. Me and my other friend, who I will call Pete, pack a ton of shit since we figure it's going to be an easy walk. Get to camping area. Turns out the parking area is about 1.5 miles from the campsite. So we decide we're going to make multiple trips to make things easier on ourselves, since we have got nothing but time. Map is a general sketch of the area we were in, a river and some ponds on one side, with a birch grove on the far bank, and then a small pond and a lot of forested area on the other side. We make it to the campsite and start setting up our stuff. Pete and Ethan decide to just set the tent on the ground, but not actually set it up. I warn them that it is supposed to rain and we should probably set it up all the way, but they insist it will be fine. Start hiking back down to cars. About halfway there, it starts to drizzle. Pete and Ethan decide to keep going, so I follow them. About 3/4 of the way to the car, Ethan hits me on the shoulder and points across the ponds to the birch grove and says, "Do you see that?" Look at where he is pointing and see something very tall, very skinny, with skin as pale as the birch bark around it, standing slightly to the side of a tree. Its head is topped by what I can only describe as pale white antlers or branches. We tell Pete about it, but he cannot see it. It's weird, but we decide it can't be anything too strange, because Pete is completely oblivious to it. Make it to the car, grab some of our stuff, and start the trip back. About halfway back, Pete stops dead in his tracks and says, "Holy fuck, wait, is that the thing you guys were talking about?" and points. See the same creature as before, this time a bit closer to the shore of the pond, but still standing in the grove of birches. Still a little freaked out, but we all took paid time off for this camping trip and do not want to miss out. Plus, I have a 9mm handgun, and Pete and Ethan both have big ass knives, so we figure we will be alright. Make a few more trips to the car and back, see the creature every time, moving between trees in the birch grove. Finally set up camp. Tent is completely waterlogged. Tell Pete and Ethan I told you so. Start cooking the food we brought and drinking. Eventually, just forget about the creepy figure and get into the mood. Once midnight hits, we decide to turn in. There is a bit of a dry area in the corner of our big 12-man tent, so we crowd ourselves into it. My hand is in a puddle of water the whole time, so I have trouble sleeping. Ethan and Pete are hammered and fall asleep right away. I always have a hard time falling asleep, so I am up for a while. Around 1 a.m., I start to hear what sounds like deer walking near our camp. We are in the middle of the mountains in Utah, so it's not that strange to see deer, elk, or even moose. Ignore it and try to fall asleep. As time goes on, it gets louder and louder, and I hear more and more footsteps. Pete and Ethan are still out cold. About 20 minutes after I first hear it, it sounds like there is a stampede of deer outside. Say fuck it, grab my gun, and hop out of the tent. The second my feet hit the ground outside, the footsteps stop. Scan the camp and nearby trees, don't see anything, so I sat down next to the embers of the campfire and take another drink of whatever Pete had left out by the fire. Get back in the tent and eventually manage to fall asleep. The next day, tell Pete and Ethan about the footsteps. They are a little spooked, but we have some more friends meeting us at the camp that day, so we decide to stay. When our bigger friend group gets there, we decide to go check out the grove of birches. We don't see anything that could have been mistaken for the creature. No fallen trees, no weird modern art, no homeless meth addicts standing on each other's shoulders. And these trees are tall, 12+ feet, and the creature, whatever it was as tall as the tallest trees in the grove. Freaked out, but whatever it was, it did not seem to want to harm us, so we stay another 3 nights and don't see or hear anything else weird. Anticlimactic, I know, but it was one of the weirdest experiences I have had, and there were 2 other people there to see it. I am not sure what to call it, except a Wendigo, but more in the sense of the modern internet meme, and not the northern native cannibal spirit. Be 13 years old, living in Mirandela, a small city in the north of Portugal. Starting my 9th grade, decent circle of friends, but nonetheless, a bit of a loner most of the time. Notice a new girl join the class. Cute brunette, also seemingly around my age, had a bit of a goth style to her. not to the point of piercings and black nails, but almost always dressed in black. Get paired up with her for a project on the first week and end up chatting. Find out we have the same taste in music and movies, and inevitably become good friends. She was fatherless, moved into town with her mother recently. Ridiculously intelligent, far more than you would expect from anyone her age. Was even enthusiastic about philosophy and got me into reading Schopenhauer and Sartre at fucking 13. Was also a loner, did not hang out with many colleagues other than me, mainly because her long, existentialist reflections seemed to bore everyone else. Eventually became really close friends, almost platonic lovers. One day, she invites me to her house for dinner. Actually a little surprised by how long it took to get invited to her place, given how often she dropped by mine. That evening, we meet by the school and she leads the way. We start heading out of town. Half an hour later, we are walking around tall grass fields and dirt paths as night settles in. Can't help but feel a little scared, since I don't want to be out in complete darkness. She tells me not to worry and kindly holds my hand. After maybe another half hour, with almost total darkness setting in, we follow a dirt road into a forested area. Fear is really kicking in. About to beg her to go back, when she suddenly says we arrived. In front of us is an old, large, and degraded house, heavily obscured by darkness, but nonetheless being a striking sight. Not exactly a mansion, but still really large, with 3 floors and an old Alfa Romeo parked on the driveway. The door is unlocked. We walk in. She turns on the lights. The interior actually looks decent. Lots of old furniture, but all of it relatively well taken care of, unlike the torn up exterior implied. My fear turns into curiosity. Can't help but feel intrigued by the house and bombard her with questions about it. The best she can say is that her mother got it as heritage from a distant uncle a few years ago, and now only felt it would be fitting to move here. After showing me the bottom floor around, proudly displaying her collection of LPs and VHS in the living room. The 80s Philips VHS player was the closest to a modern apparatus in the entire house, and her packed up and thoroughly organized bookshelves in the office, she takes me to the dining room, asks me to wait there while she goes upstairs to call her mother for dinner. As she leaves the room, I contemplate how silent the house is, the only audible sounds being the tremulous treetops in the surrounding woods exposed to the wind and the light hum of an electricity generator probably around the back. Somewhat confused by the whole situation, but far more intrigued by my friend and her mother's eccentric lifestyle than scared by it. In a moment, she comes back, tells me her mother is working in the attic and wants us to have dinner there. Now I'm really confused. What is her mother working on in the attic, and why can't she come down for dinner instead? She explains her mother is a dressmaker and uses the attic as her studio, and as such, spends the entire day there and does not want to interrupt her work to go downstairs. Unsatisfactory explanation, but alright. As we get to the upper floor, I notice it is in significantly poorer condition than the lower. The walls of the corridor as we pass by look slightly dirty, and much of the wooden floor covering seems to be torn off. She tells me not to mind that division, and explains her mother is still in the process of refurnishing the house. The attic stairs are at the end of the corridor. We climb them up. The attic is an ample but poorly lit space. I am assaulted by a labyrinth of dresses hung on washing lines spread across the attic. Most of them looked ripped and dirty, definitely unlike anything a dressmaker would be producing. A disgusting smell reeked across the room. I cannot even properly describe how unpleasant it was. She just calmly makes her way through all the clothes. I try to keep up while covering my face in disgust. "Hey Mom, here is the friend I told you about," I hear my friend say. Finally come out at the end of the mess. Regret doing so in the following second, as my brain processes what I am suddenly looking at. Right in front of me is a morbidly decaying corpse with almost more bone visible than the horrendous rotting flesh. sitting on a chair in front of a small table with a lit candle over it. I cannot even properly react to what the fuck is this goddamn thing. Now that we're all together, we can finally have dinner at last, my friend says, seemingly talking to the rotting cadaver before her. Nope, nope, nope the fuck out. Heart pounding faster than I ever did in my entire life, run through the labyrinth of dresses, and quickly head down the stairs, rush to the front door of the house as fast as I can. She starts screaming angrily at me. I have no idea of what the fuck she's saying, and I don't even take the time to listen to it. Smash through the front door, run away into the surrounding forest with no idea of where to go. The only thing I can make out of all her spontaneous screaming is an almost tear-jerked "Don't leave me" as I rush into the woods, run through the pitch-black forest for what seemed like torturous hours for my younger teenage brain, cry until I'm out of tears to pour out, end up finding a highway. The first driver that passes by and notices me on the side of the road miraculously stops and gives me a ride back into town. Get back home. Parents are surprised to hear me arrive close to midnight, but immediately understand something happened as soon as they see me walk into the living room covered in sweat, with my clothes torn up from running through the middle of the woods. Tell them the shit I went through. Needless to say, they were skeptical about such an absurd sounding story, but nonetheless presumed that I was telling the truth. I must have been the victim of a prank from her, eventually involving a false corpse dummy or similar. Decide they are going to talk with our teachers to track down her parents and shed some light on her inappropriate attitude. They go to the school the next day to clear it up, far too damn scared to leave my house. And at the same time, I was terrified to be in my house, given she knew where I lived. Invited over the beefiest friend I had at the time, under the paranoia of her showing up. Parents came back, told me she was registered into school by her mother during early summer vacations. The school management was not able to contact the mother ever since. No phone calls were picked up, and, given no one understood where her address was located, all letters were returned to sender. Given how many problems the lack of contact with her mother was causing, they tried calling the girl to clear everything up on that exact moment, but she was missing that day, and so was she missing throughout the rest of the week, and so was she missing throughout the next week, and so was she missing throughout the rest of the month. Was invaded by a mist of self-concern and a legitimate concern for her. On one hand, my juvenile brain could not help but imagine she could be up to something. On the other hand, I was seriously worried about her and fearing for what could have happened to that poor, desperate lunatic. We tried filing a missing person report to the police, but we did not have her face, hardly knew anyone who spoke to her, and were not capable of reaching her mother. It eventually ended up being futile when we had nothing but her name to prove she even existed. She was never heard of again. It's been close to an entire decade since that happened, some years after I moved to the capital, Lisbon, but I still often go north to visit my family, and I still know that town like the palm of my hand, and I still have no idea where that damn house of terror is. Oh man, this thread. Yes, good. B15. Get MSN for the first time. Adding friends from school. Get added by some kid I barely know. He talks to me sporadically about random anime shit. Only thing I know about him was that he's from a weird, Wiccan/hippie family. Every now and then, he would try to convince me to hang out, to experience spirituality. Fuck no. Remove him from contacts. In the next week, the school found out he was pissing in a jar in his locker. Also find tons of garbage in jars. Don't talk to him until senior year. He would continually try to get my phone number/address off of people. Try as hard as I can to avoid him. Last week of school, he is found smoking pot on the grounds. They search his locker. More fucking jars of bodily fluids. He also has black candles, black-handled daggers, etc. My friends start suggesting I don't go off alone after school. People saying the kid is talking weird shit about magic and creating his soulmate. Oh fuck no. Start getting phone calls from him, begging for me to date him. When I refuse, he goes off about how he's balanced the world just for us. Keeps talking about all the weird rituals he's been doing. Believes he's found the elixir of life and is pissed. Hang up on him and proceed to tell a few close friends to watch him at the dance. They found him drinking his own piss in the coat room. Classic. Never heard anything of him after that, but he became infamous at my high school apparently. Needless to say, I do not regret avoiding him. I am pretty sure he was totally convinced that golden showers were the key to immortality. A man ahead of his time. Truly. Be me, 19 years old. Go to a family event. Typical family event with awkwardness and regulars. Regulars, unfortunately, include annoying aunts, stuck-up cousins, nerds, etc. Function is finally warming up. People actually enjoying themselves. Time to eat, and people crowd around table outside to get food. Sit on lawn chairs, not bad at all, in warm summer evening. Everyone is content and relaxed. Out of nowhere, hear a scream from inside the house. Everyone freezes. Instantly dead quiet as everyone drops a brick in their pants. Really good neighborhood where nothing happens. Everyone living there has good jobs. Expecting something bad, me, a few cousins, and an uncle rush into the house to see what's up. 5 minutes or so into search, doorbell rings. Cousins keep searching. I come down with uncle. Obviously hesitant to answer, but uncle does. Middle-aged lady neighbor sounds spooked and tells she heard a scream. Neighbor on her side comes over too and confirms it. 15-ish minutes now. Cousins come down and say they found nothing at all. By now, police have come and they have started to ask questions to everyone. Same as us, no answer. They leave in a really bad mood, apparently called for nothing. Everyone tries to chalk it up as a group hallucination, maybe caused by the heat, or a computer glitch. Aunt likes watching movies and computers, she may have left it on. People leave, quickly. They did not even want to stay and take food with them. Family members living there move to a house nearby. They don't talk about their old house whenever they are asked. Just to preface this, I am not really much of an outdoorsman at all. Not something I have ever been into in my life. My coworker Dan, on the other hand, is the opposite. He had been trying to get me to go out to his family's hunting cabin with him for years. He tried everything to get me to go, talking about how fun it would be, how peaceful the nature there was. No cell service, no roads leading anywhere near the place, completely off-grid and self-sustaining. Even for a day, he wanted me to go. Always said how getting back to nature like that, with no distractions, would make you a stronger man and make you appreciate life more, etc., etc. Just a relaxing place where you can disappear for a weekend and forget that the problems of the world exist. I finally caved a month or so ago. I was honestly sick of his pestering and just relented. Told him I would do one weekend, and that was it. I had never seen such excitement on his face. Don't get me wrong, Dan was a cool dude, and I enjoyed talking to him, but the outdoors really just was not my spot. I was more into playing soccer and basketball. Anyway, we head out on a Friday night. We drove for about 6 hours in total, upstate, and then had to take an ATV for another entire hour to be able to make it through the dense woods. I was already regretting going, thinking about how much more peaceful my bed would have been. The moment we arrived, I could tell that Dan had not been exaggerating when he told me about this place. There was nothing around for miles, no other cabins, no other people, just trees and silence. As we were unloading our gear and getting ready to get set up, I did notice something through the trees, just very barely though. It looked like another structure maybe 300 yards away or so. The light was fading by this point, so I don't know, but it's what I thought I saw. I pointed it out to Dan and asked about it. I was like, dude, you said it was only us and nothing else out here. Dan barely looked up while I was standing there pointing. He was just like, oh yeah, that old place has been abandoned since way before my dad had even bought this land. No one uses it, don't worry. We don't even know who built it or who it belongs to. I was just like, whatever, and thought that that would be the end of it. Fast forward to later that night, and we had eaten something by the fire we set up and had a little bit to drink. Just a couple of beers, nothing serious. I was taking a nap and got woken up by something. The sound of footsteps outside. There were no animals for miles, and no way that they would come close with human activity and fire here. No wind sounds either, so it wasn't that. It was slow footsteps moving around the cabin, circling like it was planning. I thought, maybe my tolerance is lower than I thought, but they did not stop. I held my breath and just stared at the ceiling as I listened to them. They stopped for a long time. Then I heard something press against the cabin wall near my bed. It wasn't a knocking or anything, just a pressure being placed on the cabin, like someone was leaning against it and moving or running their hands over the wood. Then it went silent again. I just lay for a while, not moving at all, until I fell asleep at some point. Could not fight off the urge anymore, and since there was no noise now, there was no adrenaline to battle off the exhaustion. Fast forward to the morning, and Dan was up way before me, already outside, brewing some coffee for the both of us. I stepped out and rubbed my eyes. I still felt exhausted from last night. I noticed something new once I stopped rubbing them. It was near the abandoned cabin. It wasn't there yesterday, or maybe I had not seen it in the low light, but there was a faint trail in the dirt, seemingly leading up to it. It cut through the underbrush between our cabin and the abandoned one. I think Dan noticed me eyeing it up because he looked at me and asked if I wanted to check it out. I actually really didn't. Like, deep down, I didn't. On the other hand, I could not think of much else to do, and I guess exploration was part of the whole getting back to nature thing, right? Plus, it would satisfy my racing brain to know what was up there. We made our way over. Up close, the cabin looked a sorry state. The wood was weathered and warped, and the roof was sagging. The door was opened up slightly. There was just enough of a crack to see the darkness inside. We stepped in. Even though it was abandoned, we were still careful to be on high alert. You never know if someone might have tossed traps aside somewhere and not disposed of them properly. Or maybe we might step into some animal droppings or some rotten food. I did not want to be smelling anything like that on my boots for the rest of the weekend. The air smelled stale. Literally just smelled like something dying. The place was mostly empty, but had some rotting chairs and an old table flipped over. In the center of the room, there was just a single wooden chair. And what the fuck? The chair was directly underneath a ceiling beam. There was a fucking thick, snapped rope hanging from said beam. Dan just blurted out a "Jesus Christ" and turned and covered his mouth and nose. I just moved toward it to take a closer look. The floorboards were really weird, uneven, like there was something beneath them, and almost comically squeaky too. There was a section directly underneath the chair that looked newer somehow, not pristine, but not as old and rotted as the rest, like maybe they had been replaced semi-recently. I knelt down and ran my fingers along the edges of the newer looking boards. No dust, like everywhere else in the place. My fingers found a gap. I told Dan, but he was still just covering his face. I was like, dude, come and help me move this shit. There is something under here. He was like, no way, dude. I think we should go. But I just told him to man up, like he said we were here for. He eventually relented and came and crouched down beside me. We managed to pry them loose without too much strain, but not without giving my finger a splinter hurt like a bitch. When we had moved them away, we saw what was underneath the boards. A trapdoor was beneath. The wood around it was disturbed. Someone must have been down here recently. The lock on the trapdoor was broken. I had a real sense of wrong now. I asked Dan if he felt the same, and he was like, yeah, we should leave. I told him we would just take a quick peek, and then we could get back to our cabin and do whatever he wanted for the rest of the weekend. He just said deal. I opened it up. A wooden ladder that pulled out led down into the darkness. It was already pulled out. A smell hit me almost immediately. It was like damp dirt and something else. I'm not sure. Almost a sour-like smell. I flicked on the flashlight I had brought along, and I climbed down first. Dan followed along, closely behind me. The basement was not very big, probably about the size of a walk-in closet. The floor was really uneven, and the walls of it were just packed earth. I swept the room with my flashlight. There was not a whole lot down here. I was expecting it to be maybe stuffed full of things. There was just a few wooden crates that were rotting, just pushed up against the wall. The lids of them were partially broken. I stepped forward, further into the room. I had to fight to pull my boots up from out of the damp ground. I felt something crunch once I got to about the middle of the room. I stopped and shone my torch down at my feet. There were fragments of something scattered across the floor, small and brittle. I thought they might be twigs or something like that, until I crouched down and picked one up. It was bone, a small one. It looked like it might be a fragment of a finger bone or something. Dan tried to get my attention, but I ignored him and kept shining my light around the room. There were more bones, varying sizes. All of them only had partial fragments, snapped and broken off. Some were half buried in the dirt, and there were some piled up in the corner near the rotting crates. I went over to look into the crates, just to see what I could see. I nudged it open using my foot. I saw what looked like old and torn fabric, some kind of clothing that had been in there for a long time. A couple of shirts, one shoe on its own with blackened laces, a belt buckle that had rusted. The crates had more than just rot on them. There were scratches dug deep into them, deep grooves on the inside. It looked like someone had taken either their nails or a rake and just dug them into the wood over and over. Most were just random, but some looked to be tally marks. There was something else that caught my eye that was in the furthest corner of the basement. It was a wooden post that was stuck into the dirt. There was a metal chain attached to it. It was big enough to go around a person's neck. The chain was open. I jumped out of my skin when I heard Dan bang his foot on something while getting closer to me. We both shot each other a look and went straight back up the ladder. That was enough for the both of us. We pulled the trapdoor shut and tried our best to make it look like no one had messed with anything. We went out into the woods and fast walked back. We decided it was best not to stay another night. We've talked about it briefly since then, but haven't really had any thoughts aside from the obvious. I suppose on the bright side, Dan has not been bugging me to go out with him anymore. I think that's enough nature for me. 2 old Australian stories. Working at oldest operational Air Force base in the world. Get keys to the officer's mess, oldest building on the base. Guard laughs and tells us a group of contractors refuse to go in there, and good luck, because most of the guards won't either. Ask why. They tell us ghost stories. Very common stories on these old bases. Sort of laugh it off. I'm a skeptic, so are my colleagues. Get in there. Feels eerie and weird, but nothing too strange. We are walking around, looking for the computers to decommission. Hear people talking downstairs and think nothing of it. It's a big building, normal stuff. Get downstairs. The talking stops completely. Room drops in temperature by honestly about 10 degrees Celsius. I've got goosebumps. That is how cold it is. My colleague, who is an old Lithuanian and extreme skeptic, notices the same thing. Room goes completely silent, like no one outside noise, no white noise, nothing. Other colleague says, "Let's get the fuck out of here." We leave, lock up, and tell the guards that we won't be going back there again without guards. Go back, collect our stuff, and never go back ever again. Just so strange, the most inexplicable thing I felt in my life. The other is not as creepy, but we went to Port Arthur, where Australia's worst ever mass shooting occurred, and just so happens to be an old penal colony. You could feel the death everywhere. You just felt like you were being watched. You felt like you were not welcome. My family has houses both in Mexico and Texas, so I alternate between the USA and Mexico very frequently. On normal weeks, I just cross the border from Mexico to Texas to go to school, and then I come back to Mexico. I spend most of my time in Mexico, so naturally, I am quite used to cartel presence. I am used to calling off nights out with friends, due to cartel-related shootings. Stuff like that. It just no longer surprises me. It wasn't until recently I had an actual face-to-face encounter with the cartel. My ex-girlfriend lives in Mexico, in a gated neighborhood on the wealthier side of the city. Naturally, I used to frequent her house when we were still together. One night, her parents left her and her little brother alone until the next day, so she invited me over and we got pretty hammered. Around 2 a.m., we went out for a walk because we wanted to smoke some weed from Texas. We sat at the bleachers of a basketball court within her neighborhood that was behind a very, very beautiful house, with expensive cars parked outside. I asked her, "What do they do?" To which she replied, "Mana," which is slang for cartel. I thought she was joking until she told me how the Mexican army had their whole neighborhood on lockdown because of them back in 2014. My smile faded so fucking fast. I got kind of mad and worried, and I asked her, "What the fuck are we doing behind a cartel safe house at 2 a.m. smoking foreign weed?" This all happened quickly, and after 5 minutes of being there, a tall, white pickup truck parked in front of the court. I immediately knew this was not good news and kept telling her that we should leave. She told me to calm down and that it was probably just some kids making out in the truck. That seemed reasonable to me, but I started panicking. After the truck just stayed there for like 5 minutes without turning off the engine, and as soon as we got up to leave, it took off. As we made our way to the other street, the huge weight that was lifted from my shoulders fell right back twice as heavy when the truck intercepted us at the very corner of the street. She ran into a house that was still in construction. She tried to pull me with her, but I did not budge, because something I've learned from my dad being a cop is you never run if you have nothing to hide. She had the weed, I did not, so I just stood there for a bit until the window of the driver's side went down and a man signaled me to get closer, and so I did. As I walked up, the first thing I saw was that both of the men in there were armed, and this made my stomach drop. The passenger looked completely out of his mind, like he genuinely looked unhinged. His pupils were fucking huge. He was clearly tripping on something. On the other hand, the driver looked like a pretty normal guy. I dare to say, he was so normal it was comforting. He asked me, the whole conversation was in Spanish of course, what we were doing. I said smoking. He asked, smoking what? I said just normal cigarettes. He turned to look at his partner and back at me, and there was a long pause before I said, "I don't know who you are looking for, but it's definitely not us. I'm not even from here." He asked me if I was American, to which I nodded, and then he said, "Show me." Fortunately, I always carry my passport with me since I cross the border so often. He asked me about my girlfriend, and I said she was American too. She's not, and he told me to go get her. I told him I'd rather not, because if they found weed on her that wasn't theirs, she would be so fucked. Fortunately, the guy did not insist. And after going through my phone, he told me he did not want to see us out this late behind that house ever again. They took off, and I turned back to her, who was peeking out from behind a pile of cement bags. I signaled her that we were leaving, and we ran back to her house. When we got to her front yard, I asked her to give me the weed so I could get rid of it, and she told me she hid it under the floorboards of the house. So we ran back to get it, because if they found it there, we would be so fucked. The 2 minutes it took for us to run back to our house were easily the scariest moments of my life. What still makes my stomach drop to this day is the look the other guy had on his face. I'm telling you, he looked absolutely unhinged. He did not say a single thing, but he was just staring me down the whole time, with his hand around the grip of the rifle. I felt like he was just itching for me to say the wrong thing, so he could blow my brains out right then and there. I got my first drone a few years ago as a Christmas present from my brother. It was a small cheap thing, barely even bigger than my palm, but it was enough. I was hooked. Before getting one, I was not much of an outdoorsman, but now suddenly I had a reason to be. Open fields, empty parking lots, even my own backyard. Go out and practice for months, learning how to hover, drift, roll, bank. It became a full-blown hobby before I even knew it. Once I felt confident, I upgraded. I saved up for something better, a real drone. This one had power, range, and most importantly, a camera. It had a sleek, black frame, a solid battery life, and streamed directly to my phone. It was fast too, way more responsive than the toy that I had started with. I spent hours watching YouTube tutorials, learning how to push it to its limits. I got good, not like professional level, but good enough to trust myself in tight spaces and risky maneuvers, and of course, really, really high places. I started taking it into interesting terrains, riverbeds, abandoned lots, hillsides. I liked seeing things from above, places I could never reach on foot. There was just something about flying it that gave me a little thrill, like I was seeing through a bird's eyes. Sometimes, I just cruised over empty streets at night, watching from above as if I were a ghost, and that is how I ended up where I did, deep in the wilderness outside of town. There is a stretch of the canyon land that I've been meaning to check out for quite some time. It was not a state park, nothing official, just this wide, untamed sprawl of rock and trees where people would hike, maybe even camp if they were brave enough. The kind of place that didn't have actual trails, just endless terrain with steep drops and deep ravines. Perfect for a drone flight. The day that I went out, the weather was pretty perfect. No wind, clear skies. I drove down this dirt road until I found a good launch spot, a small overlook where I could see miles of trees spilling into the canyon below. I powered up the drone, synced it with my phone, and lifted off. The forest stretched out in every direction, green and gold in the afternoon light. I kept low at first, weaving through the treetops and testing my control. It handled beautifully. I banked, rolled, shot up high, then dove straight down, threading between branches. The camera feed was crisp, the world shifting beneath me in the smooth, gliding motion. Then I decided to pick a target, a long, jagged strip of granite running down into the canyon, like a scar into the earth. I used it as my guide, following it lower, deeper, the world narrowing as the walls of the canyon closed in. I didn't know it yet, but I was about to see something I was not supposed to. I continued to descend, the granite vein guiding me as I dropped into the canyon's depths. The shadows stretched longer down here, the sunlight barely even cut through the jagged cliffs that boxed me inside. The drone's camera feed showed nothing but endless rock, broken up by patches of dense pines and brambles that clung stubbornly to the canyon walls. I was fully locked in, fingers feathering the controls, adjusting the yaw, shifting the tilt, smooth and steady. Then I saw some kind of movement. At first, I just assumed it was an odd rock formation, maybe fallen trees, but as I adjusted my angle, I realized that it wasn't. It was people, a group of them, tucked between massive boulders, hidden inside the canyon's fold where no trail would lead. They stood in a perfect circle. I hovered, adjusting the zoom on my phone screen. There were maybe a dozen, all facing inward, standing completely still. My stomach did a little flip. It couldn't have been a hiking group, that much was obvious. They definitely were not dressed for it. They wore these strange, loose clothing, robes maybe. No backpacks, no gear. Nothing that said casual explorer. There was one in the middle too. He or it stood apart, slightly elevated on a rock, facing the others. He wore a mask, something pale and featureless, like an oversized doll face. Beneath that, long black hair spilled down his shoulders, super long and thick. A wig maybe? Perhaps even part of the mask. He lifted his arm slowly, as if giving some kind of sermon, though I could not hear a damn thing. I swallowed and just kept watching. I'd flown over people before, hikers and bikers, even couples having picnics. Nobody ever looked up, but this was different, and this felt wrong. I was not recording, and my thumb fumbled for the button, but before I could press it, they all began to move at once. Every single person in the circle tilted their heads back, their arms shot up in unison, fingers all stretched out towards the sky. A silent, eerie gesture that sent a ripple of cold through my gut. Then one of them pointed straight at my drone. It wasn't gradual, there was no hesitation. 1 second, they were locked in on whatever strange ritual they were performing. And then the next, they were staring directly at the camera, their faces half obscured by the shadows, looking blank and unreadable. Then they lunged for the ground. Not all of them, just a few. They bent down so fast, grabbing at something before I could react. Then I saw the first rock fly past the drone's camera. Fuck. I yanked back on the stick, climbing fast. Another rock whipped through the air, missing by inches. They were trying to knock it out of the sky, and if they did that, they could potentially trace the craft right back to me, as it literally had my name written on the wing. I banked hard and tilted away from them, but I was still very deep in that canyon. I needed to climb and get above the treetops or find space to maneuver. I tilted up and gunned for open air. The granite vein, where the hell was it? I scanned fast, fingers sweaty on the controls. There, that long silver scar in the earth, winding up the canyon side, my way out. I followed it, angling up. My heart was pounding harder than it should have been for something as simple as flying a drone. But it wasn't just flying anymore. I was running. Trees blurred past, higher, faster, almost out. Then a crack. The camera spun. The feed tumbled wildly, whipping between sky, rock, treetops, then nothing but leaves, branch, and impact, and nothing. Panic. No, I swore. Tilt the controls, trying to get some kind of response. The screen showed nothing but frozen distortion. My drone was down. I just sat there, staring at the screen, a heart jackhammering in my chest. I could just leave it. It wasn't cheap though, but it also wasn't worth my life either. Those people, whoever they were, whatever they were doing, I really did not want to get mixed up with it. But then, my gut got the better of me. It had the flight footage, the whole thing. If I lost the drone, I would lose that too, and no one would believe me if I just told them what I had just seen. I sighed and ran a hand down my face. I had maps in my car, printouts, satellite images. I could find a way down if I was careful. Go in quickly, grab it, and be out before anybody knew what I was doing. At least, that was what I was telling myself. I got my gear together, a flashlight, a knife just in case. Then I started my descent into the canyon, into the place I should have just left alone. The climb down was pretty brutal. The canyon was even steeper than I thought it was. The rocks were loose under my boots, and the pines closed in deeper every step I went. Every once in a while, I had to stop and check my position against the printout map that I had brought with me. There was no self-service out here. If I got turned around, I was completely screwed. I kept moving, scanning for anything familiar, especially that granite vein, the spot where the drone went down, the boulders where I saw them. After around 14 minutes of searching, I found it. It was lying half buried in pine needles and brush. One propeller was cracked, but otherwise still intact. Relief hit me hard. I crouched and reached for it, but then a sound, a high-pitched warbling. It echoed throughout the canyon. It was thin but sharp, like voices singing, but wrong. High and stretched, like somebody pulling their vocal cords past their limits. My stomach clenched as I looked up. They were coming. A single file line emerged from between the boulders, moving slow and creeping along. The same robed figures that I'd seen through the drone footage. those same blank faces. The leader still had on that mask, doll-like features, staring straight ahead. Even their arms swung in this eerie unison as they walked, feet crunching lightly against the dry brush, headed straight for me. I grabbed the drone and turned, scrambling back up the incline. My boot slid, dirt and leaves spilling under my heels, but I did not stop. I could hear them behind me now. They weren't running, just moving, the sound of steady footsteps and shifting fabric, that warbling, high-pitched voice stretching over the trees. Were they singing? I did not look back. I climbed, hands and knees, clawing at rocks, lungs burning, heart slamming against my ribs, just to get out, just to reach my car. By the time I saw the tree line thinning ahead, my legs were jelly. I stumbled forward, tripping over the roots, grasping at whatever I could. The car was there, right where I left it, sun glinting off of the windshield. I yanked the door and threw myself inside, and I locked it. I stole one final glance toward the canyon. No one, nothing, just trees, rocks, and empty silence. I did not wait a moment more. I started the car and tore out of there, kicking up dust as I hit the main road, only breathing again once I saw streetlights ahead of me. Later that night, I went through the footage, watched it again over and over. The silent ritual, the pointing, the rocks, the frozen frame just before impact. Then I started searching forums, old newspaper clippings, anything about the area. That canyon, the group. It took hours before I finally found something. A single mention buried deep in a decades-old thread. Rumors of a cult, one that lived off the grid, only seen by those who went deep into the wrong places like that canyon. I quickly shut my laptop. What started out as this weird incident and curiosity rapidly developed into something creepy and just all too real. I'm a drone pilot, not a conspiracy guy. I quit researching almost as quickly as I started it, and I never flew out there again. Show us the footage! Please! Show me it! Please! Please! Show me the footage! Never flossed growing up. Would literally just brush my teeth for 2 minutes once every morning, and that was it. No floss or anything else. 2 years ago, started seeing and hearing shit, shadow people, voices telling me to do things, etc. Thought about seeing a doctor, but could not afford it. Decided I was just stressed from school and stuff. Woke up one day with a major headache and pure rage enveloping every part of my body. Parents would ask if I was okay. Did not talk to them, because I was convinced that they were the ones causing my problems. Parents tried to talk to me one day, a week later, demanding to know why I was so upset now, and said I need to see a doctor. Walk to the kitchen and grab a knife, start swinging it around, trying to kill my family. Dad managed to subdue me and put me in a headlock until I passed out. Woke up a few seconds later, parents nowhere to be seen. Started going ballistic and was banging on the doors and stuff. Parents called 911. A police and ambulance showed up. Was taken to the hospital and sedated. Remember waking up in the hospital a day later with cotton in my mouth. Doctor tells me I had an undiagnosed tooth infection that had started to spread to my brain and was causing my episodes, but they managed to remove it and clean it up. Never had any more schizo moments after that. Ended up getting the other 3 teeth removed a while later. Make sure to floss and brush twice a day now. Are you brushing your teeth, Anons? That could be why you're seeing things no one else is. Hello X. I have something to share and I really need advice. I usually don't come over here. I frequent other boards, but I'm in kind of a predicament right now. I simply don't know whether I can talk about it with anyone I know, and especially authorities, because I fear they will consider me insane and I will get in trouble. I have decided to share my story here because I can stay anonymous. I won't disclose the location where this is happening. All you need to know is it's one of the European capitals. Some 3 months ago, I got a job in one of the office buildings as a junior maintenance worker. It is very simple work. mostly delivering and assembling furniture, setting up workstations, and that kind of stuff. The building I work at is actually a skyscraper. It has 32 above ground floors and 5 basement levels. The one in the picture is not it, by the way, just a random image. First 2 months of work were absolutely normal. I helped set up workstations for some new departments of a couple of companies that rent floors in the building. We moved a large department from one floor to another and did a lot of small tasks. About 2 weeks ago, I started stumbling over some weird shit. We began April as usual, picking tasks, looking up whatever is planned for the month, trying to manage the timetable. At some point, I've noticed something I did not pay attention to before. There were never any tasks related to floor 24. At first, I found it curious, but then dismissed it. It simply wasn't rented by any company yet. Then I realized that is not the only floor that is empty, but all the other floors still had some stuff to do on them from time to time, if only a weekly checkup. 24th? Nothing like that. I wanted to ask one of my colleagues about it, but at first, I did not want to make a fool out of myself in case there is some plain and simple reason. Then I just forgot about it. A week ago though, I was taking the elevator and I recalled my curiosity. I hit the button for floor 24, but nothing happened. It did not light up, as other buttons do. At first, I thought its LED burnt out or something, but no matter how many times I hit the button, the elevator would not go to the 24th floor. We actually have 6 elevators in the building, and I have tried every single one, growing more and more curious. Same thing. What this meant is that this is not an elevator malfunction. Buttons were deliberately shut off to prevent the elevators from going to floor 24. Naturally, all kinds of thoughts started going through my mind, like the movie Loft and Matrix, where tall building floors are used to hide something in plain sight in the middle of the city. I dismissed those thoughts at first. The floor was not rented, was not used. Maybe the buttons were shut off, so people don't wander there. But again, there are other unrented floors, and I could get to them just fine. That sparked my curiosity again. Unhealthy curiosity, I guess. Over the course of my work, I befriended a senior maintenance worker who worked in this building pretty much since when it got built, many years ago. He is in his 50s, a bit harsh on the outside, but overall a good man. I've asked him about floor 24 as casually as I could, sort of mentioning it while talking about random daily stuff. I could swear he stiffened for a second, but then relaxed and just said, "It's closed." Closed? I asked. I played being casually surprised, because there isn't such a thing as closed floor for maintenance really. He simply replied, "Yeah, we don't work there." Then he left, claiming he had something else to finish. I'm sure you understand. This was pretty strange. And because I'm a goddamn idiot, my curiosity started growing stronger and stronger. Finally, this Friday, I've decided to check what's going on floor 24. I just could not sleep, having such a mystery, or whatever it is, right under my nose. After all, I was working as part of building stuff. I am pretty sure any one of you who had a job on the inside of whatever knows what I am talking about. Once you gain access to all the back rooms and places behind personnel-only doors, you get this strange feeling of, I don't know how to describe it, being in, kind of like the secret club thing. You look at clients who are visiting differently because they can't get where you can. And now, I learned that there is a place where I can't get. That tackled my ego, I guess. And it's not like there was any rule or anything said at any time about floor 24. There was nothing prohibiting me to get in. So I came over to work on Saturday, claiming I forgot to finish something that had to be ready for Monday. Security were not suspicious at all. Stuff like that happens from time to time. I went into our office, got my stuff, I have a small toolbox, and took an elevator to floor 25. Now, I could not do anything with elevator buttons. Technically, I have the tools to open the control panel, and I probably could figure out how to wire it to get me to the 24th. But Our elevators have cameras, so yeah, out of question. I went down the stairwell and stood in front of the thick, fireproof door of the 24th. It was not marked in any way, and it was just like any other door on any other floor, with one exception. We use magnetic cards to open locks on those doors to gain access. The usual lock was also on this door, but the light on it was not on, which meant that the lock was shut off. Being the smartass that I am, I figured it's a maintenance problem and I should take a look. You know how it is. You pull excuses out of your ass on the go. Of course, I only wanted to get in. Luckily, over the course of my work, I had one of the colleagues train me in very simple maintenance for those locks. They were oldish and faulty, so we often had to check up on them. I pulled my tools out and got to work. Luckily, the lock itself had the power. It's simply the cables inside were disconnected. Normally, it would strike me as strange, but I was in the zone. I had to get in there. I short-wired the lock, and I heard the usual click of door getting open. I pushed it a bit with my foot, grabbed my tools, and opened the door wider. The first thing that struck me was that the entire floor was pitch black. Yeah, sure, it's unused and all, but you see, the floors in our building have huge windows that take up the entire surface of outer walls. Saturday was pretty sunny. It was midday. There had to be at least some light on the floor, and what I stared at was complete, utter darkness that isn't even possible at night because of the city lights on the outside. Perhaps the windows were covered by something. I did not feel much distress yet, more of an adrenaline of having an adventure. I took a flashlight out of my toolbox, placed the box itself to keep the door open, and stepped in. At first, I've noticed that the floor is covered with a thick layer of dust, which made me leave distinct footprints. I thought it might be some sort of construction dust, as it usually is when buildings are being finished. But no, the floor seemed finished. The dust had to accumulate here naturally over a very long time. I've checked the light switches and had no success. Seems like the entire floor had its power disconnected. Curious, I moved further in. The small corridor took me out into an open space type of office, which took about half of the floor. The other half consisted of enclosed rooms. I've instantly noticed two very, very weird things. First of all, windows were not covered by anything. There was simply a complete darkness behind them, as if someone coated them with a thick layer of silicone or whatever, from the outside. The second thing is that the office actually had stuff in it. There were lines of desks everywhere, with computers on them, chairs beside. Everything was covered in dust. I've decided to take a closer look at the desks first. The thing that struck me is that the computer monitors were all CRTs, and fairly old models too. Something out of 90s. Old, plain computer boxes. Mechanical keyboards. Mice without mouse wheels. There were other objects on the desk too. Pencils, documents, coffee mugs, and a lot of other office and personal stuff. It was as if everyone just left the office after a day of work for 20 years. I've decided not to touch anything for now because I would leave clean marks in the dust, and I started to feel anxious. Instead, I came over to one of the windows. I shone a light outside to figure out why it was so dark. My first thought of it being covered from the outside was wrong. The light came clean through and sunk into some sort of black smoke. I can only describe it like that. It was as if everything outside was filled with thick, black smoke, no wind or anything. It twirled and moved slightly, but light could not get more than a forearm length in. At some point, I could swear there was something else outside. Some weird shape or shapes were in the smoke. I don't know if it's just my imagination. I really hope so. Then I heard the noise. It was coming from one of the enclosed rooms. It's hard for me to describe it. I guess it was like clacking of mechanical keyboard when someone types on it, and then a phone rang inside one of those rooms. It startled me so much, I let out a loud gasp, and then I knew I had enough. I bolted towards the stairwell, praying for it to still be open, kicked the toolbox outside, and shut the door behind me. I sat there, listening, trying to catch any sound coming from the inside, almost paralyzed in fear. Then I quickly opened the lock again and made sure the wires were disconnected like they were before. I went back into maintenance office, got myself some tea, ate, and tried to calm myself down. When I managed that, I passed the security desk and made it outside. I called in sick this week. I have no idea what to do right now. I am absolutely sure at least some part of building crew is in on it. On what? I have no fucking idea. I can't talk to them about it, and I hope nobody notices what I did. I don't think police will give a damn about my story, as it does not involve anything illegal, and I don't want to talk to my friends or family about it, because they might consider me insane. I don't think I have the will to go there anymore. I was scared shitless, and I still am. This does not make any sense. 20-year-old office, abandoned overnight. Fine, sure, but fucking black smoke outside. And there is something inside those rooms. I won't even mention the probability of getting caught doing that. I was stupid to go in there to begin with. I could bring someone else inside, maybe a weapon too, but I have no idea if I can trust anyone from the building crew, and I don't think I can manage to bring anyone from outside without raising suspicion. Fuck, I don't even know if whoever hides this shit isn't onto me already. Really, I have no idea what I bumped into. Naturally, I gave it some thought. There is just way too much weird stuff going on. First of all, you don't just abandon an office overnight, leaving all the stuff, and it did not look like people evacuated from there either. I would probably see some stuff tipped over. They would take personal belongings, maybe a chair that was rolled far from the desk in a hurry. Nothing like that was there. Second thing is the building crew. I am sure that owners know about this shit. No idea how much. I feel like they encountered something insane and just decided to seal it off and never speak of it again. If they told newer workers never to visit the floor, one of them will get curious for sure. Instead, they chose not to speak of it and rely on the simple social mechanic. If you don't have to do something somewhere, you don't go there. I bet nobody pressed the 24th floor elevator buttons for years, even though the building is in constant use, and there is just plain supernatural stuff. There isn't any damn smoke visible outside, unless I'm utterly insane. We are talking about some sort of alternate reality or space distortion or whatever, and I don't even want to think what made the keyboard noise. And who the fuck would call a phone on an abandoned floor? This is just too much. I have more questions than I have answers. The glass we are speaking of is skyscraper windows, and you should know, those are pretty damn hard to break. They have multiple layers, coating, and are made to withstand heavy wind pressure, as well as slight shifts and stretching of building structure. So yeah, even if I ever go back, I have no idea whether I will be able to break those with anything but, I don't know, maybe a battering ram, or hitting it repeatedly with a sledgehammer. Besides, I have a strange feeling that even if I'm relatively safe inside, once I break the window, the black smoke will pour in, and then I am fucked on many levels. It was built in the 90s. That is as much as I can say. I don't really want you pinpointing it. It could get me in trouble, even if I'm just paranoid. Yeah, I'm pretty damn paranoid right now. I'm sure you understand. That being said, I think the office, computers, and everything else was placed there soon after the building got built and opened for business, and the floor was abandoned some short time after. There was only a smell of old, abandoned building and dust. It's kind of distinct. I used to visit a couple of abandoned places in my life, so it's comparable. Nothing strange there. I didn't notice any changes in temperature. It was colder than regular offices, but not by much. Probably simply due to smoke outside, obstructing all of the light coming in. And before you ask, 23rd and 25th floors have regular offices there, and they don't see anything suspicious outside the windows. Well, I called in for sick leave this week, so I am home, trying to figure out what to do. I have not noticed anything suspicious outside the window or whatever. I didn't get any calls from work after informing my boss I'm sick. The skyscraper was built after the USSR fell, on the wave of major investments. I am pretty sure it was handled by locals and not international investor though. There is a subway. It's also a capital, so yeah, I'm pretty sure it has extensive underground system, but I have no idea whether it is in the vicinity. I'm not sure how anything underground might be connected to the 24th floor though. I've been to those floors routinely a few times over the course of my work. They are absolutely normal, nothing odd there, and people never complained about anything weird, not even noise. Granted, the floors/ceiling are so thick, you can't really hear anything that's going on the other floor, unless some power tools or whatever are used, I guess. There weren't any such reports though, as far as I know. I am fairly sure the only way to the 24th is through the elevator shafts, and one of the two staircases, unless we are talking about breaking the window up from outside, or drilling through the floor/ceiling of floors above and below respectively, and that kind of stuff won't fly naturally. Well, as I can see, people here took trying to find the building very seriously. I'm sorry to disappoint you all, but I also would not like you to waste time. I lied about the number of floors, and it's not floor 24, because yeah, buildings like that are pretty easy to find. I just did not want to give arbitrary information, but you have to understand, I am paranoid about this. Until I find out more, I am assuming there might be a conspiracy of sorts, and my life might be in danger, even if I believe this is unlikely. I know you can dig deep, and I cannot risk anything, even if my fear will turn out to be baseless. All you need to know is that it's in Eastern Europe. It's a very tall building, and it was finished in the 90s. From the looks of it, floor 24, I will keep calling it that, was not used since the 90s too, but I cannot be certain. I did not stay long enough to make sure. As for the smoke, I am absolutely positive windows are not covered by anything from the outside. Also, the windows are layered, but the overall thickness is about 5-ish centimeters, and the light from my flashlight seemed to go further. So, unless there is some terrarium on the outside of the windows, I doubt the smoke is contained, no matter how weird it sounds. Also, any construction like that would be visible from the outside, and it is not. I am going to tell my inward story unsolicited, because I know I was fucking lucky, and if I'm right, it adds some credence to the missing 411 shit. 2005, camping by myself in Lake Louise, inside Banff National Park, Canada's first, and I believe, biggest national park. Now, this campground is on the edge of a small town, inhabited 100% by employees, and gas station and clinic employees of the hotels that are in the town, but it's far enough just out of town that it feels completely isolated. The entire campground is surrounded by a 5-foot electrified fence to keep grizzly bears out, as that is an actual worry for people living in the area. I had just quit my job working in the town and had literally nowhere to live on earth, so like the brave hobos of old, I spent my last 110 Canada bucks and rented a week in campgrounds. First night was fine, apart from the absolute freezing, rock hard, late April ground, and the sub-zero nightly temperatures. I thought I was going to die that first night. Go figure, it was the only good night there. On the second night, after barely falling asleep through my clattering bones, I was awoken at about 1 a.m. There was something about a foot away from my head, raising and lowering its hoof in an almost rhythmic fashion. Of course, it being so close, it was more than loud enough to wake me up. This thing, with its mighty hoof, just sat directly outside the back of my tent. Again, inches from where my head was, and just raised and lowered its hoof over and over. Not stamping, mind you, just bump, bump, bump. Now, I am a fairly gifted empath. You're already on X, just indulge me here, because it is true. And I could feel this thing's eyes on me, and it felt fucking malevolent. It felt conscious, that it knew what the fuck it was doing. I finally fell asleep. I can't remember if it stopped first, or if my exhaustion just overcame me, but I did. I awoke the next morning and waited until the sun was fully out because I had no clue what the fuck would fuck with a person like that in a completely empty campground far outside of a town of about 200 people in the middle of sub-zero night with a fucking electrified fence around the perimeter. My first thought was check for any hoof prints. I checked out behind my tent where there was a small patch of trees and a kinda little inlet before the fence. The ground was rock hard, so of course no prints I could say. I'm not a tracker. I started my fire, ate my breakfast, and went into town for some supplies. At this point, I honestly thought it was probably a moose, as I imagined a full-grown moose could possibly step over a 5-foot fence. Why it fucked with me, I did not care to think about, but that night, as I was reading one of the Flower of Life books, I did not think that I needed to be afraid. I was still more terrified I would freeze to death rather than get mauled in my sleep. 2 a.m. Woken again, full panic mode, strain my ears and hear a light spring rain. Suddenly, I hear it again, with more force than last night. Bump, 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 bump. No word of a lie, no shitting. There were 2 of them this time, and I legit got the concept thought in my brain that they could absolutely wreck me, and they wanted me to know it. I slowly sat up, fighting the feeling of dread as the hooves fell directly outside my tent. And for the first time, I lit a candle I was given by one of my best friends before I left on the misadventure that took me here. It was a candle of St. Judas, patron saint of lost souls and the hopeless. I lit it, and a few other candles, and prayed to any deities that would listen. I tried to harden my head and my resolve. I went in and out of sleep the entire night, but I could feel their eyes on me, and I could hear the hooves fall on and off until dawn. I got maybe 2 hours of sleep that entire night. So, as dawn broke and the hooves were gone, I decided, fuck it, I'm going outside right fucking now to see what the fuck that was. I opened my tent, and directly in front of it, I shit you not, was a giant log, the kind you use to cut over logs on, not 5 feet in front of the entrance to my tent. I recognized it immediately, and my intuition told me it was an altar, and that they wanted an offering. Fuck that. I grabbed my boots, my now lit candle, and some clothes, and left my tent and all my other shit there, and hightailed it into town, to stay in my old staff accommodation for a couple of days. I returned on my last day to pick up my house. My tent was undisturbed, got my shit, and went home with my tail in between my legs to live with my alcoholic mother I had kicked out of my life 7 years ago because I had nowhere else to go, and I needed fucking shelter after that ordeal. Few things of note. That mountain is alive or something, and a great conductor of psychic energy. Almost every time I put my head to the ground, I could feel my consciousness just expand. It felt like I was mind melding with the mountain. So, final thoughts. I firmly believe those things outside my tent were sentient, and I firmly believe they were human. I think that what we think of as Bigfoot are just spirits, same as the shadows in the forest people bump into, or the stupid fucking satyr things, or Wendigo, or whatever it was that fucked with me over those 2 nights. Maybe not a ghost story, but a paranormal one, I guess. I worked on the hospice / end-of-life ward of a nursing home for about 8 months. Most of the guys that came in had less than 6 months to live, and many, due to the nature of medical care in the US, don't go on hospice until they only have a few weeks left to live. I am a chaplain, so believing in the supernatural is somewhat a prerequisite. There was one particular gentleman, Mr. V, who was a little over 90 and had been there for about 5 months. The dietitian wanted to publish a study on him because the man had subsisted on approximately 200 calories a day for months. There was no rational explanation for his continued survival, though he was literally dying on the vine. We had to put a very powerful blower in his room to mask the smell of his decay. Death warmed over is an apt description. but it's not a stretch to say the man was perpetually on the line between life and death for months. The team psychologist believed that he was holding out to see his ex-wife one last time, and having worked in the dying business for some time, the will to survive until closure is remarkable. He was still sharp as a tack, despite having one foot in the grave. Anyway, if you believe such things, Mr. V was remarkably aware of the Grim Reaper. Per nurses on the night shift, Mr. V would ring the nurse to bell them to tell them the Lord is walking in the halls. Whenever this happened, someone on the hospice wing would die. Documented in his case file is no less than 4 occasions when he alerted nurses, and he was 4 for 4 when predicting a death. He did not predict all the deaths on the ward, but when he did, he was right. As he was incapable of leaving his bed, how he would know the state of other patients is a mystery. During team rounds one morning, I asked him how he was doing. He said that he was packing his bags. A few of the nurses laughed, thinking Mr. V was delirious and talking about leaving or perhaps going on a vacation, but I picked up on the language and stayed after to chat. I asked where he was going, and he pointed up. Using his language, I asked if he had seen the Lord walking the halls last night, and he said no, but this morning he believed he would be leaving. I asked if there was anything he needed to say or do before he left, and he shed a tear, but did not say anything. I wished him farewell and to have a good trip. He thanked me and smiled. He died that evening. Have a question about a personal experience of mine, since I hardly see any green text like it at all. Be me, about 5 or 6 at the time, over at my dad's house for the weekend. Rented 1-bedroom house in Arizona that would be a larger apartment with a hallway that leads to the bedroom, and right across is the bathroom. Dad is cooking in the kitchen when I need to go to the bathroom. Walk down the hallway, not suspecting anything. Dark with no light on, but little me does not quite worry too much since I can turn on the bathroom light. Get to the end of the hallway and turn to bathroom. Up above in the dark room, inside a darker mass than should be normal, see glowing red eyes staring down at me, completely paralyzed in fear. Eyes tower over me and just stares. Stand there, unable to muster even a sound to reach out to my veteran MP dad just 10 yards away. Eventually regain motor functions and bolt, wailing like a kid that was just visited by a demon. Get to him. Drops everything and investigates, finding nothing. Scarred for over a decade, hyper-conscious whenever in a bathroom. Even when at mom's or dad's at a different place, feel vulnerable and paranoid. New bathroom, shitty old bathroom, doesn't matter. Hate bathrooms for a decade. Unable to enjoy the universal manly solace of the Oval Office most times for a decade. Never see the eyes again. What did I see? What did it mean? Not many accounts cover explicitly just the eyes. Many mention shadows or eyes in tandem with specific cryptids like the Mothman, but never anything quite like this. This is my only definitive paranormal encounter that I remember besides just odd feelings. Could this be because of a higher resistance to psychic attacks? If so, why was I vulnerable here? Honestly, almost feels like I was being reminded that I have something watching over me, whether for good or for bad. Alright X, I have a story for you. I have never told this to anyone before, and today, in the hope of getting some answers, I decided to post this on X. Be around 2 years ago. Be me, your everyday German guy. Had a group of friends from childhood. Let's call them Rich, a really rich kid whose dad got into the steel business and made it big. Black, a white kid who really wanted to be black but was still fun to hang out with. And Nerd, the title is self-explanatory. As kids, we all have one common interest, fucking Scooby-Doo. So, when we got older, we were seriously into haunted houses. Since we lived in Germany, Berlin at that, we had plenty of abandoned World War II places, battlefield sites and a shitload of haunted legends. We all practically grew up getting the shit scared out of us. So, after we graduated from high school, Rich invites us on a trip around Europe. None of us are as rich as him, so he practically finances the whole trip. To be honest, none of us wanted to take a handout, but we were all as close as a family, so we said thanks and went with it. We went to Amsterdam first. We saw tons of haunted places. One particularly memorable one was our trip to Beardsley Castle. The place was a fucking joke. Remember, we grew up sneaking into abandoned World War II bases, so nothing practically scared us. After a bunch of visits to different cities, we decided to go to Prague. Czechoslovakia is pretty famous for its hauntings, but to be honest, we really did not see anything special. In the end, Black, who spoke Slovak, told us about this really haunted place, Hashka Castle. Since we had nothing to do till we were set to go to Kiev, we decided, why not? The place, for those of you who don't know, is surrounded by a huge-ass forest, so Nerd suggested that we camp out there. We were all really into the prospect, so Rich got us some camping supplies, and we were on our way. But it turned out that the castle was apparently blocked off by the government. Being the idiots we were, we decided to sneak in at night. After sneaking in, we thought of immediately going to castle, but we decided to march on deeper into the forest to make sure any patrols did not catch the smoke from the campfire. I remember that after an hour or two, we came across a big-ass gate. Literally, one of those fancy old ones that were just lying in the middle of the forest. It looked old, and it definitely was not iron because it would have rusted. We took a bunch of pictures and decided to move on. Now here is where it starts to get weird. As we kept moving, we kept hearing noises. At first, it was the wind rattling the bushes and the sound of the leaves. We had been doing this for nearly our entire lives, so this did not even scare us. Then, the wind starts blowing really bad, and Nerd suggests that we ought to set up camp. We all listen and do our best to set up camp while the wind is fucking everything over. Then, all of a sudden, it suddenly stops. Literally, all noise just stops. Still not freaked out, but noticeably alert. Rich pulls out his gun. Don't ask how he has one, and Nerd pulls out a book and some salt. Yeah, we hid these contingency plans just in case. Black, easily the most fearless of us all, decided that we needed to take advantage of the wind and set up camp. Forget everything, and we all help him. Eventually have everything set up, and we all decide to retire for the night. I had some shit-tier nightmares that night. I can't remember what they were, but holy shit, I woke up covered in sweat. Wake up, get dressed, and get outside. Everyone, including Black, looks like shit. Rich pulls out his GPS and tries to find the castle. The worst thing possible happens. GPS is not working. We all panic and reach our cell phones. Dead. That is not fucking possible. We charged them before coming up here. We are all pretty alarmed. We're not scared of too spooky for me ghosts, but survival in the wild. We all decide to pack up and try and retrace our steps. While doing this, we end up more lost than when we started. Panic is beginning to set in when we hear something loud behind us. All of us are on edge, so Rich whips around, holding his gun and shouts, "Come on out." At his command, a guy comes out of the forest, surprising us all. He is holding his hands up, but he looks majorly annoyed. He looks at us all pretty angrily and asks us, "What are you people doing here?" The way he said "you people" was pretty weird, thinking back on it. Also, to describe him, he also looked weird. He looked around 6'1", had white skin, and was wearing the weirdest clothes ever. He was wearing a bloody cloak. The weirdest thing was that he had a perfect face, like the kind that you see in magazines, literally perfect. Not a single acne mark or flaw. He did not even look human. The guy looked pretty mad. Black took offense to this. Now, a little backstory here. Black was a wannabe alpha. He got beat up a lot because he did not know when to shut up. So, He started learning some martial arts or something, can't remember, and he eventually became the toughest motherfucker around. This made his attitude worse, because now he could back up his threats. Black goes up to the guy and is nose to nose with him and calls him a bitch and asks him what the hell he's doing here. Cloaked guy looks annoyed now. Just before a fight can start, Rich puts on his ass-kissing face and gets between them. He settles the situation and asks him who he is. The guy does not respond, but looks much less annoyed. He tells us that we should really leave. We are a bit relieved and ask him how to get out of here. At this, he nearly jumps back. You mean, you don't know how to get back? We all tell him that we are lost. He looks completely paranoid now. We all ask him what's wrong with him. The guy's face shifts back to what it was before, and he tells us that we should do our best to find our way out. We are all confused as fuck, and Black, who seems more pissy than usual, tells us that he does not like this guy. When we ask him why, he just says, "You know man, just something wrong with him." He starts to leave the way he came. The guy is seriously fast. Weirdest thing was he wasn't even running, he was just gone. We chase after the guy, asking for help, but he is already gone. Eventually we decide to screw it, and go back to trying to get out of the stupid ass forest. As the sun goes down, we decide to set up camp again, but we are out of butane, so we can't build a fire. When nighttime comes, things get weird. We are all trying to sleep, but we all keep hearing sounds and noises from the forest. They sounded weird. They sounded really weird, alright. Like the sounds of a fight or something. Lots of grunting and shouting. And weird shouting, not the human kind. The wind is seriously strong, but the trees don't seem to be moving too much. Black convinces us to go and investigate. For the first time, we are a bit cautious, but we grab a gun, a torch, and some other shit. As we head towards the noise, we start feeling really creeped out. And trust me, we have not felt this kind of feeling since we were 12 years old. Nerd seems to be getting the worst of it. He is clutching his Quran and reciting the Darud Sharif. As we get closer, the air seems to be ice cold, something that definitely should not be happening in June. And then, when we get to where the noises were coming from, there is nothing, just an empty clearing. We are all relieved that the noises are gone, but then a shiver goes up our spines, and we all turn around. No, seriously, we turned around like some synchronized dance move in a Bollywood movie. Just as we move, something quickly darts out of our vision. The guy holding the gun, in his eternal wisdom, whips out his gun and fires 3 rounds. That breaks the spell, and we all ask him, what the fuck? He tells us that he saw something white and on all 4s move way too fast. We all say we should move back to the campsite and sleep. Even Black agrees. One issue though, we could not find the campsite. Okay, time to panic. That was not fucking possible. We made sure to walk in a straight line and keep track. Everyone is blaming each other. Something was wrong, guys. We were honest to goodness bros. We never did this before, and one time, we got trapped in an abandoned World War II base. It did not feel right. Still, I managed to bring everyone under control, and we managed to find a clearing where we can at least rest. Now, we pick watches. I get first watch, and so on. But, Rich seemed oddly angry to part with his gun. As I took the first watch, I could not help but look up. There was barely any moon, but the amount that there was seemed to be completely blocked out by the forest. Another weird thing was that the trees seemed to be curving inwards, like they were trying to contain us or something. When my watch came to an end, I woke up Nerd and handed him the gun. I fell asleep pretty easily, considering the circumstances. I had more nightmares that night, but nothing compared to being woken up by Black screams. I wake up, and Black is ranting like a madman. Shit, he is angry. I ask Rich, who looks pissed, what is going on. He tells me that Nerd never woke him up for his watch. He was gone. We could not find Nerd. We did, however, find the gun empty. We are all pretty angry, worried, creeped out. We are looking for Nerd, but it looked like he just vanished. No footprints, nothing. We are pretty sure that he took the bullets for some reason, because the sound of a gunshot would have woken us all up. While we are calling for him, we find another stranger. This time it's a chick, and I'll be damned if it's not the hottest girl we've ever seen. Literally a flawless face, and is wearing a cloak similar to the one we saw on that guy earlier. She seems to be pretty pissed at us for being here in general. When we explain that we are lost, her face becomes white. She does not reply after that, and then asks us, and I shit you not, has one of you gone missing? We are all alarmed by that. Black, Nerd's best friend, is about to kick her ass. He starts screaming at her and asks her what she knows about Nerd. We try to calm him down, but he rushes at her, intent on kicking her ass. Then, the weirdest thing happens. The girl does not even react, but catches Black's punch and kicks him straight in the nuts so hard, we hear something snap. That should not have been possible. Black is buff and fast as fuck. No person should have been able to catch his punch. It's at that moment I think that we're not dealing with a person after all. She looks a bit pissed, but just walks off while we tend to Black. Rich chases after her, but comes back without a clue as to where she went. Then, while we are looking for Nerd, we find our old camp, and guess who is just sitting opposite the remains of the fire? Fucking Nerd. When he stands up so we can see him, he has this weird, full-face smile on his face, like a Cheshire grin or something. First thing we feel is relief that he is fine. The second is anger. We are all pissed off at him for walking off, but he apologized profusely, saying he had to use the facilities. We're pretty sure he meant the toilet, and found the camp. When we ask him about the ammo and the gun, he is surprised, and for the first time, that creepy smile drops. He tells us he doesn't know what we are talking about, and we agree, after a heated conversation, to drop it. We start making plans on how to get out, when Nerd starts giggling. It starts as a chuckle, but then becomes a full-blown laugh. We are all a bit creeped out, and Black, fearless motherfucker he is, asks Nerd what is wrong with him. He just says that he was in remembrance. We are a bit confused, but Nerd has always been a bit weird. We don't want to leave the camp, so when night falls, we just stay here. Later that night, Rich and Black wake me up. They are saying something is wrong with Nerd, and we need to go and check what's going on. I suspected it too, so after a conversation on what to do, we decide to go outside and look around the camp area, but we will keep track this time to avoid getting lost. We all head out and make sure not to disturb Nerd in his tent. As we head out, the air gets chilly again, and it is literally freezing cold, like we could see our breath cold. Then it hits us. It's a smell. A smell that Black tells us he recognizes as the son of a butcher. The smell of dead meat. We follow Black and his super sniffer nose. What we find nearly kills us. It's Nerd, although the body looks like it was torn apart. What is even worse is that, God, guys, I'm sorry, but this is difficult for me to write. He was my bro, you know. His body is infested with maggots. It looks like it's been dead for ages. His copy of the Quran is, however, placed upon a tree stump that is next to him. We did what anyone would do. We all puked. After some sobbing and shouts of Jesus, we run from the scene and get to a clearing. We are all hysterical. Then, Rich looks nearly apocalyptical. I ask him what's wrong, apart from the obvious. He then says, if that was Nerd, then who is back at camp? Oh shit. We all freak the fuck out. Nerd was our primary spirit expert and shit. He is not around anymore. As we begin to shout at each other, Black, in the middle of one of his rants, just stops. Just as we are about to ask him what's wrong, he points directly ahead. It's Nerd, or rather, what looks like Nerd. It is not smiling anymore. Rich pulls out his empty gun and points it. The thing then puts on this completely inhuman smile, like ear-to-ear, face-ripping smile, and begins to make grunting noises. I did not recognize them then, but those were the same noises we heard when we first left our camp. We are all shaking, and then, when Black shouts run, we do not hesitate. As we run, we make sure to stick together. I could honestly feel the thing behind us. It was chasing us. We could barely see, and when Black tripped, me and Rich slowed down to help him up, but in the meantime, the thing was right above us. It had literally jumped 5 feet in the air, and in one motion, hit me right in the chest. I later found out that one blow nearly crushed my ribcage, broke 4 ribs, and nearly killed me. I don't know how far I was flung, but I blacked out after that. In the end, I woke up, battered and bruised, in the arms of that guy we met. The only thing I remember before passing out again was the guy whispering words and chanting, while all I remember was his face and a bright light. I woke up in the hospital in Prague. The officers had found my body, on the verge of death, on the edge of the forest. No one else was found. We went in the forest on the 5th of July. They found me on September 18th. We only spent 3 days in the forest. Be 14 years old. Dad takes the whole family on a camping trip, despite everyone's protests. Sadly, we are about the farthest thing from roughing it, and don't know dick about it. We rent a trailer, and park it in a camping section with a bathroom, picnic tables, spotlights, etc., and it's right off the highway. Most of the time is just us, walking aimlessly with tour guides through the woods. My brother asks if they do night walks. Tour guide's face goes serious and he says, "No, in fact, I'm glad you brought that up, young man. I should tell everyone here. It is best if you stay in your trailers, or at least close to the main camping grounds after dark," and then mumbles about animals or some shit. What the fuck kind of camping trip is this? Naturally, I don't listen. Sneak off after dark with my pipe, hoping to get a little high and get something out of this trip. Get to the picnic table, farthest out of the campsite, on the edge of the spotlights. See some dude walking across the campground right at me, mid-smoke. Shit, might be one of my parents or a counselor. Nope, just some vagrant-looking guy. Guy sits down right with me. I'm freaking out, but don't want to run/can't cause I am high. We shoot the shit for a while. Awkward small talk stuff. Real casual like we've known each other for years. Then the conversation goes like this. "Hey man, there are some pretty girls around here." Before I can answer, he goes on about all the pretty girls he's been with, his favorite, least favorites, pickup moves. Whole time, he has a thick, blank stare with a smile, like he's looking right through me. Yeah, maybe I'll scope around for some of that pussy. You just have to be brave enough to make the first move sometimes. Licks his goddamn lips, says goodnight to me, and just walks off. He crosses through the open campground, under the lights. See he's wearing panties over his dirty hobo pants. I had an hour-long conversation with a sexually deviant hobo while high off my ass. Here is a story from when I was a kid. Not that scary, but it at least gave me some creeps as a kid. Be me, 4 or 5 years old. Grew up on the countryside. Maybe 5 or 6 houses in the area. A small town, 3 to 4 kilometers away. Out playing with my wooden sword in a field near my house. See something/someone moving around in a ditch. Being a naive kid, I walk up to him/it. He is big and covered with black fur. He looks kinda like Sully from Monsters Inc., but this was way before the movie came out. Tried to talk to him, but he just growls at me. He reaches out and takes my sword from me. Then he bolts and runs away along the ditch. Crying like a bitch.jpg. Later that night, sitting at dinner table with Dad. He asks me what I've done today. I tell him that I made a new friend. Well, isn't that fun? What's his name? I don't know. He didn't tell me. Fast forward a couple of days. Keep seeing him almost everywhere I go, as long as it's close to a ditch. He never walks anywhere but in ditches. Muster up courage to ask him what his name is. He tells me that I can call him Dintan. He tells me that he hates children and that he does not want to talk to me. I don't remember much of this, but my dad told me about how I always talked about Dintan with him. According to 4 to 6-year-old me, he was mean and angry all the time. I was scared of him, but also felt sorry for him, and he has told me about the stories that I told him back when I was a little kid. Be at daycare, 5-ish years old. All the kids ask each other if they believe in Santa, the Tooth Fairy, Jesus, etc. Tell them that I don't believe in any of them. I started telling the other kids about Dinten. Some of them start to cry. The kindergarten lady calls my parents to tell them that I intentionally scare the other children. Be almost 6. Walk with best friends to the kiosk in town. They are 2 and 3 years older than me. We buy 1 ice cream each and some candy. Then we walk home. They decide to stay in town at a friend's house. I don't know him, so I decide to walk home alone. Eventually, I pass a small playground next to where I live. See Dinten in a ditch by the side of the road. He jumps out and throws my ice cream on the ground and laughs. Cue the waterworks. I ask why he did it. He told me that he likes to make children cry. He then took the ice cream stick from the ice cream and said that it was his keepsake. B6 or 7. Tell my mom that we must start putting coffee beans on the front stairs. She asks me why. I say that Dinten loves coffee and that he has told me that he often sneaks into our kitchen when everyone is asleep to eat our coffee beans. Mom and Dad are obviously concerned and start locking the front door. They say that I can't talk to Dinten anymore and that I should ignore him if I saw him again. Fast forward maybe 3 months, driving to the city to visit my uncle. I point to an old stone bridge and exclaim, "Mom, that's Dinten's house." My mom thought that it would be fun if we explored the bridge since none of us had ever been there before. Walked down the small road to the bridge, and then we walked under the bridge. There I found 20+ ice cream sticks. My mom was a little superstitious and wanted us to return to the car as quick as possible. Okay, final part. Could write more, but this is what I had pre-typed. When I was 7, my family moved to Portugal for 7 months. Forget entirely about Dinten and never talk about him to anyone. We had planned on living there for 1+ years, but my grandma was diagnosed with cancer, so we moved back. Walked through the woods down a small trail that led to my grandma's house. See Dinten a couple of meters down the trail. He is really skinny now. He looks like Doot covered with fur, like a stray dog. Tell him that if he is going to be mean, he can go away. He looks sad, then angry, and then he just goes away. See him a few more times after that day. Not afraid of him anymore. He is not that big scary monster from my childhood. He looks weak and sick. Dinten told me that since our house had stood empty, he had not eaten for 7 months. He also told me that he had missed me. Told him to go away. I was busy being sad for my grandmother. Never saw him again after that day. I will always regret it. Even if I hated him, I think I was his only friend. Found a box of old drawings in my garage the other day. The deeper down in the box I looked, the more Dinten stuff I found. The old ones were mostly of me, with a big black ball with eyes behind me. Later, they became more detailed, and the last one was of him, right before he disappeared. He was scrawny and looked old, sick, and starved. Next to him, I had written, "Dinten is angry because he is sad, because he is alone. Sometimes I wish I would meet him again, invite him in for some coffee and just talk. I wonder where he is now." Be me, young lad. Parents have been going through a bitter divorce. They start trying to one-up each other by getting me cool shit. Dad will buy me a nice toy. Mom will buy me a different, better one. Dad will take me to the movies. Mom will take me out to the pizza arcade. I don't care how this sounds, but none of that shit ever made me happy. In fact, it made me feel worse. Anything we did together, my parents always felt like they were forcing me to have a good time, so they could throw it in each other's face later. 12th birthday is coming up. Not looking forward to it. Dad has been promising me a trip to the water park. Mom is planning a huge party for me. She tells me to invite all of your friends from school. I don't even have friends, Lamau. I don't know what got into me, but one day, I just left the house. Started walking, not paying attention to where I was going. I just remember walking towards the woods. At some point, I eventually exited the woods and found myself crossing through a field. Realized I had no idea where I was. I did not care, just kept walking. Grass is up to my waist, exhausting to walk through. Start getting really tired. See a huge, brambly bush thing up ahead, about 30 feet away. Decide I will take shelter there and sleep for a while. Keep walking. Brambly bush does not seem any closer. Keep walking. It is getting late. The bush still is not any closer. What the fuck is going on? Sun goes down. Still have not reached the bush. End up falling asleep in the middle of the field. Not sure how much time passes, but I wake up to a commotion. Hear voices all around me. Someone shouts, "We found him! Over here! Over here!" I get up and see black silhouettes all around me. Hear dogs on leashes. I see lights flashing in the distance. One of the silhouettes reaches me. Long story short, parents noticed I was missing and called the cops. Cops found me in the field. They told my parents I had walked in circles for God knows how long around this little tree. In circles. I remember trying to walk towards the tree in the distance. You must have been delirious from the heat, son, Dad tells me. Cops said I had circled the tree for so long that I had flattened all of the tall grass. When they found me, there was a clear, circular path all around the tree. Epilogue. This event ultimately led my parents to stay together. They just celebrated their 20th anniversary. I surprised them by telling them they were going to be grandparents. Funny how life can turn around like that. Grandparents lived in a really rural area. Used to stay with them all the time growing up. Grandma told me a story about these wild people that lived in the woods near that area. Said they often came in close to the house to steal food. She lived a few miles up the road on another farm when she was little. One time, they came in and killed 3 chickens out of their chicken coop. Her dad and brother stayed outside to guard the coop the following night. Her dad shot one of the creatures. She did not see it, but he said it was small, gray, hairless, and smelled horrible. They were worried the smell would attract others. Decided to burn it. She remembered her brother running over to the house and getting her younger brothers out of bed to help them gather wood for a fire. She woke up too and remembered sitting at a window, watching the fire across the stream. Her dad made all of the kids and her mom go inside. As soon as it started to get dark, from then on, fearing retaliation. Her oldest brother said a group of them followed him home one day when he was out hunting. Shot at several of them when they began throwing rocks. Fear stuck with Grandma until adulthood. Grandma grew up and married Grandpa. They moved a few miles to a large piece of land Grandpa bought from his great uncle. Never let my mom, aunts, or uncles out after dark. Told them the story a few times. They never really believe her. Mom is 17. Got a job in town working at a movie theater. Summer was really harsh and dry. Very few puddles of standing water in the stream. She is coming home around 1 a.m. Headlights catch a mass of gray down in the stream bed. As she gets closer, 3 humanoid creatures scatter. She is not sure what they are, but they ran on all 4s like an animal. She hoped she just mistook a group of dogs or something. Never told Grandma to not worry her. Only told me after I saw them. 30-some years later, husband and I go to my grandparents' old farm. The house burnt down several years after they moved. We are just up there for a hike. We walk around the area, and I show my husband where the house was, the well, swing, and other sites I remembered from growing up. We get our stuff together and drive up onto a large hill across the stream from where the house was. We get out and start hiking. Spend hours crossing the woods. We are in deep. Start to notice food wrappers. More garbage as we walked further. Get a whiff of something rank. Smells like dead things. Look around. Notice bones and what looks like drag trails. Instant wave of fear. Want to leave. Husband wants to look around more. I tell him I am not going any further. He tells me to wait for him. Wanders off. A few minutes after he disappears, I start getting really uneasy. hear movement all around me. Yell for my husband, looking in the direction he went, shaking with fear. Suddenly, a rush of movement behind me. Get tugged backwards by my backpack, trip backwards, pulled a few feet before I struggle free. Turn around just in time to see a grey figure run behind some rocks. Stand up and start to run the direction my husband went. Notice grey figures all around. Can't get a good look at them, always ducking out of sight. Husband comes over the ridge toward me. I run to him, pretty hysterical. Convince him we need to leave right now. We hike out pretty quickly. Constant movement in the brush and tree line just out of our sight. Followed us all the way out to the trail where our vehicle was. I was watching a paranormal show a year or so later, and they covered the Dover Demon, something that at least looks very similar. I used to be one of those guys that thought that he had seen it all. When you spend years on the road, hauling loads coast to coast, you kind of get used to seeing weird shit all the time. You see people on the side of the highway in the middle of nowhere, going who knows where. You see hitchhikers that don't look quite right, like they've been standing there for far too long, waiting for somebody specific. You hear things on the CB late at night, voices that don't sound like they belong to anybody, just static, whispers, bleeding through the frequencies. But none of that really compares to what I found out in the desert. That day, I was a road dog through and through, living out on the road, just doing my thing. I didn't have a home base, just storage in a couple of cities and rotation in cheap motels when I needed a proper bed. The money was good, the freedom was even better. I did not have to answer to anyone. I made my own rules basically, and it felt good. I knew the best routes, the best diners, the best spots to catch a few hours of sleep without getting hassled by anyone. I knew how to keep my head down. The road has rules of its own. They're pretty universal in life, but it is especially important to follow them when trucking. Mind your business, keep moving, don't ask questions that you don't want answered. This particular time, I was rolling through the southwest. It was the last stretch of a 5-day run, the kind of drive that wears on you, the kind that after a while of it makes you start seeing shapes in the sand, faces inside the rock formations, heat waves rippling off the road, turning that whole world into a mirage of itself. There was nothing for miles, just dirt, scrub brush, and the occasional twisted tree. I made a bit of a silly mistake that got me into trouble, a rookie error that I knew better than to make. I made the mistake of eating gas station burritos twice in 2 nights, back to back. I should have known better, but I was starving, tired, and I just figured it would be fine. Yeah, you can see how this is going. My stomach had been twisting and rolling for hours, but I kept putting off stopping. I figured I could make it to the next rest area. Then the cramps hit hard. I realized pretty quickly that I was not going to make it any longer. I needed to pull over and fast. This was about to be a problem, not just for me, but the entire truck and driver's seat. I scanned the sides of the road. I spotted this little turnoff up ahead. Barely more than a dirt patch leading to a cluster of boulders. It looked private enough for me. I mean, fuck, anything would do at this point. No cars and no prying eyes, just the wind and the desert. I eased my rig onto the dirt, keeping the engine running. Pretty standard practice. Never shut it off if you don't have to. I grabbed my hand shovel and a roll of toilet paper. Then I locked up. I had a spare key in my pocket. Then I made my way toward the rocks. Moving quickly, I found a spot that would work well enough. A little dip between 2 boulders, shaded and tucked away. As I squatted down, I was scanning with my eyes out of habit. I was always 1000% aware. It's a trucker's instinct. I spotted something, a shape half buried in the sand. A long pale bone wedged between 2 rocks, and it looked far too big to be an animal's. I stared directly at it. I got the feeling of something cold creeping into my gut. And then, That is when I noticed more. A ribcage. It was cracked open. A broken spine too. Twisted at this unnatural angle. A whole damn skeleton. Except no skull. Just a pile of bones, picked clean, left to bleach underneath the desert sun. Now I wasn't alone. I had squatted to take a dump next to a corpse alongside an old highway. For a second, I really could not move. I was just crouched there, pants around my ankles, staring at a skeleton in the dirt. My brain was trying to make sense of it. Maybe this was an old burial site, some forgotten grave cracked open by time. Maybe it was a hiker, lost and dead for decades now. But for some reason, those two ideas did not really sit right. The bones were not scattered like an animal had gotten to them. They looked like they had been placed there, arranged, in the skull. Where the hell was the skull at? And now I needed to see it to know for sure. The hairs on my arms stood up. The wind whistled between the rocks, shifting the sand beneath me. I suddenly felt exposed, like somebody or something was watching me. I finished as fast as I could, barely covering my mess, yanking my jeans up with shaking hands, my body, my instincts screaming for me to run. But I forced myself to move slowly, to be completely in control. No sudden movements. I don't know why, but I knew I could not look panicked. So I stepped backward, keeping my eyes on the bones themselves, then turned and walked toward my truck. Every instinct continued to tell me that something is wrong. I climbed into the cab and locked the doors hard. My hands were even sweating. I wiped them on my jeans and grabbed the CB radio. Flicked to an open channel. Anybody copy? My voice cracked. I cleared my throat. Breaker 19, I got a weird one out here. Anyone running 910 near mile marker 237. Static, and then a crackle. Copy that, pilot. What kind of weird you talking about? The voice was low and gravelly. Another truck rolling through the region, I guess. I exhaled, grateful for the company, even if it was just a voice. I think I found a body, I responded. Silence, and then, say again? I licked my lips. Pulled over for a nature break, found a skeleton in the rocks, no skull. The trucker then let out this long breath. Shit, you call the cops? About to, I said. Figure it's the right thing to do. Where you at? Couple of miles off the main drag. Little pull out with some boulders. There is another pause. Driver, you near the border? Yes, we are both in this neck of the woods. Well, the trucker said, you get back on that road and don't stop till you're in the next town, you hear me? My stomach then twisted. What? Don't call nobody. Don't look back. Just go. My hands gripped the mic tighter. You know something that I don't? The trucker just sighed. Cartel dumps. Seen it before. You ain't supposed to find that body. Someone put it there for another reason. My mouth went dry, pulse pounding, like I was having a heart attack. I let go of the CB and grabbed my phone. Maybe the trucker was right. Maybe this was a cartel business. But it did not sit right with me either. The bones did not look fresh. No smell, no flesh, just dry, sun-bleached remains. And the skull was missing, so it did indeed feel deliberate. I pulled up my keypad, about to dial 911, and then I looked in my side mirror. A black SUV coming fast out of the desert. I froze. It had no headlights, no plates. Just a dark heavy thing gliding across the sand, almost like a predator. My gut immediately turned to ice. It pulled up alongside of me, idling. My window was up, doors locked, but I still felt exposed. The SUV just sat there, engine rumbling, as if deciding what to do with me. Then the passenger window rolled down just a crack, and a voice drifted out, muffled. You need to leave. I swallowed, every muscle locking up now. The voice said, or we make you. I could not see inside. It was far too dark, but something slid into my view. A pistol barrel aimed right at my head. I did not think. I did not breathe. I just threw the truck into gear and stomped on the pedal. My rig lurched forward, tires spitting dust. The SUV did not follow. It just sat there, watching as I blasted back onto the highway. I was shaking so bad, I could barely even hold the wheel. I did not stop, and I did not look back. I just drove, headlights cutting through the emptiness, the road stretching on and on. In my mirror, the SUV still sat there, motionless inside the pullout, watching me. I don't think I let off the gas until I saw the glow of a truck stop in the distance. My hands were cramping from gripping the wheel that tight. My shirt was still damp with sweat. I pulled into the lot and parked and just sat there. I was trying to piece together what the hell had just taken place. I think I should have just kept driving. Should have listened to that trucker. But something about the whole thing just gnawed at me. I did not like being ran off like a dog. I grabbed my phone and called 911. The dispatcher answered calmly and politely, and I told her everything. The pullout, the skeleton, the SUV, the gun. She was quiet for a brief moment, and then asked me to hold. A moment later, a new voice came on the phone. A man this time, deeper. "You said mile marker 247, he asked. "Yeah." Another pause. "Stay put. The unit will meet you at your location." They showed up about 20 minutes later. 2 deputies in a tan cruiser. They took my statement and asked the usual questions. Did I see faces? Did I get a plate? Did they fire the weapon? No, no, and no. One of them, a stocky guy with this thick mustache, scratched at his chin. "You said the bones were missing the skull." I nodded. His partner, younger, leaner, exchanged a look with them. They definitely knew something. "You all seen this before?" I asked. Mustache shook his head. "Hard to say. Lot of deaths out here. Lot of old graves. Not like this though," the younger cop muttered. Mustache just shot him a look. "We'll check it out. You mind showing us the exact spot?" Honestly, I did not want to go back, but I wanted answers. So we drove off in a caravan. Me and my rig, and them in their cruiser. My stomach knotted as we pulled into that turnoff. The SUV was gone. Just empty road and desert silence. The deputies stepped out, hands on their guns, and I led them to the spot. My footprints were still there in the dirt, but those bones weren't. The boulders were undisturbed. No sign of a struggle. No sign anything had ever even been there. Just one lone femur, half buried in the sand, like somebody left it on purpose. "Son of a bitch," Mustache muttered. The younger cop crouched down, studying the prints. "We got boot treads," he said. "Multiple sets." I felt sick. They'd come back and taken the remains and wiped the place clean. Even my pile of toilet paper was gone. The younger cop just stood up and dusted his hands off. "We'll have the crime scene guys check it out." I don't really think I bought it. Not entirely. The way they just kept looking at one another, the measured ways they spoke to one another, it all felt scripted, like they were telling me a story. "You guys going to call it in?" I asked. Mustache just let out this breath. "Yeah, we're just going to file a report." And that was that. I think I knew better than to push. By the time I got back in my truck, my skin was crawling. I pulled out and got back onto the highway, watching my mirrors the whole way. Did not stop until I crossed state lines. I never really heard anything more about it. No news reports, no missing person updates, nothing. Like it never even happened. I did a little reading up on my own area and did find some articles that led me down some rabbit holes. I found the skeleton in 2016. There had been shootouts and skirmishes of some kind between rival cartel factions on that exact same stretch of highway in 1999. There was also a woman who went missing along the same road, allegedly abducted from her car after sustaining a flat tire. The more I read, the creepier it got. It turned out that there were lots of people that pile of bones could have belonged to. Whatever the case, I don't live there, so I don't really continue to follow the findings. I am not even sure it was reported. Believe this or not, but it happened. My best friend used to live pretty much opposite Alistair Crowley's old house. We live in Hastings, England. Her little sister used to wander around the house at the age of about 2 and come out with these sentences that were weird for a child of her age, like, "I wish to converse" or some shit. Anyway, she began talking to these other people that we could not see, and it was put down to imaginary friends. But she used to say, "Mom, who is that man in the chair?" And there was no man or chair there. She would look to the ceiling and say, "I don't like you, Mom. I like my other mom," who was apparently on the ceiling. I don't know. Then it got weirder, and she would get up in the night, eyes wide open, and speaking some weird gibberish, and scratch at a certain point in the wall, till it was breaking away. Even if when on occasion it made her nails bleed, she would tear at this wall, and if spoken to, would stop and turn sharply to stare at whoever spoke. Did not even blink when this happened. Terrifying. Now though, she is in secondary school, and says she does not remember any of that, but can remember an old woman that used to always be around the house. We've declared that this woman was probably the other mother that she used to say and talk to. She still gets weird feelings now, after moving, but does not behave like that. When going to a new place, such as a new house, we often ask her if there are any weird feelings, but she mostly just ignores our pestering now. I pretty much grew up with her family, so witnessed a lot of it. Looking back, it was fucking weird. Hello X, I offer you a break from schizopaths and succubus summoning with a few stories from my family. I just got back from spending time with my relatives for my grandfather's birthday, and he retold an old story. This reminded me of a few of the stories relatives have told me, but I will start with his. Be Grandpa, visiting sons, my uncle's land. Family trip, wanting to do some hunting and fishing, typical Missouri pastimes. Being in woods all day, now late in the evening and getting dark. No deer today, feels bad man. Decide to head home. Leave stand with uncle, other son, my dad, and brother are on the other side of property. Walking through woods, back to uncle's cabin, dark as shit now. See glow ahead. What the fuck? Points it out to uncle, he sees it too. Approach, because uncle wants to make sure nobody is on his land that shouldn't be. Not scared, armed with hunting rifles. I think they said they had 38s, not gun savvy, so sorry if wrong term. Reach source of the glow. Not a flashlight, fire, glow stick, etc. It's a fucking soccer ball sized, gooey mass. Decide to, in my grandfather's exact words, blast the shit out of it. Grandpa and uncle's bullets just get sucked into the ball. No bullet hole, no damage, nothing. Bullets just sucked in and stay there. Fuck this, we out. Hurry back to the cabin and don't look back. I've heard this story a few times from my grandfather and uncle, each separate and always the exact same details. This consistency is particularly impressive in my mind for my grandfather, who is getting well on in years. Uncle's land honestly looks like the place for spooky shit to happen. Land is massive and mostly wilderness other than the couple of houses, most abandoned and falling apart, that workers live in. The entire place is covered in small lakes and ponds and a good number of caves. Most caves are roped off or being used by geology students for whatever rock people do with rocks. Here is a story from my sister, a classic from when she was little. She used to spend summers at our paternal grandparents' village, which is about 30 kilometers away from the city. The village is slowly dying now, but back then, it was still fairly populated. I also visited a few times as a child, but I did not like it at all. Once I started school, I refused to go back and instead signed up for various summer camps. I have always been more of a homebody and an introvert. My first visit to the village when I was 5 was terrifying. A huge Doberman from our neighbors nearly killed me. There was no control over the dog, and it knocked me to the ground, holding me there, while its owner shouted from across the street, "Alton, you can't, come here." I don't know how I didn't freak out completely. These days, I only go there on rare occasions for business. Anyway, my sister was still a preschooler when she spent those summers there. She would play in a sandbox next to my grandparents' house. By the way, they built it just for her, and it is still there. She had 2 playmates, a younger boy and an older girl. Nearby, clothes and bedding hung on a rope to dry, and behind it was the barn. It was a warm, sunny day, and my sister was playing when she saw a woman she did not recognize coming from the side of the house. The woman walked through the clothes, heading straight toward the barn. The barn was attached to a solid fence, and its entrance was on the opposite side. The woman seemed to walk straight into a dead end. My sister waited for her to come back out, but after a while, she realized that the woman had vanished. She got up, peeked around the clothes, and saw no one there. The strange thing was, the boy who was playing with her also saw the woman pass, but the girl claimed no one had been there. It reminded me of a strange encounter I had with a girl at a friend's apartment. Later that summer, another strange event occurred. Near the barn, there was a summer shed, and about 10 steps away was the village toilet. Between the shed and the toilet, there was a small niche. One evening, my sister went to the toilet and heard a strangled, laughing noise coming from that niche, like someone was trying to hold in their laughter, but couldn't. It was already twilight, and my sister felt uneasy. She stopped and listened, and the laughter continued. Then it sounded like 2 different voices. She stepped aside, moving to the center of the yard, and walked around the barn to get a better view. As soon as she reached a spot where she could see the niche, the laughter stopped. Naturally, there was no one there. She is certain the laughter came from just around the corner of the barn, not from behind the fence. A few years later, she had another strange experience. She went to the village again, and one night had a vivid dream. She woke up to see a red-faced dwarf crawling out of the stove and urinating in a bucket beside it. The urine was blood red, almost filling the bucket. The next day, or maybe a few days later, my grandparents' ball broke its neck trying to jump over a fence in the meadow. Grandpa had to have him slaughtered. Later that evening, my sister saw Grandpa carrying the same bucket, rinsing it at the washstand in the yard, the inside still stained red with blood. After these events, my sister started to believe in witchcraft. She would tell these stories convincingly, and as a child, I thought she might be psychic. However, whenever she tried to predict something or summon something in front of me, it never worked. I've got a real story. I have no proof that it was actually paranormal, or if it was a problem with the camera/film. I wasn't ever able to actually see the negatives. That said, I went to Crazy Man's in Roanoke, Texas, with a few friends to see if we could catch anything on film or audio. I won't go into the stories about Crazy Man's, you can look them up online. One of them brought her camera and was trying to take a picture of the water tower, but she complained it was not working when she tried to take a picture of the tower. I had taken photo art in high school and knew cameras well enough, so I asked to see the camera. To begin with, the camera used 45mm film and was set to autofocus. On this particular camera, the lens focused on whatever was in the center of the camera. There were no options to change where the autofocus was. So, I got the tower in frame, then lightly held the button without fully pressing it to get the lens to autofocus. It would not focus upon the tower. What was clear, however, was the tree line behind the tower. It perfectly focused on the trees, but not the tower. In order to get the shot, I turned off autofocus and manually adjusted it until I had a clear image of the tower in focus. Anyway, a week later, the photos were developed and one of my friends came by to show them to me. In the picture I took, the only one that was in portrait instead of landscape, the tower did not appear at all. I can't rule out the possibility that they were fucking with me, or that the film was bad in some way that I could not fathom. All I know is that the tree line that was behind the tower appeared in the shot. The tower itself, however, was not there at all. Anyone else witness a horrific crime? I saw a guy get murdered. Be me, walking back from store with rack of beer, not a care in the world. Walk past a park. The park has some low-level drug dealers, but it never felt unsafe. Hear car skid on its brakes. Guy jumps out of a minivan. Runs up to guy with gun drawn. 2 shots to the head. Red mist, but not as much as I expected. The victim was talking to a woman in a pink jumpsuit about 2 feet away. The woman runs towards me. I see the deep purple blood that's inside the brain on her shirt. She is screaming and crying, but can't produce any actual words. I run and hide behind a car. When I hear the minivan skid off, I go home and crush the whole rack of beer and watch American Dad. Still dream of it occasionally. B. Middle School May. B. At a Christian summer camp. It was one weekend in late September or early October. B. Staying in shitty one-room cabins with a bunch of bunk beds. It's just me, my friend, and 3 or 4 younger girls that I don't know. Wake up in the middle of the night, can see clearly because the younger girls insisted on keeping the lights on. Look over to see friend sitting on one of the bunks parallel to me. Has the creepiest fucking smile on her face. Blank stare, face-splitting grin. Stares straight at me, not even blinking for almost a solid minute. I am creeped out at this point, but exhausted enough that I don't give a shit. Pull covers over my head and try to ignore it. After at least 10 minutes of her just staring at me, she gets up and walks across the cabin. Stops next to my bunk. I can just feel her staring at me. Finally, I hear her walk away, open the cabin door and leave. Gust of wind comes from outside, blows out pilot light on tiny, shitty gas heater in the cabin. I have to go relight it, since I am the only one awake, and the cabin will get freezing cold without it. Get out of bunk, reach over to get my lighter out of my bag on the floor, happen to glance into bottom bunk. Friend is dead asleep in there, covered in blankets. Nope. Lock cabin door, cover windows, relight heater. Try to sleep, fail miserably. I went on that trip a couple years in a row and have quite a few stories, despite only being there for a couple days each time. The other ones aren't quite as solid, but I will try to remember some. The entire camp in general was creepy as fuck, and things were a bit unsettling all the time. It was located in the Smoky Mountains, so it was super foggy most of the time. Earlier than 10 AM, and later than 8 or 9 PM, hanging out with group of friends in field near cabins. It is early evening, and the fog is extra thick. For whatever reason, group of friends disperses, and we all start running around in the mist. Friend from the first story suddenly comes running back, calling some of us together. Say she saw a certain dog that had hung around the campsite the year before and that she loved. She followed after him and ended up at one of the fire pits. There was a campfire going, and a group of really cool old people there. The rest of us are curious, but slightly weirded out since the campsite is the only thing for miles, and no one is allowed out there except the group who pays for the cabins, at the time our church. We follow her to the campfire. It had only been a couple minutes since she had left it, but no one was there. Fire was going though. What? Also, turns out that the dog she saw had died the previous year. Me and that same friend, who was my best friend at the time, and who I spent most of my time with, as you could tell, didn't get along very well with the younger girls that we were bunking with that year. They were bratty and we were bossy. The 2 of us had wanted our own cabin room, but they ended up needing that space, so settled for just intimidating and bossing them into doing things the way we wanted to. Now, the cabins themselves were made up of 3 separate rooms. These rooms are what I called cabins in my first post, because it was easier to explain. Each one of them was just the same tiny room with a couple sets of bunk beds and 1 heater. Each room opened straight outside. They had absolutely no insulation and were basically just giant popsicle stick houses. We arrived at night and immediately went to separate into our bunks, then had to go to sleep. I did not get to explore anything until the next morning. When I did, I realized our cabin actually had an attic room. There was a staircase wrapping around the side and back leading up to it. See stairs, get excited, rush back to room, tell friend, some of the younger girls over here. All of us want that room for ourselves. Me, friend, and the 2 less annoying girls follow us up the stairs. Pretty rickety. The door is jammed, and we have to basically kick it open. As soon as we all step in, it feels like I've been hit by a brick wall. Air knocked out of me, can't breathe, fall over, and have to grab onto one of the single beds. Ceiling too low for bunk beds to keep my balance. Managed to throw myself out of the bed and stumble/fall out of the room. Collapse on little platform at top of stairs. Other girls around me, looking shocked and wheezing. I slam the door shut because wow, fuck that. Once we get our collective breath back, we talk and realize we all felt the same thing. The girl at the back said that as soon as we stepped in, we just keeled over. What the fuck? Agree that none of us are ever going back up there ever again. I've got a strange story for you. I've been working as a security guard for 4 years now, fully licensed, 5th category, regular training. You might not believe it, but the pay is actually pretty decent. The trick is to not be an idiot and not get stuck forever guarding cash registers at some auction. I made sure that did not happen. About 2 months ago, I landed a long-awaited privileged post, went through the necessary training, and since then, I've been patrolling certain floors of a high-rise in Moscow City. The building is called Mercury Tower, a bronze-colored skyscraper housing some very serious companies. That means both the pay and the expectations are high. The penalties for mistakes, even higher. This is not the kind of place you can just walk into off of the street, but I've built a solid reputation with a large, private security company, I won't name it, and for 3 years in a row, we've won a contract to provide physical security for several buildings here. Not a full security package, just the manpower. The building has its own internal security systems. Everyone in this business dreams of landing a gig in Moscow City. I did it, and if only you knew how much I regret it. When I got the assignment, I had 2 options. A 5-day schedule with a weekday off, or shift work with night shifts. Day, 24 hours, day off. Anyone who has worked private security knows that night shifts are the way to go. Quieter, and there is a small bonus. So I took them. That was my first mistake. So, what is the job like? During the day, I either work reception on the 1st floor, checking visitors, or I'm at the front desk on the 21st. Sometimes, I patrol the 22nd and 23rd floors, office spaces that are completely dead at night. Those 2 floors are assigned to me and 3 other guys. We switch shifts occasionally, but not often. The view from up there? Incredible. Overall, it is a quiet job. The main thing is to look presentable, keep a low profile, and not bother the businessmen. Just maintain access control, and, if needed, assist people, usually visitors who don't know where to go for their meetings. And, most importantly, if something happens, react immediately and handle it, by the book or by instinct, depending on the situation. Honestly, the incidents are rare. They covered the main risks in our briefing. There are the roofers, a nightmare for all of Moscow City security, but they don't get inside, so they are not my problem. Then there are the occasional crazies. A few times, we've stopped tenants' employees or random guys from stealing office equipment. Once, an electrician supposedly managed to load half an office onto a glass cleaner's cradle before anyone caught him. Theoretically, the elevator could break down, in which case, we would call the techs and help anyone stuck inside if we can. Stopping conflicts, stopping people from smoking inside, basic stuff like that. Equipment-wise, we get a radio and a portable panic button. Our main posts are in the basement and up on the 70th floor. Those spots have a couple of duty beds, kitchens, and stations where we check in and out for shifts. There is always someone there, monitoring the building security feeds. I've only been up to the 70th a couple of times. That team handles the top floors where the apartments are, so it's not my concern. All in all, it's a cool place. The whole building feels like a self-contained spaceship, but I'm not a fan of wandering outside my assigned area, so I rarely leave my 2 office floors. The rules are strict and I follow them. Now, my floors, they are a labyrinth. No, seriously, a full-on maze of identical hallways and doors labeled with numbers like 23 to 54. Even employees who have worked here for years sometimes get turned around, looping the corridors, looking for their meeting rooms. Doors everywhere. You cannot walk 20 meters without running into another one. They all open with keycards, but the access permissions are practically custom tailored to each employee. People constantly complain about it. You never know if your card will let you through, or if you will have to find another route. And there is always another route. Almost every location has multiple ways to get there from the elevators. You just have to figure out which one actually works. The only maps on the floors are rare evacuation plans, but they are completely useless. They don't even show room numbers. I was trained using printouts of the floor plans, but those are classified because they mark things like cable channels, cameras, and ventilation systems, so I regularly got lost during my first month. Security guards have more privileges, so with my pass, I can open almost every door on my floors, except for the bigwigs' offices and technical rooms, like the server room. I can also access the stairwells. There are 3 of them, which means I don't have to rush for the elevator during my patrols, as well as corridors for surface personnel and the service elevator. At night, only 1 security guard is on shift, and both floors are at his complete disposal. Honestly, this was my favorite time. You turn off the main lights, watch the few stragglers leave. 2 or 3 bigwigs have 24-hour access to the office, but to my knowledge, they have never used it. No one works overtime here, and when the building is quiet and calm, with only the hum of the air conditioners and the city lights flickering outside the windows that stretch across the entire wall, it's almost peaceful. But you can't sleep. If they catch you, you are out. So, you sit in your corner at the control panel on the 22nd floor, drink free coffee, read something, and do rounds every hour. You can chat with the guys on the radio if the shift supervisor is not being too strict. Skipping rounds is not an option either. There are checkpoints along the route, and you have to swipe your pass at each one so the duty officer knows where you are. If you don't swipe it within a minute, the system raises an alarm. The motion sensor gets triggered, and the guard has not confirmed their identity. First, my control panel lights up, and then the one at the duty post flashes. It is serious business. I spent a whole month working without incident, and not a single reprimand from my superior. Then, about 3 weeks ago, things started to get strange. I've already put in a request for transfer through HR, and if they don't approve it, which is unlikely, I will leave on my own. In my request, I claimed a sudden fear of heights and how the work conditions were unbearable. It's a mild way of putting it. I want nothing to do with this tower anymore. But, honestly, it's not the height. It is the night shifts. There is not much to do during the night patrols, and with little else to occupy myself with, I started counting the steps between my floors while going up and down. A couple of days later, while running down the stairs on another floor, I noticed something strange. It clicked. I walked back and forth. It was true. One of the flights seemed to be missing on this floor. I checked 2 or more random floors, fewer steps, and the ceiling heights were identical. I asked a few of the guys about it, but they just shrugged. It was strange, but I let it go. The layout is already weird enough. About 3 weeks ago, after midnight, I was sitting at the control panel, reading a book and starting to nod off, when I heard a thud from the floor above. It sounded like someone dropped a weight and dragged it a bit along the floor. It was muffled, barely audible, but the silence was absolute. I jumped up, checked the monitors. No one. There was no movement detected. I got up and walked around. Everything seemed fine. But the next shift, during my rounds, I heard it again, almost directly overhead. A distant booming noise, like something heavy hitting a sheet of iron. I went back to my post. The cameras were clear, and reported it to the senior guard. The first time, I did not report it, just in case it was nothing, but there was a pattern now. I asked the other guys if they had noticed anything during their shift. I went up in the elevator and checked. Nothing. The different stair lengths came to mind. The next day, I called up a guy from our office who used to be a foreman at a construction site. He was the type to know stuff like this. Just casually, I asked if there could be some hidden space between the floors. It turns out there could be. When they build high-rises, they often add an extra floor, small and without windows, that even the residents do not know about. You cannot access it, and the elevator does not stop there. It's called a technical floor, meant for all kinds of equipment and to balance the load on the beams, compensating for the temperature fluctuations and such. And, according to Pasha, there are probably several of these technical floors at different heights in my building. And so, it was pounding on this secret technical floor between my two. Even the senior guard did not know about it, otherwise he would have told me. That is how it went. Naturally, I started looking for a way to get there. It turned out to be easy. I knocked on the walls of the stairwell. They are covered with decorative panels, one of which swivels open on hinges. Behind it was an iron door. No handle, just a magnetic lock, like an entrance door. I swiped my card to test it. It worked. The lock beeped. I pushed the door a little. It opened. It was morning by then, and the cleaners had arrived, so I closed it as I had found it, but I came back the next night. I have my own reasons. I smoke, after all. I can't leave my post, I can't sleep, and I really wanted to smoke. Maybe this secret technical floor would be a good spot, and that is exactly what I did. I spent a couple of nights exploring with a flashlight. Concrete halls, crisscrossed with thick beams. You can stand upright with no problem. There were loud fans humming, probably for soundproofing. The air was dusty and full of the sharp wind, probably from gaps in the walls. Some pipes, pressure gauges, huge electrical cabinets, an absolute haven for any saboteur. The walls were camouflaged from the outside, and I checked from the ground. There were cracks in them, serving as air intakes. If you wanted, you could jump down, hence the wind. I never found out what was causing the noise, but at least I had my corner to smoke, where the air sucked it right out. I started visiting the technical floor regularly. A week ago, I went in as usual and saw tracks on the concrete floor. Not mine. They looked like something had been dragged across the floor. The tracks did not resemble something small, like a pigeon. They looked deliberate. On one side, the tracks led under some coils raised above the floor, but the gap was too narrow for a person to fit through. On the other side, the tracks circled around my usual corner, then went to the door, parallel to the path I'd made, and finally disappeared under the beams into the dark, distant rooms. I felt a wave of unease. I realized I am not alone on this technical floor, and there were deep scratches on the inside of the steel door, scratches I had not noticed before. I looked closer and saw that some of them were new, the metal still shiny in those spots. It looked as if someone had used a chisel, drawing concentric circles around a meter off the floor. Something had been gnawing at that door. When I rushed out onto the stairwell, I double-checked that the door was locked. It would have been better if I had just endured my craving until morning, but no, I could not shake the feeling. Since then, I've been enduring it too. But you know what really bothers me? I can't chew through the door. There are other stairs, and I can walk them, no big deal. The sounds from above won't get to me. I will survive. I will put on my headphones, focus on my work, and avoid thinking about it. But the walls on the technical floor, the walls are not solid. If something gets through the cracks, there is no telling what could happen. You get it, right? The windows here don't open. They are thick, like portholes on a submarine. But these windows, they are everywhere, stretching from ceiling to floor. The entire outer wall is transparent. The partitions inside are also glass. You can't avoid it, and the gaze from the outside feels like it's drilling into your back. At first, it happens infrequently, but then, I start memorizing my route. I know where I need to be, and I stick to it. This fucking glass is everywhere. The day before yesterday, I saw something. It was dark outside, but then the shadow spread across the glass, blocking out the city lights. It looked like a suckerfish in an aquarium, only I was the one inside. I snapped out of it and ran. Yesterday, I came back during the day and checked the spot. On the other side of the glass, I saw deep scratches, like the ones I had seen before, only now they had cracked the glass. I could not stay at the reception on the first floor any longer. I can't do it anymore. Today, I have to go back out on my night shift again. The other guys won't trade shifts, and they keep looking away. Lord, I pray they transfer me soon, maybe to the cash registers at Aachen. At least then, I will have a sense of normalcy, but tonight, I will have to go out. I hope it will be the last time. A truck driver, traveling through the countryside, decided to spend the night in a small town as the evening set in. After quickly finding a cheap motel and checking in, he felt the urge to visit a bathhouse, hammam, before going to bed. He stepped outside and began searching for one, knowing that in almost every Turkish town, no matter how small, a hammam could always be found, sometimes even multiple ones. Soon, he spotted a bathhouse and went inside. After paying the fee at the reception, he made his way to the locker room. A typical Turkish hammam consists of several rooms: the reception area, the changing room, the steam room, and a marble slab, where bath attendants perform two types of massage: peeling with a washcloth glove and a soap massage. Afterward, clients are washed. There is also a room for oil massages, where therapists need joints and limbs, as well as showers or even a cold water pool. Our driver entered the steam room, feeling exhausted from the long day. Before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. Waking up sometime later, he realized it was already late, and the workday was likely over. Frustrated, he was about to leave when he suddenly heard noise coming from the room within the marble slab. Listening closely, he realized there were people splashing water and talking, and it seemed like a group. Relieved, he thought the bathhouse was still open, and there would still be some time for the treatment he wanted. He hurried toward the noise. Indeed, there was a group of men in the room. Some were lying flat on the slab, while bathhouse attendants were massaging them. Some clients were having hot water poured over them from a ladle. It was a typical scene of a busy Turkish hammam. One of the bath attendants waved for the truck driver to lie down on the marble slab. He did as instructed, and the attendant poured hot water over his body before beginning to scrub him with a mitten. After a while, the attendant asked the driver to turn over onto his stomach to continue the massage. As the man relaxed in bliss, he noticed something strange in his peripheral vision. At first, he could not put his finger on it, but as he focused more closely, a chill crept over him. What he saw made his heart race with terror. The bathhouse attendant, though looking like an ordinary person, had one disturbing feature. His feet were turned backwards, 180 degrees. Panicked, the driver quickly turned his head and was horrified to see that all of the bathhouse attendants and clients in the room had their feet turned the same way, backwards. Shocked and unable to comprehend what he was witnessing, the man sprang up from the marble slab and ran out of the room, screaming in terror. Behind him, he heard laughter and hooting, as if mocking him. Desperate, he ran to the reception desk, where the same receptionist who had checked him in was sitting. seemingly unaffected by anything. After catching his breath, the man began frantically recounting the horrifying scene he had just witnessed. People with their feet turned backwards, splashing water and walking around. The receptionist listened carefully, a smile spreading across his face. He leaned forward and, pointing to his own feet, asked, "So, you say they were turned like this?" The driver stared at the receptionist's feet and felt his blood run cold. His feet were turned 180 degrees backwards, just like the bath attendant. Horrified, the driver let out a muffled cry, and in that moment, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the floor, dead from a heart attack. The next morning, as the first light of day broke, a passerby found his lifeless body lying on the street next to an old, abandoned hammam. It turned out that this particular bathhouse had been closed for many years. When I was about 7 to 9 years old, my parents used to send me to spend the summer with my grandmother in Izevsk, a small, decaying town in the Urals. Let me say a few words about the place, just to set the mood. It was a typical Soviet backwater, full of dead factories, endless grey and white apartment blocks, patches of forest, squeezed between industrial zones, all thrown together however the city planners pleased. The whole place was built on hills along the shore of a murky, green, and thoroughly polluted pond. Izevsk was founded in the mid-18th century as a settlement near a weapons factory. Since steam engines were not around yet, they built the pond to power the factory's machinery. Back in the 18th and 19th centuries, the town was small, laid out in a basic grid. Streets running west to east, avenues stretching north to south. The avenues did not have names, just numbers from 1 to 13, counted from the pond. The streets were fewer in number, and had their names changed so many times that nobody really kept track. 13th Street, as it was officially called back then, was on the farthest outskirts of the town. It wasn't long, just a short stretch of road. At its intersection with Troitskaya Street, there was a small church, also called Troitskaya, and behind it stretched an old cemetery. That was where the town ended. The area had always been considered bad luck. Maybe the whole city was, to be honest. The church burned down and was rebuilt multiple times, then remodeled a few more. In the late 1930s, Soviet authorities arrested and executed all of the priests, then tore the church down completely. After that, people said the place became even stranger. In the mid-20th century, Soviet city planners finally got around to fixing the area. They paved over part of the cemetery and turned it into a park. Another section was built up with various buildings, including residential ones. The Zenit Stadium was constructed nearby, and later, in the 1980s, yet another housing district sprang up. But what did all this mean to an 8-year-old kid, and how could I have known any of it back then? Anyway, my grandmother lived in that very neighborhood, along with plenty of local kids who became my summer friends. We spent most of our time in the park, which was surrounded by a tall, wrought iron fence, only broken up by the occasional gate. It was a paradise for us. Trees, bushes, winding paths, the perfect place for hide and seek, war games, and all of the things kids did back then. We played there from morning till dark, but one summer, everything changed. When I arrived from my usual visit, the first thing I did was ring the doorbell at my friend Vasya's apartment. His mother answered and told me he would not be coming out to play today. No explanation, just a firm no before she shut the door. I was disappointed, but not for long. I headed outside to find some other kids to hang out with, and, as expected, I ran into some familiar faces. They all knew Vasya, of course, and when I asked why he was not allowed out, they suddenly went quiet. Some of them looked sad, others just awkward. After some coaxing, they finally spilled the story. A few days earlier, they had been playing in the park as usual when they stumbled upon something. They called it the tiles. I asked what they meant. Instead of explaining, they decided to show me. Of course, I agreed. The whole group led me to the park, and by then, the sun was already beginning to set. When we reached the spot, I saw nothing special at first, just some grass, bushes, and 2 large, flat stones covered in moss. They looked old, but otherwise unremarkable. What's so special about these? I asked. One of the kids answered, there is a skull underneath them, and bones, real human ones. That made my stomach drop a little. I told them I believed them, but I still did not understand. What did this have to do with Vasya? It turned out that Vasya was the first one to find the stones, and, being a kid, he immediately ran off to tell everyone. The whole neighborhood heard about it, and when word got to his mother, she was horrified. She forbade him from going to the park or hanging out with the other kids. From what they told me, it seemed like she had also contacted the authorities. The following summer, when I came back, the stones were gone. We never found them again. So, yeah, that is that. I know a lot of this shit in note threads is fake, but this actually happened to me. About 4 years ago, I am 16 or 17 years old, living about an hour north of where I do now, in backwoods, Louisiana. It's like 10 p.m. I am a lazy fuck, so I've waited through the whole day without taking the trash cans to the end of our very long driveway to be picked up in the morning. Mom tells me to stop what I'm doing and take them now. I bring them to the road. Night clear as fuck. One of the best things about living out there was how the stars lit up the sky when it wasn't cloudy. Full moon also helps illuminate my property. Put trash cans on the side of the road. Always paying attention to the stars because I love astronomy. Everything's silent as fuck. We are quite a ways away from town, and it's a school night, so the 1 or 2 houses I can see from one side of my property are dark and silent. Start walking back down the driveway. Halfway down, ice cold chill runs from the bottom of my spine to my lower brain. Immediately, know something weird as fuck is happening, considering seizure, even though I've never had one. Suddenly, I feel like I should look around. Eyes go back to the tree line. Scan, scan, scan. Nothing at all. Eyes go to the tree line to the right. Scan. Oh fuck. Immediately hit my knees because fuck it. Maybe it can't see me yet. Large bluish figure, floating about 6 inches off the ground, about 5 feet in front of the tree line. Thing has to be 7 feet tall. I can see through it, even though the blue is pretty dense, except for the place where its head presumably is, which is filled with a deeper blue that looks solid. It doesn't move. I get the urge to run towards it. YOLO, right? For some stupid reason, but don't. I just sit and watch it for what seemed like 20 to 30 seconds. It is motionless. Never feel like it's there to hurt me, only that it is interested in me. Ice cold chill in head persists. It suddenly just drifts back into the woods, does not make a sound that I hear, does not even turn, just floats backwards and fades away. Wait 5 to 10 seconds. Sprint down the driveway, glancing over all the woods, burst through garage door. Grab flashlight above fridge, parkour through the house as mom panics. Get out the front door and look left towards those woods again. Mom following me, gets to the door as I get to the end of the porch and have my flashlight on the area I saw it in. What's wrong, Anon? Shush her. Sit silently for a moment, just looking up and down the tree line. After about 30 seconds, ice cold chill shoots up my spine, literally from my tailbone all the way up into my lower brain. This is different. I am scared this time. Looking frantically for something, Mom's still standing at door. She starts to say something when she sees the expression on my face change from excitement to fear. I quiet her again as a really bizarre rumbling starts in the back of my head. Sounds like an earthquake, rock slide, I don't even know. Getting scared now. This is not the same as before. Look frantically at tree line, but start inching towards door. After about 10 seconds of rumbling, cold feeling and rumbling stop. The woods are silent. walk back inside, and explain. Mom never said whether or not she felt the ice cold chill, or if she heard the rumbling, but she did defend my story to the rest of my family when I told them, because she was so convinced that it was real as it was happening. This is a woman who would not believe anything at all unless you showed her empirical proof. I had one or two other experiences on that property during my time living there, but all in all, it was a nice place. Be May, usual weeknight, 1 a.m. in the morning, about to go to sleep, hear tapping on the window. Bro is closest to the window on the couch. He suddenly yells, "There is a crazy person in robes outside." What the fuck? Instincts tell me to grab my 9. Yell at bro to open the side door and see who this fuckhead is. On the staircase, pointing my 9 at the side door. Just as the door opens, chamber around. Oh shit, I'm about to drop some crazy fuck at my side door. Bro yells, hits our neighbor and on. It turned out to be my neighbor in a chicken costume that had a chicken head as the hoodie part. I was so shaken because I honestly thought I may have had to kill some crazy fuck. Why in the fuck my neighbor thought to come over in a chicken suit at 1 a.m. is beyond me. Also scared the neighbor because they heard the gun chamber around.